Chapter 181. The sounds of cluck, cluck, and sizzle, sizzle, create a harmonious and warm background music for the pumpkin carriage. Little Pumpkin flipped the fried egg in the wok. It turned its head and poked the bear doll, who was washing vegetables. "Master, are you okay?" Little Pumpkin's voice was soft, hidden by the sizzling of the frying eggs. The bear turned around and glanced at its master, who was sitting on the sofa, laughing non-stop. "She should be fine. It's been ages since I seen Master so happy. Let's not disturb her," the bear doll said, shaking the chopped green onions off his hands, placing them on a plate, and bringing it to Little Pumpkin. "Big Bear, chop the green onions and add them to the mincemeat. Stir it together. I fry the beef patties later. Master just gave me a bunch of miscellaneous supplies, including salad dressing, eggs, and yeast. We have burgers for lunch." The bear nodded and began to chop the green onions. A few minutes later, Little Pumpkin dished out the fried eggs, a perfectly sunny side-up dish that looked incredibly delicious. The beef patties went into the pan. The live stream ended. Sue yawned loudly and glanced at the time, realizing it was already past 12:40, almost 1. Eating melons is a waste of time. She had moved from the silver backseat to the booth on the pumpkin carriage's sofa without moving. She turned her head and saw Little Bear carrying a burger, a bun, bigger than her face, steadily to the dining table. "Master, it's time to eat." Little Pumpkin, scrubbing the pan, called out to Sue enthusiastically. "For lunch, we have burgers. I prepared a giant beef burger and an egg and beef burger for you, Master." Sue sat at the dining table, looking at 2 plates, one large and one small. On the plates were a burger larger than the bear's stuffed form, and another the size of a palm. The smaller one was her burger. From top to bottom, it consisted of a bun, a beef patty, a bok choy leaf, a fried egg, a beef patty, and finally a bun. Each layer of the burger was generously filled with salad dressing. The burger in front of the bear was much simpler: a bun, a meat patty, a bok choy stalk, a meat patty, and finally a bun. There was no precious fried egg, only an egg, which, of course, belonged to the owner. Little Pumpkin wouldn't put even a single egg into Big Bear's burger. Although this decision was blatantly hypocritical, it was unanimously approved by the bears. Little Pumpkin stood on the table. Little Bear's giant burger was slightly taller than him, measuring over half a meter in diameter and nearly 30 centimeters tall. Little Pumpkin enthusiastically introduced his masterpieces, a delicate double beef and egg burger, and the all-meat Big Mac burger in front of Little Bear. This dish was inspired by a recipe. Big Bear is a big eater, so a rougher texture doesn't matter. As long as it's meaty and flavorful, it's fine. If you can't finish this burger at lunch, you can have another for dinner. Little Pumpkin's speech concluded. It was time for dinner. Burgers are fast food, convenient to eat. Sue, with clean hands, grabbed the burger, stuffed it into her mouth, and took a bite. The aroma was overwhelming. The salad dressing was generous, and the beef patty was fragrant. The half-cooked fried egg drizzled from the burger, its creamy, semi-coagulated liquid soaking into the surrounding ingredients before being devoured in one gulp. This was incredibly delicious. Sue, who hadn't eaten a burger in years, found it a novelty and delicious. As she ate her burger, she deliberately used her knife to cut off a small piece of the fried egg and offered it to the bear. She earned the bear's praise. As Sue ate her burger, she noticed the bear sitting across from her. Holding chopsticks, it repeatedly tried to tame the burger in front of it. Unsuccessful. Sue reached for her knife and was about to help, but the bear shook its head. Then, the bear stared intently at the burger, which was a full size larger than it. Unlike the usual noodles and rice that could be stuffed directly into their mouths, this burger was too large to swallow. But eater bear, bears aren't stumped by dry food. It refused its owner's help, determined to fend for itself. Bang! It transformed into a 2-meter-tall bear and attempted a bite of the burger. Its mouth wasn't big enough, and the bite only shattered a small piece of the burger, leaving a gap between part of the bun and the 2 layers of meat. Sue-Mo rose from his chair, holding the plate of burgers. He walked back a few steps toward the living room, found the most spacious spot, and sat down. With a bang, it expanded to 4 meters in size. With a creaking sound, the pumpkin carriage sank slightly. The 4-meter bear was a bit bigger than the 2-meter bear, but the only thing that remained the same was the burger in its hand, which remained steady. The 4-meter bear occupied half of the living room on the first floor of the pumpkin carriage. Sue watched the bear open its bloody mouth and shove the burger into its mouth. Now, Sumo's mouth was wide enough to swallow the little pumpkin raw, making it easier to bite off each layer of the burger in one bite. This made eating much easier. The wooden plate caught the dripping juices from the burger patty. It looked like a big bear eating a big burger. As for the little pumpkin's claim of being unable to eat, there was no food a bear couldn't eat. After lunch, Sue-Ann helped Little Pumpkin clean the dishes, then took Little Pumpkin along to prepare his space. All morning, Sue-Ann's personal space and Little Pumpkin's remaining space were filled with clutter. These items were small gifts sent by people in response to the explorer's request for help. Sue-Ann wasn't shy about accepting them. She already done her job, so naturally, she accepted the gifts that came with the request. These small items, a miscellany, weren't expensive, but they were all somewhat useful. Because so many people had sent them, they took up quite a bit of space. Sue-Ann, engrossed in watching the live stream, had completely filled her space with them. There was food among these things, but most of it was small, with a wide variety and small quantities, like a candy bar, an egg, a goose egg, a preserved egg, a corn cob, a small sweet potato, a bag of yeast. There were also materials, a handful of chicken feathers, a handful of goose feathers, a handful of cotton, a piece of rag, a fingernail-sized piece of lapis lazuli, a coin-sized piece of jade, a wooden stick, a mechanical part, a piece of white paper. When Sue-Ann asked about these things, Little Pumpkin replied that she had already sorted them and put them in the warehouse. Little Pumpkin is truly worthy of being called Little Pumpkin. So efficient. She can handle all these miscellaneous items even while cooking. Sue-Ann generously praised Little Pumpkin, praising her until she straightened up. Next, Sue-Ann retrieved the system's surprise gift from her mailbox, the explorer's 50% spoils randomly allocated by the system. A large pile of things appeared on the ground, piled up like a small hill. Little Pumpkin's eyes suddenly lit up. Swish! A shadow flashed past Sue-Ann. Little Pumpkin pounced, and at the same moment, a rag doll did the same, even faster than Little Pumpkin. It was so fast it seemed like teleportation. Sue-Ann looked closely, and saw it was the third doll. Huan Huan. Chapter 182. Sue-Ann turned to look at Huan Huan on the living room shelf. The shadowy little ghost silk doll in the white dress had long since disappeared. Sue-Ann turned back to see Huan Huan, indeed, on the prop mountain. Sue-Ann blinked, confirming she was seeing things. Huan Huan moved. She hadn't even used her infusion skill yet, and she was already moving. It was like a child speaking before it was even born. Sue-Ann was instantly panicked. No! No, no! Huan Huan's gorgeous dress wasn't even finished. Her crown only had a frame and only a single red bead, and now, she's suddenly moved. Isn't this premature? But everything was out of Sue-Ann's control. Sue-Ann saw the silk doll, holding a colorful crystal, slam into her arms. Her mental strength plummeted. Mommy, sob. I love you, hug. I want to be alive, sob. Sue-Ann seemed to hear the voice of a little ghost, a crying little girl, her voice filled with urgency, eagerness, and impatience. Item Life Crystal, function, helps inanimate objects regain life. Can be used to revive intelligent life. Intelligent life forms that have died within half an hour can be resurrected. If their bodies remain intact after more than half an hour, there's a chance of new life being born. Side effect: resurrection may result in the loss of some of the original soul. Goodness. That's too impatient. Sue-Ann sensed the third doll's eagerness and, without a second thought, used the skill and power. The child had found the midwifery medicine and was preparing for premature birth, so she had to help. Sue-Ann used both her skill and the item life crystal on the silk doll. Little Pumpkin stared at the scene, his mouth wide open, unsure what to do. The napping bear sensed Sister Ann's rapidly depleting energy and, startled awake by the unexpected, poked his head out of the bedroom. He hurried downstairs. In his haste, he missed a step and tumbled all the way down the stairs to the first floor. The bear, with its thick skin, didn't feel the pain. He noticed Sister Ann was giving life to the third doll. He cried out, Sister Ann, Huan Huan needs too much energy. Wait a moment. Wait a moment to calm down. The bear saw the prop glowing, absorbing most of the energy needed for Huan Huan's awakening. He closed his mouth. He felt a little less worried. He came over to the little pumpkin. Together, they watched over Sister Ann as she gave life to the dolls. But the bear remained vigilant. He prepared himself. If Sister Ann's condition became serious, if she overdrew her lifespan or her innate foundation, he would destroy Huan Huan rather than let her sister get hurt. Little Bear knew Huan Huan was no ordinary creature. From the moment this doll first appeared, from the moment her master, Annan, conceived her, and from the moment she left Annan restless and mentally devastated, Little Bear knew something was amiss with this doll. Perhaps Wan Wan was truly powerful, but she shouldn't have arrived at this time. Little Bear knew her sister was eagerly awaiting Wan Wan's arrival, so he tried making silk flowers to help share some of the burden of doll making. Little Bear knew Wan Wan must be powerful. She was a charismatic, powerful spiritual being. Because of her power, she had been madly absorbing her master's spirit, soul, and even more since she was born. It tried to help with some of the burden, but it was a drop in the bucket. As a bear who had been with Sister in past and present lives, Little Bear could only watch in silence, filled with worry. It took out its countless unfinished silk flowers, each imbued with its countless emotions for its master, and poured them into the glowing, material-absorbing silk doll. Time flew by. Because Wan Wan was an unfinished work, the process was surprisingly long. 2 o'clock arrived. The treasure chest began to spawn. The black ball announced the location of the treasure chest ahead. Little Pumpkin looked at the Little Bear doll. The Little Bear doll didn't move. Nanling, I have to watch over Sister Nin. That's the most important thing right now. For the first time, Little Pumpkin saw a bear with such seriousness. It couldn't help its master, nor could it help the bear. Okay, I go get the treasure chest. I leave the masters here to you, Big Bear Bear. Little Pumpkin moved, realizing that it had been staring at its master for half an hour, making its body stiff. Squeaky. The pumpkin carriage moved forward. Snowflakes danced in the sky. The wind was light, but the snow grew heavier, flakes falling like goose feathers. The air was thin, and they felt as if they had arrived somewhere high and cold. The little pumpkin took out its weapon. Suddenling's carrot. Quality: spiritual grade, ragged, simple, ordinary, fine, spiritual grade, super spiritual, epic, godly grade. Note: regardless of who crafted this carrot, it's now a thing called Suddenling. Skill 1. Oversized carrot, sweeping away enemies, and also shoveling snow. The carrot can grow larger, clearing obstacles in the path ahead, and also shoveling snow. Skill 2. Carrot whiskers. The carrot can grow whiskers, forming a web to entangle enemies. It can also transform into a rope, allowing it to telekinetically retrieve items. Skill 3. Carrot gun. Carrots consume spiritual energy to release small carrot bullets. Their damage is average, but when used against bears, they say they're fine, though it's quite painful. They taste really good, making carrot curry, stir-frying carrots, or serving as a side dish for fried rice. The navigation indicates it's almost there. The pumpkin cart slows down and stops. The little pumpkin partially opens the window. Carrot tendrils emerge from the carrot in its hand, extending and flying out the window. They bind the treasure chest, and then slide it through the window. It's a wooden treasure chest. The little pumpkin's movements aren't exactly smooth, but they manage well, despite the bumps and bruises. Its mastery of spiritual energy allows it to barely get the treasure chest. The window closes. Monsters near the treasure chest chase it, attacking the protective shield, which is losing defense. Under the little pumpkin's control, the pumpkin cart accelerates, shaking off the 4 large goose monsters in pursuit. Through the window behind the kitchen, Little Pumpkin glanced regretfully at the 4 goose monsters. The 4 geese chased desperately, but they were no match for Little Pumpkin's hulk. It was a shame that the geese were all meat. It was wasted. If Big Bear had gone to get the box, he could have brought back 4 more pieces of meat. If it had dropped goose legs, he could have made them into pan-fried goose legs that night. If it had dropped goose meat, he could have stewed it. It would have filled Big Bear's voracious stomach. He thought there would be some leftovers from the huge burger he had eaten at lunch, but Big Bear, utterly stuffed, ate it all. Time flew by. As the sun set, Little Pumpkin, following the navigation, resumed his daily task of finding the box. Using carrot whiskers to find the treasure chest, Little Pumpkin consumed a great deal of spiritual energy. He was so tired that he almost stuck his tongue out. But he couldn't bear to give up and go get the box. The master had said that living off one's resources was a bad idea. Little Pumpkin looked back from time to time, seeing his pale master and Little Bear, whose face was stern, as if he could explode at any moment. Suddenly, I felt less tired. Little Pumpkin, you can do it. You don't need to use any little carrot heads to fight monsters. It's just a chest. 7 p.m. The birth of the 3rd doll finally came to fruition. It's done, Little Pumpkin said, his eyes bright. Chapter 183. The silk doll glowed beautifully, its appearance completely transformed under the white light. Soon, a little girl appeared in its place, landing on the floor. She looked just like her owner, a completely human form. She was tall for a doll, standing 60 centimeters tall, with a slender, lovely figure. She wore a flowing white dress, and her long black hair fell to her ankles. She opened her eyes, revealing some of her inhuman features. Skin as pale as paper, eyes as large as purple grapes, set high. Her chubby cheeks should have been cute, but instead, they held an indescribable coldness. Dark circles surrounded her eyes, complementing her pale lips. She looked anything but a normal person, resembling a somewhat deranged, eerie ghost. She tapped the ground barefoot, spun on the spot, and her entire appearance transformed. The white dress transformed into a theatrical costume, crescent-shaped sleeves paired with a golden and red cape, a solemn and magnificent sight. A crown of operatic jewels adorned her head, brimming with spiritual energy. Rubies, pearls, indigo, gold thread, silver thread, pearls, silk flowers, and countless other rare and precious treasures shimmered in the light. But none of this could obscure the doll's inherent beauty. She turned her head, revealing her face covered in traditional opera makeup. Her face, no longer the eerie, ghostly image she had just had, now resembled a charming woman. Her pale cheeks flushed, her almond-shaped eyes shone with enchanting charm, and every frown and smile held an indescribable allure. The life crystal lost its luster, shattering into fragments of spiritual light that scattered across the woman's body, casting a dreamy aura around her. I am a ghost of opera, brought to the world by the master's favor. Please grant me a name. Dong dong de chua, the sound of gongs and drums appeared. Suen heard a resounding opera voice, as if from the horizon, echoing in her ears along with the charming movements of her third doll. Suen felt as if she had just woken from a long dream. In that instant, she awoke from a dream of the birth, prosperity, decline, and subsequent resurgence of traditional yin opera. She emerged from countless dark and bright emotions. The ghost of opera, awakened by Suen's ambition, led her through a deep dream. It was like a beautiful dream. Suen's voice was dry. Chimeng, Su Chimeng. The third doll had been nicknamed Huan Huan. Suen had originally planned to name her Su Wan or something like Su Wan, but at this moment, all her previous plans were overturned. She was more than just one. She was an elf, a spirit, a magnificent spiritual being. She was more like a dream, brought into his life by chance. Su Chimeng. She would be called this name, a name that didn't conflict with her nickname. It carried Suen's beautiful hopes. Thank you, my lord, for the name. Su Chimeng waved her sleeves, bowed, and then, she danced her first song, her first opera. Babbling, beautiful singing, graceful dancing. Little Pumpkin and Little Bear watched, mesmerized. The simple pumpkin room living room, barely a stage, was now ablaze with light and color. This was the charm of culture. A few minutes later, everything vanished like a beautiful dream. Su Chimeng transformed into her radish-like form, a shadowy imp. Little Pumpkin and Little Bear were a bit bewildered. How could this have suddenly changed? It was like a dream. The shadowy little ghost opened its mouth and cried out for its mother, a complete departure from its previous, elegant and graceful image. Mom, I missed you so much. You finally saw me, you finally heard my voice, you finally brought me back to life, Mom. Huan loves you so much, Mom. The little ghost threw itself into Suen's arms, crying and acting coquettishly. The noise it made was even more coquettish than Little Pumpkin's. Suen rubbed the little creature's head. Feeling the third doll fully awaken and stabilize its life, she felt a sense of relief. A weight lifted from her shoulders. It fell to the ground with a clang. Seeing this, Little Pumpkin immediately used its telekinesis to catch its owner, but unexpectedly, someone was even quicker. She caught Little Pumpkin's owner. It was Huan who did this. Seeing his job snatched away, Little Pumpkin felt a little annoyed, but he didn't show it. His master was the most important thing right now. Little Pumpkin pulled out a spirit-boosting candy from his space, and was about to step forward when a ghostly figure flashed by. The candy in his hand was no longer where it had been. Huan snatched it away. Little Pumpkin wanted to say something, but when Huan stuffed the spirit-boosting candy directly into his master's mouth, his words choked. Little Pumpkin could only think to himself, this guy is so rude. Little Pumpkin's lips curled up into a pout. Just as the emotion was showing on his face, Huan's sinister gaze pierced Little Pumpkin's veins, sending chills down his spine and causing him to shudder. Then Little Pumpkin saw her roll her eyes at him. What? I roll? She hadn't even lost her temper yet, and this newcomer was treating her like this. This was too much bullying for her, Little Pumpkin. This was outrageous. Little Pumpkin felt like losing his temper, and teaching this impolite brat a lesson. Just then, his owner, who had taken some energy-boosting candy, slowly woke up. So, he suppressed his anger and forced a smile as he approached his owner. Brat, your master is more important. I ignore you for now. Suin rubbed his head, which felt a little heavy, and stood up, noticing everyone gathering around him. Suin said, I didn't faint for too long. I'm fine. I just spent too much energy and relaxed for a moment, so I fainted. Looking at the little bear with a strange expression and the little pumpkin, who seemed a little angry and anxious, Suin immediately petted the little pumpkin to comfort him. The little pumpkin had a quick temper, and must have been very anxious and angry. Looking at his expression, although there was a smile, it looked like it was forced. She had created the little pumpkin, and Suin knew the doll better than anyone else. Suin immediately sensed that the little pumpkin was in a bad mood. She noticed her owner's immediate attention paid to comforting the short pumpkin. Huan-Huan's eyes darted around. Mommy, Huan-Huan loves you so much. A tender, childish voice emanated from her arms. Suin looked down and noticed her newborn, the silk doll named Su Qiming, and Huan-Huan, in her arms. She was a humanoid doll, instantly enlarged after coming to life. Huan-Huan was clearly half a head taller than the little bear, but she still looked petite in her arms. After all, among humans, she was the size of a 4- or 5-year-old child. Huan-Huan used her spiritual candy and healing skills on Mommy. The little girl spoke crisply. Suin glanced at the little girl in her arms. She was adorable, her eyes sincere, her words earnest. The little one clung to her arms, acting coquettishly and directly claiming credit. Suin could sense the emotions of her dolls, and knew her words were real. They were the truth. Even Suin understood that the little one had only said half of what she was saying. Suin knew the little girl didn't have any cheering candy. It must have been given to her by one of the other dolls, who then fed it to her. From just this one sentence, Suin sensed the little one's personality. It seemed a bit too clever and cunning. If it were a bear doll, it wouldn't say anything at all. If it were a pumpkin doll, it would have acted coquettishly and claimed credit the entire time. Huan-Huan, on the other hand, only spoke half of her words, leaving the rest unsaid. Suin's heart deterred, but she didn't point out the problem. Each doll had a different personality. They could get along slowly. Perhaps the child was just too eager to be close to her. She rubbed Huan-Huan's head, just as she had rubbed the pumpkin. Huan-Huan clung to her owner, a bit smug, and gave little pumpkin a look. The expression on little pumpkin's face. Then, Huan-Huan suddenly attacked, tugging at Swan's shirt with one hand, her cheek still pressed against Swan's hand, while pointing at little pumpkin. Mom, it was just mean to Huan-Huan. It's a mean pumpkin. A mean pumpkin doesn't like mom's good baby. Little pumpkin, ? Little pumpkin, shock. Chapter 184. It thinks I'm rude and ugly. That's right, I see it clearly. It hates me. Woo woo woo, Qiming is not an unloved child. Huan-Huan is not an unloved child, mom. The big bear had a strange expression. Although Huan-Huan didn't attack it, it could already sense her specialness. Snap! The bear's left ear snapped shut. Snap! The bear's right ear snapped shut. Little pumpkin didn't have the ability to snap its ears shut. Its ears were on either side, and they couldn't close. Little pumpkin, ah! This is unfair. Little pumpkin wanted to scream on the spot. Although it seemed like it was screaming in its mind, in reality, little pumpkin suddenly couldn't speak. This guy seemed to be right, but something seemed off. It was trying to sow discord between it and its owner. Damn it. What should I do? I had to explain myself. Crack! Snap! Suin smacked Huan-Huan's head with a pop. Stop it, you clever little thing. Ah, it hurts. My heart aches. Huan-Huan clutched her forehead, wondering why her master would smack her head just because she told the truth. Little pumpkin saw this, his mouth wide open, almost laughing out loud. Watching Huan-Huan's aggrieved misery, he felt increasingly refreshed. Ha 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 ha. Soon, he couldn't help but burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Crack! Snap! Suin also smacked little pumpkin's head. No gloating, no watching the fire from the other side. Little pumpkin's smile froze, and he burst into tears, his sobs echoing throughout the room. Throwing and rolling around, howling. Seeing little pumpkin's expression, Huan-Huan also tugged at the corner of Suin's clothes, sobbing and whimpering, feeling very aggrieved. Huan-Huan continued, Huan-Huan is telling the truth. It just hates me. It didn't like me before I was born. It's jealous of its owner's pampering. Little pumpkin, it's rude. It's mean. It's accusing me. It's stirring up trouble. Suin felt overwhelmed. Suin hadn't expected that she would have to face a confrontation between two little troublemakers just after Huan-Huan was born. But Suin also knew that Huan-Huan was a tough character, and little pumpkin had a sharp tongue and a quick temper. It was normal for them to not get along. Suin sighed and said a few words to express his feelings. I love you both equally. With that, Suin stood up and gathered all the items on the floor into his space. Then he picked up the heavy, dazed but near bear and went straight upstairs. He didn't even glance at Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan. Only when he entered the second floor did he leave a single word. Just chat with the two of you. Don't come up here to disturb my rest. Following Suin upstairs, the two crying little ones finally stopped crying. They glared at each other, one baring their teeth, the other grinning. You mean it? You always hated me. You're such a mean-it, and you don't let anyone tell you. You snitch, you rude brat. Don't you understand the principle of first come, first served? It's all because of you. Master won't let me go upstairs. Wow, Little Pumpkin can't sleep with Master tonight. Pumpkin is so lonely. Huan Huan is the one feeling bad. I just got my life, and now I'm being forced to separate from my mother. You're such a badass. Suin deliberately opened the bedroom window, listening to the noises coming from downstairs, the two creatures bickering but not quite fighting. He rubbed the bear's head in his arms. Sister Anin, I have a way to make them live in peace, the bear said. How about I take care of it? Sister Anin, just rest up and don't worry. The bear looked into Sister An's eyes and volunteered. As a bear, it didn't want to get involved in such a dispute, but as Sister An's friend, it was willing to help her resolve her problems. No. Suin rubbed the bear's head and said, we won't get involved. Suin recalled how Little Pumpkin had been fascinated by Huan Huan. Thinking over the grievance in Huan Huan's accusatory voice, he spoke directly and confirmed. Actually, they do have feelings for each other. They're just not being forthright about it, Suin said. The bear was puzzled. If they have feelings for each other, why would they just argue like this and tear each other apart in front of their owner? The bear doesn't understand. Suin closed the window. That way, the sound of their chat wouldn't reach downstairs. Xiaomo, if Little Pumpkin or Huan Huan said something unkind to you, would you be hurt? The bear shook his head and said bluntly, no, I just cover my ears and let them say whatever they want. Suin nodded and continued. Are you afraid that I stopped loving you because of what they say? The bear puppet replied. I'm not afraid, because I know Sister Anin has me in her heart. Besides, if Sister Anin really doesn't need me, and there's a new puppet to replace me, I'm fine with it. As long as Sister Anin is happy, safe, and secure, I don't care. The bear puppet spoke clearly and at length, and this was indeed its thinking. A bear's brain isn't bright, its heart isn't big enough, and it's a single-minded creature. Aside from Sister Anin, it doesn't understand anything else, nor does it feel the need to understand. Suin hugged Suimo tightly. Yes, that was his bear, steady, honest, and sincere. He only cared about her, other people, other dolls, meant nothing to him. He seemed gentle and affectionate, but in reality, he was heartless. Then, little silly bear, think about it. Why did Huan Huan come to me and complain that Little Pumpkin didn't love him? Suin asked. Chapter 185. The little bear was stunned, staring at its owner. Only when you care do you question. Love, hate, and resentment are like this. Indifference and disregard are the freezing point of all relationships, Suin said in a leisurely voice. After Suin finished chatting with the little bear, he stood up and opened the window. The quarrel downstairs continued. Listening carefully, it was a very childish argument, without a single curse word used. What's even more interesting is that they only quarreled, only verbally, not physically. Neither doll used any skills to attack the other. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. Are you happy now, you annoying bastard? Wow, Huan Huan has no one to love her. Huan Huan has no one to care for her. Huan Huan is so pitiful. You are a scoundrel. You don't like me, you are a scoundrel. I will never talk to you again. Humph, you rude fellow. I wish you would ignore me. Hate, hate. They said they would ignore each other, but they could still argue for 800 rounds. Little Bear leaned close to Suin's ear and whispered, it seems they care about each other very much. Suin smiled. Xiaomo, do something with me. Suin immediately shifted the things he had just received to the empty space in the bedroom. Okay. Little Bear leaned over. Ignoring the love-hate relationship between Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan, Suin finally had time to take a good look at the system's surprise gift and the spoils of the Dao family army on the floor. He was thrilled. Suin first looked at the system's surprise gift. It must be said that while the system was a bit frivolous and cheap, it did a pretty good job of creating this kind of ritual. The surprise gift wasn't just given directly, it was wrapped in a gift box, making it look mysterious. Suin unwrapped the gift box and opened it. Inside was an item called a platform coordinate binder. Behind the item was a greeting card. She took out the card. System? Humph, player Sunshine Bear, do you think I want to give you a gift? You won first place, after all. That being said, I prepared something nice for you. Please say hello to me, and stop scolding me. I think I possess the greatest character in the world for dealing with a bunch of inferior civilized creatures like you. Sue-Ann looked at the mechanical writing on the card and tossed it into the gift box. Not bad. Greeting cards make great fuel for firewood. She looked at the item in the gift box. The system screen appeared with an introduction. Platform coordinate binder. Still worried about missing your platform? Still suffering from wanting to go to the platform, but not having a ticket? Still pining for that handsome guy on the platform and feeling lovesick? Your wish will be granted here. Function: attach it to a vehicle and bind the coordinates of 3 previously visited stations. You can choose a station to enter once a week. Every 3 months, you can change the station you bind to. Be careful not to change your bindings easily after you've bound a station. You won't be able to enter the station that week. What a useful tool. It seems the system didn't mess with you this time, or perhaps it can't. Sue-Ann didn't care what the system thought. Sue-Ann placed the tool on the pumpkin carriage and chose to bind it to the vehicle. Soon, a light screen appeared in front of Sue-Ann, revealing the station she could bind to. Nameless Lake, Nameless Town, Ice and Snow Slide, Screw War. Of course, Sue-Ann bound directly to Yiming City. Besides Yiming City, Sue-Ann didn't choose the remaining 2 binding locations, waiting for a better one later. Sue-Ann then sorted through the spoils of the Sword Master campaign. She had been given 157 gold, 5 silver, and 722 copper coins. Converting all of them into copper coins would give her 1,575,722 copper coins. With Sue-Ann's appetite, she could probably finish all the instant noodles she had in years. This was the feeling of sudden wealth. Ha ha! Sue-Ann then looked at the other items. She had been given over a dozen items, 13 in total. But most of them were common items, single-use items, like temporary treasure chest detectors and heat packs. The more unique ones included an immunity card, a charm item Draw a Heart, You Love Me, and 2 attack items Fire Wall, and 10,000 swords. The immunity card granted immunity to any negative status. Seeing this card, Sue-Ann lamented the power of the goose's curse, saying it had made him unlucky enough to be unable to use his items, a loss for himself. The charm item can confuse enemies for about 3 to 30 seconds. To use it, crush it, and make a hard shape to attract the attention of intelligent creatures. Any intelligent creature that sees you will be confused. There's nothing much to say about the attack items. Both are card-based items. One releases a wall of fire that lasts for 3 minutes, and the other spawns 10,000 swords, with an attack lasting 1 minute. I've been given several blueprints. Isn't that a coincidence? There's a gorgeous bathroom blueprint. That's great. The bathroom on the 2nd floor of the pumpkin carriage can be used. It'd be convenient to go downstairs in the middle of the night. Besides the bathroom, the blueprint has no other use, so Sue-Ann plans to sell it off over time. As for the remaining miscellaneous materials, they're a bit more complicated. There's a bit of everything. Sue-Ann found a few lamps that can be used to install in various rooms of the house, eliminating the need to dismantle one room and install them in another. She dug out some flower pots, soil, and seeds and brought them to the 3rd floor, where she continued to plant new vegetables. Sue-Ann's energy grew stronger as she worked. The house accumulating more and more things, the unfinished portions of the 2nd and 3rd floors gradually filled up. Soon, a new bathroom was successfully built on the 2nd floor, and Sue-Ann simply planned to build a study and studio there, choosing a spot on the 3rd floor. Lil Bear followed Sue-Ann around, and now, neither Sue-Ann nor Sue-Mo felt tired or hungry. After getting so many good things, Sue-Ann's fatigue from the day seemed to have vanished, and now he had plenty of energy. On the 1st floor, Huan, weeping like a teardrop, was so hungry she had no strength left. She huddled in a corner of the sofa, huddled pitifully. The room was filled with the tempting aroma of food. Her stomach rumbled like thunder. From time to time, she glanced at the food on the coffee table in Pumpkin's living room. But like a thief, she took one look and quickly retracted it, fearing the disliked melon would discover it. The disliked melon had placed food so close to her. The small coffee table was crammed with food it shouldn't have been able to bear. A plate of braised beef slices with lemon and cilantro, some seared and roasted goose legs, a plate of pork with scallions, and a large pot of whole beef stew sat on the floor. The little pumpkin stirred the boiling curry in the pot. Carrots, potatoes, and chicken simmered in the pot, emitting an enticing aroma. I'm not cooking for you. You don't have any of this. It's all for Master Big Bear. As the little pumpkin spoke, she prepared a dish far larger than she usually prepared. The variety and quantity of the dishes were surprisingly large. Little Pumpkin moved the curry pot aside and, while serving rice and curry, called out, "Master, Big Bear, dinner's ready." Wan curled up into a ball, burying her head in her arms, no longer observing anything. She felt incredibly pitiful. She was telling the truth. This pumpkin, unable to argue with her, cooked something delicious. The pumpkin was truly cunning. Damn it, she was just a little kid. She didn't have fancy clothes or a crown, and she couldn't sing opera right now. Pumpkin wouldn't be fascinated by her. Swan and Little Bear were figuring out how to position the lights on the third floor to provide enough light for the flower pots. They heard a noise downstairs. Something's happening. Chapter 186. The little bear's ears twitched. Little Pumpkin seems to be calling us to eat. Then, a pumpkin mask appeared on the third floor wall, and a voice came from within. "Master, Big Bear, it's time to eat. I cooked a huge meal tonight." Suin checked the time and realized it was already past 8. It seemed he'd eaten too much at lunch and hadn't felt hungry at all. Now that he remembered, his stomach was practically bulging. "Let's go!" Suin stopped what he was doing and took Little Bear downstairs. When they reached the first floor, Suin saw that the dishes were placed on the coffee table, not the dining table. The coffee table was small, and some of the dishes were spread out on the floor. Suin instantly understood Little Pumpkin's thoughtfulness. There were only 2 stools for the dining table, and there were 3 people eating. Suin looked at the 3 bowls of rice Little Pumpkin had prepared and understood his thoughts. Suin poked Wan, who was pretending to be a quail on the sofa. "Wan, come eat." Wan looked up, her palm-sized face beneath her black hair aghast, as if she'd been badly bullied. "Wan, can you eat?" Because her spirit stat wasn't full, Suin couldn't use the doll perception skill, so she had to ask for it in the early stages. "Yes, Mommy, I can eat. I'm hungry." Wan wiped the tears from her cheeks and nodded, throwing herself into Suin's arms, acting coquettishly. Little Pumpkin glared at Wan and said nothing more. Suin quickly comforted Wan and took her to the bathroom. In the bathroom, Suin discovered that Wan could also fly. Like Little Pumpkin, she could float, but she stumbled back and forth, not knowing whether it was from hunger or lack of skill. Everyone sat on the carpet, eating around the coffee table. Suin looked at Little Pumpkin, waiting for his speech. Uncharacteristically, Little Pumpkin didn't explain why so many dishes were prepared today, simply saying, "Just something casual, everyone enjoy it." With that, he sat aside and stuffed his spirit source stone into his mouth. Dinner was served. The little bear had its usual voracious appetite. Just stuffing the food into his mouth, he devoured everything with relish. Suin observed Wan and found she was self-sufficient and possessed basic common sense and abilities. She used her utensils neatly during the meal, perhaps reflecting some operatic influence, but she ate with great elegance. But despite her elegance, she looked extremely hungry, eating as fast as Little Bear. She didn't notice how she moved her chopsticks. The food in front of her fell as fast as Little Bear. Not only did he quickly devour the rice in front of him, he also shared a large piece of the beef stew that was almost exclusively reserved for Little Bear. Little Pumpkin, seeing this, put on a stern face and, using telekinesis, brought over the rice bowl and the entire pot. Soon, everything Little Pumpkin had prepared was gone. Plainly empty. Suin only ate half a bowl of rice and some vegetables. The rest went into the 2 dolls' stomachs. "Mr. Pumpkin, another bowl, please." With the rice bowl in someone else's hands, Wan became polite. "The rice bowl is empty. Maybe next time." "From now on, you and Big Bear should eat from the bowl," Little Pumpkin said. "Mom," Pumpkin scolded me again. Wan looked like she was about to cry again. She picked up the bowl to eat, and then put it down to scold the cook. Just now, he was so pitiful and aggrieved, but now that he's full, he's arrogant again. Suin patted Wan on the head and said, "Wan, talk nicely. You two keep quiet." Suin was about to say something like, "Take a leaf out of Xiaomo's book." But what she saw when she looked up made her swallow her words. Across the coffee table. It was the first time Suin had seen Little Bear look hungry. It looked unsatisfied, licking the broth from its wooden bowl, its bare face a bit lewd. After dinner, Little Pumpkin washed the dishes. "Granny, I help you with the work. Let's make peace." "What are you up to?" "One moment you're fighting, the next you're making peace." Little Pumpkin looked at the little creature. The little devil's eyes widened. "Anyway, I can do it." With that, Wan waved her hand, and she floated in midair, her black hair moving without a breeze. The dishes and bowls began to stir, the faucet turned on, and the water swept over them. She looked at Little Pumpkin and said, "Gua, Huan is learning quickly, isn't she?" Little Pumpkin realized that his telekinesis was no match for Huan's, and his expression changed to a strange one. Soon, a few minutes later, Huan pressed closer. "Gua, can you give me a piece of that thing you were holding in your mouth?" "No way," Little Pumpkin roared. After a moment, she took in Huan's pitiful expression and softened her voice. "At most, I make you some extra meat tomorrow, so don't stare at my food." "Okay." Huan drifted away. It was midnight. The family of 4 slept in the second-floor bedroom. The teddy bear slept at the edge, because it didn't fight or grab anything. Little Pumpkin and Huan slept on Suan's left and right. It was midnight. Little Pumpkin, unable to sleep, got up to light the fire and refill the stove with firewood. It pulled a spiritual source stone from its own space and shoved it into Huan's hand. Then it leaned against its sleeping master and fell asleep. As soon as the spiritual source stone was in its hands, Huan woke up. In the darkness, she stared at it, feeling perplexed. Only the pumpkin knew she wanted it. It seemed the pumpkin didn't dislike it as much as she had perceived. So complicated. Huan looked at the spiritual source stone grimly. Huan didn't understand. Perhaps it would understand when it grows up. The next day, Suan woke up bright and early. Sleeping until 8 or 9 o'clock was truly a luxury. But even though she was up, she didn't leave the bed completely. She lay in the soft, comfortable blanket, languid and unwilling to move. The after-effects of yesterday's exhaustion of mental and physical energy were only now beginning to show. Although the system indicated that all of her attributes were full, Suan felt an inexplicable fatigue. Suan could sense it, a weariness deep within her soul, leaving her wanting nothing. Suan vaguely suspected that this was a sign of excessive spiritual or emotional exhaustion, but unfortunately, the system didn't display these attributes, and she couldn't access her spiritual field of vision to check. Suan didn't argue with her body. She could just lie down if she wanted. With Xiong and the others around, it wouldn't be a problem. She usually didn't do much anyway. Suan lazily lay in bed, her breakfast brought to her by Little Pumpkin. A perfectly cooked bowl of lean meat porridge, pickled vegetables, and a meat pie. Suan didn't eat the pie, she simply drank some of the porridge with the pickled vegetables. After 9 o'clock, the pumpkin cart moved on. The snow outside the window continued to fall, the same size as yesterday, still flakes the size of goose feathers. Suddenly, the cart stopped. Suan drew back the curtains from her bedroom window and peered out. Through the glass, she saw a fork in the road appear before the pumpkin carriage. It was the station. The Lost Royal Ranch. Chapter 187. Suan didn't blink, her cheek pressed against the glass, her 5.0-degree vision looking down from above. She made sure she saw the words on the platform accurately. The Lost Royal Ranch. Clearly visible. The little bear, carrying the little pumpkin on his head, reached the second floor. "Master, there's a platform ahead. It's that damn place where we were badly injured last time." "Ah, Master, you discovered it. What should we do? Shall we go and exact revenge?" The little pumpkin spoke quickly. The last part about revenge was tinged with a sense of guilt she wasn't even aware of. Suan turned to look at the little bear and the little pumpkin behind her. She asked, "Do you want to go?" "Here." The little pumpkin rolled its eyes, neither saying yes nor no. Little Pumpkin thought for a moment and said, "I listen to Master's decision. If we go, I definitely fight hard. At worst, I just run away if I can't win." The bear toy said firmly, "Sister Inen, that's a great place to level up quickly, but I don't recommend going now." It looked at Suan, who lay down, and Su Nanling, who looked guilty. But Little Bear wasn't firm. It continued, "But if Master decides to go, I'd be at the front to protect everyone." Suan said, "Okay, then we won't go." Suan's approach was the same as Little Bear's, play it safe. Although there were many monsters there, leveling up quickly, and dropping a lot of loot, it was also dangerous. "I was just too lazy at home, and didn't feel like moving." Little Pumpkin looked unsure. "Why make things so hard for myself? I could just relax at home, and do my usual box hunting and monster hunting. If you really want to go back, you can just use the platform coordinate binder. A gentleman's revenge is never too late." Soon, the pumpkin carriage swerved around the platform and headed towards the main road. At that moment, the bathroom door opened, and a damp little girl wrapped in a bath towel poked her head out. It was Huan. "Mommy, Big Bear, Guagua, are you going out or not? Is it fun?" Her long black hair was dripping with water. "Stop! Dry yourself before you come out." Don't get any water on the bedroom floor. When Little Pumpkin saw this, he immediately blurted out a warning. As she was scolding her, Wan took a half step back, and water slid down her long black hair onto the floor, quickly forming a puddle. Pumpkin, who was in charge of the household chores, naturally couldn't stand this sight. Little Pumpkin came over and personally cleaned Wan clean. Didn't I teach you how to bathe? Didn't you just say you learned it, and could bathe yourself? You're such a bother. Suan watched Little Pumpkin clean Wan, tidy up the bathroom, and then use telekinesis to blow her hair loose. Aren't you a quick learner, and can use telekinesis? Come, do this with me. One teaches, the other learns. The overall atmosphere was quite harmonious. Little Pumpkin's expression was a bit exasperated, his tone fierce, but his movements relentless. Wan seemed unconvinced and argued back, but the corners of her mouth were raised, and she let Little Pumpkin's telekinesis control her hair. Someone didn't know how it happened, but over the course of one night, the relationship between Little Pumpkin and Wan had changed dramatically. They became easy to deal with, yet still very close. Like a pair of bickering lovers. This amazed Suan and Sumo. Beep beep. The black ball announced. Ding dong, the treasure chest is about to arrive 500 meters ahead. Master Nanling, please slow down now. Master Mo, please go out and get the treasure chest, and put on your cloak. The treasure chest is about 10 meters to the right of the road. The current time is 9:57, the outdoor temperature is -47 degrees Celsius, and the indoor temperature is 23 degrees Celsius. Master Chiming, please be careful not to catch a cold when you take a shower. The pumpkin carriage slowed down and then stopped. The bear doll greeted Suan and went downstairs to get the treasure chest and fight monsters. Suan slumped down on the bed and tucked into the covers. Mom, Wan is freshly washed and smells so good. Suan activated his skill Doll Perception. Professional Skill 5. Doll Perception. You are nothing if you don't understand your doll. You are fully aware of all your doll's emotions and abilities. Prerequisite. Spiritual power is at full strength. Intimacy exceeds 99%. Doll Su Chiming. Su Chiming, also known as Wan, Xiaowan, and Little Ghost. This spiritual doll embodies your rich emotions and fantasies. Descending from a race born from traditional opera culture, it is brought to life through your spiritual, emotional, and soulful investment, empowered by your skills and the divine crystal. Producer, Suan. Owner, Mom Suan. Talents, Attack 8, Defense 1, Spirit 10, Spiritual Specialization, Ghostly Enchantment. Level 1, First Level, Ordinary, Attributes, Attack, 6/6. Defense, 1/1. Spirit, 10 out of 10. Experience, 24,100. Experience points increase by replenishing spiritual materials or eating food, using skills, participating in battle, interacting with the owner, maintaining sufficient spiritual energy, maintaining adequate cleanliness, being happy, and being well loved. Based on current progress, the next upgrade is expected to take 3 days. Intimacy, 100%. Mom, Wan loves you so much. If you don't love her, she'd turn into a mad ghost. Please meet her emotional needs. If you die, she go mad and become a demonic ghost, seeking indiscriminate revenge on all living things, even bears and melons. Mental level, 3 years old per 17 years old. Current status, excellent. Satiety/energy, 91%, not hungry mood, happy, spending time with mom, big bear, and that pesky melon is so blissful. Cleanliness, 100%, she's spotless after Little Pumpkin bathed her. Suan can see that Wan's skill panel is different from the other dolls. She has 2 panels. Panel 1, Little Ghost State, Mental Status, 3 years old. Panel 2, I am a playful ghost, Lock State, Mental Status, 17 years old. This also explains why Chiming, when born, was elegant and beautiful in her playful ghost state, like a goddess, but then shed her makeup and transformed into a childish, sinister, and noisy little ghost. Panel 1, Imp Status. Skill 1, the imp can read people's expressions. Mind reading, fake. The sensitive little creature can infer the inner thoughts of intelligent creatures by observing their outward actions, with a 98% accuracy rate. Mind reading, case analysis, or perhaps even letting the imp take over. It just seems a little confused as to why a certain melon's behavior and thoughts are always inconsistent, both good and bad. Skill 2, the imp can telekinetically manipulate itself. The imp quickly discovered that she could use telekinesis to levitate herself, using her psychic energy and physical strength to manipulate her mind to do things. Her telekinesis is so strong that she could even lift a melon and spin it like a top, though she wouldn't do that. Roughly 1 imp equals 10 melons. Chapter 188. Skill 3. The imp can heal. It consumes a certain amount of energy to restore the spirit and stamina of its owner, Big Bear, and Melon. This effect persists during combat. Its healing ability is slightly weaker, only slightly stronger than Melon's. Skill 4. The imp draws a circle to curse you. This curse, unique to the imp, requires only the true name of the enemy, or information about their clothing, hair, or nails. It can be cast remotely to inflict bad luck on the enemy. Moderate strength. Can only be used once per day. Panel 2. I am a plain ghost, lock status, inheriting the 1,000-year-old traditional drama of Yen country, inheriting countless stories of love, hate, grudges, and separations from the Liyuan opera. The plain ghost is always on stage. Note, currently locked. At level 3 and above, the little ghost can occasionally transform into a plain ghost. At level 7 and above, the little ghost can freely unblock and enter this state as long as it has sufficient spiritual energy. At level 10 and above, upon advancing to the spirit level, it can maintain its plain ghost state. Skill 1. A scene, captivating, control. When the curtain rises, no one can leave its sight. Consume a certain amount of spiritual energy to raise the stage, attracting the attention of all creatures, mortal and spiritual, causing mental shock, turning them into spectators, and eliminating their willingness to attack. Skill 2. A song, captivating all, control. When the song plays, who can fail to be enchanted? Consume a certain amount of spiritual energy to sing a captivating song, causing the audience to be controlled by the plain ghost, who can then manipulate the audience to launch physical attacks. Skill 3. A dance, intoxicating, attack. That dance was magnificent. Consume a certain amount of spiritual energy to synchronize dance moves with the staged opera, allowing the audience to be controlled by the ghost, their body and soul simultaneously surrendered to its control. The ghost can manipulate the audience to unleash physical and magical attacks. When the curtain falls, the audience is released/dead or taken in, permanently entering the stage, becoming a supporting role. Skill 4. To be unlocked. Personal equipment. Little ghost's white dress. Invulnerable to cold or heat, pristine as new, with a 2M space. The owner can use this space at any time by telepathy. Ghost's full costume. Increases personal charisma and mental attraction, with a 1000M space. Note, this equipment and its associated skill space can only be accessed by the ghost and its owner in ghost mode. Wan's attributes are truly impressive. She is powerful. She is clearly powerful, yet also clearly blocked. In ghost mode, she can completely consume all hostile creatures in one performance. That said, Wan is currently only level 1. Level limits meant that spiritual tiers beyond LV10 were a bit far off. However, she could reach LV3 quickly. Su Qiming, even in imp form, had more than enough skills and was powerful enough. After some thought, the Lost Royal Ranch was indeed a good place to level up. When she felt better, it would be nice to take the other dolls to that platform to level up. After thinking it over, Suan laid down on the bed to rest, and before she knew it, she fell asleep. Wan, freshly bathed and sweet-smelling, also cuddled up to her master and fell asleep. She ate, slept, ate, and occasionally checked the public screen. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a week passed like a big bear eating a hamburger. A few bites and it was gone, and then the weekend arrived. During this time, due to Suan's extreme laziness and the abundance of spirit source stones at home, the pumpkin cart was the only thing that kept it moving. Xiao Mo and Little Pumpkin kept the house in perfect order, freeing Suan from any worries. She spent several days awake during the day, sleeping at night, eating 3 meals in bed, and doing nothing but browsing the public screen and playing on her phone. As for Wan, while working at Bear and Pumpkin during the day, she ate and slept with Suan, sharing a slew of experiences. By sharing Big Bear's monster-killing experience and eating and sleeping, she advanced to level 2 and accumulated a significant amount of experience points. Level 2 experience points, 431/1000. When not moving, Wan was still her usual mischievous self, cunning, clever, playful, and prone to complaining and stirring up trouble. Except for the occasional need for spirit source stones, when she would beg Little Pumpkin to do her bidding, she diligently did her chores, scrubbing every dish in the cupboard until it glistened, stripping and washing every living thing in the house. Normally, she was still playful and at odds with Little Pumpkin. Every time they were together, they loved to exchange barbs. Wan was anything but gentle and respectful. Her favorite thing to do was to coax people with a bowl and scold the cook with one, and she loved watching Little Pumpkin scold her the most. Although she didn't gain anything from it, her ears were constantly pulled and twisted by Little Pumpkin, and she was completely controlled by Little Pumpkin at every meal, whether it was for regular meals or spirits or stones. Suemo couldn't understand why Huan was still in such a state after being scolded by Little Pumpkin several times. Wasn't she tired? Wasn't she in pain? Isn't it just mean to be constantly picking up trouble? She'd be punished. That meant Little Pumpkin was a good person. If he wasn't, wouldn't he just starve her for a few meals and she stop? Suin, who had entrusted Huan's food, clothing, and daily expenses to Little Pumpkin, was a man who hid his fame and fortune. What if the water wasn't evenly distributed? Just give it all to the eldest. The eldest would handle it himself. As for why Little Bear wasn't the eldest, it was just like him, a parent. Only Little Pumpkin and Huan had the mental capacity of children, playing double talk here every day. Just look at this moment. Downstairs on the first floor. Little Pumpkin flew up, grabbed Huan's ear, and continued to lecture her. I told you so many times, you don't have to wash my clothes, and you can't take off my clothes. I know, Mr. Pumpkin. Suin yawned. Knowing full well that the little devil's telekinesis could envelop Little Pumpkin and send him spinning hundreds of Thomas maneuvers in midair. Pretend, she felt so good. Suin half closed her eyes. She was sleepy again. It was only 10 o'clock in the morning, the middle of the day, and she was so sleepy even though she had only just woken up. Let's sleep. Suin was quite open-minded, accepting her physical condition and taking a nap. She'd been lazing around like this all week, so a few more days wouldn't hurt. She had a slight illusion, feeling like she was in confinement lately. What a strange feeling. On Sunday, Suin fell into a peaceful sleep. She gained 123 experience points while sleeping, just breaking through the level cap and advancing to level 3. Congratulations to player Sunshine Bear on reaching full experience points. Level up now. Level 2 upgrades to level 3. Experience points cleared, converting to energy, upgrading in progress. Soul depletion detected. Energy recovery in progress. Recovery complete. Continue upgrading. Upgrade successful. Suin, ZZZ. Congratulations to player Sunshine Bear on reaching level 3 of a common player. Your current level is above 91.6% of players. Please work harder. Tip: after level 4, your spirit value will be comparable to that of a spirit player, and your combat power will approach that of a spirit player. Level: LV3 Mortal, Spirit, God, Experience, 32/1000000. Your advancement experience is 10 times higher than players of the same level, but who gave you such abnormal soul and spirit stats? It's unreasonable that leveling up requires so much energy. I just hate these wicked geese with supernatural talents. They're all bad. Suin, hoo-hoo. Snoring. Chapter 189. On the public screen. Ping ting, it's been so peaceful lately. Sundays are pretty peaceful with nothing to do except shoveling snow and sitting by the fire, which is a bit boring. Moonlight Bay, isn't peace good? I love it here. Everyone speaks so nicely, the atmosphere is so warm, the food is cheap, and the materials are reasonably priced. I'm truly blessed to be in this area. Of course, if the snow were lighter, I'd be even happier. 17 Blizzard. Yeah, there were no blizzards this week, no crazy system quests, and the treasure chest drop rate is pretty good. The atmosphere on the public screen is great. Emoran, I noticed something. No one from the original area bosses is competing for the milestone leaderboard. Aren't you afraid that the system's last week of quests will be even more dangerous? Bikini Bottom Fisheries Administration. Every worker knows there's always work to do. The more capable you are, the more work your boss will assign you. C.I. Jochi, have you heard of this big guy Orange Cat Fairy? She's said to be a beta tester for the original 20032, and a wicked lone wolf player. Is that true? Mion Buchido. Oh no, she was framed. This player's identity as a beta tester was exposed, and the Cross Alliance exploited and framed her. She's been lost on the platform for almost a month. Her friend Jiang Chung Eats Rabbit stood up for her, causing quite a stir. Arable, all I know is that this beta tester was part of a small team. The team members included Mu Yuqiaqu, Yu Yiting, Su Yen Ryu, and Hui De Hua. All of these teammates are on the Cross Alliance's wanted list. Ningxi Luoyu, my mind is so confused. What's going on in the original 20032 area? There's so much contention. I saw someone accusing the Zhong Dao Hui a while ago, which is also in this area. Tuan Tuaner's cub. Is that great-grandmother a beta tester? MOU from Shijing City. Great-grandmother isn't a beta tester. Let me tell you, I'm from District 20032. This district has a ton of beta testers, nearly 100. Little Orange Cat Fairy's team, the Orange Cat team, is a high-quality group with excellent personalities. MOU from Shijing City. In the early days, a lot of ambitious people jumped in to form teams. Sister Orange Cat settled a lot of disputes and became quite famous in the district. But after she left, the public forums were dominated by guild disputes. It was a mess. The exchange was always xenophobic. I only survived thanks to my good ideas and useful talents and skills. Alies. Small temples attract strong demons. Shallow waters attract many turtles. Fei Lai Law. Our district is still the best. Initially, there were only 3 beta testers. Beta testers are truly more valuable than quantity. A proud duck, of course. I heard that among the beta testers, Egod and Sister T are both reputable solo players, not the chaotic ragtag bunch who huddle together for support. C.I. Zhouqi, I understand. After gathering information, Zhouqi declined the order he had just received in the shop. Talent, S. Jianghu Baixiaoxing. Wherever there are people, there is the Jianghu. You can find out what you want. You always have a knack for acquiring all kinds of knowledge and information. She has always lived a low-key life in Area 20, appearing to be just a gossipy girl. Secretly, she respects the rules of the area and quietly maintains order. She once anonymously published a report on the age and location of regional players, which earned her a great reputation. Her shop selling information has since become quite famous, but she usually thoroughly investigates all matters before selling customer information. Anyway, her ability is there. If she wants to know something, she can get it. She looked at her new friend. MOU from Shijing City was recounting a ton of inside stories to her. This guy just had a lot of things he couldn't get out, and he found an outlet in her. On the public screen. Little Orange Cat Fairy, are you there? Can I see the news? A staccato message suddenly appeared on the public screen, as if the signal was very poor. It caused a stir. 1 second, they were just gossiping about cricket, and the next, this guy showed up? Or was it from a beta player who was lost? At that moment, many players who had just participated in the gossip wished for a recall function. They wondered if the lost players would go crazy and retaliate. Without a recall function, many clever people anonymously posted messages, hoping their signal was bad, and they couldn't see the previous discussion. Wow, long time no see, Big Orange Cat. Long time no see, Big. Be well, Big. 11:22. A bunch of meaningless messages appeared. At the Lost Lake platform, a tall female player, carrying a large backpack, sat atop a giant, fat orange cat, fiddling with a smartwatch-like electronic gadget. The flashing public screen in front of her wasn't clear, intermittent. When it cleared, she saw some anonymous players greeting her and spamming the screen. She frowned. Has she connected to a fake network? This system player identity watch is indeed a relic of the previous civilization, unreliable. But regardless, she had a player identity back, which was cause for celebration. Found it. The Orange Cat villain is over there. She was the one who started the trouble, robbing the store. Kill her! A bunch of monsters yelled. Orange Cat Fairy tucked the system player identity watch into her arms, her body and soul at one, and the enormous, fat orange cat let out a meow comparable to the roar of a dragon or a tiger. Meow! The sound startled the monsters, and the orange cat leaped high. It leaped from the gap in the platform space, and immediately plunged into the long-awaited teleportation vortex. The tattered system public screen appeared. Although the screen was nearly shattered and the network connection was poor, the Orange Cat Fairy, whose real name was Zhou Muji, could still see the system message. Player Orange Cat Fairy congratulates you on entering the platform Lost Royal Ranch. Players have an additional 3 minutes to prepare. After 3 minutes, a zone-wide announcement will be issued, and player platform tickets will be collected. Success. Zhou Muji pulled 3 30-minute platform tickets from her backpack and watched them dissipate in midair. Excited, tears nearly fell. Farewell, her wild life. She could finally return to the road. Ding dong, in Area 20312, player Orange Cat Fairy has discovered the platform Lost Royal Ranch. All players in this area are requested to purchase a platform ticket to enter the route. Players must make their choice within 3 minutes. Suan thought it was a bit noisy. Suan opened her eyes and saw a server-wide notification from the system. Oh! She looked over and saw someone had discovered the platform. Suan stretched and awoke from her sleep, feeling refreshed and energized. She felt incredibly well. Scrolling up the system information, she realized she had just finished leveling up while asleep. The public screen was stuck on the selection screen. Little Pumpkin's mask appeared from the second floor wall. Master, you're awake. That damn platform phantom up ahead has appeared again. Do you want to go? Do you want to go? Chapter 190. Go. Suen wasn't one to waver. Whether to go or not, she made her decision quickly. She hadn't noticed before, but after leveling up, she felt full of energy and urgently needed to get up and do something. She'd take advantage of this moment, feeling refreshed and in good shape. She'd go to the platform to level up 1-1 and replenish the meat for the two big-eating dolls. She had plenty of energy now, so she wouldn't let the dolls fight alone. Learning from their previous experience, they'd be more cautious this time, guarding the platform entrance to fight monsters. If they couldn't defeat them, they'd just run away with everyone else. Suen quickly finalized the plan, explained it to Little Pumpkin, and took 1-1 downstairs to find Little Pumpkin and Little Bear. On the first floor. Upon hearing Suen's decision, Little Pumpkin said, Master, this is a great idea. The pumpkin carriage can stop at the platform entrance and leave at any time. Great. 1-1 has strong telekinesis and flies fast. Let 1-1 lure the monsters, so we can kill them together. Little Pumpkin's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. It was simply amazing. It was a sound suggestion, but it was somewhat tinged with old grudges. But 1-1 was delighted to hear it. Great. I lure the monsters, lure a bunch of them, kill them all, and then they drop meat. I can roast all the pumpkins and eat the meat until I'm full. Looking forward to it. 1-1, so excited. 1-1 was very active. 1-1 had done this before, but it was more for fun. These past few days, when Big Bear was hunting for treasure chests and monsters on weekdays, 1-1 used telekinesis to help him retrieve the treasure chest from a distance. By accident, she had learned how to use telekinesis in combat, to lure monsters. 1-1 was feeling down, because there were no treasure chests or monster refreshes on Saturdays and Sundays. But when she heard there were many monsters to fight, she naturally felt very excited. Suen took out 3 one-hour platform tickets. The tickets gradually faded, and the illusory fork in the road gradually became clearer. Suen glanced at the time, 10:32. They had 3 hours this time, plenty of time. The pumpkin carriage entered the platform route, and Suen spoke as soon as it entered. Wait, it's here. Suen called to the pumpkin carriage controlled by Little Pumpkin. I understand. With a creak, Little Pumpkin stopped, right at the platform entrance. The pumpkin carriage was just 0.5 centimeters away from leaving the platform. Suen glanced inside the platform, feeling something was amiss. She slid the system screen to check the system message. Lost Royal Ranch. This is an uninhabited ranch that's out of control. As to why it's gone out of control, only by entering can one find out. Resources, cattle, sheep, pasture, etc. Danger level, plus, something has changed here. The stable single-player dungeon space has been somewhat distorted, and the danger seems to have increased. As expected, there have been changes. This is a 4-star plus dungeon. Sisterinin. Master, what's wrong? Little Bear and Little Pumpkin saw their master pause and hurriedly asked. Nothing. The system just indicated that there have been some changes to this platform. It's a little more dangerous than last time. We proceed as planned. We park here and return to the main road if the protective shield fails. Suen instructed. He placed a heat pack on each doll one by one. Little Bear nodded. Little Pumpkin nodded. 1-1 shook her head. Everyone looked at her. 1-1 noticed everyone was looking at her and scratched her hair awkwardly, a slightly embarrassed expression on her face. 1-1 doesn't want to leave. 1-1 wants to kill all these monsters and help Mom level up. 1-1 took a step forward, her hands clenched into fists, and shouted, looking very energetic. I told you so many times, call me Master. Little Pumpkin complained. Hurry up and get back to work. Remember to be in the car when we leave, or we leave you here, don't cry. Little Pumpkin finished off the kill. Nothing dampened 1-1's good mood. Suen stood on the roof of the pumpkin car, holding a guqin, gazing into the distance. Su Nanling floated beside her. Su Emma waited at the edge of the protective shield. With the main road behind her and the platform in front of her, Suen watched Su Chiming attract monsters. 1-1 is looking forward to it. 1-1 is so excited. 1-1 flew out. Dressed in a white dress, she passed through the protective shield and blended into the vast snowy plain, her black hair dancing in the air. She yelled, strange, strange. Where are you? Where are you? Come out, come out. Suen, Teddy Bear, dazed. Little Pumpkin, angry. Little Pumpkin placed his hands to his mouth in a trumpet shape and shouted, "You idiot Juan Juan, hurry up. Now's not the time to play. Use your telekinesis to make some noise." Little Pumpkin's words seemed to have some effect. Juan Juan flew forward, singing an operatic tune. "Ah, how could I have known spring was so beautiful?" From the Peony Pavilion. Garden Tour. Su Chiming's fingertips lightly lifted and tugged, her fingers twirling in a movement that conveyed an infinite charm. Just her back revealed an infinite charm. Juan Juan wore no makeup, no fancy clothes. With just a few lines of operatic singing and hand gestures, her aura was immediately apparent. Her fingers dragged, pressed, turned, and flipped. With a twist of her orchid finger, the world of mortals melted into her palms. Her voice was resounding, piercing the entire snowfield and reverberating endlessly across it. Snowflakes danced and fell, casting a twinkling layer of stars on her flowing black hair, like a gorgeous light. As her operatic voice spread, a wave of snow rose up in front of her, spreading 1,000 meters away. The rumbling sound gave the operatic melody a different atmosphere. Suin couldn't help but open his mouth wide, letting the cold wind blow into his mouth. Is this the power of the telekinesis of 10 little pumpkins? The activation of the skill was full of beauty. The snow waves spread rapidly and spectacularly. In the past, telekinesis was used to wash dishes, mop the floor, and cook, and could only control the little pumpkins within 3 meters of him. They opened their mouths wide as well. Is Juan Juan that powerful? Is her telekinesis that strong? It knew Juan Juan's mental strength was stronger than its own, and her telekinesis was very strong. But it didn't know how much stronger it was. Then why didn't she resist when its ears were pulled? Was it because it liked it? Little Pumpkin didn't understand the little drama going on in Juan Juan's heart. Ah, the more pain, the more excited it was. Ah, the pumpkin hit me. Ah, the pumpkin loves me. The pumpkin feels sorry for me. Ah, this is love. Tragedy is the root of art. This is art, capital art. Fun, hee really fun. Juan Juan, come back. The monsters are coming. Seeing the monsters in the distance, Little Pumpkin shouted to warn Juan Juan. For a while now, it had been arguing with Juan Juan every day, and unknowingly, it had come to care for her like its own child. In the distance, a dark mass of monsters, cattle and sheep, rushed towards them, like a dark cloud pressing down on a city, a mighty force. The opera singing suddenly stopped. Juan Juan dodged quickly, passing through the protective shield of the ice pumpkin and returning to the pumpkin carriage, standing directly on top of the little pumpkin. The two of them stood on top of each other. Short and stocky at the bottom, long and thin at the top. The shape was a bit funny. Chapter 191. But it did save space, taking up space on the already small pumpkin cart's rooftop, leaving Suin with extra space around him. Guqin sat comfortably in the space. Get down. I'm smaller than you. I'd be more stable if I stand on top of you, the little pumpkin yelled. Soon, the two dolls switched places, with Juan Juan at the bottom, and the little pumpkin atop her. At first glance, it seemed quite harmonious. Suin had no time to attend to the two children's daily play. She loudly reminded everyone, Xiaoma, Nanling, Chiming, prepare for battle. 3, 2, 1. Suin stared at the first wave of monsters approaching and issued a countdown. The countdown reached its last second. The monster swarm crashed into the ice pumpkin's protective shield. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear, you are being attacked by a swarm of frenzied monsters. A group of level 2 to 4 monsters attack you. Crazy Sheep * 72 Crazy Cow * 122. Nearly 200 monsters attacked simultaneously. There were no elite monsters. This battle was surprisingly exhilarating. Roar! Xiao Mo transformed into a 10-meter tall bear and immediately met the monsters on the ground. He was even more outlandish than the other monsters. He crushed a sheep with one foot and tore through several monsters with his claws. The giant bear darted through the protective shield, slashing back and forth. Like a flesh-crushing machine, it mercilessly slaughtered the monsters. At the same time, Suin's Guqin began to play, tinkling and clanging, the tune flowing beautifully. Blades of light emanated one after another, and monsters were injured, retreated, and then died in droves. Wow, big bear, so big. Wow, Mom. Master Mom is so powerful. Wow, you're doing nothing. Don't be ridiculous. I'm the logistics guy, our family's defense guy. I'm the one who maintains the shield. Little Pumpkin bent down and gave Juan Juan a hard knock. Oh, so that's how it is, Juan Juan said, clutching her forehead. Then what should I do? Juan Juan couldn't help but ask. How would I know what skills you have? Use whatever you know. If you don't, just stay put. Little Pumpkin casually replied to Huan. Now that Big Bear and the owner were attacking, the defense line was maintaining a healthy level, and the shield's health bar wasn't strained. Little Pumpkin wasn't too nervous, occasionally replenishing the shield, calculating the fluctuations in its defense value, and keeping it above 90%. So he could still chat with Huan. As for Big Bear and the owner, they were completely absorbed in killing monsters. My skills? Huan looked at her hands. She pointed her finger at the distant group of monsters, gesturing. Draw a circle and curse. Oops. My skill failed. I can't cast a group curse. Huan curled her lips. The only curse she had that even remotely had any lethality was a single target one, so it wouldn't be of much use right now. Well, since she couldn't participate in the monster fight, she and Gua would just do the logistics. Then Huan tried skill 3, Imp Heals. It consumes a certain amount of energy, restoring the health and stamina of its owner, Big Bear, and Gua, and it still works during combat. Huan selected all her companions and began healing. Soon, a point of light appeared, drifting towards Suin, Suimo, and Su Nanling. Suin felt a lightning sensation, feeling much more relaxed, as he felt the light. The monster-slaying giant bear, under the influence of the light, became even more agile. Ah, so comfortable. Is this your healing skill? Not bad. Little Pumpkin praised. 2 more hits. Little Pumpkin said. I'm hungry, Huan said. I'm out of energy. My baby's stomach is rumbling. Little Pumpkin, It bent its waist and stuffed a spirit source stone into Huan's mouth. You eat a lot, but you work little. You better be more careful. Huan is still a baby, still growing. It's normal for me to eat a lot. Amidst the accompaniment of the zither sounds and the monster's howls, the 2 childish creatures, their mouths, like poison, exchanged barbs, like a little bear eating a bun, unable to stop. In about half an hour, all these ordinary monsters had become spoils of war. Ding dong, battle over. Congratulations to Sunshine Bear and his puppets for killing 72 level 2 to level 3 crazy sheep and 122 level 3 to level 4 crazy cow, earning 37,262 experience points. Kill drops, 341 copper coins, 17 free 5-minute electricity cards, 23 free 5-minute water cards, 7 free 1-minute spirit source cards, spiritual sheep wool. I'm going to collect the spoils. You useless piece of shit, you want to join me? Little Pumpkin said after flying down from Huan's head. I'm not useless. I never done it before, and I don't know how to do it. It's just collecting stuff, isn't it? If you teach me once, I learn it quickly. I'm worth 10. Huan retorted. Suin took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, drank some, and rested to recover his strength. The little bear doll shrank to a tiny size, and sat on the ground to rest. Blood and snow soaked the bear doll's clothes, but thanks to the heat pack, the bear didn't feel the cold at all. Little Pumpkin led Huan to collect the spoils. Having previously collected items, Little Pumpkin's movements were methodical. He taught Huan how to do it. He flew into his telekinetic range, and used telekinesis to stuff the dropped items into his own space. He stacked the monster corpses, then waited a moment before using compress. Quickly, Huan learned how to collect items. With a single telekinetic movement, all the items on the ground flew up. Within a 100-meter radius, items flew automatically, like an assembly line, into Little Pumpkin's open space. Open the space quickly, Huan shouted. Ouch, open the space wider. Wow, Little Pumpkin took 10 minutes to complete, but Huan finished in 3. Little Bear sat down to rest, just catching his breath. Over there, Crazy Sheep Corpse 0.67M*1, Crazy Cow Corpse 1M*4. Huan handed the card to her master. The ground was covered in blood. Master Mom, can I lure the next wave of monsters? Come on. Time flew by. Suin and his group followed this routine, fighting smoothly. Huan could lure around 200 to 300 monsters in each wave. With everyone's combined efforts, they killed them in 20 minutes. After another 5 or 6 minutes of rest, they collected the spoils. Suin hadn't expected such a smooth fight, mainly because he hadn't encountered any of the level 5, 6, or 7 elite monsters or king monsters he'd seen last time. The platform clearly indicated that this one was more dangerous due to a change, but Suin felt safer. Perhaps they were just lucky. Huan had only attracted ordinary monsters, or perhaps they were too close to the main platform path. The higher level monsters, knowing they couldn't kill them with one strike, didn't want to come over and get hurt. Soon, With the experience gained from these hordes of monsters, Huan and Little Pumpkin leveled up, followed by Xiaomo. Huan went from level 2 to level 3. Little Pumpkin went from level 3 to level 4. Xiaomo went from level 4 to level 5. Unbeknownst to Suan, elsewhere, a woman riding a giant orange cat was playing a game of yo-yo with a group of elite king monsters in the ranch. Both she and the orange cat were injured, and quite seriously. Her blood soaked through her gear, freezing into icy slag and blood scabs in the cold. The holes in the orange cat's body revealed its internal steel components, revealing its true form as a vehicle. But both remained nimble. What the hell is this place? All these high-level monsters? The dog system, do they really want me dead? That's the only way I can use it. Chapter 192. No destruction, no construction. She knew this truth. After exhausting all her skills and struggling for over 2 hours, she still couldn't escape the pursuit of these level 6 to 7 high-level monsters. Jomuji made a decision. She steeled herself and immediately took out her life-saving item and threw it out. She would only be dragged to death if she continued like this. She had a chance to escape now, so she had to fight for her life. The item roared loudly. The woman, steering the orange cat, sprinted towards the highway exit without looking back. She prayed for better luck. She knew that even a life-threatening item could only delay the passage of time. Big Orange, let's hurry up, hurry up. As long as we get out, there's a chance of survival. As the item was used, the woman seemed to be drained of her energy and spirit, no longer possessing the vitality she had just had. The woman's black hair began to turn silver-white from the core, and a gradient of black and white appeared at her temples. He aged 7 or 8 years, his aura weakening, and he grew weaker. You overused Crazy Bomb. Level 6 upgraded to level 5. Your body is severely injured. Class skills 4 to 7 are blocked. Please heal your wounds quickly and avoid strenuous exercise. You are severely injured but continue to consume energy using skills. Your level is temporarily decreasing. Level 5 upgraded to level 4. Class skills 3 to 4 are blocked. Please stop consuming energy as soon as possible. Jomuji ignored the system prompts. He was running for his life, with no way to recuperate. The life-saving item had significant side effects, but the effect was also remarkable. It successfully held back the group of monsters, giving Jomuji a chance to escape and leave the factory. Across the vast snowy plains, a road stretched straight to nowhere. At the very front of the road, she vaguely saw a red dot. As she drove the orange cat closer, Jomuji saw that it wasn't a red dot, but a bloody battlefield. So much blood had stained the ice and snow, transforming it into a surface resembling red agate. On the agate-like icy road, the first thing that caught her eye was a gigantic bear. Its size was unbelievable, and it stared at her like a monster, giving her a chill. That bear was powerful. Next to the monster bear, a beautiful pumpkin carriage was parked. A human wearing a mask and a cloak, holding a guqin, stood on the pumpkin carriage. The human was so tall that it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Beside the human, a small, eerie ghost floated. Through psychic perception, she could sense that it was filled with resentment, and it was also looking in her direction. It was a player. There were still players at this platform. That's right, she sneaked back in, so it's normal for the platform dungeon she entered to be connected to a certain player. It seemed like this player was fighting monsters, helping her shoulder some of the pressure. No wonder the low-level monsters seemed to be getting fewer and fewer in the factory earlier. The closer she got, the faster her mind raced, trying to figure out how to team up with this seemingly powerful player, or how to survive him if he attacked her. Before Jomuji could figure out how to communicate, she heard a roar from behind her. A figure rushed towards them at breakneck speed. Jomuji didn't look back, but she reacted as if she had eyes behind her. Skill 2, Cat Sense, passive. You possess the senses of a cat, greatly enhancing your hearing, vision, and touch. Your powerful obstacle avoidance allows you to scale walls and sprint like a nimble cat. Be careful, she shouted to the players ahead, both as a warning and a gesture of goodwill. After all, she was already very weak, and it was best to avoid making enemies if possible. At the same time, she crouched down, hugged the orange cat tightly, and activated the skill attached to her psychic vehicle, making the orange cat smaller and more agile, making it easier to dodge attacks from behind. At the same time, she threw an item to attack, attracting most of the monsters behind her. She tried her best to show goodwill. Half an hour ago, Suan felt that his monster hunting career was almost coming to an end. In the last few waves, no matter how Huan shouted, the monsters attracted became fewer and fewer, and their levels became lower and lower. At first, there were over 200 monsters, then 300 or 400, then 500 or 600, 700 or 800, and so on for several waves, until finally it was just over 100. And now, Huan Huan kept shouting, but no cattle or sheep monsters came to attack. This made Huan Huan so angry that she almost ran away from the pumpkin and went looking for monsters alone, but she was stopped by the cautious little pumpkin. Little Pumpkin went to reason with Huan Huan, saying, "Master has instructed us today to be cautious. It's so dangerous for you to go out alone and attract monsters." Little Pumpkin was still haunted by the last time he was surrounded by monsters and narrowly escaped death. He also brought up the previous battle as an example, the tragic experience of being besieged by a group of high-level monsters. "That's just melons. I, Huan Huan, am super strong. Those monsters can't do anything to me." Huan Huan raised her head, a magical expression on her face, and taunted her directly. These waves of melon slicing and melon slicing monster killing skills made her proud. As she leveled up, Huan Huan became stronger and stronger. In battle, Huan Huan's telekinesis increased, allowing her to develop a monster throwing attack. Her healing became stronger and more continuous, keeping everyone's condition stable. She could also unleash her curse, though she could only curse 3 lifeforms at once, which was a bit useless in a group fight like this. But that didn't matter, she could use it when facing those elite king monsters. This group of ordinary level 2 to 4 monsters held no threat at all in her eyes. Those level 5 to 7 monsters she hadn't met before, she imagined, weren't that big of a deal. Little Pumpkin's mouth drooped. "What?" Huan Huan called her a loser. "This kid is going crazy. Did he think he could show off just because he reached the same level as me?" A quarrel was brewing. "TSK, TSK, TSK, TSK. Little Bear glanced at the scene of the internal war, and was secretly shocked. Huan Huan's words were so harsh, sometimes even harsher than Little Pumpkin's. 2 sharp-tongued people in the same family? Sister Anan must be very upset. Little Bear felt a little distressed. He felt sorry for Sister Anan, having 2 such childish people in the family. Suan, on the other hand, was completely carefree, completely unconcerned about Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan arguing again. As long as she could sense the doll's physical and mental well-being, she didn't take these trivial matters to heart. Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan were of similar mental age and lively personalities, so a quarrel wasn't a big deal. Suan's mind was elsewhere at the moment. Just now, the loot from the previous wave of monsters had been cleared. The next wave of monsters hadn't arrived yet. Suan told everyone to rest for a while. If no monsters appeared for a while, they would go home and end their platform adventure for the day. Suan kept an eye on the time, knowing they had been fighting for quite a while, even using their heat packs to their third, so it was almost time to go back and rest. She stayed, partly because she couldn't bear to lose the remaining time on her heat packs and platform tickets. Partly because Huan Huan's skills were truly impressive, they had increased their endurance. After over 2 hours of fighting, they weren't noticeably tired and could still fight again. It was still a 4-star platform, but this time it was much easier than last time. Suan was now considering finding a high-level monster and leveling up before continuing. On the snowy grassland, beneath the warm sun and falling snow, the background music was the bickering between Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan. Suan opened the screen to check the information. Chapter 193. Suan looked at her level experience points, feeling a little anxious and eager to find elite monsters. She was almost at level 4 now. Level 3, 988271-1000000, Heroine. Level 1 10,000, Level 2 100,000, Level 3 100,000. Other players, Dolls Level 1 1000, Level 2 100,000, Level 3 100,000. Suan had grown accustomed to her enormous experience point needs and didn't notice much. Although she leveled up slower than others, she had so many dolls to increase her combat power. Loss and gain, perhaps a kind of luck. Suan looked through the dolls again. Huan Huan, being the lowest level, had just reached level 4, the same level as Little Pumpkin. This made her incredibly proud, and she started to show off and provoke Little Pumpkin. Little did he know that Little Pumpkin was also about to advance, but this level 4 wasn't the same as the previous one. Little Pumpkin needed about the same experience points to level up as himself, just over 10,000 experience points short of reaching level 5. Just one more wave of monsters to defeat. As for Little Bear's experience bar, let's not consider it. Since Little Bear is the main force in battle, he absorbs the most experience, but reaching level 6 requires far too much experience. Its current experience points are just a drop in the bucket. Level 5. 289212/10-000-000. Although their leveling was fast this time, it was all accumulated step by step, through fighting monsters. From Su-En's observations, generally speaking, the experience points dropped by ordinary monsters are as follows. Level 4 monsters drop a few thousand experience points, Level 3 monsters drop a few hundred, Level 2 monsters drop a few hundred, and Level 1 monsters drop a few dozen. It seemed as if all the Level 2 to 4 monsters had been killed, and there was no way to deal with them. Perhaps, finding an elite king monster would be a good way to advance. It was a good opportunity to take advantage of this time, when their overall strength was strong, and they could get revenge. By the way, where had those level 5, 6, and 7 elite king monsters they saw last time gone? They had been killing for over 2 hours, and hadn't seen a single elite monster. Before, they didn't want to encounter a whole bunch, and now they wanted to encounter one, and they didn't see one. It was really weird. Could it be that the system was afraid they would level up, and had hidden all the high-level monsters? Suddenly, Su-En heard a noise in the distance. It interrupted her thoughts. Su-Anjan stood up, and looked in the direction of the sound. At the end of the road, an explosion roared, and a huge orange-red mushroom cloud broke through the sky and earth. As she saw the mushroom cloud, Su-En also felt the vibrations from the explosion. The road beneath her feet shook, and the pumpkin carriage trembled with it, shaking her whole body. The explosion was very far away from them, and the shockwave wasn't strong when it arrived, just a tiny bit, completely blocked by the ice pumpkin's protective shield. When the explosion sounded, Little Pumpkin and Huan Wan's quarreling abruptly stopped, and they both turned their heads to pay attention to the direction of the explosion. Sumo's ears perked up and trembled, and the hair on his entire bear stood up. Swish, it instantly transformed into a 20-meter-tall giant bear, standing beside Su-En in a protective posture. Sister Anan, there's a strong fighting situation over there. It seems a fierce battle is taking place, the giant bear said. The giant bear's oversized ears twitched. Something's coming, Su-En shouted, prepare for battle. Soon, Su-En saw a dot appear on the road, turning from black to orange. It grew larger and clearer. It was a large, fat orange cat, 5 or 6 meters wide and 10 meters long, like a large truck. It leaped and ran on all 4 legs, incredibly fast. As it drew closer, Su-En spotted a human crouching on top of the orange cat. A girl wearing soft armor and a high ponytail. It was a player. Su-En, with a thought, pulled the little pumpkin over. Click. A pumpkin mask appeared on Su-En's face. With telekinesis, the surroundings moved without wind. Su-En's hood rose, covering her bun hair, and her long sleeves rolled up to cover her wrists, obscuring any exposed skin. Guqin shifted from being held in her arms to standing on the ground, Su-En ready to attack at any moment. The player riding the fat orange cat drew closer. Su-En also noticed a group of bizarre monsters following behind her, chasing her and closing in. There seemed to be 30 or 40 of them, each one imbued with a powerful aura, the weakest at level 5. Sharp-eyed Su-En instantly spotted the main force that had besieged her last time. For level 6 elite monster Super Crazy Red-Eyed Sheep and Crazy Bull, a level 7 elite monster Crazy Red-Eyed Bull, and the Lone King monster, level 7 Super Cow, were all behind this player. They were enormous, 10 times larger than an ordinary monster, making them stand out from the crowd. Had this player disturbed the elite monster's lair? Su-En was unaware of this unfortunate player, who had just entered the platform and landed right next to a level 7 Super Cow. The player was only a few hundred meters away from Su-En, but the monsters were quickly catching up. Su-En saw the fastest LV7 Crazy Red-Eyed Bull bellow, and attacked the player with its skill. Be careful. She heard the player warn her, and then the player and the orange cat shrank, dodging the LV7 Crazy Red-Eyed Bull's charge. The LV7 Crazy Red-Eyed Bull couldn't stop its skill, and attacked Su-En and her group. The other monsters chased the orange cat player and attacked. Little Pumpkin's eyes nearly turned red at the sight of the LV7 Crazy Red-Eyed Bull. Enemy resentment grows stronger when they meet. Last time, it was this cunning, savage giant who had shattered her protective shield and punctured her car. Disguised as a mask, it nearly stumbled. Little Pumpkin, deeply connected to its master, transmitted its indignation to Su-En, transmitting its boiling spiritual energy through him. Su-En felt the spiritual energy coursing through him. The zither began to play, and spiritual energy flowed into the zither, carrying Little Pumpkin's emotions, transforming into light waves that charged at the bull. Enhanced by Little Pumpkin's emotions, the music took on a new flavor, transforming group attacks into single attacks, dramatically increasing its lethality. At that moment, the wind seemed even more ferocious. Ding dong, congratulations on creating a new piece, rhythm of music, the puppet man's indignation. The light waves danced, mixing with spiritual energy and transforming the musical attack into a concentrated one, nearly 100 times more powerful. The bull was soon crippled and sliding to its knees, wounded, just a few dozen meters from the pumpkin cart. The mad red-eyed bull became a mad, kneeling red-eyed bull. Su-En's light wave interrupted its charge, crippling the elite monster's abilities. It howled wildly, then knelt on the ground with its upper body raised high. It stared fiercely at Su-En and his group, its horns glowing and emitting a wave of light. Little Pumpkin excitedly unleashed a new move. Chapter 194. Su-En thought, using Little Pumpkin's ability. Instantly, a triangle appeared in front of the pumpkin carriage's snow-covered protective shield, perfectly positioned to receive the attack. This was Little Pumpkin's new skill after upgrading. Skill 6. Little Pumpkin possesses an unbreakable energy shield. Attack is the best defense, but Little Pumpkin isn't good at it. Her cannon hasn't been successful yet, so a shield that absorbs attacks and charges energy has appeared. Consumes spiritual energy and instantly activates, within a 10-meter radius centered on the pumpkin carriage. Summoning a triangular defensive shield, it receives attacks, converting them into spiritual energy to replenish the pumpkin carriage. It won't speak, as the energy concerns surrounding the edible Huan deeply trouble it. The monster was clearly stunned, desperately using its skills, continuously attacking with beams of light. Thinking that she could break the magic shield with just her strength, Little Pumpkin didn't realize it was actually Little Pumpkin's charging cable. After consuming this wave of energy, Su-En could sense Little Pumpkin's mood relaxing, his entire body becoming languid. It seemed overfed. Not far away, the bull had completely lost its strength. In just a few minutes, the once energetic bull had become limp and weak. Ah! Just then, the bear appeared. It roared loudly and slapped the bull. It was time to kill it while it was weak. The 5 or 6 meter tall bull had no time to dodge. The bear bent down, its claws tearing and lashing out mercilessly. Blood splattered everywhere. Crazy red-eyed bull abilities were interrupted, its legs broken, and it could no longer charge. Its beam attacks were absorbed by its energy shield, leaving it without mana. Despite cultivating both physical and magical skills, its only defense was its sturdy skin and flesh. Faced with terrifying bear power, the massive bear, with a force of 1,100,000 kilograms, ravaged the beast relentlessly. The cowhide, of which it was so proud, was incredibly fragile. It was quickly shredded. A pile of items clattered out. Glittering balls of light scattered across its body. Ding dong, congratulations to player Sunshine Bear and his plushie for killing the level 7 elite monster Crazy Red-Eyed Bull, gaining 1,913,131 experience points. Kill drops: 7 gold coins, 8 silver coins, 2 free 30-minute electricity cards, Crazy Bull Horn, Premium Cowhide Coat, Premium Cowhide Boots, Ox Bone Whistle. With a wave of his hand, the bear stuffed all the loot, including the monster carcass, into his space. Shall Mo continue, eliminate the monsters. From afar, a cold female voice reached the bear's mind, penetrating directly into his ears. The bear turned to see its master and Little Pumpkin, combined, already attacking the level 7 king monster, the super cow, supporting Huan and the player who were holding the monster. The bear immediately charged forward, shredding the level 5 and 6 monsters at the edge of the group. As a formidable pure attack creature, Su-Mo's combat prowess, with a level 5 attack attribute of 50, should not be underestimated. Ordinary monsters of the same level wouldn't survive a single encounter with it. Even level 6 monsters would be crushed and ripped apart by a few of its attacks. The snowy ground was layered with ice, snow, and flesh. Jomuji, riding a ginger cat, nimbly moved among the monsters, attracting their aggro while dodging their attacks. Huan had appeared beside the ginger cat at some point, leaping, climbing, and flying in unison. Yes, sister, you did the right thing. My master will be here soon to help you, and will save you as you wish. Just keep attracting the monsters and holding their aggro. With the healing I give you, you'd definitely be fine. Don't sleep. You can hold on, right? Just hold on a little longer. It's okay. My master is very strong and will definitely save you. Seeing the player, looking like she was about to die and spitting out another mouthful of blood, Huan briefly healed her. However, she was very stingy with her healing skills, mostly using verbal communication, only using her limited energy for healing when absolutely necessary. Just to keep this strange woman alive, to keep her alive, so she could help her master lure the monsters. Huan's rhythm was perfect. She only needed to wait for her master to finish off the monsters before sending this sister to the afterlife. Would the big orange cat beneath her then be her master's? Wan thought with a hint of malice. Wan never hesitated to show her malice. After all, she was originally a ghost, and kindness had nothing to do with it. She was a playful ghost, a spiritual being with a penchant for negative, tragic things. At this moment, she had already planned how to use this sister, then sing a dirge for her, shedding a few tears to fulfill her artistic potential. The orange cats, struggling to survive on the platform, daily encountered monsters and otherworldly creatures. The orange cat had long known the meaning of a liar's tale. She understood the ghost in front of her, who was trying to fool her with a look of deceit. But there was no other way. The player, whether friend or foe, was blocking her way out. If she wanted to survive, she had no choice but to show her goodwill. She thought she could delay the monsters by showing her goodwill, waiting for the player to see that they were not formidable and escape, so she could also escape. Unexpectedly, this delay would lead to the ghost's targeting. The ghost followed her, making the weakened orange cat feel like a captive, dragging her severely injured body to lure monsters. The ghost's words were sweet and pleasant, but a calculating expression was evident on its face. Her childlike appearance, her eyes filled with malice, yet innocent yet cruel. But wasn't she also relying on this ghost to keep her alive? The orange cat could sense the ghost's exceptional healing abilities, which were particularly effective on her battered body, which had developed a resistance from excessive medication. Her previously overdrawn foundation showed signs of recovery from the ghost's sporadic healing. She piloted the orange cat and the ghost, leaping together. They competed with each other in acting. Colorful waves of light. The bears roar. The monsters roar. The subtle sounds of skills activated. The Guccine's rhythmic melody, carrying a powerful emotion of revenge, combined these feelings into a musical extravaganza. On this icy battlefield, the misty sky and blood-stained snowflakes intensified the orange cat's intense desire to survive. Monsters dwindled, and the ghost's healing slowed. Joe Muji's vision began to blur, and he relied entirely on his passive skill, instinctively controlling the orange cat's leaps to dash across the battlefield. It was almost time. The orange cat knew she had to make a decision now. Use her last remaining strength to escape, or offer a friendly gesture and call for help. Her cat sense could sense the resentment behind the ghost, its ill intentions, its lies and deceptive lies. She could sense the bear's coldness and xenophobia. But she could also sense the player's comfortable aura, which was the key to her initial friendly gesture. This player meant no harm. Once, this was the orange cat's instinct for finding teammates. This judgment was almost always correct. Her teammates were all sisters who shared life and death, people she could trust. Except for that one car accident, she had been unlucky enough to be tricked into leaving the platform, but the person who tricked her at the time didn't even know he was deceiving her. Perhaps, she could take another gamble. She estimated her level, stamina, and physical condition. Joe Muji leaped high as the king monster fell, releasing a pile of items. She deactivated the vehicle's driving mode, and the orange cat vehicle beneath her became part of her body. She collapsed in front of the protective shield of the ice pumpkin. She clutched a shiny ochre stone in her hand, posing as if she were offering it, and addressed the player floating in front of the pumpkin cart, "Please save me." Only when she saw the light screen acknowledge her request did she feel relieved and transform into a small orange cat. The orange cat was shriveled, but its sagging flesh revealed that it had once been quite plump, and had only recently become so emaciated. It was covered in wounds, looking utterly miserable, its fur dry and withered. It lay on the icy ground, shivering from the cold. Its brass-like eyes were a bit vacant. It meowed softly, its will to survive strong, pitiful. Where are the big fat cat and the strange sister? Where are they? Wan flew over and circled the little orange cat, clearly unable to believe that such a large cat and such a person could have become such a shabby little orange cat. She was still searching for a deception, but to no avail. Chapter 195. Only one cat remained. This little kitten, devoid of human consciousness, was a pitiful little orange cat, howling weakly from the pain and cold. Only when it found a warm embrace did its cries fade a little. Suan picked up the orange cat, a player nicknamed Orange Cat Fairy. She couldn't suppress her compassion. Who could refuse a cat, especially one so wounded and sensible that helped lure monsters, paid protection fees, and begged for help? Suan had accepted the player's gift and their request to care for her for a few days while she recovered. Naturally, she had no regrets now, and no intention of killing the cat to silence her. She couldn't be too mean. Wan, give the cat a treat. At Suan's words, Wan subsided, her malicious intent subsiding, an awkward smile playing. However, she acted quickly, and with one treat, the cat's dazed eyes brightened considerably. All the exposed wounds on its body healed. Meow. It let out a short, sharp meow. It seemed much more energetic. The cat's golden fur didn't dry out in the sun. Xiaomo, Qiming, pack up the spoils. We're going home right away. After finishing her arrangements, Suan carefully carried the cat back to the warm pumpkin carriage. Looking at the listless cat again, she took out a scrap of fabric she used to make a doll, rubbed it against the cat's fur, and used her mental healing spell to calm it down. The screen in front of Suan displayed a long list of messages. These were all the results of the battle she hadn't had time to read. Ding dong, congratulations to Sunshine Bear and his doll for killing 12 level 5 crazy red-eyed sheep, 7 level 6 crazy red-eyed sheep, 3 elite monsters level 6 crazy bull, and 1 king monster level 7 superb cow, earning 7,233,130 experience points. Kill drops: 22 gold coins, 3 silver coins, 297 bronze coins, 7 free electricity cards, 60 minutes, 6 free gas cards, 10 minutes, 20 free water cards, 1 hour, smart horn comb, superb cowhide coat, 10L superb milk. Player Sunshine Bear and Orange Cat Fairy killed all monsters on this platform together. Player Sunshine Bear kill contribution rate reached 95.2%, earning him the titles Monster Grinder and Cattle and Sheep Butcher. Click to view title details. Title effects take effect after wearing it. Player Orange Cat Fairy, with an assist contribution rate of 65.5%, earns the title Monster Snatching Cat. Click to view title details. Title effects take effect after wearing it. Player Sunshine Bear kills the platform's core monster, Superb Cow. The Lost Royal Ranch platform is closed. Players are requested to leave within 10 minutes. The reopening time is yet to be determined. Thank you. I don't want to talk anymore. Everyone, please get out of here. Player Orange Cat Fairy uses a temporary item card to request a temporary team formation with Player Sunshine Bear. Player Orange Cat Fairy presents Player Sunshine Bear with a rare item Spirit Level Advancement Stone, Earth, requesting to become their temporary host and take care of them while they enter Beast Mode. Player Orange Cat Fairy displays the personal information panel. Player Orange Cat Fairy. Area 20,312, 99764/100000. Level LV4. Attribute status: severely injured. Talent ability: I am an orange cat, S-rank talent. From today on, you are an orange cat, possessing an orange cat's good appetite, a good physique, sharp eyes, sharp claws, agility, and tenacious vitality. Your initial three-dimensional attributes are twice that of a human. Talent skill 1, Unbeatable Cat. Passive: when near death, you will transform into a cat and move. Your human consciousness will fall dormant, and you will survive as a cat until the player recovers, at which point your human consciousness can be awakened. Talent skill 2, Cat Perception. Passive. Suan directly carried the player's transformed kitten into the pumpkin carriage with confidence, which was related to the information panel that the player had proactively displayed. Facing a small wild cat without human thoughts, Su Anshin couldn't be wary. Just now, she agreed to her request. A new message appeared on the public screen in front of her. Ding dong, Player Sunshine Bear has approved Player Orange Cat Fairy temporary teaming request. You are entering temporary team mode, 3 days. The roads are temporarily merged, 3 days. Ding dong, Player Sunshine Bear has approved Player Orange Cat Fairy hosting request. He has become Player Orange Cat Fairy temporary owner. Player Sunshine Bear now owns a pet, temporarily. The system has opened the pet information interface for you. Pet: Little Orange Fairy Cat, temporary, race, human/orange cat. Age: 19/1 year and 3 months. Physical condition: severely injured, near death, weak, hungry, cold, fever, fractures, soul exhaustion, drug poisoning, mental breakdown, excessive blood loss. Care for serious injuries. Physical recovery: recovering from mental breakdown. Emotional comfort continues through the owner's fragrant blanket. Suan, holding the little orange cat, saw the information on the system panel and couldn't help but smack his lips. What on earth had this player been through? To have so many negative statuses, had he gone through hell and back? If it weren't for this special talent, this cat would be invincible. A normal human with so many negative statuses would never survive. Even with the talent taking effect, in this situation, this player wouldn't be able to survive much longer without treatment. Luckily, he met her. Suan looked at the orange cat's life-saving money in his hand. Spirit Level Advancement Stone, Earth, a precious item for advancement, This upgrade item is essential for creatures advancing from mortal level 10 to spirit level. Containing rich earth-attributed spiritual energy, it can help players break the level shackles that prevent them from upgrading from level 10, mortal level, to level 11, spirit level. Suen collected the advancement stone. Perhaps Little Bear will need it in the near future. The dolls collected their loot and returned to the pumpkin carriage. The pumpkin carriage immediately started moving, leaving the platform and returning to the main road. After leaving the platform, Suen felt at ease, a sense of complete relaxation. She placed the little orange cat on the pumpkin carriage's built-in cushions. The little orange cat received Huan-Wan's treatment, Suen's spiritual healing technique. The pumpkin mask on Suen's face disappeared, transforming into a little pumpkin. Suen felt a warm sensation all over his body. Looking back, he saw that he, Little Pumpkin, and Xiao Mo were all glowing. They had all been upgraded together. Looking back at the system checkout information I just saw, the level 7 Super Cow monster contributed a whopping 6,666,666 experience points, not only allowing Suen to level up, but also filling most of her level 4 experience bar. No wonder boss fights are so important in games, be it experience or items. Defeating a boss can really boost your wealth instantly. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear has been detected leaving combat mode. Experience points are full, and leveling up has begun. Level 3 upgrades to level 4. Experience points cleared, converting to energy, level up successful. Level 4, 9134532/1000000. Chapter 196. Congratulations, player Sunshine Bear, for reaching level 4 of the ordinary item. Your current level has surpassed 99.2% of players. Your spirit points have reached 84, making you a spiritual rank. You can now search for the item Spiritual Rank Promotion Stone, and choose a spiritual rank promotion path. Click for details. Ding dong, your bear teddy bear Suemo has been upgraded. Upgraded from level 5 to level 6. Ding dong, your pumpkin cart teddy bear Su Nanling has been upgraded. Upgraded from level 4 to level 5. After successfully advancing, everyone was in high spirits. Just then, the black ball remarked its victory music. Ding dong dong, ding dong dong, a cheerful rhythm filled the pumpkin cart. A great victory. Revenge successful, ha ha ha, killed them all, ha ha. From now on, whoever bullies Little Pumpkin will be killed by it. Little Pumpkin happily declared. The gloom from the last dungeon had vanished. Everyone was delighted. Only Huan-Wan kept her mouth shut, looking as if she was about to cry. She was the only one in the family who hadn't leveled up. During battles with high-level monsters, she stayed by the orange cat's side, commanding the heavy labor, not actively attacking. The small amount of experience she gained wasn't enough to level up. She glanced at the corner of the pumpkin carriage's living room. A orange cat, curled up on a mat, lay soundly asleep. Huan-Wan felt a little uneasy. The cat she plotted against, the cat she killed and robbed, seemed to have become her mother's new pet. Oh. Suen happily sorted through the spoils. Little Pumpkin suggested that, since they had nothing else to do this weekend, they could all have hot pot together to celebrate their revenge against the cow-sheep monsters. Little Pumpkin wanted Little Bear to cook the entire cow in his space, the level 7 elite monster, the crazy red-eyed bull. Little Pumpkin's suggestion was well-founded. Because Bear had nothing to do this afternoon and had plenty of time, he could manually disassemble the cow instead of using the disassembly skill. This would save the flesh and blood of the higher-level monsters. As for the other monster carcasses, some could be disassembled and some sold directly. Little Pumpkin continued, immediately igniting the stove and setting up the large pot. Use butter, green onions, chili peppers, and 5 spice powder to make the hot pot base. Add water and salt, then simmer with large beef bones. Little Pumpkin said that this spicy bone broth, simmered until evening, would be the perfect beef bone soup base. Wait until Big Bear is outside, then slice the freshly caught beef thinly with a flower petal dance. Bring it back from the frozen hard, and eat until it's half soft. Dump the slices on your chopsticks, and scoop them out once they change color. The beef slices, dipped in the original broth, are bound to be incredibly spicy, fragrant, and delicious. As Little Pumpkin spoke, everyone present was drooling. Little Pumpkin only briefly described it, but everyone could sense how delicious it was. Suen felt his saliva nearly dripping from his lips. Turning his head, he saw that Bear and Huan-Wan were already drooling. Let's do it, Suen decided. The ginger cat in the corner had woken up at some point. On a wooden plate in front of it sat a packaged chicken drumstick, and in a wooden bowl sat cold boiled water. The plates and bowls were brand new, The same one Sue-in used. The cat gnawed on the chicken leg, making a crunching sound. In a flash, it had devoured even the bone, leaving no trace. After finishing, it meowed and scurried over to Sue-in, circling his legs. It rubbed against Sue-in's leg non-stop. Sue-in pulled a handful of dried meat from his space and handed it to the orange cat, who devoured it with relish. Sue-in was a little worried about the cat's inability to eat salty food, but then he remembered that this was a human, a cat transformed by a player's innate skills. It should be able to eat anything a human could eat. I take it with me to the hot pot tonight. But it's a bit inhumane to let a seriously injured cat eat spicy hot pot. So, I have Little Pumpkin cook a pot of beef for it to nourish it. A few hours ago, the discussion on the regional public screen started, and it hasn't stopped yet. When Sue had opened the public screen to sell something, he laughed out loud. Chapter 197. Area 20313 platform lost. Royal Ranch is permanently closed. It must be temporary. Total time, 2 hours 48 minutes. Players participating in the platform, 16. Players leaving the platform, 7. Summary. I don't want to summarize, but I have to. Work is so annoying. Let's try a different system. I'm particularly unhappy. I don't want to congratulate 2 players for teaming up to kill the platform's core monster, Superb Cow, which led to the temporary closure of the 4-star platform. One of those 2 players is Sunshine Bear, and the other is Orange Cat Fairy. Ah, so annoying. The system is done. I see Matsutake Sashimi Lover, ha ha ha, this is the first time I've seen the system so frustrated. Hilarious. Juan Wenju, I really want to laugh, ha ha ha. Miss Miko is poor, I'm afraid I already laughed, hee hee. Hurry up and let me get some luck. The death rate on the 4-star platform isn't high this time. Luo Yueshi, who doesn't eat green peppers wrapped in meat. Yes, not only is it not high, but they even dismantled the platform. Big Bear and Yuzu are so awesome. Ping Ting, is the little orange cat fairy teaming up with Big Sunshine Bear? They're actually together, Moon Bay, so the platform can be shut down by killing core monsters. I learned something new. 17 wants to lose weight. I'm already looking forward to Big Bear selling monster meat. The last time he came out of this platform, he was selling cheap and delicious beef. Minjingwa, wow, did you notice? The snow has subsided a lot. Is it going to be sunny? Sue-in couldn't help but feel happy looking at everyone's comments. She glanced at the little orange cat rubbing against her leg and meowing coquettishly. Thinking of Juzwa's nickname on the public screen, she felt like laughing again. Sue-in picked up the little orange cat and stroked its dry fur. As an orange cat, its skin was flabby, and its flesh was shriveled, with no pouch at all. How could it possibly resemble an orange seat? Sue-in channeled her spiritual energy into nurturing it, and the little orange cat let out a comfortable meow, purring and rubbing against her arm. Sue-in had taken all the spoils from the monster hunt and collected the cat's life-saving item, the promotion stone. After all, in 3 days, Sue-in was going to let this guy gain weight before leaving. It wasn't because this guy was so adorable and affectionate in his cat form. He was all orange, like an orange catworm, and he was especially good at acting cute. In the evening, Little Pumpkin's plan went smoothly, but the pumpkin carriage proved inconvenient inside, so they moved it outdoors. Now, on the road where the pumpkin carriage was parked, a stove was set up with a large pot on it. Next to the pot was a table made of wooden boxes and planks. The table was filled with plates of meat. Top of the head, brisket, eye of rib, tenderloin, rice roll, ox tongue. Little Pumpkin had a headache plating and explaining the meats in detail. Sue-in couldn't tell the difference. All she knew was, meat, get inside. Sue-in, wrapped in her coat, sat in the snow, warming herself by the fire while enjoying her hot pot, soon feeling completely warm. She toasted with the dolls, drinking Blue Star Cola from a wooden box. The bubbly, sugary sweetness complemented the sizzling hot pot perfectly. The red oil-soaked broth in the large pot bubbled ceaselessly. Chopsticks were used to dip the meat slices into the pot. Within seconds, they were fully cooked. They were delicious just by shoving them into their mouths, even without dipping them in anything. The meat was tender, spicy, and fresh. It was a little bland, but that didn't matter, the spiciness made up for it. The flavor was even more potent if dipped in the seasoned dipping sauce. I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but Sue-in could taste a milky and floral aroma in the meat slices. The bear's petal rain seemed to have a magical culinary purpose. Sue-in sipped her sweet cola. She looked up at the surrounding scenery. In the evening, the snow had subsided, the flakes no longer the size of goose feathers, but only tiny specks. These tiny flakes fell from the sky, blocked by a thin, fluorescent orange shield. The sun was already halfway out, and the afterglow of the setting sun cast a beautiful pink hue on the snow. This revealed the meaning of the phrase powdery beauty. The door of the pumpkin carriage opened, and little Pumpkin came out carrying a bowl of small bok choy, still dripping with water. Sister Anan, eat some vegetables. Through the crack in the door, Suan could see an interesting scene. The petite orange cat was diligently eating from a large bowl of boiled beef. The boiled beef reflected a rainbow of colors, the diffraction effect of the optical cable indicating its absolute freshness. After all, this was fresh, delicious beef, slaughtered at noon and stewed in the afternoon. The food bowl was larger than the cat. The orange cat opened its mouth as wide as it could, as if that would allow it to eat more. It devoured the beef like a small bulldozer, eating half and leaving the other half, mouthful after mouthful. The door closed. Little Pumpkin placed the vegetable bowl on the table next to Suan. Wan held a beef shank bone and gnawed at the meat, her face covered in meat scraps. Suan couldn't help but snap a few photos, capturing this beautiful moment as a souvenir, saving them in his system's photo album. After finishing his meal, Suan took a stroll around the pumpkin cart. Little Bear and Wan weren't full, yet they ate plate after plate of food from the hot pot. Little Pumpkin helped Wan eat. For example, he wiped her face when it was covered in flesh. For example, he helped her pick up more food when her chopsticks weren't moving fast enough. At this moment, the sun had almost set, the flames from the makeshift stove, and the lights hanging outside the pumpkin carriage illuminating the area outside. It was completely dark. Suan sat in a rocking chair, warming himself by the fire, sensing the surroundings. Evil spirits were stirring, appearing and attacking the ice and snow pumpkin shield. -1. -1. Suan had just taken out his guqin, but before he could make a move, Wan screamed, and the evil spirits vanished. They scattered like mice at the sight of a cat. Suan carefully felt around, but couldn't find any trace of the evil spirits. The fast ones had disappeared, and the slow ones had already been shattered. Only a system notification remained, informing them of their death. Your doll, Su Qiming, killed 2 broken evil spirits. The monster died, and you gained free spiritual power, increasing your spiritual value by 1. Suan retracted the guqin into his space. He heard Wan complain. "Tsk, don't disturb me while I'm eating." He shifted his gaze to Wan's face. Wan's expression was fierce. She exuded a terrifying aura. Her face was pale, her eye sockets dark, her black hair flowing in the wind, her mouth full of sharp teeth and her eyes full of malice. She did look a bit terrifying. Noticing her master looking at her, Wan blinked, her eyes instantly becoming unusually gentle. However, no matter how hard she tried to hide it, the anger, resentment, and malice in them could not be concealed. However, with a little disguise, she managed to transform from an evil spirit into a cute little ghost. Suan simply gave the little creature a thumbs up in praise. There was no hint of disdain. It knew Sanbo's nature. As a ghost, it was naturally evil, full of malice. It was downright wicked when it came to monsters and other players. But so what? It never did anything bad to its family, and that was enough. As for monsters and other players, let them be. If they were friendly, she would intervene and not go too far. Suan knew that when she created Wan, she was truly insecure. She desperately wanted her new doll to have a strong spirit, to fill the gap in the bear's spiritual power. Wan was born with her anticipation. So what if she was inherently evil? Evil used in the right place can be good, great good. Suan was very pleased with Wan. Wan burst into a smile at her master's praise. This smile was a bit too smug, her mouth wide open, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, her pretentious image completely gone. Wan, having risen 2 levels, had grown about 10 centimeters taller than when she was born. As she grew, she lost some of her childish aura and became more of a ghost. It looks more and more like the traditional image of a female ghost in white. Chapter 198. This week has been so peaceful, lucky and stable. Li Xiangmeng, holding a straw in her mouth, sorted the mechanical parts in front of her. 128, 129 enough. She had gathered all the mechanical parts for the psychic car. She only needed a few more iron blocks, and she was almost ready to build the car using the blueprints. Li Xiangmeng heard Zhou Xiao talking behind her, saying something about luck and stability. She spat out the straw in her mouth and continued. What's wrong, Xiao? You've been tortured so badly. Isn't peace and stability good? Zhou Xiao stirred the spoon, tasted it, added some salt to the soup, and then removed the small soup pot. He lifted it up, the pot itself, and placed it on the kitchen counter, which served as both the kitchen counter and the dining table for the two of them. Besides the soup, there were 2 pieces of grilled meat, one large and one small. Zhou Zhao's hands never stopped working, his movements quick and decisive. During this time, she'd been cooking every meal herself, and these experiences had greatly improved her culinary skills. Zhou Zhao said, "Stability is good, but it feels like things are going too smoothly. Life is so good, I'm a little anxious." Zhou Zhao continued, "Xiangming, it's time for dinner." As she spoke, she ladled soup for Li Xiangming. Li Xiangming put away all the mechanical parts, stood up, and turned to the dining table. She pulled the bed up so they could sit and eat. "Wow, you made this spicy and sour grass again today." Li Xiangming took a sip from the bowl and commented, "Delicious." Just yesterday, the two of them entered a dangerous 1-star special station and collected a large amount of edible plants called cha-cha grass. The system explained that this was a favorite food of the long-eared tribe. After trying it, the two found it sour and slightly spicy, so they named it spicy and sour grass. Li Xiangming took a sip of her soup before noticing the barbecue on the table. She explained in surprise, "There's still meat." "Wow, Xiao Xiao, what day is it today? We can still eat meat on our day off. Usually on Sundays, we just have to make do with some watery drinks." Zhou Xiao said, "The price of meat has dropped. I bought a little extra, so we can have at least some. A new crop of cattle and sheep monsters has appeared on the market, and you can get meat from them without dissecting them. As long as you're willing to put in the time, you can eat meat from anywhere." Meat production has increased significantly. That must be the monster Sunshine Bear killed and harvested from that ranch. The meat he sold last time was also directly harvestable. It seems some can, and some can't. I really don't know what's going on. Zhou Xiao asked, puzzled. It seems to be system-related. Monsters that spawn in treasure chests can only be disassembled or decomposed after death to obtain meat and materials. If you process them yourself, the system will spawn them. Speaking of this, Li Xiangming still felt a lingering fear. He recalled how he had finally defeated the monster, enduring the nausea and the system's decomposition prompts, bleeding and skinning it himself, hoping to get more meat, only to end up with nothing. Later, he realized it wasn't that he couldn't disassemble it himself, but that the system rules didn't allow it. The highway of survival has its own rules, and every station has its own rules. "Our rule is to survive well," Li Xiangming said. After dinner, Li Xiangming and Zhou Xiao simply tidied themselves, filled the stove, and went to bed early. The bed wasn't big, only 1.2 meters wide, barely enough for 2 people. Thankfully, they both slept well. Before falling asleep, Zhou Xiao hugged Li Xiangming's arm and whispered, "I'm a little uneasy. It feels too peaceful." Li Xiangming patted her bestie's head. "Don't overthink it. Get some rest. If you're still feeling uneasy, then wish me a good dream tonight. No matter what happens, I protect our home. A good night's sleep." The next day, it wasn't the rising sun that woke them, but a violent shaking. The mid-sized RV seemed to be dancing, swaying in the near-terrifying blizzard. Zhou Xiao stared at the tornado in the distance in horror. "What is that?" Suan sipped her lemon tea. She stared at the screen in front of her, not replying. "Why Dahua? Hello, Xiong Dada. I'm Dahua, a former member of the team of the player Orange Cat Fairy. Have you seen Orange Boss? I can't get in touch with her." "What's the reply?" She said her Orange Boss was staying with her as a temporary pet to recover from his injuries. "Forget it. Pretend you didn't see it. Less is more." Meow. The little orange cat was in Suan's arms, acting coquettishly. Over the past night, it had gained quite a bit of weight, even its belly had grown. Last night before bed, Little Pumpkin gave it a bath and changed its bed, and Huan used her healing skills again. Now its body was sleek and smooth, its fur gleaming, and it was on the verge of achieving the peak health of garlic hair. Suan turned off the screen, pretending he hadn't seen the strange message. He petted the docile orange cat in his arms a few times. It felt soft and wonderful. Elsewhere, Little Pumpkin and Huan stared at the orange cat in Suan's arms. Little Pumpkin was fine, juggling breakfast, and only glancing over occasionally. Huan's eyes were unkind. If those eyes could kill a cat, it would be dead by now. But the cat seemed to notice Huan's gaze, meowing sweetly and giving her a flattering look. Huan's sharp eyes softened instantly. A moment later, Little Pumpkin brought a large bowl of beef noodles. Because their owner had advised against salty food for cats, both the noodles and the beef were boiled in plain water. The heavy bowl of beef noodles was enormous, almost as much as a bear's appetite. Having been in charge of feeding the cat yesterday, and facing a cat that could never seem to get full, Little Pumpkin had gotten to know the orange cat's appetite. Like a bear, it was a voracious eater. This heavy meal. Little Pumpkin seemed to be struggling to keep the beef noodles floating in front of the orange cat. "Little orange sister, it's time to eat," Little Pumpkin called. The orange cat meowed, its eyes following the beef, its tail lifted happily, the tip pointing upwards, a look of leisurely contentment. Sue-Ann released her grip, and the orange cat leaped from his arms, landing on the soft cushions on the wooden floor without making a sound. The orange cat meowed flatteringly at Little Pumpkin. It wagged its tail excitedly. Although the orange cat lacked human consciousness, it wasn't the tenacious wild cat this player had assumed. In her orange cat form, she was very affectionate, with a high emotional intelligence and animal instincts. She quickly distinguished the kings and queens in the house, and courted them accordingly. She wasn't annoying at all. Even Juan, who was the most rude to the orange cat, would only glare at it a few times and couldn't say much. At most, she'd say, "That damn cat, that voice is really good. Humph, barely cuter than me." Little Pumpkin placed the cat food in a corner of the living room and called the orange cat to breakfast. Then Little Pumpkin placed everyone's breakfast, the beef noodles, in bowls on the table. I boiled and rinsed some instant noodles from the convenience store, then paired them with a small pumpkin and a meat sauce made from yesterday's leftover beef. It was a simple yet delicious breakfast. Except for Swan, who had a palm-sized bowl of noodles, everyone else had noodles by the basin. Just as we were about to eat, the pumpkin cart began to shake slightly. The wind was picking up. Chapter 199. Sue-Ann glanced outside and saw only darkness, with very low visibility. Since she had gotten up early today, it might not have been daylight yet, but it had been so long, and Sue-Ann felt a flicker of unease. She walked to the window of the pumpkin carriage and opened it slightly, letting the wind whistle and rustle through it. The wind was raging outside. Sue-Ann quickly closed the window, and the wind stopped abruptly. All was quiet. "Master, the wind was strong just now, causing the pumpkin carriage to shake slightly." Little Pumpkin commented on the situation outside. "Don't worry, the pumpkin carriage is very sturdy, and the wind can't do anything to us." Sue-Ann looked at the sky, recalled the wind's speed, and made a judgment. "It looks like another snowstorm is coming." Sue-Ann sat back at the coffee table and continued eating. Only when they saw their master return did the bear and Juan pick up their chopsticks and begin to eat. The bear only had food in mind, and couldn't think much else. As for Juan, she was in a similar state to Xiong. Juan didn't understand the blizzard. She only cared about how delicious it was. Really delicious. Home-cooked food was delicious. During the meal, the pumpkin carriage shook a few times, but it was harmless. Not even the food on the coffee table moved a bit. Sue-Ann put down his chopsticks and called out to Blackball. "Blackball, please report the current situation." Blackball in the living room quickly responded. "I'm here, dear master. This is Blackball, the smart speaker and navigation system. The current time is 7:32 a.m. on Monday, the second week of the second month of the game's public beta test. Happy breakfast, master, the little masters, and the newest member of the family, the little orange cat. The current weather is experiencing a severe snowstorm, with record-breaking snowfall. This storm is likely to last for several days, with record low visibility. A typhoon may develop at the center of the storm. Take precautions. The current indoor temperature is 25 degrees Celsius, while the outdoor temperature is minus 51 degrees Celsius. The temperature is expected to drop by 10 degrees Celsius to 30 degrees Celsius by tonight, creating an extremely cold living environment. Our vehicle, Lord Pumpkin, has been tested and is a spirit-level treasure vehicle equipped with a high-level ice and snow shield, sufficient to protect against the recent snowstorm. Blackball recommends. Store items properly to avoid damage from falling during the shaking. This is especially true for me. Lord Pumpkin, keep the fire burning for the next few days. Keep the stove burning and fuel sufficient. If necessary, you can use the unlimited electricity card to supplement heating with electricity to maintain the indoor temperature in the severe cold." Sue-Ann was in no mood to continue eating. She quickly finished the remaining noodles in her bowl. She also declined Little Pumpkin's offer of another bowl. Sue-Ann finished her breakfast. She opened the light screen to check on the other players, then checked each floor from the ground floor up, collecting any small items she found. At the same time, she searched the space for any auxiliary items that could help keep warm. Xiaomo and Juan saw this and sped up their meals. Even the little orange cat sensed the situation and ate noticeably faster, fearing that if they were full, their food would be taken away. The wind outside was getting stronger, and the pumpkin carriage swayed occasionally, but it wasn't serious. Little Pumpkin followed behind his master with a stern face. Master, don't worry. This little wind and snow won't faze the pumpkin carriage. It's okay. I just wanted to do something to make me feel more at ease. Suen closed the door to the second-floor bathroom. He put the quilts and pillows in the second-floor bedroom closet, leaving only the mattress and quilt on the bed. Suen put away all the parts on the third-floor work table to prevent them from bumping and cluttering the room. With Little Pumpkin's help, everything went quickly. Suen was just hesitating whether to put away the movable tables and chairs on the third floor of the pumpkin carriage. What if the thing moved in the wind and snow? Master, don't worry. Little Pumpkin said with a wave of his hand. He said bluntly, these are all mine. As soon as he finished speaking, the tables and chairs were as connected to Little Pumpkin's floor, unable to move. Suen gave Little Pumpkin a thumbs up. You still have a solution. Suen stood in the sunroom on the third floor for a long moment, gazing at the sky. It was gloomy, as if it were about to break apart. A boundless wind whipped up a blizzard, bringing down a heavy snowstorm. In the distance, a tornado with snowflakes dancing on its surface could even be seen. Severe weather was about to strike. Before the blizzard, she felt an eerie calm in the pumpkin carriage. It was a little after 8 o'clock. The wind and snow were getting stronger. Suen's worries proved overblown. No matter how strong the wind and snow outside, it didn't affect the pumpkin carriage at all. The pumpkin carriage was soundproofed. No sound could be heard unless one was close to the glass. If it weren't for the awful view outside through the window, it would have seemed as if nothing had happened. Because of the raging blizzard and the darkness outside, the pumpkin carriage had its lights on. The living room light was Little Pumpkin's favorite cloud lamp, its scattered orange light filling the whole body with warmth. Suen leaned back on the sofa, wrapped in a patchwork blanket, feeling a little too comfortable, completely different from the bumpy ride she anticipated. At that moment, the pumpkin carriage was incredibly cozy and beautiful. It felt a bit disconnected from the situation she saw on her public screen. Suen glanced around. Little Bear was sprawled everywhere, now sprawled on the carpet, his hands covering his belly button, snoring soundly in a deep, sweet sleep. Wan, who had helped Little Pumpkin wash and put away the wooden bowls, was mopping the floor with several rags controlled by telekinesis. After wiping every piece of wooden floorboards to a gleaming shine, Little Pumpkin ordered him to light the stove. She was practically being driven around by Little Pumpkin's orders. And what was Little Pumpkin doing? He had made a homemade comb and was combing the orange cat's fur. The comb wasn't smooth, but the cat was no ordinary cat. The orange cat was quite capable, meowing comfortably in Little Pumpkin's arms. It felt like enjoying a luxurious, top-notch massage. Little Pumpkin was patient. The cat hair from the comb rolled into balls in its hands, piling up more and more. It muttered about gathering the cat hair to make a blanket for the orange cat. The stove was burning hot, and the temperature on the first floor was comfortable. It hadn't dropped much, and the wind and snow outside had no effect on it. Suen, having eaten his fill, felt a little sleepy. On the public screen, a catastrophic tragedy unfolded, with cries for help, despair, and death spreading across the screen. Every minute, the number of players in the zone dropped, and more players died, proving the torment of the harsh environment. Dream Shadow Flower. Damn, it's so cold. The stove won't warm me up, and the car is leaking everywhere. Giorgio, the fuel doesn't seem to last much longer. Please buy more. Crayungu, my vehicle and I were swept up into the sky by a blizzard. When we came down, our low-level protective shield shattered. I'm injured. Please save me. I need medicine. Cloud, my car was hit by a typhoon and flipped over. I need some iron or mechanical parts. Suen looked at the light screen, then at the comfortable and warm interior of the pumpkin car, feeling uneasy. Is this the difference in strength? Chapter 200. A good car, ample fuel, and food can make a world of difference in living conditions. Of course, there were players like her on the public screen who were unaffected, but they were extremely few, and faced with this situation, they expressed a mix of helplessness, offering advice, and mockery. Explorer, although I'm fine, I'm really worried about you all. Everyone, upgrade your vehicles as soon as possible. Towards the dream, typhoons aren't scary. Shields can protect your vehicles. Everyone, make sure to upgrade to higher level shields. Don't use low-level ones. Get at least a mid-level one. Cross Alliance Welding Slag. What are you yelling about? We have so many items in the Cross Alliance. Why aren't you buying them? If you think they're too expensive, just bear with it. Is begging for mercy any use? If you're weak, you suffer the consequences, so just accept your previous laziness. Soon, it was 9 o'clock. The usual ding-dong system notification sound, coupled with the announcement of the treasure chest refresh time, was different again today. System, ding-dong, congratulations to all players for reaching the ice and snow plateau. The ice and snow plateau is experiencing a storm, with complex terrain and weather conditions. Please acclimate to the new week and complete your journey through the ice and snow plateau as soon as possible. Players can view their remaining mileage by clicking on the main quest. System time, 9 a.m., treasure chest refresh time has begun. Tip: ice treasure chests in blizzard weather are a great helper for progress. Missing them will make survival very difficult. Suen clicked on the personal quest module and saw that the information had been updated. Player Sunshine Bear. Level 1, Snow Plateau, time limit, 3 months. After 3 months, the bottom 20% of players in mileage ranking will be eliminated weekly, and their system bindings will be recycled. Current time, January 2nd week. Total surviving player completion rate, 31%. Individual player completion rate, 36%. You are ahead of 92% of players. Mileage progress, 10,961 kilometers per 120,000 kilometers. Level mission completion progress, level 4/level 4, completed. Level pass application, 1/1, completed. This cards only have a certain chance of dropping after the death of a king monster. This card can be used after completing all quests. Use it to apply for a level test. Pass the test to advance to the second level. Prosperity mission, 132,000/10,000, completed. Prosperity is calculated based on a comprehensive score of the player's team, individual player skills, vehicles, food, fuel, equipment, game currency, pets, and titles. Suen felt a little more anxious after watching the entire process, but fortunately, aside from the mileage, she had mostly completed the main quests. As for mileage, it wasn't a big deal. The little pumpkin, having advanced from level 3 to level 5, had fully integrated with silver and white, surpassing silver and white in speed, reaching a maximum of 300 kilometers per hour. It had mastered all 3 modes of travel: water, land, and air. This speed was comparable to the high-speed trains of the Blue Planet era. Seeing the quest's request for a clearance card, Suen flipped through it and found the item among the drops from the extraordinary cow yesterday. This card was made of the same material as the infinite power and water cards. There was nothing else printed on it, just a snowflake icon, and the system didn't explain what it was. Looking at the fine material, the rich spiritual aura, and the fact that it was dropped by a king monster, she felt it would be useful in the future, so she placed it in the gold treasure chest. So that's what it was used for. Suen was glad she didn't have a habit of throwing things away. Looking at the card, Suen recalled yesterday's raid on the Lost Royal Ranch Station, the massive loot she had obtained, and the energy she had put into sorting it. Sorting out the loot took Suen and the dolls an entire afternoon and evening. She kept high-end items, like the crazy bullhorn and the bone whistle, ready for future battles. She kept the premium cowhide coat for herself, giving her an extra change of clothes along with her previous coat. She gave Xiaomo the extraordinary cowhide coat, a large cloak, to get him more clothes to wear. She gave the clever horn comb to Little Pumpkin to use for hair and refreshment. She gave the premium cowhide boots to Wan, who always went barefoot. Wan loved the beautiful little boots so much that she even refused to wear them last night. Little Pumpkin scolded her until she finally put them on. The other basic supplies were sorted into categories, compressed using the card compressor, and stored in the space. Suen obtained 2 titles yesterday. Monster Meat Grinder. You are a monster meat grinder, a terrifying aura. When wearing this title, the player's physical attack increases by 20% and their mental attack by 40%. Cow and Sheep Butcher. This title, composed of the blood and energy of cow and sheep monsters, increases deterrence by 1000% and has a certain chance of causing cow and sheep monsters to experience a timid and frozen reaction, increasing the player's physical attack by 100%. Increases mental attack by 200%. The system indicates that players can only wear 1 title before reaching level 5, and wearing a title consumes a small amount of mental energy to maintain it. She currently has none. As Suen checked the light screen, the pumpkin cart automatically moved forward. Little Pumpkin multitasked, combing the cat's fur while controlling the pumpkin cart. As the pumpkin cart moved, the black ball automatically broadcast the current situation. Ding dang dang. Go straight for 2.3 kilometers, and turn right to enter the unnamed tunnel on the snowy plateau. Go straight for 8 kilometers in the tunnel, cross the unnamed snow mountain, and turn left onto the unnamed highway. You can drive in the left lane. There's an ice chest on the left side of the tunnel exit. Master Suimo, please dress warmly. The current outdoor temperature is minus 54 degrees Celsius, and there's a severe snowstorm. We recommend wearing a superb cowhide jacket for cold weather protection. As the pumpkin cart moved forward, the sleeping little bear woke up, stood up, and stretched on the spot, preparing to go out to retrieve the chest and fight monsters. Suen thought for a moment, and immediately called out to Xiaomo. Xiaomo, you take a break today. We won't fight monsters in this bad weather. We don't need those experience points and meat. Let's focus on our journey. The bear was stunned. Suddenly out of work, he felt a little lost. Little Pumpkin. I'm here, master. Little Pumpkin dropped the cat in his arms and floated up, covered in a coat of cat fur. The orange cat stopped purring, meowed, and leaped to the floor, looking up at Suen. The drifting cat fur caused the teddy bear to sneeze several times. You have to work harder today. Travel as fast as you can while ensuring safety. We still have about 7 weeks left, and the mileage needs to be 110,000 kilometers. Suen displayed the numbers on the public screen for Little Pumpkin to see. Little Pumpkin glanced at the screen, then down at his hands, his 10 fingers, paused for a few seconds, and then said, "Got it, master. I understand. I run as fast as I can." Then, seeing Huan Huan, who looked eagerly at her assignment, Suen spoke. Chapter 201. Huan Huan, wait for Little Pumpkin to stop. Use your telekinesis to get the box directly from the window. Great. After assigning tasks to everyone, the orange cat looked up at Suen and meowed along. It seemed to be looking forward to the assignment just like Huan Huan. Suen squatted down and rubbed the orange cat's head. It rubbed against Suen's hand, making purring sounds. Suen said softly, "Little Pumpkin, now just eat more, get more sleep, and heal your wounds. I hope you'll be able to survive when you leave the night after tomorrow, and that you survive to the end, so that we can meet again one day." Suen didn't say the rest, it was just her hope for the orange cat. Suen looked out the window. The blizzard was raging. Because the ice and snow pumpkin shield blocked the snow, visibility was limited to about 3 meters ahead. The pumpkin cart had high wheels and moved smoothly, quickly reaching the direction indicated by the navigation system. The road ahead curved, and the pumpkin carriage gently turned, floating around it. The road narrowed until a towering snow-capped mountain appeared before them. The pumpkin carriage entered a tunnel. The tunnel wasn't scorching, but it was pitch black. You couldn't see your hand in front of you. The pumpkin carriage's front lights had already been turned on, high beams, illuminating the rocky tunnel walls. The road had become more complex, but it also seemed like a glimmer of hope. Suen pondered the potential for change. The more varied weather and road conditions seemed to present both danger and opportunity. Suen sent his first message of the day on the public chat screen. "Sunshine Bear, just now, the road ahead curved. We're now in a tunnel. Everyone, please be careful." At the same time, 2 messages appeared below her post, both from familiar players. Explorer, reminder, everyone, be careful driving. Visibility is low during a snowstorm. Driving recklessly will cost you your wallet. Also, don't ask me how I know. I just bought a new advanced protective shield. I want to cry. Image. The photo shows a large RV that ran off the road and overturned. The RV wasn't badly damaged. It was just that the advanced protective shield surrounding it had a defense value of only 2823/10,000. Based on the high price of 2 gold for an advanced protective shield in the system mall, this man lost 1 gold and 6 silver coins, which translates to 14,354 copper coins. Suen is good at math. He calculated his losses at a glance. A familiar player also sent the message along with the explorer. "Morning Jasmine Tea, I just finished exploring a tunnel. Aside from being a little dark, there's no danger here. If your vehicle isn't strong enough to withstand the blizzard, you can take shelter in the tunnel or purchase materials to upgrade your vehicle and purchase protective shields. User 50524494. So touching. Big Bear is so kind. He proactively sent messages to help everyone and alerted everyone as soon as he noticed something was wrong. He's truly Big Bear. Little Soft Candy. Wow, thank you Sister T for your advice. I hadn't planned to leave and was staying put, but I'm planning to leave now. Finding a tunnel to hide in while I wait out the storm is a good idea. L4178. I'm so lucky to have avoided disaster. The blizzard was so strong, and my protective shield was so weak. I almost got blown away while driving. I didn't dare move, and then I saw the advice from the experts. I'm so lucky. Yay Linshin. Did anyone notice that main quest? If I don't reach the next level within 3 months, I only have 3 months left to live. Gun, no, after 3 months, the last 20% of players will be eliminated each week. This means if you survive well, you can still live a long time. After all, it's the elimination percentage, not the number of people killed directly. Zebedee, it's a bit despairing to think about it. Goodbye, it's nothing. If I can't hold on any longer, I just open the car door and head out into the snow. I'd be dead before I know it. Mo from Shijing City, giving up is a cowardly choice. I fight until the very end. By the way, I wish I could find that big bear stand like last time, selling and buying things. I'm really low on fuel lately. Monin, wow, what kind of place is that? I'm new here, and I never heard of such a stand. Are big bears in our district so kind? Achoo. The little bear stuffed animal sneezed loudly. The car stopped with a creak, the windows opened, and the wind rushed into the house, stirring up the cat fur that Little Pumpkin had just brushed. Suen handed Xiao Mo a piece of paper and asked, "Are you okay?" "No, my nose just itched a little," Xiao Mo said in a muffled voice. Watching bear snot and tears pouring out, the paper wiped from his face became filthy. Suen picked up Little Bear and took him to the bathroom to wash his face. Seeing this, Little Pumpkin immediately used his telekinesis to roll all the cat's fur into a ball, then used the ball to scold the little orange cat. "Little Orange, your fur is so flea-prone." The little orange cat simply meowed, ignoring Little Pumpkin's scolding. It walked gracefully, found its mat, and did a beautiful cat stretch. Then it curled up into a ball, licking the fur on its hind paws. It resembled a large orange chicken drumstick. The fur on its body was like a bursting dandelion, sprouting a new, dense, fine tuft, while much of the old, dry, frizzy fur fell off. The window was wide open. Wan struggled to move an ice chest from outside into the house, watching as the pursuing monster threatened to hit the protective shield. The pumpkin carriage whizzed, the windows closed, and it sped away, quickly shaking off the monster. Wan, you too. Be quicker next time. You're still not as good as me. Humph, I'm sure I'd be better than you next time. I just need some practice, Wan said. The voice of the black ball echoed from the pumpkin carriage. Master Chiming is awesome. We found the treasure chest. Go straight for 3.4 kilometers on the road ahead. There's an S-bend. It's slippery in the snow, so be careful around the bend. There's a treasure chest in the middle of the bend. Stop and collect it. Suen helped Xiao Mo wash his face. Suen used a towel to clean the bear's face bit by bit. Her movements were gentle and careful. Standing at the sink, the bear hesitated. Sister Anin, am I not going to do anything today? If the snow keeps coming this heavy, and we're rushing to get there, won't I? Xiao Mo, rest when you need to. Don't shoulder so much all by yourself. Suen understood the bear's meaning. It was afraid of being useless, of losing its value to Suen. Suen understood that Xiao Mo only cared about himself. She picked up the bear and said, "Sleep with me during the day. Tonight I take you somewhere. You be busy." Chapter 202. Yes. Suen planned to use this week's opportunity tonight and head to Yiming City for shopping. If conditions were right, she could stay for a few days. After the merger, with so many people in the region, being a middleman in Yiming City for a few days would not only make money, but also help everyone improve their chances of survival. When Xiao Xiong heard Suen's words, he seemed to have rediscovered his purpose and nodded happily. Dahua drove through the blizzard, the makeshift treasure chest catapult displaying the location of the treasure chest ahead on the car's display screen. That morning, she and her teammates killed 10 monsters and found 4 treasure chests, a decent amount of loot. At noon, the treasure chest stopped spawning, so she pulled over to a tunnel to rest. The tunnel provided shelter from the wind and snow. Teammate Muyu was boiling water and grilling meat. The kettle on the small stove bubbled, and the meat sizzled in the stove. Dahua opened her public screen and scrolled through her private messages, remaining silent for a long time. "No news from Sister Ju yet?" Muyu asked. "No. I haven't heard from Sister Ju yet. The last time I heard from her was in a system announcement," Dahua said. "What about that guy called Sunshine Bear?" Muyu continued to ask. "I asked that guy called Sunshine Bear, but she hasn't replied. Since we're strangers, you can only send one message, so I can't send more. Maybe she didn't see it. I send one later," Muyu said. Looking at the lost Dahua, Muyu comforted her. "Don't worry, Sister Ju is blessed by fate. She managed to survive even when she got lost on the platform. What's happening now is nothing. Our team will reunite one day." After a short lunch break, the turtle-shaped vehicle continued its journey. The turtle climbed through the fierce snowstorm, moving slowly but never stopping. Don't drive, don't drive. Stop now. Li Xiangming instructed Zhou Xiao to stop. Zhou Xiao stepped on the brakes, and the RV slid a few meters down the road until it came to a stop. It stopped just before the tunnel exit. A little further, and it would be completely out of the tunnel. Stop here and rest for a while, Li Xiangming said to Zhou Xiao. But we still have so much mileage to go. It's best to keep going, Zhou Xiao said anxiously, feeling the pressure from this morning's main quest. Stop, stop, stop. We have to survive, okay? We die of exhaustion and freezing before we even finish the mileage mission, okay? Li Xiangming scolded Zhou Xiao and urged his friend to hurry up and rest. Don't worry. While we might not reach the second level within 3 months, with all our efforts, we're definitely not in the last 20%. When the blizzard arrived, Liu Bei knew it would be difficult to obtain today's treasure chest. He was always slow, almost among the worst players. He was stuck at the bottom of survival. He didn't aspire to become stronger, just to stay alive. The van was blown to and fro in the wind and snow, the thick snow nearly burying it. The thin metal sheet offered no protection from the bitter cold outside. He huddled in the back of the van, wrapped in a quilt, lighting the small stove, wishing he could hug it. The coals in the stove burned faintly, flickering in tiny flames. The screen lit up. Explorer, brother, it's incredibly difficult to get around today. Find a tunnel to shelter from the snow and wind, and be sure to hold on. The player explorer is giving you 5L of gasoline, 10 kilograms of coal, and 2 kilograms of meat. Click to receive. Take these for emergency use. Liu Bei's eyes lit up. Yes, he had to move forward. He had to persevere. He still owed his brother a lot of supplies. Explorers love to show off and be high profile, but in this inclement weather, that wasn't enough. This morning, he found it incredibly difficult to kill monsters and retrieve chests on his own, and naturally, he thought of the other players on the public screen who were in even worse situations. This realization weighed on him. He was at the most innocent age, his eyes still shone with the clear light of a modern college student, his original aspirations undimmed. But he wasn't clueless. There were countless pitiful people in the world, but his abilities were limited, so he could only rely on a few close friends. For example, Bai Yi. But he cared especially about Bai Yi. After all, he knew him in real life. As long as Bai Yi was alive, he could comfort himself that his family and friends were all gone. He knew this was a self-deceptive thought. However, the explorer admitted his mistake. Seeing Bai Yi reply to his message normally, accept the gift, and even take a photo to let him know he was safe, he felt at ease. He was afraid of being forgotten, afraid of death, afraid that everyone would die, and he would not be there, completely forgotten. I feel so bad. After lunch, during a midday break, Huan snapped. Why do you feel bad? Su had asked Huan curiously. Bad weather seems to make my negative emotions worse. Huan muttered. I feel so bad. It feels so stuffy here. Huan pointed to her chest. Su took Huan's hand and walked over to the cat's bed, saying, then let's do something happy. After that, Su took Huan's hand and stroked the orange cat's head. It's said that petting cats can make people happy. You should try it. Chapter 203. Huan was initially very displeased, but when she touched the orange cat's soft fur, she was stunned. This feeling was so different. Then, without any instruction, she shifted from bending over to squatting down and petting the cat. The orange cat had been asleep, but was awakened by the touch. It squinted its eyes and glanced at Huan and Suan, then rolled over, exposing its belly for Huan to touch, purring. The cat looked thoroughly pleased. Its tail swept across the floor, sweeping. Its throat felt like a tractor was stuck, purring non-stop, relaxing. Huan's irritability seemed to fade away. It's amazing. I suddenly feel so calm, Huan muttered. Little Pumpkin flew over at some point and handed Huan a comb. He signaled with his eyes for her to comb the cat's loose fur. Suan quietly left, clutching her stuffed bear and going to bed. She petted it intermittently, just as Little Pumpkin and Huan petted the ginger cat. Soon, Suan and Suemo fell asleep. 2 o'clock arrived, and Heichio arrived on time to arrange their itinerary. Huan, already covered in cat fur, tangled up with the ginger cat. She hugged the slightly smaller ginger cat, giggling uncontrollably. She occasionally cast healing spells on the cat, and in response, the cat affectionately licked her cheek. The pumpkin carriage began to roll, and Little Pumpkin said to Huan, play with Little Orange, but don't let your business get in the way. Master has given you the telekinesis box as well. Okay, I get it, Huan replied. Master has plans for tonight, so we both need to work hard," Little Pumpkin said. "Okay," Wan replied. Wan, busy playing with the cat, seemed much more relaxed. The setting sun was barely noticeable in the blizzard, and the passage of time was mostly determined by the black ball. Suan, unable to sleep any longer, came downstairs and took the initiative to make dinner. Dinner was yesterday's beef stew, reheated. The staple food was rice. After constantly eating, the orange cat gained weight again, transforming from its skinny beginnings into a large orange cat. After dinner, Suan used a prop to enter Yiming City, and the pumpkin car drove to the fork in the platform. This prop roughly corresponded to the same coordinates, and entering also required a platform ticket. The Yiming City platform ticket in Suan's backpack quickly disappeared. Entering the platform, the natural environment changed dramatically. The blizzard turned into heavy snow, and the snow became lighter the closer to the city. First time, second time, familiarity. As usual, the pumpkin carriage was immediately restricted in speed upon entering Yiming City. Wan and the orange cat gazed out the window at the dazzling lights. They couldn't help but meow 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 meow. Suan's first stop wasn't the general market, but instead, he went to the municipal goose store and bought 2 Yiming City platform tickets as a supplement. Special platform Yiming City platform tickets were 2 for 3 hours, costing a total of 400 coppers. Then, Suan took the free hardcover map of Yiming City that he had bargained for. He checked into the C-rated Old Goose Hotel. It was just a small, 3-story building, too low for Suan. His head almost touched the ceiling. The ceilings were only about 1.8 meters high, quite depressing. But for a member of the Goose tribe, it was quite high. After paying 2 gold, Suan received a golden hotel room card. "Dear player, this is your room card. You signed up for a 3-day hotel package in Yiming City. With this card, you can freely enter and exit Yiming City for shopping and entertainment within 3 days. This room card has temporary storage capacity. While staying in the hotel, you can use it to store your vehicle to prevent damage from parking outside during the day. Please remember, customers, do not leave your hotel room or enter Yiming City from outside during the day. This is extremely dangerous." The Old Goose boss, leading the group, spoke word by word, giving detailed instructions. It led Suan to her chosen room, which was on the first floor, closest to the door, making it convenient for both resting and leaving. The Old Goose then showed Suan around the room and explained its structure. The room card was swiped. The Old Goose swung the dial on the door a few times, and the door began to rise. Entering the room, the ceiling height was twice that of the lobby, a normal human-sized room, perfectly suited to Suan's height. The room, covering over 50 square meters, was fully equipped with a bed, bathroom, and kitchen, and the decor was very Goose style. Everywhere was round. A round bed, a round lamp, a curved desk, a sofa, and a luxurious-looking bathroom. Every room in this hotel was designed by our mayor, Super God Goose. They're engraved with space expansion arrays that adjust the ceiling height and furniture size, ensuring comfort for all intelligent creatures. The floor is engraved with psychic arrays, allowing intelligent creatures that feed on or cultivate spiritual energy to absorb it. I forgot, player, you haven't reached the spirit rank yet. But that's okay. It's good for mortal creatures to absorb more spiritual energy, as it helps them increase their spiritual talent when they reach the spirit rank. The Old Goose spoke slowly, spouting words one by one, but he had a lot to say. He was a warm-hearted goose. Suan wasn't in a hurry, patiently listening to the shopkeeper. The Old Goose explained. Suan asked, "Can you tell me about the level division and promotion?" Suan asked in a tone of inquiry. After that, she squatted down and pressed a gold coin into the hand of the enthusiastic Old Goose shopkeeper. "Oh my, that's exaggerating, dear player. Everyone here is a guest." No, it's not a big deal." The Old Goose pushed, but after a long time of frustration, it looked up at Suan's sincere eyes and happily put the coin in its pocket. After receiving the silver coin, the Old Goose, who spoke in single words, became much more fluent in the foreign language, and his speech was no longer considered single words. Suan then noticed that the goose had never used a translator, but spoke in a clear and fluent Blue Star Yin Mandarin. That's not a big deal. Generally, interstellar love categorizes intelligent beings' mastery of energy into mortal, spiritual, divine, and superdivine levels. Our mayor is called the Super God Goose because it's truly a super god level gooseman, the highest level in the interstellar universe. This startled Suan. If super god level is the strongest in the interstellar universe, then doesn't this survival game contain a direct path to the top? But aren't they players participating in the experiment to help Blue Planet advance to a first level civilization, Why is it so profound? Suin looked at the old goose with a pleading expression, waiting for him to explain more. Chapter 204. At the same time, Suin, spouting sweet nothings, hurled them at the goose. The old goose coughed a few times, feigning a profound knowledge. This smug scene made Suin imagine the little pumpkin being praised. Suin was clearly pleased with the old goose's praise, and it opened up and continued. He started with the heavy stuff. The Interstellar Alliance isn't that kind. They let the mechanids, and six because of their potential. They're dragging them into the chaotic universe, and. Suin heard a piercing electric sound. She couldn't help but cover her ears. She looked pained. She also missed the old goose's voice. Ding dong, lost NPC detected false information. The system has blocked it to prevent players from being misled by lost NPCs. We apologize for any discomfort. Just then, the little bear accompanying her, somewhat bewildered, suddenly grew larger, glaring at the goose menacingly. It seemed ready to attack at any moment. Such a large bear, such a small goose. The size disparity was enormous. The goose, wearing a vest and carrying a crossbody bag, calmly tilted its head, glanced at the bear, and paused, waiting for Suin to recover. When Suin's expression had noticeably improved, Suin stopped Xiaomo, asking him to hold his temper. Sorry, for some reason, we were a little rude just now. Suin's expression was still a little grim, but he remained polite, explaining his actions to the goose. After all, she still wanted more information. The old goose said without anger. It's the interference of the mechanical tribe, right? They should be called systems now. I didn't expect that players were previously physically bound to each other, but now they are linked to each other spiritually. The bond is so deep. I apologize for causing you trouble. The old goose bowed first and apologized. Suin, somewhat surprised, followed suit and bowed. In any case, Suin had a good impression of the goose people. Being able to get along politely and harmoniously was a plus. Come on, if you trust me, I take you somewhere where you learn more, the old goose said. It turned and left the room. It walked with a graceful, goose-like stride, neither too big nor too small, its hands behind its back. It swung its hips, swaying left and right as it slowly walked down the corridor. A system screen popped up in front of Suin. Ding dong. You are being bewitched by the king monster boss, the old goose. Extremely dangerous. Dear player, Yiming City is a super dangerous platform with its own rules. Tongzi recommends that you avoid it. No tricks, no deaths. Don't blame me for reminding you. Monster, old goose and owner. Level, habitat, Yiming City. Note, this is a dangerous old goose, the former right-hand man of the super god Goose Shuaide, and extremely cunning and treacherous. The system was clearly playing dirty. Suin didn't believe the system had pure good intentions. Suin called out to Xiaomo to hurry up, following the old goose upstairs, ignoring the system's pop-up alert. The hotel door closed automatically. The old goose didn't look back, but as if it had eyes on its back, it knew Suin was following. The old goose began to pick up speed, no longer at a leisurely pace. The old goose turned a corner in the lobby, and led Suin up the stairs. The floors grew lower as they went up, forcing Suin to bend slightly. The teddy bear transformed into its original form, for easier movement. They reached the top floor. The old goose led Suin into a room. This room was truly luxurious. The furnishings were more than a notch above the standard hotel room downstairs. The ceiling was low, and the furniture wasn't proportionate. But for the goose people's height, it was perfectly comfortable. The room contained many personal belongings, evidently the old goose's home. Suin followed the goose, twisting and turning, until he reached an empty room. The old goose didn't speak, but gestured toward his feet, seemingly urging Suin to follow. Suin approached. The little bear squeezed between the goose and Suin, fearing the goose would launch some strange attack at its owner. Noticing the bear's cautious attitude, the old goose moved closer to the two of them. Then, it produced a platform ticket from somewhere. The old goose waved the ticket. Suin saw a magic circle flash beneath his feet. With a swish, the surrounding space shifted, and everyone appeared in midair. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear, you arrived at featured platform Hungry Hot Springs City Private Hot Spring 003. Splash. Suin and Sumo's coats flew off, appearing neatly on a cabinet on the shore. Man and bear, wearing only thin clothing, fell into the hot spring water together. Splash, splash, two crashes, one loud and one soft followed. Man and bear were soaked in the warm water. This was unexpected. Suin nearly choked on the water, but then she realized the hot spring wasn't deep. Her hands could touch the bottom. With a slight push, she stood up. The water was only up to her thighs. #### lost connection. Then, the screen in front of Suen flashed these words before disappearing. At the same time, a series of numbers appeared on her wrist. 20,312-971111, a golden brand on her wrist. The number was a rigid, mechanical font. It was printed on her arm, as if she were a tagged animal. This association made Suen feel a little uneasy. Suen immediately recognized it as her area code and personal ID number. She tried to open the light curtain, but found that the familiar system light curtain could no longer be opened, and even the items in the system space could not be retrieved. Luckily, the bear beside her still had a usable space on its body. Suen quickly realized that this hot spring had a system shielding effect. "Okay, I'm dying of suffocation. I can finally speak, quack quack," said the old goose. "Now that those mechanical creatures are not snooping around, I feel much better." The old goose enjoyed soaking in the hot spring, not caring about its clothes getting wet, because its small leather bag had been placed in a locker on the shore. Clad in a small vest, most of its body was submerged in the water, its expression relaxed. It looked at the cautious Suen and Suemo. It spoke with a relaxed look. "Oh, don't be so nervous. Sit down and enjoy it for a while. This is my private hot spring, unlike the public ones out there. If I didn't like you, your good personality, your sweet words, and your polite manners, I wouldn't have brought you here to enjoy it." Suen, unaware of the old goose's ill intentions, squatted down and sat in the water, letting the water soak half of her body. This was a space of about 100 square meters, with a blue hexagonal barrier at the edge. Inside, there were mountains, bamboo forests, hot springs, and a pavilion. Beneath the pavilion stood a row of doorless brown cabinets, tables, chairs, and benches. Suen and Sumo's clothes, along with the old goose's small crossbody backpack, were in the cabinet. "The water here is rich in spiritual energy, nourishing and beautifying. After a soak, your hair will be shiny, fluffy, and smooth," the old goose said. Suen sat down and savored it. Suddenly, she felt the warm, steaming water possess a unique energy, nourishing her body and soul and relaxing her. The bear continued to talk, doggy paddling in the warm water. The old goose finally got to the point. "Let's start from the beginning. It's a long story." Chapter 205. Little Pumpkin dozed on the sofa. From time to time, he would wake from a nap, glance outside, and then close his eyes again when nothing happened. Wan Wan lay on the carpet, her head resting on the ginger cat's body, playing with its tail out of boredom. Mom and Big Bear, it's been a while since they've been out. The ginger cat seemed a little uncomfortable, but couldn't resist Wan Wan, so he just endured it. His only way of expressing his dissatisfaction was to shake its tail vigorously, trying to get it out of the little girl's hand. Then he was caught again. At this moment, the pumpkin carriage was parked in the parking lot in front of the old goose inn. The doors and windows were locked, and all the lights were off. The pumpkin carriage relied solely on the streetlights on the side of the road, and the colorful lights hanging from the buildings for light. The pumpkin carriage itself was completely dark, parked discreetly in the parking lot. Outside the window, the bustling and dazzling city of Yiming shone brightly. "The environment here is wonderful." The blizzard subsided upon entering Yiming City, and the heavy snow soon gave way to light snow. Heichio said that the temperature outside had been rising since entering Yiming City. In Yiming City, the outdoor temperature was only around -20 degrees Celsius, a breathtaking sight compared to the harsh -60 degrees Celsius on the highway. Inside the pumpkin cart, the stove was burning hot. The sudden change in temperature caused the pumpkin cart's interior to soar by over 30 degrees Celsius, making Little Pumpkin feel drowsy and sleepy. One doze followed another, and there was no stopping it. Thankfully, Wan Wan and Little Orange Sister were home, so he wasn't alone, and Little Pumpkin dared to close his eyes and sleep. Inside the pumpkin cart was remarkably quiet. The house was incredibly quiet. The orange cat was asleep, snoring loudly, its mouth open. Wan Wan felt her vision grow increasingly blurry, and before she knew it, she fell asleep. No one knew how long it took. Squeak creak. There was a noise outside the pumpkin carriage, the door being shoved open. Then, a click. The door opening. A man and a bear, bringing a bit of cool air with them, entered the house, and the lights flickered on as they returned. Little Pumpkin, perched on the sofa, noticed his master's return and immediately controlled the pumpkin carriage to open the doors and turn on the lights, waking from his nap. He was awake, though still half conscious. Drowsily, Little Pumpkin saw that his master and Big Bear seemed to be glowing. A white halo enveloped them. Coming towards him, their master and Big Bear emanated a faint fruity aroma. "Master, Big Bear, you smell so good." His body moved faster than his mind, and Little Pumpkin pressed himself against his master, nuzzling Big Bear's face. "Ah, Big Bear, you leveled up." Wan's surprised voice rang out from the pumpkin carriage, jolting Little Pumpkin awake instantly, all sleepiness gone. It stared at Big Bear and its owner in shock. Only then did it realize they both leveled up. Meow meow meow. The fat orange cat slithered around Sue-Ann's legs, occasionally standing up to rub against his calves. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Sue-Ann said goodbye to the enthusiastic goose owner, thanked him, and left, returning to the pumpkin carriage with Sue-Mo. Everything he experienced in the past few hours had been a dream. Only when he returned to the pumpkin carriage did he feel back to reality. What he'd just done truly wasn't a dream. How lucky, facing the enthusiastic goose owner. Sue-Ann had dazedly soaked in a hot spring with Sue-Mo, chatting with the goose, and gaining a lot of information. Furthermore, thanks to the hot spring bath, he and Sue-Mo had leveled up together. The benefits were quite substantial, making Sue-Ann feel guilty about the 1 silver coin he'd given. Sue-Ann sent Little Pumpkin to the colorful goose market, materials, and energy. On the way, he recounted what had just happened to Little Pumpkin and Wan. They all booked a room at the Old Goose Hotel for 3 days, allowing them free access to Eming City. Sue-Ann planned to put some pressure on everyone. The next 3 days would involve traveling to retrieve treasure chests during the day and selling goods at night. To this end, Sue-Ann divided them into 2 teams, the day team and the night team. Little Pumpkin and Wan would travel and retrieve treasure chests during the day, while Sue-Ann and Sue-Mo would come to Eming City to trade at night. Talking about the hours after the news came in, Sue-Ann briefly mentioned that they had a pleasant conversation with the shop owner, Goose, and had become close friends despite their age differences. Then, at the shop owner's invitation, the 2 of them went to a hot spring for a relaxing soak. The hot springs, rich in spiritual energy, were beneficial to the body, which is why they leveled up. As for what Old Goose had said during the bath, Sue-Ann didn't fully elaborate. After all, since he was bound to the system's player account, receiving the system services and being detectable, there was no need to give the system any lip service. Sue-Ann and Sue-Mo exchanged glances, neither of them mentioning the matter. The 2 of them locked lips. Some interstellar mechanical race, using survival games to coerce civilizations with great potential, binding intelligent creatures under the pretext of civilization advancement, turning them into players, serving and cultivating them, and simultaneously draining their potential. They absorbed the civilization's excellent culture and talents, and even used the flesh, blood, and souls of those beings to transform chaotic energy and purify it. It's better not to talk about such things. It's already disgusting enough to hear. There's no need to let Little Pumpkin and Wan hear it, and it's not convenient to nag it in front of the system. But what the goose said next was quite interesting. Dear, although I, the goose, really hate the idea of the mechanical race presiding over this survival test, good fortune and bad fortune go hand in hand. Survival games hold a path to greatness. Whether it's a goose ascending from the mortal rank to the super god, or a civilization ascending from level 1 to level 7, both can reach the pinnacle. As long as we seize this slim chance, there might be a chance to shift the tide of attack or defense. Our mayor, the super god Goose, is so handsome he refuses to leave. He built this city to create a path to greatness for our goose race, quack quack. The super god Goose, so wise, once said, after 1,000 years, after accumulating allies, there will surely be glory. My dear Blue Star human, I can sense your endearing qualities. I met several interesting human players like you. I hope one day you can become a goose teammate. Quack quack, let's fight our way to the stars, quack quack. At this point, the goose couldn't help but laugh heartily. The pumpkin cart drove along the clean, smooth roads of Eming City. The little pumpkin's eyes darted, as if he hadn't said anything. Never mind. If the owner didn't say anything, it's okay. Little Pumpkin quickly forgot about the incident. Playing with Wan. Poor Orange Cat, facing the 4 hands of Little Pumpkin and Wan, could only endure obediently. For a moment, cat hair flew everywhere in the house. Sue-Ann took advantage of the time to rush, to go upstairs to change clothes. Although Big Goose used magic to dry her underwear, she still felt uncomfortable. It was a psychological discomfort. After changing into new clothes, Sue-Ann felt much better. Sue-Ann opened the public screen, her heart suddenly trembled, her brows furrowed, and a nameless anger rose in her heart. Chapter 206. She went to the hot springs and lost her internet connection for only 2 or 3 hours. Several arguments erupted on the public screen. It's unclear how many rounds they reached now. The team, which had been quiet for a while now, under this wave of systemic pressure, has lost its low profile, revealing its malice and beginning to exploit its own forces. They're profiting from this difficult time. They're using group oppression to accumulate resources for survival. They've been proceeding slowly these past few days, their movements inconspicuous. At night, a blizzard raged, and they took advantage of this moment to show their fangs. It all happened around 5 p.m. The Cross Alliance, the Zhongdou Association, and the Tiandi Association all joined forces to collect fuel from the market in the area, manipulate prices, and only sell at high prices. Their tactics were simple. They buy up all the fuel available on the market and resell it at a markup of over 1,000 times the normal price. With their large staff and abundant capital, they quickly gained control of the regional energy market. For players who lacked the funds to buy fuel for heating, they could also support players taking out system loans, selling their system backpacks, personal talents, and certain human rights, such as signing master-servant contracts, master-pet contracts, and slave contracts, to obtain fuel. For a time, the area was filled with a strong voice of protest. The three guilds, with a total of over 2,000 members, were overwhelming the public screen. Suin had browsed through the public screen chat logs online, and any glance revealed discussions about this very topic. Kindugwa, disgusting, such a despicable trick. Girls, listen to me, don't buy their fuel. They won't bother if they can't make money. ABA, what should I do? My fuel reserves are low, and the temperature is getting colder. I don't know if I can make it until tomorrow morning. Lucky and prosperous. I do have some fuel saved up, but it's not much. If I put it on the market, it wouldn't even make a dent. It's a drop in the bucket. I can't help. Juju wants to get rich at Lucky and Prosperous. Please, Sister Wanzai, please sell it to me at a discount. I really beg you. Colorful sweet potato at Lucky and Prosperous. Please, sister, please. Thank God for the continued existence of the culprits. The death toll is increasing. What should I do? These people are so ruthless. They're just speculating on food prices during a disaster. At morning moss tea, do you have any advice? Cheesy Luo, I rather risk going to the platform than buy this garbage fuel. These rubbish guilds, I suggest we all boycott them and stop buying their products. Xiao Shirsi, I'm somewhat relieved that meat isn't being manipulated. Twanner's cub, because we have Big Bear. Big Bear is incredibly powerful at killing monsters. She sells a ton of meat at the market every day. Cross Alliance welding slag. A bunch of poor bastards. What are you barking about? Expensive. What's so expensive about it? If you don't have money, take out a loan. If you can't afford it, think about your reasons. Are you poor because you don't work hard? After all these days, you still can't afford it. Find out why. Did you open the boxes properly? Did you kill monsters properly? Did you do the platform dungeon properly? Pots and pans. I don't know what to say, just I'm C. He. Your vitamin C. Your shamelessness makes me laugh. Yi Xing Xiao Xiao. Bullshit logic. Explorer. Rubbish. Ziza Zhong Dao Hui at pots and pans at your vitamin C at Yi Xing Xiao Xiao at Explorer. You're being so rude, I kill you. It's not like our guild doesn't have any Gia Lucas, ha ha ha. Yi Xing Xiao Xiao. You guys, you're going too far. Ziza, the Taoist Association at everyone, if you don't have money, don't act like a jerk. Doesn't it cost money to argue on the public screen? With all this snow, we're kindly helping everyone collect fuel. Is that free? Really? Buy if you can, otherwise just leave. Cross Alliance at Zhao Kai Wang Zai at Chihai, if you have any extra fuel, consider selling it to us. We give you game coins for a high price. It's a different era now, and we don't know how long we survive this snow. I urge you to be sensible and not be so ungrateful. Zhong Dao Hui, if you have the guts, ask those 3 big beta testers you poor bastards are praising to do something about it. Haha, a bunch of sanctimonious bitches, just trying to gain recognition. Cross Alliance, Wang Jian, if you have the guts, bring in a large amount of fuel to pressure the market. Otherwise, fuel will be priced this way. Everyone is welcome to patronize us. Please don't damage the relationship. Cross Alliance, Zhou Quan, Mr. Wang is mighty, Mr. Wang is domineering. Cross Alliance Shaoli, President Wang has spoken. Everyone, listen carefully and understand. If you don't have the ability, just lie low and stop showing off. Cross Alliance Zhou Tian's props, pinned to top of public screen, pin Cross Alliance Wang Jian's message. Suin, who had originally wanted to take advantage of the difficult situation today to provide some supplies and make some money, looked at this group of arrogant players who were right in her way. She became increasingly annoyed. She spoke directly. Sunshine Bear at everyone. From now until 4 a.m. tomorrow, fuel will be at the same price. At Cross Alliance Wang Jian, at Zongdui Qiu Qi, at Tiandahui Zhao Tiandi, anyone with your guild prefix will be charged your fuel price. Sunshine Bear at everyone, come and see how I bring down the price of fuel. Su-En's words were somewhat tinged with passion. That wasn't her character. If it weren't for this bunch of scum hyping fuel, speaking arrogantly, and ruining the atmosphere on the public screen, and if they hadn't happened to run into her, she wouldn't have been so arrogant and direct. At this moment, she was truly disgusted with these terrible team guilds. Is it true that there aren't any good teams made up of players? But then she thought, good guilds have good living conditions in their areas, with fewer casualties, so they're less likely to be merged into other areas. Therefore, merged teams are not good. At that moment, she felt a little angry and wanted to curse, calling the system abusive. After making these harsh remarks, Su-En watched the activity on the public screen, opened the exchange, opened a fuel demand order, and began accepting orders. The pumpkin cart just happened to be driving into the vegetable goose market, materials and energy. It was a street over 1,000 meters long, with various material and energy shops lining both sides. Unlike the bustling and noisy White Goose Starlight Night Market, with its vast array of goods, numerous geese buying things, and the bustling scene of geese scrambling to find the salespeople. Here, the flow of people was much less. The geese here only emerged from the building, holding signs, upon seeing cars approach. But the same thing remained. Each goose's enthusiasm remained undiminished. Sir, would you like to buy fuel? Check out our Purple Goose Can Fuel shop. We have wood, coal, and fire spirit source stones of all kinds and qualities. Quack, quack, quack. Quack, 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 look at us. This is Green Girl Goose Kanji Fuel. We have everything Can has, and we also have what she doesn't have. We even have thermostatic gems. Visitor, come to Can's. Ours is cheap and affordable. The one across the street is more expensive. Visitor, are you looking for other materials? Iron blocks, mechanical parts. I can also do car repairs. Come check it out at Black Goose Chinjo Ironwork Shop. Suddenly, Su-En could hear the quacking of geese. The Blue Star language they translated from their translators also had a goosey flavor. It wasn't as fluent as the older geese, but it had a touch of dialect. Buy! I got this street to myself tonight. Buy as much as you can, Su-En declared boldly. Her words set off a chorus of geese, and the entire street was filled with quacking, applause, and praise. One of the goose shop owners, excited, launched a magical fireworks display into the sky. Tourist, you're the best. You always be the goose's friend. Quack, quack, friend. Instantly, the sky was ablaze with colorful fireworks. Orange, blue, red, purple, green. How beautiful. Little Pumpkin stood on the windowsill, his face pressed against it, staring out, unable to help but sigh in admiration. Huan drifted over from behind. Her eyes sparkled, and she explained in a voice reminiscent of poetry. The beauty of these fireworks makes me feel like art. Su-En watched the fireworks, feeling the joy and happiness of the geese, and her whole being filled with happiness. She silently snapped a photo, and saved it for her album, cherishing this beautiful moment. At that moment, her body and soul were filled with joy, and the anger she had just accumulated completely dissipated. It wasn't worth it for those scumbags to ruin her good mood. Chapter 207. Ding dong, do you want to spend 1 gold to upgrade your personal shop and gain the qualification to hire shop assistants? Ding dong, personal shop upgrade successful. Your shop has been upgraded to Sunshine Bear's shop. Ding dong, confirmed to hire Su-Emo as a shop assistant at Sunshine Bear's shop. Since Su-Emo doesn't have a player identity, hiring requires a service fee of 1 copper coin per minute in the system trading panel. Su-En spent some game coins to upgrade the system exchange function, and hired Xiao-Emo to help him process orders, significantly improving efficiency. The public screen was abuzz with chatter after Su-En's announcement. It was 10 p.m., and many people were still awake. Almost all the players who were still awake were rushed out. Cross Alliance Zhou Quan, everyone can brag. Just fart right there. I see how much you can sell. Zhongdou Association Aya, haha, I can smell that fart. You must have drunk a few ounces of wine to be so boastful. Cross Alliance Wrinkle, you're so brazen to call out our boss. Let me show you what a team is. You're like an ant trying to attack an elephant, you idiot bitch. Su-En's words stirred up a hornet's nest, and the team members immediately jumped out. They insulted Su-En for overestimating his abilities, boasting, and taunting him endlessly. But players in the original area also rebelled. Many players with familiar nicknames took the lead, charging forward. Explorer, Big Bear is mighty. You scum, you spewing shit, And you can't even say anything about your disgusting actions. We Big Bear is mighty. Twanner's cub. You can't tell who's superior and who's inferior. You look down on everyone with your dog's eyes. Your dogs. Oh, calling you dogs tarnishes their reputation. Soon, the public screen erupted in chaos and a chaotic argument erupted. The leader of the Cross Alliance spoke out. Cross Alliance Wang Jian, you're being rude, little girl. It's fine for young people to be arrogant, but going it alone is unacceptable. At Cross Alliance collecting materials, Xiao Zhang, come over and collect them. We take whatever you offer. Cross Alliance collecting materials, Wang Zhong has spoken. We take whatever you offer. Cross Alliance Zhou Qi, Boss Wang has spoken. Awesome. So cool. At Sunshine Bear, let's see what you can do. Suin said. Hee. Thanks for taking care of the business. We're all big players, all gods of wealth. When selling to other players, Suin charges the market price of fuel in Yiming City plus a 10% agency fee and a 20% transaction fee. By the way, the system upgraded from a personal stall to a personal store, reducing transaction fees to just 19%. The remaining 1% goes to the store staff's wages. In addition, Suin, as the store owner, has to pay Xiao Xiong 1 copper coin per minute for system service rent, and a minimum wage of 10 copper coins per hour. A family-friendly game, where you can make money from one pocket to the other. A pound of the worst coal only sells for a few copper coins, making little profit. However, these teams are selling for 1,000 times that price. Thank you to these kind-hearted people. They marked up the price of coal, which was once a few copper coins per pound, to several thousand copper coins, and then used those thousands of copper coins to buy her coal. No, it's the geese's coal. Suin is just a middleman. Suin is making a killing. Time flew by, and it was already midnight. Xiao Xiong was working as a purchasing agent. He simply reviewed the player's information. If the ID didn't have a fixed format, he would sell it at the normal price. If the ID did have a fixed format, he would pay 1,000 times the price. Little Bear was a dedicated worker, and he even had a space, making it convenient for the geese to move, rest, and sell goods. They spent the night at 2 fuel stores at the street corner, going back and forth to sell batches of coal and wood. Suin specialized in selling goods on behalf of others. Monster meat, monster fur, dropped equipment, materials, blueprints, and other miscellaneous items. Suin simply sorted them out and then went to each store in the back to negotiate prices. The selling fee wasn't a fixed 10%, but rather a fluctuating 10 to 20%. Suin mainly rounded it up, charging more for more goods sold and less for fewer. In any case, it was much higher than selling to the system individually. 10 to 20% is a typical selling fee. However, this kind of service fee is usually charged on platforms accessible to all players in the area, and it's not considered a unique business. Suin's business in Yiming City today was considered unique, and his reasonable prices made it incredibly expensive. Many players, who never spoke on the public screen, were frantically placing orders in the back end, leaving Suin with orders of 99 plus, and he couldn't keep up. Many players sold their items promptly, earning a peace of mind in the form of coal, a source of warmth during blizzard-ravaged nights. Suin would sell items on behalf of others, but would not accept requests from guild members or anonymous buyers. Xiao Xiong would buy fuel on behalf of others, but would mark up the price 1,000 times higher for players with guild prefixes and reject anonymous requests. This went on and on. It only took a few hours. The public screen quieted down considerably. Only messages of thanks to Sunshine Bear remained, thanking him. Kindagwa, thank you, Sunshine Bear, a conscientious seller who gave me a warm winter. Thank you. Yu Huaqiangu, wishing you good health, happiness, and good luck. Sheng is very annoying. Thank you for selling on my behalf. I express my love to you. Love you. A portly, middle-aged man furiously stared at the public screen with a frown. He hurled venomous words into the Cross Alliance group chat. He glanced at the compass in his hand, his lips curled. The moment this bear left the platform, it would be its death. Chapter 208. Following Wang Jian's domineering speech, a barrage of flattering messages appeared in the group. President Wang is wise, President Wang is mighty, the praises continued. Wang Jian knew that most of the praise was intended to curry his favor and secure promotions, but he was still quite pleased. He felt a sense of relief, his exasperated expression transformed into pride. He, having formed the Cross Alliance and boasting the support of so many member allies, was the leader who controlled the economic lifeline. A scattered beta tester player. He had dealt with at least 100 beta testers, if not dozens. They were just superficial, superficial donkey dung balls. Suddenly, Cross Alliance Materials spoke in the group, saying the public account was in urgent need of funds. His words, mixed in with the flattery, seemed out of place. There was a touch of black humor that was a bit of a slap in the face. After his speech, the lively chatter in the group abruptly died. Xiao Shang, who was collecting the materials, hadn't intended to post it at this time, but the situation was urgent, and he was so flustered that he mistakenly posted it to the entire group chat. Only after posting did he notice the tense atmosphere in the group chat. The leader of the Cross Alliance had just spoken, and he was just being stubborn. He had posted this message himself. Instantly, a cold sweat broke out, and he felt that even if he were the boss's distant nephew, he couldn't stop this. He began to panic. Time slipped away. A few hours later, members of the Alliance began to succumb to the temptation, and secretly changed their names, and left the Alliance to buy fuel. The scattered players, who had lost their prefixes, were particularly noticeable in the Alliance chat. For a time, apart from the core members, and a few players who had signed contracts to sell themselves and were under control, the outer members of the Cross Alliance had dispersed significantly. If I'm caught, I deny my responsibility. That's not me. Some players, however, flattered themselves by claiming to be members of the Cross Alliance, lacking a prefix. A middle-aged man clutched his compass, brimming with rage. Wang Jian was now simply waiting for Sunshine Bear to leave the special platform before launching his attack. If it weren't for the flurry of system prompts before him, he would have charged right then and there. Ding dong, this player Sunshine Bear is currently at the special platform. Items cannot be used to lock onto his coordinates. Even on the other side. The leaders of the Zhongdo Society and Tiandi Society remained silent, but tacitly allowed their players to quietly change their names, buy and sell goods from Sunshine Bear, and stock up on fuel and supplies. If he weren't afraid of going too far, Zhongdo Society member Zhou Qi might have thought he could change his name and visit the Sunshine Bear shop. Zhongdo Society member Qiu Qi. He was the leader of the Zhongdo Society. The core of the team. He was a relatively young man, seemingly under 30, not tall, slender, and wearing glasses, his face pale and somewhat gloomy. The spacious, oversized, spiritual-grade RV was magnificently decorated. If it weren't for the harsh conditions outside, it would have looked like some high-end club. A man sat in a chair, staring at the public screen. A group of men and women stood around him, silent. The room was incredibly warm, so warm that everyone inside wore thin shirts. The door opened, and a middle-aged man, drenched in snow, entered. President, the C-77 car is full. We're running low on game coins. Should we continue to accept them? At this rate, we have to sell some high-level blueprints to buy more fuel. Yes, Chiochi said. I doubt that player can stay on the platform for long. How much fuel can a platform hold? He spoke slowly. The skinny man's sneer echoed through the RV as he gave his orders. He held 2 shimmering beads in his hands. He looked at them, saying nothing. If this player doesn't stop, don't blame him for being rude. But perhaps there was no need for him to take action. Someone was losing patience. He looked at a certain growling, restless fool. The pumpkin cart parked overnight at the Kai Market, Materials and Energy. At dawn, the pumpkin cart pulled out of the station. Back to the main road. Suin posted a notice on the public screen that the shop was temporarily suspending orders, and would resume sales tomorrow night, preparing to rest. As soon as the pumpkin cart left Yiming City, the surrounding environment immediately deteriorated. The beautiful Yiming City, once romantic and snowy, was now ravaged by a blizzard. The sudden drop in temperature outside caused the pumpkin cart's interior to cool rapidly. Xiao Imo yawned and came to refuel the stove. Suin took out a high-grade fire spirit stone and attached it to the accompanying psychic air conditioner. Instantly, the entire room warmed up. Xiao Imo observed his master's actions, his hand holding the wooden stick stiffening. He felt like he was stuffing too much into the stove. If he didn't, it would break. After last night's all-night trading, Su-An's entire storage space had been completely upgraded, filled with various high-grade energy stones for heating, temperature control, cooling, and power generation. The family had barely left any of the lowest-grade coal and wood. Upstairs, Wan and the cat slept soundly. Unbeknownst to her, that night, she became the richest of the rich, and from then on, she had a free hand with her spiritual source stones. Little Pumpkin woke early, and came over when her master and the others returned. It was now cooking rice porridge, preparing breakfast for everyone. Nanling, just prepare a bite for Huan. Xiaoma and I will go to bed and skip breakfast. We talk about it at noon, Suin instructed. After that, Suin, accompanied by the equally sleepy bear, prepared to go to bed. The public screen flashed, and a message arrived. It popped up automatically. Player Ci Jochi used the chat item special reminder to send a pop-up message to player Sunshine Bear. Ci Jochi, Big Bear, those 3 guilds are planning to attack you. Be careful. Image. This is a screenshot of a group chat. This group is called the Fuel Cooperation Group. It has 26 members, all key members of the 3 guilds. Among them, the leader of the Cross Alliance spoke out, clamoring to kill her immediately. What a coincidence. Daybreak. Rush home, the people have arrived, everything is just right. Suin thanked the player who gave the reminder. He looked at the public screen message that appeared before him. Ding dong, player Wang Jian of the Cross Alliance uses the item Teleport Compass, Epic. The Cross Alliance Elite Team initiates attack mode against the Sunshine Bear and Orange Cat Fairy's temporary team. Your road fusion will take 3 hours. On the public screen, the main members of the Cross Alliance spoke together. Ha ha ha, let's see how we slaughter that damn bitch Sunshine Bear. Let's show you what strength is. Suin yawned, and 2 tears formed in the corners of his eyes. Xiaoimo, those who come here are just asking for death. Let's make quick work of this. Suin called out to the teddy bear to join him in the fight. Chapter 209. 5 minutes later. The music began, the melodious sound of a guqin. It stopped before the piece was even finished. A level 7 bear. It immediately entered its level 7 form, reaching a height of 160 meters. One of its paws was larger than the largest RV. A level 7 bear stood a full 160 meters tall, weighed 21,500 kilograms, and possessed a force of 110,000 tons. Its reaction speed was very slow. But strength was everything. If it was any slower, 1 kick would be enough. The bear lifted its foot and stomped down. Crackling. Advanced protective shields shattered one after another, its paw pressing down to subdue everything. A massive bear. 1 kick shattered the advanced protective shields. 2 kicks crushed all the RVs. It brought its feet together and leaped again. Blood and snow splattered. Snow and wind danced with the blood mist. The bear crushed a group of players to death. It was like a human crushing a pile of ants. The same sense of ease and comfort. From Suin's perspective, he could feel the vibrations of the giant bear's movements. He could see the giant bear, as tall and powerful as a skyscraper, crushing everything to the ground. Suin casually played a tune, killing a few escaped fish. But he only played a few notes. No one could escape the crush of a bouncing skyscraper. The pumpkin carriage's windows were open for a few minutes. Everything was resolved. Big Bear is so strong. Little Pumpkin pressed his face against the glass window, watching the cool scene outside, which looked like a doomsday bear disaster. Ding dong, battle over. Sunshine Bear and Little Orange Cat Fairy's makeshift team killed all members of the Cross Alliance Elite Team, a total of 44 players. Among the 44 players, 3 had space skills. Their death space skills were disabled, and all dimensional space supplies were dropped. Please pick up your loot as soon as possible. At 9 o'clock sharp, the system will begin cleaning the road and collect all items on the road. The system is a kind person. It wants to collect the loot and even gives you a reminder. Suin stared at the mountain of supplies erupting in the distance, his mouth gaping. A dozen minutes later, Little Bear returned, clutching a large pile of cards in one hand and dragging a load of miscellaneous items in the other. Not enough space. Sisternin, the card compressors are all cooling down, and there's still a lot of stuff left to collect. What a happy trouble. Suin looked at the 5 card compressors, all in a cooling state, not knowing what to say. I should have bought a few more in Yiming City. Yeah, I'd put this on the agenda when I get home tonight. Without the card compressors, I can only consider using the storage capacity of the space. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye. 3 minutes of killing, several hours of collecting. Suin was exhausted. This group of people was carrying way too much stuff. With such low strength, how could they have so much supplies? Suin couldn't understand. Among them, a large portion was fuel, some of which they had stockpiled, and some of which they had purchased from Suin yesterday. What were these idiots thinking? Were they sending her supplies specifically? They killed her and sent the elite team straight to her, even sending the supplies from the warehouse. She was running out of space. She had to sell everything on the spot. But she sold too much yesterday, so today wasn't going to be easy. She sold a few, but she was tired and cold, and still had a lot of stuff. As 9 o'clock approached, Suin became anxious. Turning her head, Suin stared at Huan Huan, who had just woken up, still with lustrous hair. She remembered her little cutie, who had a lot of space. Wanner, can you lend me your 1000 M of space? Go into ghost mode. Ah, but One can't help it. One's expression was a bit flustered. You can do it, you can do it, you can do it. Suan smiled and approached One. Baby, since you can't fit all this stuff in, we have to give it away. You won't be able to enjoy all these delicious foods anymore. No, that won't work. How can we give away so much supplies? When One heard about giving them away, her expression changed, and she became excited. Let's put on some opera. Meow meow meow. The orange cat stood on the kitchen counter, watching the fun, mimicking the babbling of several people and meowing. It had gained a lot of weight, like a dandelion that could meow. Little did it know that with this weight, it would soon be thrown into the snow shell and return to its own life. A portly middle-aged man emerged from the icy blood. In the distance, the vanishing pumpkin carriage appeared. The middle-aged man was naked, and in the blizzard, his body quickly turned purple. The name of Wang Jian, the Cross Alliance, reappeared. He sent a message to Qiu Qi of the Zhongdao Association. You plotted against me, Yu. A moment later, the middle-aged man froze to death in the snow, his body bruised and purple, a stiff corpse. The name darkened again. Resurrection Crystal, Super Spirit. After use, the player will be reborn at the same spot after escaping danger from death. Hidden, however, there is a high probability of misfortune. So what if you're reborn? A newborn with nothing will only freeze to death on the spot. Buzz buzz buzz. Su Qiming, in ghost mode, felt something was amiss, but upon closer inspection, the discomfort vanished. Her face was slightly serious, as she stared blankly at the receding road behind her. This was the scene little pumpkin saw. But if Wan in her ghost form had done that, she would have roared at her now. Plain ghost form, So beautiful. Take a break, beautiful lady. The master and Big Bear hadn't slept all night, and had been busy all morning. Now they were catching up on some sleep on the second floor of the pumpkin carriage. They were the only ones awake in the entire space. Little Pumpkin didn't dare call out to Su Qiming, the elegant and noble playing ghost form. She went forward alone, working to retrieve the treasure chest. However, when Little Pumpkin struggled to retrieve the treasure chest with her carrot whiskers, Qiming didn't make any move, but simply pried with her orchid finger, and the monsters engaged in a fierce battle, transforming into experience points and supplies. They all vanished into her sleeves. After Wan transformed into her ghost form, the orange cat didn't dare approach, hiding in a corner, transformed into an orange ball. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, striking the pumpkin carriage's protective shield. Little Pumpkin shuddered. Su Qiming's eyes sharpened. She bent down and danced in an elegant circle in the pumpkin carriage's living room. Skill 4, Curse of the Playing Ghost. This curse belongs to the playing ghost. No matter where you are or who you are, once you attack the master and unleash your malice, no one can escape. After casting this spell, intelligent creatures will enter a state of doom, their mental strength continuously decreasing. When they rest, they will trigger a cursed nightmare until their soul power is exhausted and becomes food for the playing ghost. Triggering condition. The cursed person's mental strength is less than the combined mental strength of Suan and Su Qiming. On the public screen. Needing Big Melon. Sunshine Bear is amazing. Xing Ye Xiao Xiao. I always supported Sunshine Bear's business, hee hee. Crazy Guo Lao. Seeing those people's names fade, unable to shout anymore, my heart warms. Gemini 5. There are still 2 guilds left to be destroyed. It would be even more heartwarming if they were all destroyed together. Xuaniqing Yu. That comment is so outrageous, but I like it. Haha, I love seeing those overbearing people get humiliated. Suan woke up. It was almost dark, almost 4 in the afternoon. Suan looked at the flashing public screen, a little confused. Why are they still discussing her topic? She stared at the pop-up message, a little stunned. Zhou Qi from the Zhongdao Association. Mama Bear, Granny Bear, Grandma Bear, please calm down. Zhou Qi from the Zhongdao Association. Can you remove the curse on me? Zhou Qi from the Zhongdao Association. I was wrong. I really was. Chapter 210. She hadn't added any players as friends. On the system message page, strangers could only send one private message. He had sent her so many messages because he had used the private chat item. Suan scrolled up and saw a long string of messages. It wasn't just this player named Qiu Qi. There were also a row of messages from players from the Zondui XX format. She slept for 6 or 7 hours, during which time these players' messages started with threats and insults, then bribes, promising numerous benefits. Many people came after her, from small-time minions at the periphery to mid-level players, and then elites, with titles like Elite Team Captain, External Relations Director, and Vice President, each one more prestigious than the last. It took several hours. Zhou Qi from the Zondui appeared and began to apologize and offer bribes. Su-an ignored him because she was asleep. A sleeper wouldn't care about pop-up messages. Even if he used a lot of items, they wouldn't pop up in her dreams. Su-an's indifference made him panic. Gradually, his messages turned into pleas for mercy. Zhou Qi, Zondui, I was really wrong. Don't torture me like this. Just let me die quickly. Su-an blocked the message. A moment of peace and quiet filled her eyes. She stretched and climbed out of bed. As she climbed down, Su-an was careful not to disturb the still sleeping bear. That's the downside of staying up late. It feels like you can't get enough sleep, no matter how hard you try. Making money is fun, but staying up late isn't, hee. Waking up and seeing the adorable little pumpkin and Huan made her happy too. Su-an hugged little pumpkin and Huan, one on her left and one on her right, and kissed each one. Little pumpkin, suddenly delighted by the kiss, said directly, Master, I love you. Mommy, I love you too, Mommy. Huan howled from the other side. Master, not long after you fell asleep, something hit me. Humph, that was too much. It took me several minutes to fix my shield. Luckily, Demijuan took care of that thing. Little Pumpkin was the first to complain. Among them, she praised Huan, who was in ghost mode. Huan puffed out her chest and said proudly, Yes, I did it. It wasn't Huan, it was Demijuan. Demijuan is prettier than Huan, more mature than Huan, and more caring than Huan. Little Pumpkin kept on rambling. You stupid pumpkin, that was all my fault. You're a footless pumpkin, you look fierce, you're not a good pumpkin. Huan's mouth seemed to be filled with poison as she attacked Little Pumpkin. Huan, you're looking for a fight, aren't you? I haven't fought you for a day, and you're itching again. Soon, the two little creatures were fighting. You think they pull each other's hair. The two little creatures, used to fighting, had already developed a new and more interesting way to fight. Su-an watched helplessly as the two dolls tickled each other's armpits. Hee, quack, quack. Hee, ha ha. Little Pumpkin's arms weren't as long as Huan's, and he was quickly defeated. He let out a long laugh, his face like a rag being tugged at, making a series of bizarre expressions. He turned over unwillingly and attacked Huan's feet. Huan, shoeless, was quickly struck, and the itching became so intense that she lost her ability to attack in her laughter. Su-an sat on the sofa, watching the two little creatures fight, occasionally throwing a move from the side. Whoever is at a disadvantage, I give them a move. With Su-an's advice, neither doll could gain the upper hand. Outside, the snowstorm raged, chaos reigned on the public screen, while joy filled the pumpkin carriage. The melon-loving players on the public screen felt they couldn't get enough melon all day. Staring at the public screen, watching the chaos unfold, Li Xiangming and Zhou Zhao's team, sensing the impending blizzard, reluctantly moved forward. Upon discovering a tunnel, they stopped moving. They sheltered themselves in place, preparing to repair the vehicles damaged in the blizzard. In the tunnel, they found peace and quiet, shielded from the wind and snow. At this moment, time was both precious and useless. They moved quickly, clearing the ice and snow from the vehicle and repairing the damaged parts. The rest of the time was spent lying down, making a fire. To conserve energy, their 2 meals a day consisted of thin meat porridge. They tried to minimize their consumption throughout the day, either lying down or sitting by the fire to keep warm. In low-energy mode, the public screen became their sole source of entertainment. While watching the updates on the public screen, they hoped the snowstorm would soon end. No matter what they were doing, Zhou Xiao and Li Xiangmeng were practically glued to the public screen from morning till night, following events both big and small. They would occasionally chat crickets together. The most lively topic on the public screen these past 2 days was undoubtedly the dispute between 3 guilds and the beta tester, Xiongdata. Last night, the 3 guilds attempted to stomp on the fuel, but fortunately, Xiongdata intervened with a decisive statement, single-handedly thwarting their conspiracy. An entire sleepless night, amidst the silent text updates on the public screen, seemed so passionate. The two also took the opportunity to stockpile fuel and supplies, filling up all available storage space. Li Xiangmeng and Zhou Xiao also devoted every opportunity they had to speak daily to support Xiongdata. This morning, the Cross Alliance launched a collective attack on Xiongdata. The two couldn't help but feel a surge of worry, fearing Xiongdata might be tricked and in danger. But soon, the name of the Cross Alliance dimmed, causing a huge uproar on the regional public screen. This delighted the two, and they laughed non-stop. This laughter seemed to consume a lot of energy, even digesting the morning porridge. At noon, with nothing to do, they took a nap and woke up without knowing what time it was. Zhou Xiao heated up a bowl of iced porridge for lunch, scrolling through the public screen and muttering about math. Li Xiangming snuggled in bed, watching the public screen and chatting. At this moment, the leader of the Taoist Association suddenly begged for mercy on the public screen, along with a row of his brothers. He also stated that he would hand over the position of president of the Zhongdao Guild to Sunshine Bear. This sparked a flurry of discussion on the public screen. Some mocked, some agreed, some thought the Zhongdao Guild was shameless, and some thought Big Bear was ungrateful. And the center of the discussion, Big Bear, had yet to appear. Suan followed all the updates on the public screen and admired the various actions of the powerful person who couldn't contact her. But she wasn't so kind as to let go of the player who had actively attacked her. He was lucky to have been able to trigger Huan Wan's curse skill, which allowed her to play with ghosts. I certainly wouldn't ruin his luck. In Suan's opinion, these guilds that relied on ganging up to exploit ordinary players were barely surviving, and ideally dead. Suan didn't consider himself a bad person, but he was definitely not a good one either. At 5 o'clock, the treasure chest stopped respawning. The pumpkin carriage stopped moving, and dinner began inside. Little Pumpkin had a simple plan: eat right away, so he could head to Yiming City. Ha ha ha, Yiming City is awesome. The geese are so sweet, and good at what they do, and best of all, there's money to be made. For dinner, Little Pumpkin prepared barbecue rice. Basically, simply seasoned roasted meat served with rice. The well-rested bear ate his meal with a cheerful air. Huan Wan ate with relish. Little Pumpkin's tickling of her feet didn't stop her from enjoying the pumpkin-cooked food. Only Swan had a low appetite. Due to her reversal of day and night, she didn't feel particularly hungry. She ate a few bites of food, just to be polite, and then ran off to pet the cat. Looking at the cat, she pondered a lot. Chapter 211. This player-transformed orange cat is truly no ordinary orange cat. Under the care of Little Pumpkin and Huan Wan, resting in the warm and comfortable cat bed in the pumpkin cart, and cared for by Little Pumpkin with 3 or 4 meat-filled meals a day, the skinny, sickly, dry-haired little orange cat has transformed into a plump, furry giant. It curls up like a ball, its claws stretched out like giant chicken drumsticks. With 2 steps, it becomes a small cat. Suan stroked the orange cat's body, and it rubbed against her palm, meowing. Its expression was flattering. Meow meow. Rubbing. Suan looked at the cat and thought, its fur is now thick and long, like a walking dandelion, and it looks warm. It shouldn't freeze to death if thrown outside. To be honest, after spending 2 days with it, she actually liked this orange cat. But it's more than just an orange cat, she couldn't keep it. Suan looked at the public screen in front of him. Pet, Little Orange Cat Fairy, provisional, race, 19, 1 year 3 months. Physical condition, in good health, eats with relish. Expected to regain human consciousness in 3 hours. They were going to Yiming City soon, so it was time to separate. Suan held the orange cat in his arms, and opened the door of the pumpkin carriage. As soon as he opened the door, a cold, harsh wind blew in from outside, giving Suan a shiver. Suan quickly closed the door again. He ran to the stove to warm the orange cat. Black Ball began to speak. Master, it's a snowstorm outside right now. The temperature is minus 77 degrees Celsius, very cold. Please dress warmly when opening the door. Tossing it out like that was too cruel. Even a fat orange cat like a dandelion would have struggled to survive. Suan couldn't help but relent. He opened the Little Pumpkin's basement warehouse, and looked through the materials he collected today. The steel frame of the rickety RV belonging to those players this morning. Scrape it together, and the rickety RV is out. Okay. It'd be a home at least. The little bear survived, with only 1% of its health remaining in its advanced shield. Okay, it'd be a shield at least. He built a broken stove, and put some coal in it to burn a mountain fire, to last until the orange cat becomes a human player. Suan felt he'd done his duty. 30 minutes later, a rickety RV was left on the road. The orange cat anxiously stood by the glass window, which was simply spliced and nailed shut with wooden boards. Through the crack, he meowed at the receding pumpkin carriage. The sound was pitiful and melodious. Until he could no longer see the pumpkin carriage, the orange cat realized he had been abandoned once again, and curled up next to the broken mat by the stove. Meow meow meow. Fawning, wandering, fighting, picking up trash to eat. This was the cat's daily life after it regained memory. It had once wandered the station, nibbling on scraps thrown out by the monster shop owner, fighting small monsters, and making its home everywhere. It lived in corners, trees, rooftops. Occasionally, it would encounter kind humans. It spent a few moments of peace, until it grew fat and lost its memory. The mat was a little tattered, but clean, yet the cat felt a little disgusted. This wasn't the smell of the mat in the pumpkin car. The mat there was filled with a fragrant scent of pumpkin. There were 2 basins by the stove, both filled to the brim with water and meat. The cat, always with a voracious appetite, had no desire to eat. It circled in front of the stove. Suin felt a sense of emptiness and shouted to Little Pumpkin to just leave. Then he turned away, not daring to look back at the receding rickshaw. A faint meowing sound still lingered in her ears. Suin was afraid. She regretted the moment she turned around and snatched the cat back. As for what to do if the orange fairy cat woke up, it wasn't impossible to beat her to the limit of her consciousness. Sorry, that's such an evil and selfish thought. Suin only dared to think about it. She couldn't deprive a hard-working female player of her human rights for the sake of her pet cat. Little Pumpkin wiped her tears and drove the pumpkin car farther and farther away. Wan was feeling down. She sat in the corner, on the mat where the orange cat had been, staring blankly at the cat fur on the floor. Traces of it still remained on the floor, scattered cat fur. Looking at the golden orange fur, recalling the past few days of her interactions with the cat came to mind. It was time to part. Wan knew that her owner had thrown the cat into that rickety car because she wanted to become that woman, and therefore couldn't be with them. After all, the cat was a human player, and human players weren't completely cats. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear, do you choose to disband your temporary team with Orange Fairy? Ding dong, the team has been disbanded. Orange Fairy has returned to its original home, and your temporary pet has regained its free status. As the team disbanded, Wan sensed the absence of any trace of orange cats in this space. Unable to contain her emotions, she hid in a corner and sobbed. She didn't actually know why she was sad. Wan had once wanted to sing an elegy for her sister, shedding a few tears to create a tragic work of art, but instead, she was taught a lesson by the pleasing orange cat. Taught her the meaning of parting. Although she was just a dull, pleasing little orange cat. The separation wasn't easy for Wan. Suin made it clear to Little Pumpkin that she would privately confirm the orange cat's safety after it transformed into human form. Although the orange cat, able to respond to messages, was already a human player, it was good enough that it was still alive and well. Suin pulled out his room card and entered the command to return to the hotel. A platform appeared on the highway. The pumpkin cart took them to the bustling city of Yiming. In Yiming, the harsh weather on the highway gave way to a mild, warm winter. Driving onto a familiar road, they arrived at the bustling market. Enthusiastic geese swarmed around them. The lively and cheerful atmosphere dispelled the slight sadness. Leaving Little Pumpkin and Wan to rest in the pumpkin cart, Suin and Sumo began to conduct tonight's business. Tomorrow was Wednesday, and the system wouldn't open treasure chests. Suin planned to take everyone to a hotel tonight to enjoy the room they bought with their gold coins. Then, after spending the day, they all go to the hot springs together tomorrow night. She already booked the hot spring tickets from Old Goose last night, but she hadn't had time to go back to the hotel to buy them. She and Bear had enjoyed the relaxing, spiritual hot springs, and they hadn't forgotten to take care of the 2 dolls at home. Looking at the still somewhat melancholy Little Pumpkin and Wan, Suin promised that if she had the chance, she'd make a ginger cat doll, so they could have a ginger cat family. For a moment, the cloudy expressions on Little Pumpkin and Wan's faces brightened. Elsewhere, the ginger cat had awakened in human form. Chapter 212. Zhou Muji woke up to find herself inside an abandoned car. The fireplace, though tattered and dilapidated, held a warm fire. At that moment, a ferocious blizzard raged outside, but she had a safe haven, a place to stay that would protect her from the wind and rain. She stroked the thick orange coat that had taken shape in her cat form. The thick fur brought her a deep warmth. In her orange cat form, she seemed well cared for. Only when she was healthy could an orange cat have the energy to shed its fur. Zhou Muji looked around. Not far from the brazier, there was a basin of meat and a basin of water. The meat was warm. It looked fresh. The large, whole piece of meat, illuminated by the firelight, showed excellent texture and exuded its own aroma. Having lived here for over a year, she could tell that the meat was of high quality, freshly dropped by high-level monsters. The kitten's food was even better than her human form's rough sleep. That enhanced player was a thoughtful and considerate master. Her injuries had been properly treated. At this moment, she felt relaxed and comfortable. Before she lost consciousness, She had suffered severe physical injuries and a mental breakdown, but now, not a single part of her body ached. All her wounds had healed, leaving not even a scar. Her mental wounds had also been healed. That powerful player possessed formidable healing abilities. Strong attack, strong defense, and powerful healing. She felt herself, her chin fleshed out, like a thin skeleton filling out. A layer of fat accumulated on her belly, representing the energy reserves of a cold apocalypse. At this moment, the public screen lit up. Sunshine Bear, are you awake? How are you feeling? When Joe Mudgy saw the public screen, she froze. She felt a pang of pain in her heart. It was hard to describe, like a hand kneading her heart. It was torture. It made her feel both bitter and happy. It had been so long since anyone cared about her. She could barely remember. Life was already difficult, and after being stripped of her player status a few months ago and left wandering the platform, her situation was even worse. Just staying alive took all her energy, leaving no time for emotional care. Step by step, she sought a player status from the platform. Step by step, she escaped from the platform, trying to get back to the road. Step by step, she tried her best, calculating everything, putting her life in the hands of a stranger, hoping only for a fresh start. None of this was easy. She never thought of giving up, nor did she complain about the pain or exhaustion. She hadn't felt so wrong, but she was most afraid of the sudden concern of strangers. She felt a pang of pain in her throat. Then, she felt a chill on her face. She wiped it with the back of her hand, feeling the wetness. It turned out she hadn't known when she started crying. Why was she crying all of a sudden? She long since dried up, and she didn't have the energy to cry anymore. She vowed to live strong. She escaped death countless times, stood on the platform against fraud and theft, weathered countless storms, had friends, and experienced separation and death. She couldn't stop sobbing. She felt like a broken faucet, tears streaming down her face, unable to stop. At that moment, she felt like she wasn't crying alone, but the souls of humans and cats alike were crying together. It was so warm. She was crying because it was so warm. She thought back to the days on Blue Star, a sunny afternoon when, as usual, she finished her meal at the university cafeteria and, with her saved rations, she come to see the frail little orange cat. She squatted down to feed the skinny little orange cat. She stumbled, falling into the closed beta test of a game called Highway Game. After a good cry, she smiled happily again. The girl's laughter and tears seemed a bit neurotic. Anyone who saw her would doubt her for a mental illness. She won the bet, and won big. The player was even warmer than she had imagined. She wanted to know more about him. Joe Mudgy opened the public screen and began scrolling through chat messages, system notifications, and all the information he could gather. She felt both the warmth and the coldness of this player, watching this player, affectionately known as Big Bear, selling supplies and caring for everyone on the public screen, while ignoring the pleas for mercy and apologies from the rubbish of the Zhongdo Association. Kindness and coldness coexisted. She replied carefully. Little Orange Cat Fairy, thank you, sister, for your care. I'm in good health. My injuries have healed, and I gained weight. Image. I don't know if I can add my sister as a friend. I want to follow her. I know that's a bit presumptuous, but I really want to thank her. A long while passed. She saw the other person's reply. Sunshine Bear, you're welcome. I'm not adding you as a friend. See you again, Little Orange. Suan, despite her busy schedule, kept an eye on the updates of the player, the Orange Cat Little Fairy. She was at the White Goose Starlight Market today. There are so many things here, and they can sell more than just fuel. While selling things on her behalf, she checked her chat messages. After all, Little Orange had been with her for several days. Suan wasn't familiar with her human form, but she was very familiar with her cat form, and they had some kind of affection. So I still kept an eye on Shiju's progress. Received a reply from Little Orange Cat Fairy. Seeing the girl in the photo looking good, Suan immediately stopped what she was doing and rushed back to the pumpkin cart to share the news. I won't sell it for now. I go back and be back soon. She said goodbye to the goose shop owner, with whom she had just been negotiating the price. Dear tourist, please don't leave. I can give you a higher price for the sable leg and red-eye pork loin. Ai Seru, the butcher at the Starlight White Goose Night Market, called out to Suan. He failed to stop the impetuous woman. He chased her out of the shop, watching her back was into the pumpkin cart. Suan rushed to the pumpkin cart and immediately looked for Xiao Pumpkin and Huan Huan, who were lying on the sofa playing with their phones. Suan opened the screen, displayed the photos, and shared Shiju's current situation. Little Orange looks a bit fatter. Little Pumpkin quickly accepted the news, commenting on the photo before a relieved smile appeared on his face. In the photo, the girl looked well, with a rosy complexion and plump cheeks. It's all thanks to Little Pumpkin's cooking skills that Little Orange recovered so quickly. Little Pumpkin felt a sense of accomplishment from nowhere. Huan glanced at her and snorted, "It's all thanks to Huan's healing skills, but she's ugly, not as pretty as the cat." "The person is bad, the cat is good," Huan commented. In Huan's eyes, these were two creatures. Although their souls were closely connected in one, their auras were different. Huan looked at her owner, who wished them well. She forced a smile. She pounced on Suan, grabbing his clothes and acting coquettishly. Huan wants a kitten, a new orange cat companion. Playing with Melon is boring, Melon is mean. I'm mean, but you're no good either, with a sharp tongue and a lot of trouble. A new battle is about to begin between Little Pumpkin and Huan. The two rolled into a ball. It wasn't long before the current battle format was determined. In the afternoon, Little Pumpkin versus Huan, the battle mode was tickling. Now, Little Pumpkin versus Huan, the battle mode has become brain-destroying. Chapter 213. Accompanied by, "It's agreed, one person will play it once." "Ha, take my invincible pumpkin hand, and your head will explode." Hey, it's my turn, take my terrifying brain-shattering technique." Suan left the pumpkin carriage. Replying to a stranger's private message. "Sunshine Bear, you're welcome. I'm not adding you as a friend. See you again, Little Orange." At the same time, she silently prayed for the girl's health and a bright future, hoping that one day they could reach the end of the road, complete the level, and meet again. While replying to the Orange Cat Fairy, Suan caught a glimpse of the message. "Zongo Ichiochi, 5 minutes. If you don't remove the curse within 5 minutes, I will perish with you." "Seriously? You can still come out after being blocked. You're really a lingering ghost." Suan didn't reply. But her expression suddenly turned cold, and she sneered into the night. "Come on," she waited. "Turn off the public screen." She looked up at the bustling city lights. This place is not much different from the bustling cities of Blue Star. The roads are flat and wide, the lights are bright, and the natural environment is comfortable. The geese live and work in peace and contentment, making it a paradise. The bustling streets of Yiming City Night Market. Many geese come and go. Many geese take turns shopping. Suan can also see families with several geese, big and small, happily shopping for snacks together. Occasionally, you can see a little bear toy wandering through the store, buying supplies on behalf of others. It flexibly uses the system to withdraw cash, pay, pick up, and ship the goods. It works efficiently. Suan looked up. The sky was clear, not a single snowflake, and the stars were beautiful. In the distance, the super god Goose Handsome Goose statue stood tall in the city center. An invisible protective barrier shielded Yiming City, occasionally appearing to block the harsh attacks of typhoons and blizzards. Everything was peaceful and stable. Mortal level, spiritual level, super spiritual level, god level, super god level. Come on. At this moment, a man stared at the public screen with wide eyes. With anticipation, relief, and resentment, he waited for a player's reply. Time ticked by. The seconds felt like years. The man struggled in agony. He reeked and was covered in sores. Not a single piece of healthy flesh remained on his skin. He lay bare on the luxurious sofa, looking utterly torn. Some of the sores were flaring. Some had been scratched open, revealing red and yellow fluids and emitting a sickening stench. Some of the sores had begun to rot, exposing blood vessels and bones, and large chunks of flesh were exposed. In a world invisible to normal people, invisible evil spirits tore at every sore, gnawed and tormented. Under the curse, he lost his energy and spirit, his spirit crumbling, his mental defenses vanishing, leaving him completely exposed to another, wondrous world. The fragments of the souls that had died at his hands coalesced into evil spirits, crammed into his body, wreaking havoc. The process by which the spiritual world affected the physical world was slow. The result was torment. He tried various medications, tried to have his subordinates treat him, tried everything, but nothing could stop the torment. He could only beg for mercy. But even after giving everything, even begging for mercy without dignity, the woman still wouldn't let him go. Zhou Qi of the Zhongdo Association regretted deeply, deeply regretting how he had underestimated his opponent and looked down on Sunshine Bear in the beginning. He regretted it now. After testing the Cross Alliance, he confirmed his suspicions. Sunshine Bear cursed Dao Ba Tian Xia with a special item, not a personal skill. Only then did he feel at ease, as he began to unleash his attacks. Just like how he had killed so many beta testers, as long as he didn't attack her directly and used underhanded tactics behind her back, no matter how powerful the beta tester was, nothing would happen. Not many beta testers possessed the ability to injure people remotely. He had never imagined that guy was so terrifying. Such a terrifying curse skill, never revealed during the battles against the Cross Alliance. Now the full horror of the curse was revealed on him. He had used these 10 hours of torture to refute his own judgment and make himself look like a fool. He clutched the pair of his natal thunder orbs tightly. This was the embodiment of his innate talent, the foundation of his alliance. The thunder orbs, as long as they fed flesh, blood, life, and soul, could injure people remotely. He had once believed this was a gift, a divine skill, a gift from heaven to reign supreme. So it was success and failure. Now, this thunder bead was about to send him on his way. Watching the time tick by, he clung to hope, once again tormented in excruciating pain for countless minutes. Still the same indifference. No reply. Just like the way he once slaughtered those who begged for mercy. She must be laughing, happy, mocking her own presumption. The man's eyes gradually lost hope. He steeled his resolve, sending a message filled with anger and malice. Zandoichiochi, I will not live, but you will too. He sacrificed his own flesh, blood, life, and souls, along with those of the players he controlled, to launch a joint attack. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear is currently at a special station. Attacking may result in adverse consequences. Are you sure? I'm not afraid of death. What consequences are I afraid of? You bitch, go to hell. Suin sold some meat and ran to the grocery store next door to help sell sundries. Beautiful golden goose boss, these are spiritual items. With so many, 3,300 copper coins is a bit too little. Could you increase the price? 3,500 copper coins, how about that? Suin joined in the bargaining, hoping to sell more. He could also make more money. Ha, no, any higher, and I won't make any money. Ha, at least I make a little for the goose. 3,400 copper coins at most, that's all. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed in the sky. Crack. Then it vanished in an instant. Like a dud. Behind the goose shop owner was a window, and Suin was facing it, just in time to see the protective shield over Yiming City light up for a fleeting moment. It only lasted for a fleeting 0.01 seconds. The goose shop owner glanced back and blurted out a grumble. Ha, which idiot dared to attack Yiming City? Super God Ishuaida will punish him on behalf of Ego, ha. Suin opened the message, and saw that the name of Zhou Qi of the Zhongdo Association had dimmed. His ranking in the regional mileage also disappeared. The names of many other players of the Zhongdo Association, who were active on the public screen, also dimmed. 1 second they were arguing with other players on the public screen, the next their names dimmed. Suin silently mourned for them. This truly was a bad boss, who would take them all with him, even if it meant death. With the deaths of the Zhongdo Association's top brass, the players' discussion on the regional public screen instantly exploded. Chapter 214. Everyone had a variety of opinions. Some praised Suin, expressed gratitude, and others criticized her for being too cruel. The instantaneous death of so many, by players from the high-ranking alliance, who had long wielded such power, made many people both respect and fear the name Sunshine Bear. The newly incorporated players initially held a certain amount of contempt for the original leaders, feeling that the rules initially established by the 3 female players were too weak. However, since they were considered the beneficiaries, the lower-level players, who were being taken care of, didn't say much. Some of the lower-level players, who accepted the law of the jungle, secretly fantasized about what it would be like to reign supreme. Now that something like this had happened, everyone was terrified, especially those who had secretly complained about it in public and private chats. They were still terrified. Fearing that their past would be brought up, they couldn't sleep all night. The constant shaking of the car, the torment of the wind and snow, and the freezing temperature meant countless people had sleepless nights. Suin ignored all this and focused on his own business. He hadn't yet finished the deal. After agreeing on the price, Suin continued her agency business, her only focus now being on making money. Yiming City was tranquil, as if nothing had happened. The high-level player's dying attack had no effect. Leaving the general store and heading to the next shop, Suin glanced up at the statue of Super God Gu Shuaida. In that moment, Suin felt as if the statue was also looking at her, giving her a rather endearing smile. It was like the mechanical goose in the City Hall store, with its somewhat fawning smile. Perhaps it was because the mechanical goose was made in Shuaida's image. Suan shook her head, trying not to let her wild thoughts run wild. He was the only super god among the goose people. How could such a stylish being be associated with a fawning waiter? If her guess was correct, the super goose was alive, having lived on for millennia. Yiming City was a safe city that protected its people because of this living super goose. The 4-star platform that had once intimidated people now looked at the geese here, despite their powerful combat power, only at a 4-star level of danger. The geese were indeed quite friendly. Suan happily hummed a little tune, busy as she worked until dawn. Before dawn, the geese packed up their stalls and closed their shops, and the throngs of geese on the streets gradually dissipated. A sound emanated from a loudspeaker beneath a streetlight, a pure and beautiful goose people's song. The melodious and beautiful tune, accompanied by quacking sounds of varying lengths and pitches, sounded quite pleasant. Dear tourists, it's almost dawn, quack, quack, get up early, quack. As the pumpkin cart pulled out of the street, geese closing up shop on the roadside greeted Suan, who waved back. Good morning, bye everyone. The pumpkin cart drove a few minutes to the Old Goose Hotel. Back at the hotel, Suan got out of the car, carrying the sleeping Wan. Put the pumpkin cart inside the room card. With the walking and floating teddy bear toy, it's time to enter your hotel room, Shaoan. Wan drowsily woke up amidst the commotion. She looked at her owner, rubbed against him, and closed her half-open eyes again. The room card opened the door, revealing a warm and tidy interior. On the round table in the living room sat a small vase of an unknown pure white flower, delicate and beautiful, emitting a faint fragrance. Just the smell was refreshing. The room had only one bed, a large round one. Suan placed Wan on the round bed and pulled back the loose curtains. Little Pumpkin pulled the off-white gauze curtains to cover the floor-to-ceiling windows. Then it moved to the round bed and bounced, feeling the incredibly soft mattress. It bounced at the foot of the bed, not disturbing Wan, who was sleeping at the head. This mattress is amazing. It can use it as a trampoline without disturbing anyone around it. Little Pumpkin commented happily. Master, this mattress is so soft. Master, there's so much spiritual energy here. Master, I feel like I'm recharging. In the bathroom, Little Bear stood in front of a scaled-down sink, washing and changing clothes. As they entered the room, 4 sinks of varying sizes appeared in the bathroom, equipped with bathtubs and toilets of varying sizes. Suan entered the bathroom to wash up, shamelessly captivated by the design. Magic home. This is so convenient. I kind of want it. After washing up and changing into pajamas, Suan climbed into bed, covered with a pure white, soft quilt and resting on a perfectly comfortable pillow. He quickly fell asleep. There was no such thing as staying up all night and struggling to fall asleep. This sleep lasted all night. It was incredibly sweet. Upon waking, Suan was refreshed and in top form. There was no trace of the fatigue from the reversal of day and night. Only then did he realize how much he had missed out on by not sleeping in a hotel room. If yesterday's sleep in the pumpkin carriage had been restless and exhausting, today's was the best sleep ever. It was already bright daylight, and the sunlight streamed directly into the room through the off-white gauze curtains, warm, but not at all glaring. The light, filtering through the gauze, resembled moonlight, completely impervious to sleep. Suan blinked, realizing that when she opened her eyes, the room felt as bright as day, while when she closed them, it was pitch black, as if deep in the night. She rose from the bed, her bare feet touching the wooden floor. The floor was as smooth as jade, warming to the touch, and the sensation of her feet made her feel relaxed. She reached up and touched the off-white gauze curtains. Aura emanated from them, and silver patterns were woven with incomprehensible magic circles. Another magical version of black technology. Suan woke up and looked around. Little Bear was still asleep, unfazed by her awakening. Little Pumpkin and Wan had also woken up early. They were lying on the bed, poring over their phones, completely engrossed, not even noticing Suan had gotten up. They were not only playing with their phones, but also snacking. Small pieces of sausage wrappers, bread crusts, and candy wrappers were scattered on the ground. After a while, Suan saw a silent magic circle appear. The garbage on the ground flew up into the trash can, leaving only the spotless, pristine floor. Next to the entrance door, in the makeshift kitchen, a cloud pot was simmering something on the stove. However, through a translucent blue barrier, the liquid silently and odorlessly passed into the bedroom. Suan could only guess that it was some meat. On one side, on a translucent curved balcony, there was a table and several chairs of varying heights. The table was piled with dishes, enveloped by a red barrier, preserving them as if fresh from the pot. Magic technology was everywhere. Suin went to the bathroom to wash up and shampoo his hair. After washing up, Suin looked in the mirror. He was startled by the girl's radiant skin, a rosy complexion, and a vibrant, energetic, bright-eyed look. Chapter 215. My current state is simply amazing. When Suin returned from using a magic spell to blow-dry her hair, Little Pumpkin and Huan were still enjoying themselves on the bed. Suin coughed above the two little creatures' heads. The two dolls looked up, realizing their master had woken up. The two dolls rushed forward, each hugging Suin's arm and greeting her affectionately. Master, good morning. Mom, good morning. Suin woke up a little after 10, and Xiong a little after 11. After waking, both the dolls were incredibly energetic, filled with boundless energy. Everyone got up. Little Pumpkin rolled out the meal she had carefully prepared. The table was filled with dishes, many of which were specialty vegetables from Yiming City, which Little Pumpkin had stir-fried with vegetable oil and a light salt. Among the dishes were crackling firecracker bamboo shoots, sweet and sour mutant cha-cha grass, and refreshing, colorful rainbow bean sprouts. Little Pumpkin entered the kitchen area and pressed a button beside the stove. A magic circle flashed, and the barrier vanished. He lifted the lid. A pot of brown broth perched on the edge of a simmer, with the meat bubbling within. A powerful aroma filled the room. Beef, beef heart, beef tripe. Little Pumpkin waved his telekinesis, and the fire spirit stone stove automatically turned off. Little Pumpkin removed the meat from the pot, sliced it, and drizzled it with the marinade. This constituted today's main course. At noon, a family of 4 was dining. The room was filled with spiritual energy, and Little Pumpkin didn't even need to stuff a spirit source stone into his mouth to suit the occasion. Little Pumpkin watched everyone happily eat, a satisfied smile on his face. Little Pumpkin couldn't help but wonder what food tasted like. It touched its joints, which still had a slight hint of wood grain. Almost there. The translucent balcony offered a pleasant atmosphere. It was a sunny day in Yiming City, and the winter sun was especially warm. Suin ate his meal leisurely and slowly, occasionally picking up food for Huan and Xiaomo, who were eating at breakneck speed. Through the fully transparent glass balcony, Suin saw the daytime scene of Yiming City. With the lights off, the city looked somewhat plain. The streets were quiet, with few geese out and about, just like the peaceful night in the city of Blue Star, where the geese were probably asleep. It seemed peaceful, and there was no sense of danger at all. Crack. The meat on the chopsticks fell into the half-bowl of rice. Suin stared out with his mouth wide open, his chopsticks trembling along with his hand. A goose on the street, calm one moment, then suddenly leapt to life, its beak wide open, a wave of blinding red flames erupting. The flames blasted into Suin's sunroom, stopping at 3 meters from the building by a protective barrier. Another goose, as if provoked, began to undress. A beautiful floral dress draped around its neck, its butt and slender legs exposed, it shouted in an unintelligible goose language, "I am the king of the world." Then it engaged in a fight with the other geese. The beautiful, colorful fireworks of the night transformed into a terrifying weapon of slaughter during the day. The safety of the old goose and provided ample insulation from the mad goose war outside. Suin had no idea how powerful the spells were, but from the geese's singed feathers, and the spells of flight and evasion, he could tell they were formidable. And then, Suin saw someone he knew. The hotel owner, Old Goose. It changed its gentlemanly demeanor of the evening, its vest, trousers, and scepter all emptied, transforming into a muscular goose to join the battle. Soon, the troublemaker goose was driven out of the street. The muscular goose returned to the hotel with a proud and confident air. "Master. Sister Anan." "Mom, no master. I'm fine." Suin only then noticed his daze, which had caught the attention of the 3 dolls. Suin took a bite of his food and said to everyone, "It's okay, I was just a little shocked by what I saw." The little bear sat with his back to the window, and glanced back with some confusion. The street was peaceful, tranquil, and beautiful. Various protective arrays kept the city looking clean and tidy, unaffected by the turmoil of the battle. Little Pumpkin and Huan sat to either side, noticing the scene outside. "Yeah, it's just those geese that go crazy during the day, fighting from time to time. It's no big deal." "Yeah, it's boring for me and Pumpkin to watch them fight 800 times this morning." Suin nodded, and ate his meal seriously. The braised beef was fragrant, the tripe was chewy and crunchy, the firecracker bamboo shoots were crisp and crunchy, and the mutant cha-cha grass was sour and sweet. This meal was truly delicious. You could even watch the geese fight from time to time, which served as a little theater. After lunch, Suin cleared the kitchen utensils and washed the dishes himself. Why did Suin do it? Because it was convenient. So convenient. The smart home at the Yiming City Hotel was so convenient. Just press the wash button. And spiritual power automatically washes the pots and pans. Little Pumpkin said this kitchen had many other functions, including automatic vegetable washing and chopping, and even automatic cooking modes, but today he cooked the meal himself. It's a little hard to understand the geese's recipes. As he spoke, Little Pumpkin's eyes sparkled, gazing longingly at the kitchen's magical smart home appliances. If it weren't for the magic circle connecting the entire house, and its built-in anti-theft features, Little Pumpkin wouldn't have been able to take them away. Little Pumpkin would have been tempted to take them for himself. In the afternoon, Sue opened the window. Sipping tea, enjoying the gentle breeze. Enjoying a long-lost moment of relaxation. The magic circle on the window made the cold breeze outside feel slightly cooler and more comfortable. The snowstorm and strong winds on the highway were unbearably cold. Where could you find a place as comfortable, livable, scenic, safe, and stable as Yiming City? At that moment, Sue had understood why the beta testers had taken the initiative to settle down at the station. In a beautiful, convenient, and comfortable city or town, if you could live comfortably, it seemed you wouldn't have to constantly travel the dangerous highways for an uncertain future. In highway games, there might be many stations similar to Yiming City, making people linger. Sue had enjoyed the comfortable sunshine and breeze, browsing the public screen. The first place she visited was the exchange. She checked her balance, which reached 4 figures in gold coins. She smiled from ear to ear, feeling that life was truly wonderful. With money, leisure, and love, this life was truly wonderful. Sue looked at her overflowing wallet. Even the 4 spiritual-grade premium bath tickets she reserved for that evening, each costing 100 gold coins, suddenly didn't seem so expensive, so painful. But unfortunately, she still wasn't rich enough. For her now, a night at Boss Goose's private hot springs was practically exorbitant. The old goose said it was off-limits to the public. Sue could only bring Huan and Little Pumpkin, enjoying the best experience she could afford. The sun set in the blink of an eye. Night fell. Quack, quack. With the cries of a few geese, Sue and her group began their hot spring trip. Chapter 216. The hot springs are located on a separate platform, presumably a dangerous area. However, Sue has a connection with the Goose Boss, and money, 100 gold coins. So, Sue took the dolls through a special channel, avoiding the dangerous platform game test. Night fell. The lights came on, and the geese of Yiming City stopped going crazy, each returning to their former enthusiastic and free-spirited self. Sue packed up his belongings, left the hotel room with the dolls, and headed to the front desk. Clad in a brand new vest, the polite Goose Boss greeted Sue enthusiastically. "Oh, my friend, Miss Sunshine, the tickets you asked me to book for you have arrived." The Goose Boss waved a stack of tickets. 5 tickets in total, 1 large and 4 small. Sue handed over the gold coins and a box of pastries that the system had prepared in advance. The pastries were desserts Little Pumpkin had made that afternoon, including honey osmanthus rice cakes, red bean paste buns, and mung bean cakes. These were the delicacies the group planned to enjoy during their hot spring bath. The Goose Boss had been quite generous, so Sue had specially prepared a portion for him. The old goose took the bag of gold coins and tossed them onto the counter without counting, a gesture of genuine trust in Sue. Sue exchanged a few warm words with the old goose before leaving the hotel. Ordinary bath tickets lacked advanced teleportation abilities. They had to follow the map and drive themselves to Hot Springs in City. There were 4 tickets, 1 large and 4 small. One was a platform ticket for the system standard design, special platform Hot Springs City. The other 4 were handwritten, in a flowing cursive script in and Blue Star language, stating City VIP spiritual level premium tickets. The tickets bore the City emblem, imprinted with spiritual power. The mayor's handsome seal. Inside the seal was a silhouette of a particularly energetic and handsome goose. Sue couldn't help but praise it. This caused Little Pumpkin and Huan to look at the ticket in Sue's hand. It did seem quite handsome. Unbeknownst to the crowd, the mark on it wasn't spiritual power, but divine power. Though only a tiny bit. The goose statue towering over the city center suddenly lit up for a moment. A mechanical goose let out a quacking laugh. Surrender, little people, surrender to the goose's handsome and majestic charm, woo woo woo. Following the speed limit in Yiming City, the pumpkin carriage slowly and leisurely trudged through the night, following the route on the Yiming City map, passing the night market, passing the hotel, and heading deeper into the city, past rows of residential houses. The road meandered upward, gradually entering the mountains. Half an hour later. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear has discovered the special platform, Goose Hot Springs City. Do you want to use the special platform, Goose Hot Springs City platform ticket to enter? Suin chose yes. A ticket vanished from his hand, and the transparent barrier before him opened a hole wide enough for the pumpkin carriage to pass through. The pumpkin carriage drove onto the flat road. As the pumpkin carriage entered the Hot Springs City platform, Suin sensed something different. Master, the spiritual energy here is so abundant. Little Pumpkin couldn't help but sigh. So comfortable. Little Bear suddenly seemed to collapse, his body limp, from sitting upright to leaning shapelessly on the sofa. Mom, I feel so warm all over. One finished, her face flushing, and then she began to hiccup, gurgling non-stop. After entering the platform and driving a few hundred meters, the pumpkin carriage stopped in front of the Hot Springs City. After putting the pumpkin carriage into the hotel room card, the mechanical goose at the entrance greeted them. Suin followed the welcoming goose into the Hot Springs City. It was a vast place, stretching as far as the eye could see. In the reception hall was a map of the entire Hot Springs City. The map was presented in pictorial form. It resembled a small cartoon featuring geese. There were the goose reception area, the foreign reception area, the bathing area, the hot spring area, the dining area, the entertainment area, and the accommodation area. They were in the goose reception area. The crowd was full of geese, and there were quite a few of them. The reception area was bustling. There were families of more than a dozen geese, large and small, as well as single geese, couples of sisters, and couples. Suin and her dolls, 2 humans, a puppet, and a bear, stood out among the geese. But the geese here held no ill will, merely glancing curiously at Suin and his group before looking away. Among them, Swan spotted a familiar goose. The goose owner, who had patronized her business yesterday, was bringing a little goose girl in a beautiful plaid skirt to the hot springs. She had just finished exchanging her bath ticket, having exchanged her machine-printed ticket for a wooden handkerchief. Wait, was that little goose girl the same sturdy creature who was wearing a skirt and running around naked from the neck yesterday? Tall, long-legged, with black heart-shaped spots on her white wings. Swan thought all geese looked the same, but some stood out to her. Chafu, the goose owner at the grocery store, turned around and greeted Swan warmly. Hello. He adjusted his translator. Chafu, the goose owner at the grocery store, said enthusiastically, Hey, dear tourists, beautiful bears and beautiful girls, what a coincidence, you're all here for a hot spring vacation. This is my girlfriend, Janelle. Hee hee, isn't she pretty? It proudly displayed its petite, beautiful goose-like girlfriend. The dainty black and white goose, with its sleek fur and slender figure, shyly hid in the goose owner's arms, whispering, You're so mean. You're showing off so quickly after confirming our relationship. Shame on you. After her coquettish display, she turned and waved to Suin, greeting him openly. Hello, Sunshine Sister, Bear Sister, Puppet Miss, Ghost Sister, thank you for taking care of my old Chafu's business. I always hear him mention you. You're great customers. I'm Jenny, a designer at the Prosperous Hat Shop. Come visit me when you have time. Suin observed the graceful movements of the goose-like lady, dressed elegantly in a lace-flowered dress. She enthusiastically praised her and exchanged pleasantries. She made no mention of the madness she had witnessed earlier that day. After bidding farewell to the goose-like couple, Suin went to the front desk to redeem her bath tickets. The receptionist was a real goose, not a robotic one. It was a female goose wearing a beautiful pointed hat. After the two walked away, Suin heard her gossiping with a sigh. Great. Miss Janelle has found a new boyfriend. I hope this relationship lasts forever. I hope we get a baby goose someday. Seeing Suin, she realized she had been a bit too talkative and quickly shut up, politely saying, Excuse me, visitors, please show us your bathing tickets. Suin handed over 4 bathing tickets. The front desk goose jumped up, her voice trembling with emotion as she said, Oh, these are precious handwritten. VIP, VIP, I serve you right away. The front desk goose made a series of sharp clicks, and Suin realized that the 4 tickets had been folded into a square, sealed with crystal, and paired with a wooden bracelet, turning them into unique hand cards. There were 4 in total. Chapter 217. Dear, this is your VIP card. It's valid for 1 membership registration and comes in quadruplicate. It's your identification card within the Hot Spring City and is reusable. The balance on the card is 100 gold coins. The bathing service costs 1 gold coin, and the remaining 99 gold coins are for processing. This package is a premium experience, allowing you to enjoy all the services in the Hot Spring City bathing area until dawn tonight. Each time you visit, you only need to pay the VIP membership price of $1 per visit. VIP status corresponds to the independent hot spring C66. It's recommended that bathing time be brief and that you rest appropriately based on your physical condition. The front desk service was completed. The front desk goose summoned 2 robotic geese and entered some commands. I'm Xiaohua, one of the robotic goose attendants at the Hot Spring City. Xiao Xiao. VIP, please follow us. Suan and the dolls, led by the 2 robotic geese, entered the interior of the Hot Spring City. The first step was to enter the hot spring area. The 2 robotic geese led them to a platform as Suan and the others arrived. The 2 geese simultaneously pressed buttons on their chests, and a spell enveloped Suan and his group. A translucent blue barrier soon appeared around the platform. The platform rose on the spot, transforming into a flying car, carrying the group on a tour of the entire Hot Spring City. This is the Goose Hot Spring City VIP Express. Xiaohua Xiaoqiao will provide one-stop service for VIPs, isolating them from danger, and escorting them into the hot spring area. The express car slowly ascended and began to fly, following the route planned by the road below. It was like a cable car running on tracks. Due to the barriers and speed limit spells in each area, this route will take approximately 20 minutes. VIPs can sit and wait. As he finished speaking, 4 chairs, high and low, appeared on the platform. Suan and the dolls all sat down on them. Then, from their vantage point, they surveyed the scene below. Over there are the regular bathing area and the hot spring area. Suan saw where the citizens of Yiming City lined up. The grocery store owner, Yi, and his girlfriend lined up together to enter the outdoor public bathing area filled with geese. Soon, the 2 geese were frolicking and playing in the large bathing area. The regular bathing area of Yi was quite large, decorated in a similar style to Yiming City, all sleek and cute. But there were also many geese, crowding the water in a white mass. They were wearing a variety of clothing, invisible from the outside, but once they got in the water, they were all in swimsuits. The general bathing area and the hot spring area used pure hot spring water mixed with some low-level spiritual springs. Regular bathing is good for the goose tribe's fur. Hot springs rich in spiritual spring water can relieve fatigue and reduce hostility. Prices are favorable here, and the customers are all goose tribe citizens with high overall quality. It's safe and comfortable. The mechanical goose began to introduce. A few minutes later, the flying car arrived at a chaotic area. That's the alien service area, and behind it is the external hot spring area. The system regularly distributes and sells Hot Spring City platform tickets, inviting players and other platform NPCs to bathe in Hot Spring City. Unlike the Goose Tribe Passage, which is only open to goose people, here there are many races, and the quality is not guaranteed, so minor friction is likely to occur. The mechanical goose introduced, but it was obvious that its words had been refined a lot. Suan saw more than one incident just in the places where the flying car flew over. Zombies arguing with scarecrows, pig-headed men beating up minotaurs. Interestingly, she saw a familiar face, a male player wearing a swimsuit with large shorts, revealing his 8-pack abs. He stood out. It was the player in the area, the Explorer. The Explorer belonged to a small group, and most of the members looked familiar. He was accompanied by the lovely Mocha, the tall, handsome Night Beauty Nong, and a cold, muscular woman wearing iron armor and holding a heavy sword. Suan didn't know which player she was. Of the group, only the Explorer was dressed like someone coming to a bathhouse, which was quite out of place. The others were dressed for a combat dungeon, ready for battle at any moment. Suan knew this dungeon. She had seen a speedrun guide for the platform game test in Hot Springs at the Yiming City Hall. After accidentally following Old Goose into a private hot spring bathhouse and gaining benefits there, Suan had originally planned to buy a guide to enter, but Old Goose said he could get her a special pass, allowing her to go directly to the bathhouse, skipping the game test and experiencing the dungeon rewards directly. No need to face a variety of races, nor to bathe with so many other dungeon NPCs. Comfortable, safe, and at ease. With a better path, Suan certainly wouldn't bother buying a guidebook to complete the dungeon. Even spending a small fortune to bathe with Goose in a regular bathing area would be better than buying a guidebook to complete the dungeon. At least Goose is more stable than the other platform NPCs. As long as it's not daytime, Goose won't go crazy, so bathing together is more reassuring. Suan looked at the group of explorers, and at the many groups around them that looked like players. He secretly counted them, probably over 100. Not long after, the speeder car flew out of the area, and the group was no longer visible. Suan stopped counting. At this moment, at the hot spring city service counter, among the people waiting in line, the woman with the heavy sword and armor stared at the slowly passing blue orb for a long time, until it completely disappeared from view. Ye God, did you find anything? The explorer leaned over and asked quietly. The woman with the heavy sword and armor glanced at the explorer, but said nothing. The explorer couldn't help but take a step back. This great god was so aloof, his eyes so handsome, so cool, so intimidating. But he was so handsome. Together with Nong, they were both women whose beauty had captured his heart. The explorer felt like his heart was split in two, one half standing with Nong, the other with E-God, unable to choose. It's the VIP ticket discount channel, said Chinchin Mocha. Her voice was soft and sweet. No need to queue, exclusive access to the high-level spiritual spring. I'm so envious. That must be a high-level NPC at some station. I wonder how players can get VIP tickets, so they don't have to queue or fight through levels. Mocha said with envy. Elsewhere, Suin opened the public screen, scanning the messages, scrolling forward, searching for clues. Sure enough, 3 minutes ago, Suin had seen a message. Explorer, so happy, hee. Ling Yu Dang Kong, what good news, Dai you, bro, tell me about it. Yu Hua Qinggu, why are you suddenly so happy so late at night? What good news happened to you? I love Rose, you're smiling so much, I'm afraid you're feeling amorous. Did you see some pretty girl? Ha ha ha. Dear guest, we have arrived at the hot springs area. Please walk slowly, and be careful when you get off the car. The car twisted and turned, passing through bathing pools, bamboo forests, and hills, and then stopped. Suin got out. All he saw was what he saw. Chapter 218. It was a misty hot spring pool. The air still held a slight chill, which collided with the intense heat rising from the pool, transforming into steaming mist. It made the place seem ethereal, and like a fairyland. The mist drifted in. The air carried a sweet scent, similar to the fragrance of lilies and citrus, which made one feel inexplicably relaxed. The pool was similar in structure to the old goose boss's private bathhouse, with a pavilion, wardrobe, rockery, and bamboo forest, offering beautiful scenery. The pool and pavilion were much smaller, resembling a simpler version of a private bathhouse. The water in the pool wasn't quite as white. Suin, holding Huan Huan in his left hand, and Little Bear in his right, with a small pumpkin on his head, followed the gravel path to the pool. There was a sign in front of the pool, with the number C66 on it. There was also an introduction to the hot spring. A long, eloquent introduction in goose language was translated by the system. Suin glanced at it briefly, and summarized it in one sentence. This spring is the water from the upper middle section of the natural hot springs at Yi Mountain in Yiming City. It is blended with the middle section of the spiritual springs from the Lingshan mineral vein. It is rich in spiritual energy. Bathing in it can beautify the skin, detoxify, and enhance cultivation. Dear guest, once you enter, the notice board will automatically recognize your hand card and activate a protective privacy barrier. We will be waiting outside. Call us if you need anything. The voice finished. Small flowers and grasses lined the path, one on each side. The mechanical goose's eyes became dull as it entered standby mode. Let's go! Let's go to the hot springs, Suin said to the puppets beside him. After Suin and his group entered the pavilion, the hand cards on each puppet's wrist lit up, and a barrier appeared around the hot spring, enveloping it. At that moment, the scenery inside the hot spring pool became hazy. The temperature around the hot springs rose. I didn't bring the black ball with me, so I didn't know the exact temperature. But when Suin got off the bus, she knew the entire hot spring city was warm, much warmer than Yiming City, probably around 10 degrees Celsius above zero. Suin's human sense of the temperature was probably around 10 degrees Celsius above zero, a bit chilly, but not extremely cold. Still, she quickly stripped off her gear and changed into her long-prepared swimsuit. A basic set of off-white shorts and short-sleeved shirt. Underwear from the skilled craftsman Li Di of Yiming City, as a gift, as a thank you for bringing in so many orders. Everyone in the family got some. Except Huan, because she wasn't born the last time I went to Yiming City. The fabric is velvet, a material unique to Yiming City. The fabric is fine, smooth, and comfortable, loose, breathable, and soft. As equipment, this piece of clothing doesn't add any special attributes, only comfort, easy drying, and stain resistance. She used her pale yellow nightgown as a substitute for her pajamas. Suin changed and immediately entered the water. The hot spring felt slightly warm. She tentatively dipped her feet in, easing herself in. Soon, she was sitting on a platform within the pool. So comfortable. Suin could feel an invisible energy seeping into her as she entered the water, numbing her. This energy soothed her fatigue, relaxing her body and nerves. Although not as high quality as Boss Goose's hot springs, Suin found them quite good and enjoyed them greatly. Suin had no idea how much she and Xiong, mortals without even a hint of spiritual awareness, were wasting the pure spiritual spring water. Suin couldn't help but squint in her enjoyment, watching everyone changing into their swimsuits from the corner of her eye. The bear quickly changed into a small vest and shorts and entered the hot spring. The bear was solid, a bit heavy, and dense. Upon entering the water, it nearly sank to the bottom with a splash. But it could swim and quickly floated up, finding a comfortable position and swimming on its back beside Suin. However, due to its weight, only its face remained above water. After upgrading, Little Pumpkin could remove its clothes. It changed into a straight skirt, somewhat afraid of the water and eager to try. Based on the knowledge she had gained from Yiming City, Suin learned that the levels of cultivation were categorized into mortal, spiritual, super spiritual, divine, and super divine. Any race bound to a player participating in civilization upgrades had the potential to ascend to the divine level. Her dolls, Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan, were no ordinary creatures. Little Pumpkin was a natural spiritual being, but due to her premature awakening, her strength was insufficient, and she could only begin her cultivation at the mortal level. She was born with a developmental disability, half card puppet, half spirit seed. She couldn't eat, her body was incomplete, no legs, and her clothes couldn't be removed. Everything was connected to the pumpkin cart itself. She couldn't absorb non-spiritual resources to convert into energy, and could only absorb spirit source stones to replenish her energy. Only after she continuously advanced would she become a true spirit-level puppet, possessing a complete body capable of absorbing and transforming various resources. At this moment, the little pumpkin floated above the water, its lower wooden body briefly touching the surface. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, rising and falling. "Don't be afraid," Suin patiently soothed. Encouraged by Suin, the little pumpkin withdrew its telekinesis, clattered onto the water, and then floated lightly above. Like a piece of driftwood, spinning in place. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The little pumpkin was too light. The bear, noticing this, swam over, picked up the little pumpkin, and helped it immerse itself in the water. Just as its head was about to go in, the little pumpkin panicked and said, "No, Big Bear, that's enough. We're done here." The bear stopped moving. Little Pumpkin gradually got used to the hot spring. Soon, the little pumpkin began to find the fun and became happy. It tried using telekinesis to press itself down into the water, keeping its head above water. It said excitedly, "Master, there's so much spiritual energy in here. It's so comfortable. I feel like I'm growing legs," it said exaggeratedly. Elsewhere, Huan Huan hid in the farthest corner from everyone, her back to the others, her entire body submerged in the water, only her head sticking out. She started to hiccup again. She hiccuped non-stop. Spiritual energy entered her body, foul air flowed out, and the little ghost was becoming a transparent little ghost. But this process made her very shy, and she turned away, not wanting anyone to see her burping. It wasn't pretty at all. Floating in the hot springs was a long-prepared floating tray, on which lay cakes and lemon syrup. The flowing, steaming water soaked every inch of her skin. Suin poured herself a glass of lemon syrup, and felt completely comfortable. Time flew by. Across the street, the situation was quite different. The special platform, Hot Spring City, Entertainment Platform, hosted 100 teams of players competing in quizzes, water races, performances, and a swimsuit competition. It was a whirlwind. The Explorers today's bathing team defeated a host of competing players, earned the support of NPCs, and received special bathing tickets. Next, it was time to enjoy the platform rewards. Chapter 219. Looking at the hot spring pool in the distance. While the special grade hot springs were beautifully decorated, they were home to 7 or 8 humanoid monsters. Monsters that could bathe in the special grade hot springs. They were all high-level monsters from other platforms, and they all looked human. But this made them seem even more terrifying. These people looked at the entire team of players, making them panic. The explorer felt like there was a sharp-nosed, monkey-faced old witch inside, constantly staring at his muscular physique, her eyes lingering on his proud 8-pack abs. He was a little scared. "Are you really going to take a dip?" The explorer's voice was a little dry, and he took a step back, hiding behind Nong's broad shoulders, as if this would help him ward off the discomfort of being scrutinized. "What's the matter? You were the first to change into your swimsuit, you're the most arrogant, and you're the one who doesn't want to soak right now." You're the one who's always bothering. Non slapped him on the head, sending him crashing into the hot springs, nearly landing him in the old witch's arms. The terrified explorer scrambled to the edge of the hot spring. This made him want to curse. Never could he have imagined that the one who would weather his storm was the sun in his heart. Non said arrogantly, "What are you afraid of? Be open and honest." Non followed him into the hot spring, wearing a sexy swimsuit that showed off her figure. She confidently soaked in the bath, and even greeted the other NPCs in the pool in a friendly manner. "Hey, thank you all, thank you for your vote just now." Nong's words were bold, taking advantage of the explorer's timidity. This made the explorer feel a little self-praise, wondering if he was just too timid. But what happened next made his heart skip a beat. If he hadn't felt so frightened in the hot spring, he would have wanted to jump out directly. Just as Non was greeting the monster, a humanoid monster, skinny as a corpse and woody, responded in a dry, hoarse voice. "Hello, you look delicious, Sia." Seeing its drooling eyes turn green, Non raised her hand to report. Report? A guest is drooling and about to fall into the hot spring. Click. A flash of light. A mechanical goose appeared by the hot spring, using a spell to fork the corpse monster out of the pool and toss it aside. Hot Spring City does not welcome uncivilized guests. Special Hot Spring City does not welcome unclean guests. Drooling, bleeding, excretion, and other uncivilized bathing behaviors are strictly prohibited. Swish, swish, swish. With a few spells, the hot spring pool became very clean. The water in the entire pool was quickly replaced. The spiritual energy in the hot spring was even stronger. On the player panel, it showed that experience points were increasing faster. The only 3 monster guests left in the hot spring pool had all behaved better. The explorer instantly found Nong incredibly beautiful again, and the place felt incredibly safe. "Come on, Cha-Cha, Sister E, you two come in too." Nong called to her 2 teammates standing by the pool. Mo-Cha, wearing a cute floral one-piece swimsuit, came down to take a bath. A woman in armor also came down to take a bath. She even wore a helmet. Her head was hidden within the helmet. And it works. Taking a bath in armor, there's no worry about your gear rusting or getting soaked in water. The explorer, who had been hoping to see God change into his swimsuit, was disappointed. He glanced away from God with disappointment, only to find the old witch with a hooked nose and chin still staring at him. The old witch was flabby and wrinkled, her age making her look too old for him. The gaze smacked him in the face. I couldn't tell if it was because of his handsomeness, or if she wanted to physically covet his body. The explorer shuddered and turned, trying not to show his face to the old witch monster. He felt a chill on his abs. He suddenly felt a little underdressed. He felt safer wrapped up like an e-god. He turned his back and gazed into the distance. He tried to relax and enjoy the hot springs, ignoring the discomfort the monster's gaze from behind made him feel. The explorer looked down at the large and small pools, and the numerous NPCs bathing together, silently mourning for them. Those with first dash, second dash, and third-class tickets were better off. They had their own private pools, and were guarded by mechanical geese, ensuring their safety. But those bathing together weren't so lucky. They could easily be injured. As for the player groups that didn't receive bath tickets, their situation was even more dire. They now had no way to gain experience in the baths. Their fate was to be forced to participate in the Hot Spring City dungeon, get lost on the platform, or die. First to third-class baths. The number of monsters in each bath varies. Generally, the higher the pool's rank, the fewer monsters there are, the more anthropomorphic they are, and the cleaner they appear, making bathing together cleaner. Special class hot spring pools are only for high-end guests. Besides their team, there are only 4 monsters in the pool, but now there are only 3. Special class hot spring pools are staffed by a mechanical goose guard to maintain order and bathhouse hygiene. There are 2 first-class pools, each accommodating 2 teams and 8 monsters, for a total of 16 creatures per pool. Both pools are staffed by a mechanical goose guard to maintain order. There are 4 second-class pools, each accommodating 4 teams, 16 monsters, 16 players per pool, and 16 monsters per pool. Each of the 4 pools is guarded by a mechanical goose. The mechanical goose clearly can't keep up, and the hot spring water doesn't seem particularly clean, forcing players to be wary of monsters while bathing. There are 8 third-class pools, each also accommodating 4 teams, 16 monsters, 16 players per pool, and 16 monsters per pool. 8 pools are guarded by a mechanical goose. The goose barely handles anything, leaving players essentially bathing, while simultaneously battling monsters. Players without level bath tickets are even worse off. They can only bathe in public bathhouses, where monsters are numerous and the hot spring water is a strange color. But they have to bathe, as they're easily mistaken for idlers and caught in temporary worker groups. There are no mechanical geese in public bathhouses. This is a large-scale local war, with various small-scale melees. As long as there's no murder, the hot spring city staff won't intervene. If there is a murder, players who just lost their bath tickets and became temporary workers can enter the fray. If you can beat them, you fight. If you can't, you die. It was miserable, truly miserable. After watching the situation below, the explorer was glad he had invited a bunch of experts to join him, and got a special bath ticket. It turns out that humans only feel the difference when they compare them. The monster in his own pool still looked human. The monster below looked filthy and unsightly. Isn't it just that the old witch looked at me? It's nothing. Turning back, the explorer was startled. Mocha was chatting and laughing with the old witch. She would point at him from time to time, as if she was about to sell him off. The two of them commented on his figure, and occasionally the old witch would say he had a nice face and a nice waist. The explorer felt a mixture of annoyance and amusement. The annoyance was that he felt like an object of appreciation, a plaything to be ridiculed, a bit disrespected. The joy was that even high-level monsters succumbed to his masculine charm, their eyes sparkling at his broad shoulders and narrow waist. He even chatted intimately with human players, despite his high-level status. Maybe in future dungeons, his good looks alone will make monsters go easy on him, ha ha ha. The explorer couldn't tell whether he should be proud or sad. Alas, being too handsome is truly an affliction. Mocha chatted with Wang Fong, seemingly intimate yet actually distant. Mocha handed her a potion, and the old witch gave her a box, completing the deal they had last negotiated at the screw platform. As for the explorer, it was just a greeting, just like some male bosses start a conversation by complimenting their beautiful female companions with a few pleasantries. Mocha did the same. Whether this was a compliment or disrespect for the male companion was a matter of opinion. Transaction completed. With a click, the explorer was shocked by what happened. Chapter 220. The old witch drank the life potion, and instantly, her skin and flesh plumped up, transforming from an old witch into a beautiful middle-aged woman. Her hooked nose became a tall, graceful one. Her pointed chin, which could have killed someone, became a charming oval face. Her sagging skin became plump and translucent, delicate and voluptuous, and her entire body exuded the charm of a mature woman. The explorer was stunned. His imagination ran wild. It wasn't that he couldn't do it. In fact, if he was forced, he could barely do it. Even the powerful monster sister could be attracted to him. She looked so attractive, with a figure and a face that made her much older than him seem like nothing. The explorer felt like his heart was about to break into 3 pieces. After a long pause, he finally let his mind take over and suppressed his lust. He suppressed the urge to get close to her. It was really hard for such a hot-blooded young man like him. Over there. Sister Cha moved even faster. The beautiful young girl, Mocha, affectionately exclaimed, "Sister Fong, you're still so beautiful." And then pounced. Like a hungry wolf pouncing on a tiger, she moved with incredible speed. If Sister Cha hadn't been a woman, the explorer would have mistaken her for being lustful, basking in the wizard monster's transformed allure, just as he had been. The beautiful middle-aged woman retorted, "No." Wang Fong quickly dodged, nearly embracing the male vampire behind her. Mocha reacted quickly, dodging the male vampire immediately. She fell into the hot spring pool, choking on the bathwater several times. The water, rich in spiritual energy, carried spiritual energy into her stomach. Mocha quickly held her breath to avoid choking, and floated to the surface. The beautiful wizard, after her transformation, was no longer as frantic as the old witch. Her words were logical. She said slowly, "I told you so many times, call me Aunt Fong. You're about the same age as my daughter." She smoothed her hair, wet from the splash of the girl's plunge. The wizard's robes clung tightly to her voluptuous figure, creating ripples on the water's surface. "Also, don't get all sticky and tug at me. I'm tired of that." Mocha then emerged from the hot spring, panting and gasping. "I'm almost 30. Don't try to take advantage of me." She wiped the water off her face. She adjusted her hair, and quickly tied it into 2 buns, one on the left and one on the right. "Sister Fong, I'm not using any tricks on you. I just want to help you get back on your journey." "No," Wang Fong responded bluntly. "I live in a beautiful town now. I have a house, a car, and a handsome man." She pointed at the feminine yet handsome vampire behind her. When pointed at, the vampire smiled, revealing 2 sinister fangs. "If you have time, you can go to other platforms to watch a show, eat delicious food, play with other players, soak in the hot springs. Wang Feng, feeling rejuvenated, was in high spirits and chatted with Mocha. While Nan was practicing in the bath, she kept an eye on Mocha, keeping an eye on the monsters. She was prepared to take immediate action if any unusual movement occurred, then report it to the mechanical goose guardian. The explorer turned into an octopus and was very busy. He was chatting with the melon tea monster, while listening to the disputes between players in other areas below the melon. At the same time, he showed off the opportunities of the spiritual hot spring on the public screen, and shared things about players in other areas on the platform. This drew praise and adulation from a chorus of fans on the public screen. Her vanity was greatly satisfied. The woman in steel armor, soaking in the hot spring, ignored the gossip within, her gaze fixed intently on a pink and white skeleton in the corner. Is that her? The spiritual spring ceased flowing, and a chaotic battle ensued in the public area. Experience points rose to a certain point, and then stopped rising. Sue knew this was the peak of her hot spring absorption. Although her last soak hadn't lasted long, the quality was higher, making the effect slightly weaker. Sue didn't level up. Feeling a little groggy, she stood up and sat by the hot spring to rest, wrapping herself in a towel and placing only her feet and calves in the water for warmth. In the hot spring, Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan both entered a state of cultivation, eyes closed, absorbing spiritual energy in the water. The teddy bear, lying on its back on the surface, drifted with the current. The sky was desolate. Through several layers of barriers, the starry sky was a bit blurry, the stars appearing faintly as if submerged in water, their presence faintly visible under the ripples of the barrier. The surroundings were silent, save for the faint sound of the wind and the occasional distant clamor. I wonder how Mocha is doing. Maybe she's already gone. Out of curiosity, but also out of boredom, Sue had opened the public screen to see what was going on, and was greeted by a long string of messages. I never forgive you. Explorer Brother is amazing. Share more, brother. It's so good, I love it. Yun Zi, is the special platform so fun? Restoring your body, improving your cultivation, and soaking in hot springs with monsters, it's an experience. Next time, consider saving your special platform ticket. Maple leaves fall back to their roots. Then you must be careful and stay safe. Delusion. The teens in other zones are in such a plight. Fortunately, our explorer is strong and lucky. Good things happen to good people, and good fortune comes with blessings. The messages were all full of praise and flattery. The names of the players speaking were unfamiliar. They were players who had recently merged into the zone. After Suen wiped out a bunch of guilds, the Tiandahui was frightened and disbanded on the spot, and these lurking players became more vocal. Suen flipped through the pages and saw that it was the explorer, the conspicuous one, posting news about a special platform on the public screen like a calendar. However, his words were measured, only discussing this platform and the experiences of players in other zones, focusing on showing off himself. He didn't even mention his teammates. Makanang and the strangers in the zone were all well hidden. His boasting was interesting, as if he said a lot without actually saying much. The main point of his boasting was a bit off. He focused on praising his handsome face, 8-pack abs, broad shoulders, narrow waist, perky hips, and long legs, showcasing his extraordinary charm to attract the older, voluptuous, and attractive monster ant. A bit overconfident. It's hard to judge. However, there's some real discussion here. A player named Salted Fish Mooncake asked a question. Salted Fish Mooncake, can we take the hot spring water out? Explorer, we can't sell it. The hot spring is rules. Those formidable, stoic mechanical geese are keeping a close eye on it. Our bath tickets are only good for bathing, but I heard VIPs and citizens of the legendary upper city can take a portion of the spiritual spring water out. Take the spiritual spring out. Suen moved the light screen away with his mind. Suen looked up at the sky. In the pitch-black night, far, far away, at the foot of the mountain, the glittering Yiming city could be vaguely seen. Woo woo woo. Little Pumpkin's voice caught Suen's attention. Chapter 221. Little Pumpkin's body bobbed in the hot spring, as if drowning. Normally, puppets wouldn't drown. Especially Little Pumpkin, who possessed telekinetic powers. Something was wrong. Suen jumped into the hot spring without hesitation, swiftly. The bear puppet reacted faster than she did. As Little Pumpkin struggled, it paddled quickly to Little Pumpkin's side, and carried him out of the water. Little Pumpkin continued to struggle, swirling erratically underwater, and above the surface. The bear puppet struggled. With a swish, Xiao Mo transformed into a 2-meter-tall giant bear, its feet planted on the bottom of the pool, its head exposed. Its two claws grasped Little Pumpkin's waist, helping it keep its head above water, and its body submerged in the spiritual hot spring. When Sue arrived, Little Pumpkin was already out of danger. As the puppet's soul-connected owner, Sue sensed it instantly. Little Pumpkin was leveling up. Sue approached Little Pumpkin, retrieved a high-level spiritual source stone from his space, and placed it in Little Pumpkin's mouth. Time passed slowly. A few minutes passed. An entire high-level spiritual source stone vanished. A splash of water erupted with Little Pumpkin at its center, and spiritual energy surged. It opened its eyes, revealing a pair of radiant golden pupils. The air, already filled with the fragrance of lilies, was now filled with the scent of pumpkin. Light, gentle, and sweet. Little Pumpkin had successfully advanced from level 5 to level 6, a series of upgrades in just a few days. This leveling up had been both laborious and strained, draining all its accumulated resources and transforming them into something it had recently accumulated. After the upgrade, Little Pumpkin appeared a little exhausted. It leaned against Suen's arms, saying, tired yet a touch excited, Master, I succeeded. I become more like you. I'm even better than Huan. With that, the Little Pumpkin floated up, revealing its lotus root-like legs and feet. Although there were still some traces of puppetry at its joints, its appearance now looked very much like a real person. Suen held the Little Pumpkin and praised it. Soon, seemingly exhausted and sleepy, the Little Pumpkin fell asleep in Suen's arms. After falling asleep, it automatically absorbed the spiritual energy from the hot spring, and the color of the water became increasingly transparent. The newly flowing hot spring water couldn't keep up with its absorption. Suen activated his skills, checking the Little Pumpkin's current status. Suden Ling, also known as Little Pumpkin, Pumpkin, and Melon. Carrying you. Producer, Suen. Master, Suen. Talents, Attack 1, Defense 10+1, Talent Cap increased in Spirit Spring, Spirit 6, Defense Specialization, Safety First. Suen paused at this point. Neither he nor Little Bear had increased their talent caps while soaking in the hot springs, but Little Pumpkin had. It seemed that Little Pumpkin's recent accident was caused by this. The increased talent caused discomfort throughout the body, causing a loss of telekinesis. Combined with the upgrade, the body became more complete, making it difficult to control. Suen continued reading. Level 6, Ordinary, Attributes, Attack, 24/24. Defense, 61/61. Spirit, 18/18. Experience, 2,467,788 +/10,000,000. Based on the current progress of absorbing spiritual energy in the Spirit Spring, the next upgrade is expected to take 26 hours. Note: while the spiritual spring is wonderful, don't overdo it. It takes time to absorb and digest, so don't keep it soaking in it forever. Intimacy, 100%. Mental level, 6 to 15. Current status, excellent. Satiety/energy, 100%, very full mood, extremely happy, so happy to be held in my owner's arms. Cleanliness, 110%, it's a bit too clean. Suen was a little stunned when he noticed this. It turns out cleanliness can exceed 100%. Skill 1, the Little Pumpkin has 2 faces, growth-capable skill. Note: the pumpkin cart form has integrated Suen's bound vehicles *2, high-level ice, and snow shield, low-level shield, snowboard, smart speaker, etc. Single puppet form, humanoid puppet, height 30 centimeters, weight 150 g, beautiful clothes and a handsome cape. Note: the clothing and cape are separated from the puppet, evolving from another manifestation of its humanoid flesh and skin into equipment, which can be removed. Strength capable of lifting objects under 20 kilograms, rapid reaction time, possessing feet and legs, which can transform into solid cylinders, inherent levitation, extremely low energy consumption, and a long standby time. Compared to its pumpkin carriage form, this state consumes less energy. Energy use time, 88 days. Pumpkin carriage form, integrates with system vehicles, overriding the current vehicle. Vehicle upgrades and merges regional blueprints. The pumpkin carriage can be optimized accordingly. High energy consumption, burning energy bars every minute and every second. Energy use time, 3 days. External dimensions, 3m long, 2m wide, 5m high, oval shape, 6 wheels, speed 0 to 420 km/h. Current features: universal turning, telekinesis, autonomous driving, navigation mode, flight mode. Interior: the current pumpkin carriage has a usable area of 72 square meters. Current trait: Folding space level 6. Configuration. Ice Pumpkin Advanced Protective Shield, defense value, 20,000/20,000. Current trait, adjustable temperature by 10 degrees, soundproof and cold insulating, with repair capability, consuming 1% of energy to repair the shield's defense value by 10%. Synchronized with the in-game vehicle, components include first floor bathroom, premium, second floor bathroom, simple, kitchen cabinet, simple, stovetop, premium, separate bedroom, simple, dining table and chairs, premium, studio, premium, living room area with folding sofa, spiritual level, pumpkin evolution. The pumpkin car only changes the decorative elements, not their specific functions. With the evolution of the little pumpkin, the warehouse has doubled in size. Go check it out. After the upgrade, the interior space of the pumpkin car has expanded further, and it has also evolved into a spiritual level living room. Suen continued to read. Chapter 222. Skill 2. Little Pumpkin has a few tricks. Spiritual power feedback. Consumes a certain amount of energy to restore the owner's mental power. Telekinesis control. Levitates, consuming spiritual energy to manipulate telekinesis to assist in tasks. Skill 3. Mine all mine. Assimilates vehicles, household items, and props that belong to it into its pumpkin cart form. Skill 4. This isn't just a simple Chinese knot, it's the pumpkin's treasure. The Chinese knot contains abundant storage space. All storage spaces in the pumpkin cart form function as portals. The current space is 192 square meters, and the owner can connect to the space with their mind at any time. Skill 5. Desperate spikes. After the protective shield is broken, sharp spikes appear on the pumpkin cart body, preventing monsters from climbing or colliding with it, and increasing its defense. When used in conjunction with acceleration, this creates a spike impact effect, dealing physical damage. This skill was discovered by Su Nanling in desperate circumstances. Skill 6. Little Pumpkin possesses an unbreakable energy shield. Attack is the best defense, but Little Pumpkin isn't good at it. Her cannon hasn't been successful yet, so a shield that can absorb attacks and recharge energy has appeared. Inspired by the patterns of Chinese knots, this unique defense system is constructed. Consumes spiritual energy to activate instantly, within a 15-meter radius centered on the pumpkin carriage. Summons a triangular defensive shield, receiving attacks and converting them into spiritual energy to replenish the pumpkin carriage. It can't speak, as it's deeply troubled by the energy concerns brought by the edible Huan. Little Pumpkin's energy shield increases the range of its protective skills. Upgrades to gain a new skill. This skill appears to be an attack, but actually improves your comfort. Skill 7. Little Pumpkin's Big Cannon. Odd, this skill was created by Little Pumpkin, inspired by the fire spirit wood. After days and nights of reflection on his journey to Yiming City, Little Pumpkin evolved this skill into a heating device called a cannon. Pumpkin possesses a large cannon that doesn't hurt anyone, but he denies it. The fire spirit wood-powered air conditioning system provides both heating and cooling, and can be connected to kitchen appliances for cooking anytime, anywhere. It absorbs all energy sources: heat, chemical, light, wind, psychic. Provoke Little Pumpkin, and it can fire a fireball or ice ball at you. Note: fireballs/ice balls are slow and have limited damage. While Little Pumpkin was absorbing the immobile spiritual energy, Suen took it out of the hot spring, cleaned it, and dressed it. He did the same. Under the barrier, the hot spring warmed the area, making it warm outside. Xiaomo, having soaked enough, came ashore on the other side, away from Suen and Little Pumpkin. He shook himself off until he was half dry, then fetched a towel he had prepared long ago from his space to clean himself. The entire pool of hot spring water was left for Huan to slowly cultivate. The hot spring was flowing, spiritual spring water gurgling in through the inlet, and flowing silently out through the outlet. The night deepened, and in a blink of an eye, it was already the middle of the night. Suen, holding the sleeping Little Pumpkin, rested on a recliner under the pavilion. He chatted with Xiaomo, who was beside him, letting the time slip by. The distant clamor faded. It seemed as if the public bath had closed. The night was deep and long. The messages on the public screen scrolled slower and slower. A little after 11 o'clock in the evening, the explorer said goodnight to everyone on the public screen. Countless awake players joined in saying goodnight to each other. Miao Bushui, good night explorer, good night everyone, sweet dreams. Budong Shenshang, good night, I hope tomorrow's box opening yields a good harvest. Jinan, good night, I hope the blizzard stops soon. Wu Shiwu, good night, I hope I can see my family one day. Chi Hi Plus, Good Night, I Hope Explorer, Morning Jasmine Tea, Sunshine Bear, God. And everyone else in the zone are happy. A rarely seen player popped up. Eric, Good Night Little Bone. Kindagwa, wow, God has appeared. Who is God greeting? Tao Sheng Chi Z, God is so soft. Oh my god, that tone, I think I discovered something extraordinary. Yi Linshan, I'm on the public chat every day, and I still don't know. Feng Yanzishi, wow, this is the legendary Big E. I heard about you in the beta zone 987 before. You were saying goodnight to Bone Disaster Tutu, right? Is she in our zone too? Tutu, she's here too, why is it so lively here? Feng Yanzishi, damn, Aunt Mocha is in this zone too, impressive. Chinchin Mocha, how did you get here? Feng Yanzishi, the Orange Cat Kid found it. The Orange Cat Kid and I are best friends. Hee hee, after surviving a disaster, there's always good fortune to come. Aunt Mocha, did you miss me? You said you were strong-willed before, but don't be afraid, your strength is here. Chunshin Mocha, shock. What a plague god. Why are you bringing up such old rotten grain? He was frozen into a block of ice by the golden koi in the golden fish pond, then logged off, and he came back alive. The Orange Cat glared at the merman girl in the water tank and asked, why are you teasing her? The half-fish, half-human girl bared her teeth. She had a human body and a fish tail, and half her face was covered in scales. She looked like a demonic spirit at one moment, an innocent girl at another. I'm happy to see you. I'm happy to see you. The Orange Cat bared its claws, threateningly like cat paws. Don't make trouble. The fishman, frightened, became a little more docile. The Orange Cat thought to herself, what a nuisance. She's been on the platform for too long, and her transformation is far more severe than hers. She can't even tell if she's human or not. She's acting so neurotic. She have to keep a close eye on her for a while. This old friend, nicknamed Feng Yin Jishur, is the lucky koi of the beta test, the most innocent and fortunate beta tester. She's a well-known figure among the beta testers. She's a lucky charm everyone envies, and she's very high profile. She has a skill that randomly grants everyone luck. During the closed beta, she daily showered blessings on the public screen. If she successfully gained a buff, she gets some free food and drink. If she failed, she didn't charge. She was the epitome of someone whose combat power was unknown, but who had no worries about food and clothing. However, her natural luck was incredibly strong, and the side effects were also hers. Relying solely on luck, she feared nothing, only to encounter an even luckier existence and encounter minor problems. There was no way back. She was lost in the golden fish pond. The platform contained not only the alluring golden key, but also the terrifying golden koi, which bewitched everyone. The wind song poem was contaminated by the golden koi, transforming her into a murloc, losing her sanity and her player identity. When she was transformed into a ginger cat, she wandered into the golden fish pond, and was cared for by her. After regaining her sanity, and transforming into a human form, she happened to encounter her lucid period. So, the two sisters, already acquainted in the area, formed a verbal alliance and sought an opportunity to leave the platform. With his help, the Orange Cat found Luck's protection and successfully jumped to the platform and entered the Misty Lake, obtaining a system identity watch, fighting its way through the encirclement and resuming its journey. This luck continued, as the Orange Cat met the player Sunshine Bear again. Using the spiritual evolution stone obtained on the platform, he sought Dao's help, transforming into an orange cat and then returning to human form. After escaping, the Orange Cat Fairy spent half a day repairing the abandoned RV, and the rest of the time was spent figuring out how to rescue the murloc. Thankfully, Feng Yanzishi's gift of Lucky Koi was indeed lucky enough to leave behind a backup plan that helped her escape from the platform. It was sheer luck. It was sheer coincidence that she was back. But shortly after being rescued and regaining her player identity, this guy couldn't help but go crazy on the public screen. Feng Yinsher felt helpless. She felt she wasn't crazy. Although her body wasn't quite human, her heart was very human. The Orange Cat didn't understand her. She was just a middle school student who gotten lost on her way home from summer vacation and stumbled into the internal testing program. Even so much couldn't change her playful nature. Even her days were pretty smooth, and being a murloc on the platform was a comfortable koi. Now, she had regained access to the public screen and could post online, and she excitedly flirted with someone she knew. Her skills were heavily reliant on the public screen, much like Chingcha's. Was it too much to say something? At dawn, the pumpkin carriage drove out of the Yi Hot Springs and out of Yiming City. Chapter 223. It's a shame, I still have one night to stay in a hotel. But Wednesday is over, and Thursday will be the day the system will refresh the box. Giving up the daytime search for the box and sleeping in the Yiming City Hotel is too extravagant. Even Suan, who had suddenly become rich, couldn't afford such extravagance. At this moment, the pumpkin carriage was driving on the road. Little Pumpkin was soundly asleep. Suan stood in the third-floor cab, driving the pumpkin carriage. The upgraded pumpkin carriage was larger, and the third-floor cockpit was more sophisticated. The Level 6 pumpkin carriage had 3 modes: manual driving, pumpkin driving, and intelligent automatic driving. Manual driving is similar to silver driving. Anyone in the family can drive, but be careful to monitor the pumpkin's energy level while driving. Pumpkin driving, as the name suggests, is Little Pumpkin driving automatically, but it requires Little Pumpkin to be awake. Intelligent automatic driving allows the black ball to plan the route, and the pumpkin carriage drives automatically. However, this mode is still a bit sluggish and requires upgrades to improve. The black ball's navigation system was practically useless when there were no treasure chests. Suan parked the car. He went downstairs. Little Pumpkin and Little Bear were fast asleep in the second-floor bedroom. First floor. In the bathroom, there was a large basin filled with warm water. Huan was soaking in it, the water now colorless. Suan took out a glass bottle and poured the remaining milky white spiritual dew into the basin, then tossed in a few spiritual source stones. This bottle of spiritual dew was a gift from the mechanical Goose when she left Goose Hot Spring City. Goose explained that it could be used for a single bath at home. After taking care of Huan, Suan slept on the living room sofa, covered with a patchwork blanket and resting her head on a pumpkin pillow. After Little Pumpkin upgraded, it automatically improved the living room area, which was primarily a sofa booth. The living room became larger, and the soft furnishings continued Suan's previous design, with curtains, pillows, and other small details. The sofa also grew larger, allowing one person to lie flat on the bed. After transforming, it became a 2.2m x 2m bed, large enough for the whole family. At 8:30 a.m., Suan woke to the soft music of the black ball alarm clock she had set in advance. When Suan woke up, the black ball stopped playing music and automatically announced the time. "Good morning, Master. This is the smart speaker black ball. The current time is 8:30, the weather is snowstormy, the temperature inside is 21 degrees Celsius, and the temperature outside is minus 67 degrees Celsius. I wish you a healthy and energetic new day." Suan yawned. He retrieved Little Pumpkin's pre-made pies from the space and threw them all into the oven on the stove to heat them up. He went to the bathroom for a quick wash. Looking at Huan soaking in the cold pool, Suan took out a fire spirit stone, mobilized his spiritual power, and briefly heated the water. Coming out of the bathroom, Suan saw Little Pumpkin, who had woken up. "Why don't you sleep a little longer?" Suan asked Little Pumpkin. "I slept enough." "Master, you should sleep a little longer." Suan shook his head. "No more sleep. I wasn't planning on going to Yiming City anytime soon, so it was time to adjust my sleep schedule. There was no need to stay up late." Breakfast was pie with mutant cha-cha lemon soup. Suan and Little Pumpkin ate. Xiong was still asleep, and Huan was still soaking in the spiritual spring water, absorbing energy. Suan didn't let Little Pumpkin wake them. Pie was made with a pastry, using similar ingredients. The difference was the filling. One was sweet, the other was meaty. The pies were large and substantial, and Suan was completely full after just one. She couldn't finish the next one. Her stomach was completely empty, so she only took a few sips of the sour and sweet mutant cha-cha grass lemon soup. It wasn't because she didn't like it. The mutant cha-cha grass is sweet and sour, and paired with lemon, it's sour and slightly sweet. I heard that wild cha-cha grass is sour and spicy, but no one in Yiming City likes the original cha-cha grass. Almost all the cha-cha grass sold on the market is the mutant cha-cha grass specially cultivated in Yiming City. I'm full. Suan, after finishing her meal, looked at the pile of pies in a dilemma. Little Pumpkin was finally able to eat, but it was small, eating even less than she did, and eating very slowly. Little Pumpkin, eating for the first time, slowly and leisurely ate the coin-sized piece of pies, which was 1/32 of the size. She could only absorb so much right now, using her spiritual energy to help digest and absorb energy, focusing on tasting. They only ate one pancake between them. The rest would have to wait for the two voracious dolls, Bear and Huan, to wake up and devour. At 9 o'clock, still pitch black due to the blizzard, the pumpkin carriage began its journey. Little Pumpkin wanted to use its carrot tendrils to roll up the treasure chest and run away. Suin shouted, "I do it." The window opened wide. The Guqin played. Range attacks instantly killed weak level 2 and 3 monsters. Little Pumpkin used its carrot tendrils to reclaim the treasure chest and monster drops. The two of them worked in perfect harmony. "Master, you're amazing." Little Pumpkin's appropriate praise delighted Suin. She hadn't realized how strong she had become. Hee hee. The pumpkin carriage continued on its way, heading for the next treasure chest. Suin opened the bronze treasure chest and put away the rice, oil, and salt inside. It seemed like she hadn't encountered a gold treasure chest in ages. She opened the public chat. A long string of bickering messages appeared before her. The drama was already starting early in the morning. Suin watched a new beta player, Feng Yin Jishur, speak loudly on the public chat, sometimes teasing, sometimes taunting Chunshin Mocha. It seemed as if she was targeting Chunshin Mocha for her good temper, and she was trying hard to strike up a conversation with her. She didn't have any malicious intent, but she wasn't particularly polite either. She revealed many of Chunshin Mocha's past deeds in her words. She soon made the public chat extremely lively, attracting many people to watch her gossip early in the morning. Explorer. Wow, so that's how the nickname Ice Mage Ant came about. I was wondering why Sister Cha, who's so kind, got such a mean nickname. Yuchi Shurhin. So Sister Cha had such a difficult life, going through so many hardships. So inspiring. She's remained true to her original intention, and treats everyone with such kindness. So wonderful. Shishizi, your forced incident is so funny. Sister Cha is so good-tempered, ha ha ha. I feel sorry for her. Kui's sister at Fenjianshi, are you really not going to get a beating for doing this? Watching the fun and not minding the drama. Sister Cha has such a good personality, she definitely wouldn't want to hit Kui's sister. At most, she'd scold her. Summer favorites. Mung bean soup for cooling down. Wow, the inner curl is so interesting. The high mortality rate means those who survive have diverse talents, and there are so many extraordinary people. Qingyu, what about the beta testers forming teams and betraying each other? There are so many factions, love and hate, wow. Many players were gossiping on the public screen. No human can resist the allure of gossip. Suin, a screen snooper, followed along and ate a lot of gossip, and also got a lot of information. This player is not what she said, a lucky koi, a walking melon field, with a cheerful personality, who loves to be lively and chats endlessly on the public screen. Chapter 224. It turns out there weren't many large regions in the closed beta, and if more than half the players died, the regions would quickly merge. Each beta player who survived to the end didn't know how many rounds it took before the regions merged. Over time, even the more experienced beta players could name each other. During the closed beta, the game was difficult, but experience was doubled, and players could invite each other to join a team in a dungeon. Everyone leveled up quickly. I heard that by the end of the closed beta, only a few regions remained in the server. Some regions even had players who had reached the spirit rank. It was that mysterious player who completed the first level of the game, halting the closed beta and moving to the public beta. For example, the currently famous players in our region, such as Mocha, Egod, Orange Cat, and Nantangsi, all played in the same region. Fengyan Zishi called herself the Lucky Koi, saying she had no special abilities, but was just lucky. Naturally, she had been in the same region from start to finish. Mocha was very famous in the game, one of the earliest players to join the larger server. Nicknamed Smiling Angel, she was known in the region for her gentleness, cuteness, singing voice, and beauty. She was a spiritual idol, and a source of inspiration for countless players. Yes, as a young idol, she even promoted her songs on the public screen at the time. Her talents relied on the public screen, allowing her to use her singing voice and skills to grant bonuses to other players, boosting the team's strength. She was considered a superb support. But at the same time, many people looked down on her and bullied her, thinking she was mentally retarded and hypocritical and disgusting. What era is this? Still, idols are spreading love and hope. But despite this, her fans formed a night team to protect her. However, during one of the server merges, a famous meme emerged. An old man running a guild with the username Peerless Strongman declared his strength and made a powerful confession. He arrogantly and unilaterally declared his dominance over her. A domineering old man, acting with such arrogance. Mocha naturally refused. But he single-handedly wiped out Mocha's knights and, using a coercive tool, dragged her to a special platform, even live-streaming his attempt to possess the goddess. All this failed. On the special platform Ghost Town, Mocha revealed her Ice Mage prowess, achieving 100 kills and climbing the ranks alone, stomping on the heads of countless villains. She earned the nickname Ice Mage Lady, and no one ever looked down on her again. From then on, she became even more famous. Everyone knew Sister Cha was kind and powerful. They hadn't expected these stories to be so far behind. It was truly astonishing to hear. Suin also watched with fascination. He also pieced together the twisted nature of Mocha from the melon field. Seemingly wary of everyone, yet still close to them. Seemingly powerful yet instinctively disguised. Seemingly insincere yet full of kindness. Amidst the revelations, Feng Yunzishi lost her fear. When love begins, hatred deepens. She harbored a mixture of love and hate for Mocha. Love was her singing and words, which had once provided her with spiritual strength, unknowingly boosting her favorability. Hate was her inaction, even as she stood by her side, frozen to a block of ice and dragged away by a koi fish. This was a complete downfall of her idol. Although she knew Mocha owed her nothing, and it was her duty not to save her, she was her idol. She couldn't. Lucky Koi claimed she had never suffered any injustice, and Mocha was her greatest injustice. Could it be considered her good fortune that Mocha's inaction had broken her idol's heart? The orange cat watched the girl, furiously typing away on the public screen, sighed. The girl's expression was now filled with a hint of madness, her eyes dark in the blizzard light, resembling a demon. If it weren't for the life-saving grace and the oath of alliance, she would have wished she abandoned this crazy fish and run as far as she could. There was no telling how long it would take for the mental pollution in her to heal. If this continued, her mental health would deteriorate. Suin ate melon while hunting monsters and retrieving treasure chests. The morning flew by in a flash. Little Bear woke up at noon and took over Su-An's afternoon duties. Wan woke up in the afternoon. She absorbed psychic energy until she could no longer absorb it, and her level didn't increase, but her overall sinister aura had diminished considerably. She looked like a bright little ghost. In short, she didn't look that evil. Time seemed like Wan's demonic play. It seemed noisy, but it passed in a flash. The pumpkin carriage moved forward at a rapid pace. Friday night had arrived. Suin still hadn't found a single golden treasure chest. As Suin sorted through his recent harvest, he couldn't help but complain about the system's currently absurd drop rate. It's so cold, there are so many boxes, and not a single gold one. Is that reasonable? It's unreasonable. Is she just unlucky? On the other side, rows of gleaming gold and silver boxes opened the eyes of the orange cat, who realized what a lucky koi is. Admire me, come on, praise me. Join the lucky koi community from now on, and shout koi goddess. Ha ha ha, let me wish you endless good luck. Feng Yinsher acted like she was truly honored, praising herself furiously to the orange cat. She was clearly a fish that lay in the bathtub doing nothing all day, clothed and fed, yet she acted like this. Zhou Muji wanted to give her a taste of her own medicine, but in the end, he couldn't help but lower his head, like a treacherous minister fawning over the emperor, receiving endless praise. So what if she's crazy? She's so lucky. Most of these treasure chests belong to her orange cat. This fish can't do anything, fight monsters, cook, or do anything else. On the road ahead, repairing vehicles, driving, finding treasure chests, killing monsters, cooking and washing, all done by the orange cat. As driver, bodyguard, nanny, chef, and therapist. The orange cat had no qualms about taking these treasure chests. She was eager to unlock the permanent team card and regroup, so she wouldn't have to work so hard. Friday night, 5:12 p.m. The pumpkin carriage continued to move forward to count the kilometers. Suin lay on the sofa, counting the hours since she encountered a treasure chest. She hadn't really cared. But someone on the public screen was bragging. She was really envious. Is luck really that important? Suin stared at the public screen, feeling a bit sour. Wind poetry, picture. Picture Gemini 5, oh so bright. My eyes, lemon essence, I'm so jealous. White Cat Senior, my heart is fluttering like crazy. Is it too late to pretend I didn't see it? Nan Tonsi, That's enough. Suin took about 10 minutes to calm down. She was lucky enough to have the dolls by her side. She looked around. The pumpkin carriage was cozy. Little Pumpkin was preparing dinner. Little Bear was helping Little Pumpkin chop vegetables and light the fire. The clinking of vegetables on the chopping board and the clinking of the spatula in the wok combined to create a warm and comfortable routine. Wan sat on the windowsill, staring out in a daze, studying her upgrade plans, adding a touch of melancholy to the atmosphere. The public screen lit up. Then, Suin couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. There was a clang. A noise came from the living room, and everyone turned to look. On the ground was a golden treasure chest. Clang. Another golden treasure chest, and then another golden treasure chest. 3 golden treasure chests in a row. Chapter 225. On the other side. In the quiet and tidy RV, Yu was screaming, her pupils distorted with excitement. Orange Cat, what are you doing? Why are you giving away the treasure chest? Ah! She was a little frantic. I repaid you for saving my life. I given it to my savior. That's called giving back. Why are you screaming? Why are you so stingy? If you scream again, I won't cook dinner tonight, and we both starve and save food. Ah! The mentally unstable fish bared its sharp claws, frantic. The orange cat didn't tolerate her, and immediately partially transformed into a beast, unleashing its mighty power. It clamped its claws around the fish's head, and pinned it in the bathtub. A battle-hardened cat versus a lucky, delicate fish. Soon, Feng Yinshe became obedient, her fish-like body parts fading considerably, transforming into a pitiful, human-like girl. Zhou Muji panted heavily, exhausted. The collision of energies made her feel uncomfortable. Zhou Muji suppressed his surly bestial nature, and switched from physical violence to verbal attacks. Don't use your abilities for now. The more you use them, the more serious your mental pollution becomes. I've given you so many pills, and yet, your mind remains so unstable. Don't you have any sense? Do you want to be legless for the rest of your life, stuck in a bathtub with me waiting on you? Zhou Muji's words were less than polite. You too, the pitiful little girl pouted and complained. After returning from the platform, many things were irreversible, a fact both of them were well aware of. That's why we should do more human things while we still have some humanity left in us, the orange cat retorted. After all, they were both young, with a certain youthfulness and unwavering faith. The girl remained silent, tacitly accepting her companion's decision to hand over their harvest to their savior. They knew, too, that if they lost themselves at the platform, even if they returned, they would already be on the death countdown. When they went completely insane, would they be monsters or humans? After all, Feng Yinshe was now almost a different person from the junior high school graduate who had to ask her mother for directions before opening packages at home. Leaving resources to players I admire and supporting them to go further was, in a way, a contribution to the liberation of Blue Planet. Perhaps one day, those players I admire would complete the level completely, escape, and put an end to this, just like they did at the end of the closed beta test, freeing them. Hopefully, by then, they won't have gone too crazy. Feng Yinshe soaked in the bathtub. The orange cat cleaned up the splashes on the floor. I'm hungry. I want roasted cat meat, some greens, some rice, and some strawberries. Just as I had managed to coax Feng Yinshe, she went berserk again and started ordering food. No cat meat, so we have roasted rabbit tonight. It's up to you if you want it or not. The orange cat, who had just finished mopping the floor and was slicing up the monster rabbit, responded grumpily. The orange cat was not polite at all to the spoiled little girl. The more polite she was, the more spoiled she became. Humph. Feng Yinshe leaned back, propping herself up with her tail. She rolled over, half leaning out, pulled out a copper treasure chest, and opened it. Soon, she pulled out strawberries, white rice, and turbot ham. She looked at the tiger meat. Okay, she just said cat meat casually, to discuss the orange cat. She pushed the food toward the orange cat, nearly falling out of the bathtub. I said it's there. Come on, have a good meal. You're using your powers again. The orange cat was furious. Be careful. Don't get yourself killed. Feng Yinshe, hey, good people are rewarded. It's not good enough to repay a favor. You fish. The orange cat was a mess, and the girl was threatening her. She was both angry and touched. This fish thing, skill 4, double your luck when you help others. Choose a player to send a blessing. If they have indirectly helped you or your teammates, this skill will be successfully activated. A successful blessing will generate a 10-minute luck aura. You will also receive a bonus of luck. Price. You may or may not know this, but Fate's gifts always come with a small price. But as a lucky koi, this little bit of luck is nothing to worry about. Suin was a little nervous holding her only golden key. This golden key was found with Aguchin last time. It had been lying in her backpack for who knows how long. Finally, it had a place to use it. Before opening the box, she washed her hands and changed her clothes, hoping to gain a little more luck. Su Nanling and Su Mo paused their cooking, letting the pot simmer and simmer. Su Qiming paused in a daze, her entire attention focused on Suin. At that moment, a group of dolls gathered around the golden treasure chest, gazing at this magical object. This kind of good news made everyone happy. After such a long time without a trace of golden treasure chests, 3 of them appeared in a row. The owner said they were sent by the little orange cat. Little Pumpkin, who had the highest affection for the little orange cat, immediately thought that little orange sister was truly kind and conscientious, not letting him down at all by stewing meat every day to fatten it up. I give her some stew later when I have the chance. One's impression of the orange cat and its human companion improved significantly, from being a good cat with bad people to a good cat with good people. Not too bad. As for Xiaomo, he didn't care, he just thought it was wonderful that his master was happy. He watched his master's unstoppable smile from the side, and grinned along. When Suan made up his mind, and went straight to unboxing, he felt a warmth all over his body. A blessing struck him. Little Pumpkin, who was fully focused on defense, was taken aback by Wan's mental state. They both sensed this strange change, but after analyzing it, they relaxed. It's not an attack, Little Pumpkin said. A special energy completely opposite to a curse. Oh my god, it's luck, Wan said. A system notification appeared on the public screen in front of Suan. Ding dong, team will fall apart sooner or later. Player Win Song Poem activated a blessing skill on you, doubling your luck. Player Sunshine Bear has 10 minutes of lucky time. Hurry and seize this lucky blessing moment. Isn't this the beta player who's been making a strong presence on the public screen lately? She seems to have a good relationship with the orange cat, and they're currently on the same team. Was she sending him a blessing because of the orange cat? Suan felt a bit confused. A message from a stranger confirmed her suspicions. Win Song, you saved the orange cat, so you helped me too. I'm sending you a blessing to go along with the chest opening. Don't get too comfortable, don't thank me too much, don't fall in love with me, don't become obsessed with me, ha ha ha, strangely insane. Her mental state is beautiful. But she also seems to be a very kind person. Suan silently thanked her in her heart, and immediately rushed to open the golden treasure chest. As she opened a chest, she saw a dazzling array of items, spiritual, super spiritual, and spiritual. Every time she pulled out an item, her heart skipped a beat. Her eyes, which had just been raised by the various ordinary, fine-quality items in Yiming City, were now captivated by the various spiritual-grade items. Scroll to the back. Suan found the golden key. Lucky luck indeed, hee hee. She opened the second golden treasure chest. Among the goodies, she found another golden key. She opened the third golden treasure chest again. No golden key, but a hidden gem of epic equipment. Suan once again experienced the joy of luck. The contents of all three golden chests were before her. Suan sorted them one by one, unable to stop smiling. There were 4 items: swaying fence sitter, spirit level, special P, super spirit, vending machine, spirit source stone, 2-hour spirit energy card, spirit level. Chapter 226. Swaying fence sitter, spirit level. After using this, you can falsely change your alignment, making monsters below your spirit level treat you as one of their own. This lasts for 2 hours, with a cooldown of 24 hours. This is a pretty interesting item. Perhaps it'd be useful later when I get off the platform. Special P, Super Spirit. These are special Ps from the Plant Civilization Research Institute. Try planting them. You might get more upgradable spirit plant guardians. This item is excellent. Suan gave it to Little Pumpkin. After a while, they pulled out all the cabbages in the spirit flower pot, prepared the soil, added fertilizer, and planted the peas. Vending machine, spirit source stone. A vending machine with 3 randomly updated special offers of spirit source stone daily. Today's purchase count, October 10th, updated daily at 2400 hours. Today's items: spirit source stone, low level, 80 copper coins; spirit source stone, fire, high level, 2 gold; spirit source stone, high level, 1 gold, 5 silver. There was nothing much to say. Suan simply bought 6 spirit source stones, fire, high level, and 4 spirit source stones, high level, using up his entire quota for today. With this vending machine, Little Pumpkin and Wan now have a constant supply of energy. Little Pumpkin took the vending machine and happily placed it on a shelf in the living room, alongside the other vending machines. If it weren't for the restrictions on this thing beyond Little Pumpkin's ability, Little Pumpkin would have assimilated all of these vending machines into his own using his abilities. Little Pumpkin used his telekinesis to lift the small vending machine, only half the size of his body, with a cloud logo printed on its base. Psychic energy card, spirit level, automatically absorbs spiritual energy for 24 hours and discharges it for 2 hours. Automatically absorbs external psychic energy, providing unlimited power for 2 hours. A must-have for home and travel. Wow, this is great news for her and Little Pumpkin, giving them complete freedom to play with their phones. No more scrambling for unlimited power cards and calculating the time to charge their phones and use electricity. There are also convenient appliance blueprints, allowing you to plan your own home appliances. Sue handed this psychic energy power card, spirit level, to Little Pumpkin. Little Pumpkin leaped 3 feet high, flying up the stairs and almost reaching the second floor. Realizing her mistake, she landed. She kissed the card repeatedly, then activated her skill, assimilating the power card into her own, loading it onto the pumpkin carriage. Little Pumpkin's psychic energy power card. Spirit level absorbs psychic energy from the air, or consumes the pumpkin carriage's own energy to power the RV. Huan couldn't help but feel happy when she heard Little Pumpkin talk about the power card's wonderful uses. There's power. Cell phone. Huan can play with her cell phone forever, right? Great. Huan couldn't help but cheer. Ever since Little Pumpkin took her to play with it, she'd been hooked on that light-up cube called a cell phone. It contained a wide variety of interesting content. From recipes, she wasn't particularly interested into novels, and music, she was incredibly interested in. The little bear, seeing this, was also delighted. It sat on the carpet, its paws clapping incessantly. It knew this family was about to get better and better. The little bear was a little distracted at the thought. Sue quickly handed a bracelet to the clapping little bear. The little bear was stunned. Shalimo, this is for you. It was a silver bracelet, resembling silver and iron, engraved with pink and purple flowing patterns. It was an open bracelet, with a mace-like pendant dangling from one side, and a meteor hammer on the other. The bear took the bracelet, sensing its aura, and froze. Thank you, Sister Anin. Little Pumpkin and Huan came over. Wow, that's a high-level weapon. A powerful hammer that grows heavy, perfect for a big bear. The item Sue handed the bear puppet wasn't a bracelet, but the only epic item among the 3 gold chests present. A weapon. Wolf meteor hammer quality, epic, ragged, simple, ordinary, fine, spiritual, super spiritual, epic, godly. Note, this is both a mace and a meteor hammer, a powerful weapon for both offensive and ranged combat. Increases physical attack power by 300 to 500%, with multiple transformations. The accompanying skill, level 3 transformation, automatically adapts the weapon's weight and size to the wearer's strength. It can grow and shrink like the golden hoop in the storybook. It's perfect for bear. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the bear doll donned the bracelet and infused it with spiritual power. The bracelet lit up and automatically wrapped around bear's wrist. With a thought, the bracelet transformed into a small mace, perfectly sized for the 40 cm tall bear. Wow! Little Pumpkin and Huan provided a lot of emotional value. I go test the weapon's power, Little Bear couldn't help but say. The bear doll opened the door of the pumpkin carriage and got out. He headed towards the back of the road. Seeing this, Little Pumpkin immediately turned the carriage around, turning it in a circle, with the largest window facing the back of the road, allowing everyone to watch Sumo test the weapon. The Little Pumpkin used telekinesis to remove the bathroom light, installed it outside, and adjusted the brightness to its highest setting. Seeing everyone notice it, the bear prepared its strength and swung its club at the road. The snow within a 3-meter radius cleared, leaving the road intact, without a single crack. The bear grew larger, reaching 2 meters. At the same time, the mace also grew, reaching nearly 1 meter. With one swing of the club, the snow within a 10-meter radius cleared, and the pumpkin cart bounced and vibrated, creating a small dent in the road. Sue heard a silent scream. It turned out that sheer force could shatter even evil spirits. The bear grew to 4 meters. The bear reached its largest size. It attacked from the farthest point from the car. With one swing of the club, the pumpkin cart flew half a meter into the air. The aftermath alone drained half a meter of damage from the protective shield. The road shattered, the ground collapsed, and several kilometers of road ahead collapsed as well. It was a horrific sight. In a moment of panic, Little Pumpkin transformed the pumpkin cart with him, using his flying ability to stumble and barely stay aloft. Looking down at the wreckage below, it was difficult to discern the road. Is the system's road weak? Chapter 227. No. It's because the little bear's physical attacks are too strong. It's already a fierce bear, and with the addition of weapons, it's even more ferocious. A system pop-up window popped up in front of Suin, and the content inside was full of the system scolding her, very filthy. Followed by an announcement on the public screen, the system had introduced new rules, prohibiting road damage. If any player damaged the road, they would have to pay compensation. As for Suin not suffering any punishment, it was probably because it was a lucky last half minute. Because the road damage happened before the rules were set, the system couldn't do anything except a few pop-ups with mosaic-covered insults. As for being scolded, Sue-Ann didn't feel bad. For some reason, she didn't feel happy. She didn't know why, but the more the system scolded her, the happier she felt. On the ground, the blizzard wind seemed to be shaken by the bear's ferocity. The wind around them suddenly seemed to have died down considerably. Sue-Mo had only tried the new weapon's mace mode, not its meteor hammer mode. Obviously, it wasn't in a position to try another form right now, because Sister Ann called her back. One more blow, and she had to pay. A dozen minutes later, the bear, transformed into its original form, leaped and flew back to the pumpkin carriage, assisted by One-One's telekinesis. The pumpkin carriage wobbled and flew away, like a novice in a playing game, zigzagging, up and down and forward. The pumpkin carriage followed the traces of the road, flying for dozens of kilometers. It finally found an intact road. The pumpkin carriage parked. The little pumpkin, having used up most of its energy bar, lay on the carpet, panting like a pug. Sorry, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Little Bear and Little Pumpkin apologized. It's okay, Little Pumpkin said to Little Bear, panting. Little Bear hadn't expected to have a weapon so powerful, given by its master. Little Pumpkin had to endure it. Big Bear, you're not bad, One-One praised. Sue-Ann rubbed Little Bear's head and praised him gently. Sue-Ann led everyone to continue sorting the other items in the gold chest. The blueprints included compressed warehouse, spiritual grade, navigation, spiritual grade, workbench, fine quality. 2 spiritual grade blueprints in a row. Even the rare workbench was of fine quality. The warehouse had 500 square meters of space and could be loaded onto a vehicle, compacted to the size of a suitcase. It was a surprisingly large onboard storage space. The navigation didn't have a treasure chest detection function, but it did include a map of the road ahead, making up for the lack of navigation during times when treasure chests weren't being spawned. The workbench can process materials, which is of great significance to Sue-Ann. In the future, when he needs materials, he can use system component templates instead of just rubbing them by hand. Little Pumpkin, panting heavily, heard Sue-Ann explain the blueprints in his hand and, with a thud, bounced straight up from the carpet. Starry eyes stared at the blueprints. These need to be built quickly. Little Pumpkin's face was filled with anticipation. Mine, mine, all mine. An emotional fan chart appeared in Little Pumpkin's eyes. 7 points possessive, the remaining 3 points still possessive. These blueprints are truly troublesome little goblins, attracting the overbearing Little Pumpkin's possessiveness to an overflowing level. The gold treasure chest also contained platform tickets, 3 in total. Special platform ticket Mermaid Ruins 3 hours. Blank platform ticket 3 hours *2. And then, there were some very useful potion-related items. Menstrual health pills *2 spirit pills *2 life potion *1 menstrual health pills are incredibly useful. Take one and your period will be gone for a month without affecting your health. This is a fantastic item for female players. Spirit pills are a more advanced medicine than the spirit uplift candy, restoring mental strength and healing certain mental damage. The system prompts you that 1 spirit pill is equivalent to 3 candies. Life potion restores vitality, heals soul damage, and increases lifespan by 1 to 5 years. Sue-Ann counted these items, plus the 2 golden keys, a total of 17. All were high quality and useful. Most of the items were premium, and above spirit rank. There was even an epic weapon perfect for the teddy bear. Lucky Koi truly lived up to its reputation. Sue-Ann looked at the names flashing on the public screen. Moonchant Poem. She was incredibly active on the public chat screen, chatting away like she was free, chatting away all sorts of things. Soon, many players were praising her and chatting with her. She seemed to lack a sense of presence. And she had plenty of time, no need to work. Sue-Ann couldn't help but analyze the player who had just sent her a blessing. Wind song poetry, ha, at Old Man and Dried Kelp, are you serious? Because there are blizzards every day and no sun, your gifted spiritual plants can't produce dried kelp. You're terribly uncomfortable. Wind song poetry, then I give you some luck, but only if you don't lie to me, and don't do anything evil, or the luck will backfire and harm you. Old Man and Dried Kelp, thank you Fonda, thank you. Jinan, I think it's too cold around here, my mushrooms. Fengyanzishi, don't bother. I'm not a god, I can't control the environment. She seems to be online from morning till night. The Orange Cat Fairy and Fengyanzishi form the team that will fall apart sooner or later. Eat. The Orange Cat prepared a table full of dishes, like a servant, personally placing them before her. They were all the dishes the person had just ordered. The bacon was cut and fried, the rice was washed and steamed, the strawberries were cleaned, and the roasted rabbit was also ready. Ah! The little girl lay in the bathtub, her mouth open. Her eyes followed the public screen. Her mind was surfing the internet. She replied to several messages in a matter of minutes. Besides the public screen, her friend list already had nearly 100 people, all chatting simultaneously, casting a wide net and catching fish. She didn't forget to reply to messages even while eating. The orange cat nearly fed her a spoonful of rice up her nose. After a day of driving, talking, arguing, fighting, and cooking, she was already tired and irritable, and seeing her like this, she nearly threw the bowl. She suppressed her anger and said, "If you don't behave, eat it yourself." The little lady waved her mutated paw, which had a poo-like structure on it. She said, "The mutation has worsened a bit. I can't move anymore. I'm half disabled. You have to take care of me. Kind little orange cat, I was the one who took care of you, made you plump, and helped you escape. I'm repaying you for doing this. Can you really bear to let me starve?" After that, she opened her mouth wide again, waiting for the food. The orange cat's heart was like a spilled seasoning bottle, a mixture of emotions. Angry, annoyed, distressed, and sad. Humph, this fish that's trying to repay a favor, sooner or later they fall apart, sleep till dawn. Saturday was a beautiful day. The snowstorm had stopped. Chapter 228. A long-awaited sunny day returned, the sun warm and dazzling, and the temperature outside rose slightly. While it was still quite cold, at least it wasn't the kind where water would freeze to death and breath to frost, freezing anyone to death in no time. When the sun came out again, Sue-Ann felt as if she were in another world. The blizzard that was expected less than a week later seemed to have swept down a lifetime of snow and wind. The players who were tormented were miserable. She lived in relatively good conditions, yet she felt oppressed by the blizzard, and wondered how other players coped. Taking advantage of the good weather, Little Pumpkin accelerated at full throttle, patting her chest and holding her head high, making a bold statement. She would run 5,000 kilometers a day and complete the mileage mission early. It was only 110,000 kilometers, and she could finish it in a few days. With the new navigation system in the car, she no longer had to worry about hitting a sharp turn at top speed and running off the road. Last night, after a simple meal, Sue-Ann, who had plenty of time and money, gathered all the materials for the 3 blueprints in just a few hours and installed them on the pumpkin cart. Little Pumpkin also assimilated all of them as he wished, perfecting his autonomous driving. It was the psychic compressor and the vending machine that hadn't been assimilated yet. It didn't matter, as long as he upgraded, there would be a chance. Little Pumpkin was full of confidence. After lunch this morning, Little Pumpkin was researching autonomous driving on the 3rd floor. One was playing with her phone while lounging in a rocking chair in the 3rd floor sunroom, basking in the sun and humming along to music. Sue-Ann was lying on the sofa on the 1st floor, browsing the stock exchange, looking for materials that might inspire her. Xiao-Imo was sound asleep in his 2nd floor bedroom, snoring. In the afternoon, I wanted to do more outdoor activities. I took out the skis I picked up from yesterday's warehouse cleanup and placed them behind the slowing pumpkin car, which automatically followed. In the sunshine, on the snowy roads, and in the snowy fields, the family of 4 was bundled up, completely wrapped up. Only their heads and eyes were exposed. On the snowy slopes, enjoying the Little Pumpkin snowboard roller coaster. It started slowly gliding along, enjoying the scenery. The snowy fields, the hills, occasionally passing through tunnels and around a few turns. The Little Pumpkin was getting faster and faster. It was getting faster and faster. Sue-Ann couldn't help but scream. Sue-Ann felt like she was flying ahead, her soul chasing after her. At the fastest speed, she closed her eyes, feeling the wave of lack of oxygen and dizziness. Thankfully, she quickly adapted. Her willpower remained strong. She held her head, a surge of energy building within her, warming her entire body. The dizziness from lack of oxygen gradually subsided. A magical energy seemed to have emerged within her. Amidst the wind, she heard Little Pumpkin's delighted cry, "Master, you have spiritual energy within you." Unbeknownst to Sue-Ann, she had become a minor internet celebrity through her StarCraft livestream. Ms. Mermaid accompanied her day and night, editing one wonderful moment after another, attracting many StarCraft viewers. Aside from the frequent disconnections in Yiming City, Sue-Ann broadcasted much of her daily life, from her blasting through the ranch platform to her current gaming perspective. Gradually, she attracted a more relaxed audience. Now, whenever she started broadcasting, tens of thousands of people would watch her live stream every minute. The live stream was always bustling with activity. Looks like so much fun. I suddenly want to travel to Ice and Snow Planet too. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. This player is only at the mortal level. How can he have spiritual energy? Didn't you all notice? This is unbelievable. I'm already at the 9th level, and I don't even have spiritual energy. Oh my god. What? Why don't you go to the game field to train? There's more energy there, so it's easier to advance. No, I know myself. I'd rather not go. Going hungry and cold isn't a big deal. Losing my sanity and freedom is terrible. Don't be unbelievable, sunshine baby. Very strong. Xiong is very strong, Gua is very strong, Huan is also very strong. Everything is normal. I love them. I'm a fan. Watching these players grow stronger and stronger, I suddenly feel a little useless. I'm 121 years old, and haven't even broken through to the spiritual stage. Are the goose people really the worst race? Yes, goose people generally have poor talent and are petty. I don't understand how your race managed to advance. Don't argue. I think I'm here because of the warmth and harmony here, not because of my strength. If you want to argue, go outside. In the sunset, Suan laughed heartily. Ah, ha ha. She laughed heartily amidst the thrill of skiing at lightning speed. The setting sun cast a golden glow on her long black hair. Her eyes curved like a small crescent moon. She had no idea that somewhere unfamiliar, many people were inspired by her charisma and silently loved and supported her. Suan had had enough fun. Suan returned to the pumpkin carriage. The little bear had grown larger and supported her, her legs starting to weaken. Little Pumpkin stayed outside, watching over Huan as she played and yelled wildly. Suan sneezed several times after entering the house. She rubbed her numb nose, undressed, and shaking off the cold, felt much better. She seemed to have had too much fun outside, getting a little carried away. She sat on the sofa, wrapped in a plush blanket to keep warm, and turned her head through the kitchen window to watch Huan playfully. The pumpkin carriage was incredibly soundproof. So soundproof that only the little ghost's excited and exaggerated expression could be seen in the sunset. Since the hot spring bath, the eerie little ghost had become a transparent one, looking even more elf-like. Now, the little girl, small and large in the sunset, looked like an innocent and lovely angel. Su-Imo brought over a glass of warm water with honey. Suan sipped the honey water, feeling quite comfortable. The little bear was different. It drank the glass of water in one gulp. Feeling it wasn't enough, he took out a wooden basin, filled it with water, and drank from it. By the end, there was only a basin of water left. He then poured water into the pot of special peas he had just planted yesterday in the corner of the first floor, so he didn't forget to give it water. Click, click, click. After finishing all that, Xiong prepared dinner. Sister-in, are you making sweet and sour pork ribs tonight? Okay. Duong. Bear began chopping the ribs. Suddenly, the pumpkin carriage braked sharply. The skis behind it also braked sharply. The pumpkin carriage slid a few dozen meters and stopped. Master, look over there. Huan shouted. Wow, what a beautiful city in heaven! Little Pumpkin exclaimed. Suan was quicker than Little Pumpkin to notice. She opened the window and turned to look into the distance. As the pumpkin carriage stopped, she sensed something appearing. Looking out the window at the stunning scenery, her heart trembled. Was that a mirage? Ahead of the road, a city floated above the snowy sky. The scenery was beautiful, with rows of plants forming a harmonious blend of vegetation and desert, and beautiful buildings nestled in a desert oasis. Above the sky, a desert oasis. Below the sky, a frozen snowfield. Chapter 229. Suan threw on her clothes and jumped out of the pumpkin carriage. She stood in the snow, looking up at the shocking scene. The scenery above the clouds was constantly changing. Why is there so much sand in the sky city? Huan asked the little pumpkin in confusion. The little pumpkin replied, I don't know. It just appeared suddenly. It's so beautiful. Today was a day like any other. The sun rose and set, the clouds rolled and dispersed, and everyone was happy. They thought the day would pass by in an interesting and ordinary way, and they would continue on together until the end of the road. Who would have thought? The scenery above the sky changed, and an ordinary day became extraordinary. A few shadows flashed across the desert oasis above the sky, and then there was light and explosion, exploding into a dazzling explosion. The explosion was so violent, as if a hole had been blown out of the void. A terrifying suction force was felt. Suan had no time to do anything else, so she simply hugged the two dolls, one on each side, and rushed back to the pumpkin carriage. The world was spinning. The family of four. Like laundry tumbling in a washing machine. Bumps and bumps. Suan lost consciousness unnoticed. System. Congratulations to player Sunshine Bear for clearing the first level and entering the second, the hot desert. As the first player in the world to reach the second level, the server-wide chat channel has been opened. System. Due to the limited brain capacity of humans on Blue Star, the server-wide chat channel will display randomly captured information, except for announcements. Currently, each player may only post one message per day on the server-wide channel. Game rules. If one player survives to the end and successfully clears the level, Blue Star will be promoted and the system will support them in joining the Interstellar Alliance. Fail the test, all living beings will be eliminated, and resources will be handled by the system's finance department. Current game progress. 1 player in level 2, 110-938-1226 players in level 1. Congratulations, Sunshine Bear, for entering level 2. Your current mileage is 0. You are currently in level 1 zone 20312 and level 2 zone 1. Due to level isolation, your system functions are partially blocked within the level 1 zone. Your traded items must be declared through the system, and transaction fees have increased by 200%. Quack, quack, a woman the goose values. Thank the goose. In Eaming City, a goose, with a sinister smile, stared at a crystal ball from a statue. Take advantage of the 5-star alignment, and find a loophole. Go, go, get promoted quickly, quack, quack. Its smile suddenly froze. Something seems wrong. The goose is completely broken. Why did you just play around with a 6-star platform and end up on a new map? Ah, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. The goose scratched its head and dropped a bunch of feathers. It didn't realize it was a super god level space mage, yet it could still make mistakes. Although, it was just a fake clone, but at least it inherited some of the glory of a super god. In an unnamed town, the witch Ah Fong stirred the turquoise pot, frowning. She read her own fortune. Good luck, bad luck, or good luck? She frowned at the result. She was lost. Living a simple life, how could there be good or bad luck? In the distance, a shattered platform core fell from the sky. A certain spirit-level player gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and stared at the public screen in front of him. He wasn't the first to complete the level, he was only a few hours away from completing it. His eyes were bloodshot, and his fangs bared outward. In his excitement, he looked even less human. The time Suan had been asleep. Unbeknownst to him, the entire zone and server public screens were buzzing with her name and her affairs. At that moment, Sunshine Bear's name was the most talked about. The name Sunshine Bear exploded like a nuclear bomb in the public chat, instantly dominating all other topics. Looking out the window at the drifting snowflakes, Zhou Xiao said with admiration, Sister Sunshine and Big Bear are amazing. Yes, Big Bear is so amazing, we have to strive too. We're in the world's top spot. Li Xiangming cheered, his tone brimming with hope and the future. Looking at his bewildered teammates, they all felt happy. They had survived the blizzard, and even seen news of the Blue Star humans' progress. Twanner's cub chewed a candy, her teeth aching from chewing. She stared blankly at the public screen, forgetting to chew the candy at all. This is incredible. As expected of Big Bear, whom I always admired. She left a blessing on the public screen in a region filled with well-wishes, secretly vowing to clear the level quickly and follow in Big Bear's footsteps. Twanner's cub, congratulations to Big Bear on reaching the second level. Congratulations. May Big Bear continue to rise. Yuzong, Big Bear is awesome. May Big Bear make it to the end, and clear the level. A proud duck, best wishes to Big Bear. The explorer stared blankly at the public screen, as the meat in the pan slowly began to burn and char, emitting thick smoke. He also added a blessing. The explorer said, keep going, Sunshine Bear. I hope you get stronger and stronger. Oh, that cat, your savior, Bear, has reached the second level. Ah. The orange cat fairy, who was cooking, looked at Feng Yinsher in surprise, quickly turning on her lagging, outdated device and looking at the public screen. Her device wasn't as good as Feng Yinsher's, after all, that was OU, and she was just an ordinary person. Looking at the various things on the public screen, the orange cat said admiringly, she's truly formidable, and well-deserved of her reputation. Aren't you jealous? There's nothing to be jealous of. She's naturally strong. The orange cat's voice was a little hoarse at this point. It's not just her strength, but her spirit as well. I think she's incomparably strong. That's an exaggeration, haha. Feng Yinsher responded. Hey, how did you get to cling to her thigh? Tell me, and take me with you for a hug," the little girl said. "I suddenly feel like being able to connect with her through you is fate's gift. She must be a remarkable person," Feng Yinshi said with a chuckle. "I want to be her friend," she shouted. The orange cat stuffed her mouth with a strawberry stem removed. "Behave yourself first. Humans refuse to be friends with monsters." The orange cat sniffed the lingering sweet smelly scent in the air, looked at the scales that had almost spread to her chest, and shook her head. If it were her former teammate, transformed to this extent, they would have been monsters. She could only shake her head and figure out where to bury them without stink. Yet, this creature seemed perfectly normal, save for a state of mind so beautiful it was abstract, almost innocuous. When Suen slowly awoke, the sky was bright. The sun blazed down on her eyelids with a scorching heat. It was hot here, incredibly hot, making her feel uncomfortable all over. She faintly heard the doll's anxious calls, and she opened her eyes. Suen opened her eyes to see the dolls huddled together. They all looked anxious. Sister Anan, Master, Mom. Each doll was frantic, calling out to her, their voices softening only when she woke up. Suen scrambled to her feet. She noticed. They were now lying on the ceiling of the pumpkin carriage's first floor. Chapter 230. She felt pain, injuries, but not serious, and her body could still feel the residual effects of the treatment. Wan and Little Pumpkin both treated her to some extent, and now only a few bruises remained, but as the seconds passed, these minor pains dissipated. The dolls also had injuries, but compared to hers, they were far more serious. Little Pumpkin had a broken arm, hanging by his side, unable to move. Wan's face was swollen from somewhere, having been hit. The little bear dolls were especially painful, some parts had exposed bones, and the dried flesh and blood wounds made Suen feel distressed. Suen used his skills to heal each doll one by one. When her mental power reached its limit, she popped a spirit pill into her mouth, and her mental power immediately returned, making her feel refreshed. Suen generously used his mental power to heal them. Not until each one was fully recovered could he feel at ease. After a brief chat with the dolls, Suen understood that they had only been awake for a short time. The bear, who had the best physical condition, woke up first. Since he couldn't heal, he woke everyone up one by one. Suen's injuries were actually quite severe, and it was only thanks to Wan and Little Pumpkin's treatment that he was no longer in such a terrible state. Half an hour later, Wan and Little Pumpkin used their telekinesis to turn the pumpkin cart right side up. Suen led the others in repairing the damaged pumpkin cart. It wasn't serious, just a small hole in the roof and a broken wheel. Also, there was a large pothole on the road. The system asked her to pay for it, but that was fine. It indicated that she had to pay 10 gold coins for the road repairs. What a ridiculous demand. The mechanicals, taking this opportunity to seek revenge, were probably taking the opportunity to collect the bill for the road damage from the previous few days. Suen reluctantly paid the fee. It wouldn't let her go if she didn't, muttering to herself that it had published the rules, and that not paying was a violation. Damn, you have to bow your head under the eaves. Now. The sun was shining brightly. The temperature was unnaturally warm. They were also on the road, but not in the same place as before. They had entered the second level, where the map had been upgraded from the icy plateau to the scorching desert. On both sides of the road. At a glance, the fields were barren and yellow, without a trace of ice or snow. After healing everyone's wounds and paying the exorbitant system repair fee, Suen rested on the sofa while scrolling through the public screen. The weather was unbearably hot. She wore a large t-shirt and no pants, practically wearing the short-sleeved t-shirt as a skirt. Suen read through all the messages from yesterday evening when she fell unconscious until this morning. She wanted to figure out the reason for her direct advancement. She hadn't completed her mileage mission yet, and her application level test hadn't yet begun. The plan was to enter the second level in about a month. She came in early. Was there a bug? But if there was a bug, shouldn't the system have jumped in and sent her back? Why did they let her in? They were just venting their frustration by blocking her while collecting road maintenance fees. Suen searched and searched. Finally, she found the information. Ding dong, the player's prosperity has reached 500 million, triggering a hidden clearance quest. Entering speedrun mode. Do you want to challenge the 6-star platform to complete the hidden level? Ding dong, the 6-star platform Scorpion Oasis has been destroyed. Cleared. Is it related to prosperity? Also, that platform was destroyed, so she's considered cleared. So I was lucky. Suen looked at the main quest that refreshed. Player Sunshine Bear. Level 2, Hot Desert. Time limit, 1 year, 365 blue star days. Current time, January 4th week, 61. Completion rate of all surviving players. None individual player completion rate. 0%. You are ahead of 99.99% of players. Mileage completion progress. 0/2 million km level task completion progress. LV5/LV10. Not completed. Apply for pass card. January 1st. Completed. This card has a certain chance of being dropped only after the death of the king monster. Prosperity task. 503011/100000. Completed. Prosperity evaluation. A comprehensive score of the player team, player personal strength, vehicle, food, fuel, elders, game coins, pets, titles, etc. Click to view details. Suen clicked on the prosperity, and saw that the crazy increase in prosperity corresponded to her spiritual power, and the level of the dolls was greatly improved. Spiritual power. Suen muttered these two words. This was the energy her body generated after her spirit points surpassed 100. She still struggled to control this energy, and slowly manipulating it with her spirit points was a laborious task. Since Yiming City was filled with powerful players, Suen hadn't taken her own meager strength seriously. But things were completely different here in the system. Levels seemed too precious in the game world. But couldn't you just level up whenever you wanted? Leveling up in the game world was easy. Aside from having more experience points than everyone else, Suen had never had any promotion thresholds. She could level up as soon as her experience points reached a certain level. This wasn't just her. Even her dolls were the same. I don't understand. Let's keep going. The pumpkin carriage drove along the new map highway. Wan watched the summer outside, a rare sight. She sat on the windowsill, gazing at the scenery, unable to move her eyes. The little bear was suffering. Deprived of his clothes, he still had his warm fur on. He purposely sat on the carpetless floor to cool off, panting with his tongue hanging out, like a dog. From time to time, he poured water into his mouth, his fur occasionally falling off. The drastic change in temperature caused him to begin molting. Gooseming City. A crazy goose laughed maniacally. So that's how it is. Haha, so that's how you get through. She's not just talented, she has potential. Quack, quack, the goose has excellent judgment. Without sunshine, the world will be dark forever. She's just a little bit worse than the handsome goose. Dang, dang, dang. There was a knock on the door, and Mr. Goose, wearing a small vest and a top hat, appeared outside. Mayor, I have an important report. After studying the public screen, the pumpkin cart drove away from the damaged section of road, and Suen called out to the little pumpkin to stop and rest. System, this road is really fragile. The pothole looks small. But beyond that pothole, the crack stretched for dozens of kilometers. Truly a very long crack. Suen not only thought so, but also complained about it. System, damn it, your pumpkin's defense is maxed out. Don't you know how tough it is? Everyone sorted out the pumpkin cart's interior. Most of the contents had been assimilated by the little pumpkin, so there were no major problems. Even the chopped green onions and cilantro, because they were spiritual level flower pots, were still alive and well. The only major loss was the black ball that claimed to be fragile. It broke. It was right. It was very fragile and very good. Suen shook the shattered black ball smart speaker, pried it apart with a little force, and removed the crystal in the center, which looked like a chip. She and her dolls gave it a small funeral, then tossed the shell into the furnace, where it cremated and became food for cooking. Having not eaten since last night, a simple vegetable porridge was incredibly delicious. Thank you, Black Ball, for cooking delicious meals made from your burned shell. Suen, hoping to buy a new speaker, opened the live streaming mall she hadn't visited in a while, and the glint of the scene before her was blinding. Chapter 231. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, tens of thousands. That's right, she has over 1 million fans. And now, seeing the number, it's still rising, a new number every moment. This page functions as a collaboration between the Interstellar Cosmic Civilization Upgrade System and the Myriad Worlds Live Broadcast System. It was established under the supervision of the Interstellar Alliance's Level 7 Civilization Central Intelligence. It complies with the laws of the highest civilizations, pays reasonable taxes, and is fair, just, and open. Account, Sunshine Bear. Avatar, Silly Little Bear. Level 5, Ordinary Level 5, Followers, 1,121,128. Favorites, 1,002,310. Gift earnings, 2,921,040 points. She had accumulated so many points without realizing it, but they weren't very useful to her. If she hadn't lost her black ball and needed to buy another one, she wouldn't have even opened this page. After a few choices, Sue-Ann simply waved her hand and picked the most expensive smart background music item she could currently afford. Worth 1,000,000 points. Several levels more expensive than the black ball. Smart background music adapter, superior AI intelligence, price, 1,000,000 points. After using this item, it automatically matches appropriate music based on the player's game progress. This music includes both free music and a large portion of the premium paid music library. Connects to the Level 1 Civilization database, providing comprehensive knowledge. Purchase notice. This advanced AI item features advanced AI intelligence, enabling intelligent conversation, data reading, time announcement, temperature sensing, song selection, song switching, alerts, database, item discovery, knowledge explanation, and built-in payment functions. To ensure automatic recharging, the housing of this smart item is fragile and easily damaged. Be careful to avoid physical and mental attacks. Item effect: an intelligent optical computer, half a Level 1 civilization, with a high probability of enhancing the live broadcast experience, improving the quality of the broadcast, and increasing attention, collections, and rewards. Sue-Ann paid for this device, which is pronounced as a music player, but is actually half an optical computer. After customizing the appearance, a familiar black plush ball appeared in her hand. She closed the live broadcast page. She was nostalgic. The new speaker looked identical to the black ball, except for being larger. It was as if the black ball hadn't been injured by the accident. Black ball. New black ball. Little Pumpkin came closer. Little Pumpkin was at that age when possessiveness was overflowing. The machine hadn't even been turned on, but Little Pumpkin's skills had already assimilated it into his own, and from then on, the black ball obeyed his commands. Master, give me the black ball's core. It can load data. Sue-Ann placed the crystal chip left by the black ball in Little Pumpkin's hand. After a moment, the plush ball opened its bean-sized eyes, looked at everyone, and made a robotic baby voice. Ding dong, this is the CC Smart Optical Computer Speaker. This is Black Ball. Hello, Big Master, Little Master Guagua, Little Master Momo, Little Master Juan Juan, good morning. The current time is 10:48, the weather is sunny and warm, the temperature inside is 28 degrees Celsius, and the temperature outside is 35 degrees Celsius. Sue-Ann looked closely at the object. It was the same as before. Juan Juan poked the plush ball. She found this prop, which lacked intelligence but could still communicate, quite amusing. Little Master Juan Juan, be careful. My shell is very fragile and expensive. I'm now worth 100 times more than before, Black Ball replied. Its conversation, unlike before, had become much more dynamic and less mechanical. I heard it was expensive. Juan Juan retracted her finger. I can't cause trouble for my mother. Sue-Ann then led the dolls to explore the new speaker's capabilities. In addition to basic music, timekeeping, and ambient temperature detection, it also had a built-in database that could search for various data on first-level civilizations. Its exploration function could detect information on mortal creatures below level 8. Through the new black ball, Sue-Ann also learned about the common sense of the interstellar universe. The criteria for judging a first-level civilization required a complete spiritual advancement path, whether technological or transcendent. A second-level civilization required 3 complete spiritual advancement paths. As for higher civilizations, the black ball said it had no idea, as it only had a partial database of first-level civilizations. Questions and answers passed, and several hours passed. Sue-Ann learned that there were hundreds of first-level civilizations in the interstellar universe, such as Gara, Shura, Eula. A colorful interstellar world, seemingly fair, just, equal, free, yet strictly hierarchical, lifted a veil before her, revealing a magnificent and colorful world. Although this knowledge wouldn't be very helpful for her current survival experiment, Sue-Ann, treating it as gossip, let Black Ball continue, searching for more information. According to Black Ball's database, the Mechanic clan is one of the most prosperous 7th-level civilizations. They protect countless weaker civilizations in the interstellar space, and are a neutral, top-level civilization that upholds the diversity of races and civilizations. There are 3 7th-level civilizations. Besides the Mechanic clan, the other 2 are relatively mysterious, and Black Ball has no information on them. Or perhaps it's better to say that a first-level civilization isn't worthy of knowing information about a top-level civilization. The Mechanic clan is famous for its various systems, like the roots of a tree, embedded in every first-level civilization, the Interstellar Cosmic Civilization Upgrade System, the Myriad Worlds Live Broadcast System, the XXXX system. The Mechanic Clan is the cornerstone of the entire interstellar alliance. They are the guardian race that fights against the chaotic dimensional energy and protects the orderly growth of civilization. They can also be called the Mechanic God Clan. Goodness me. Where did she get this for? How did this bring up the crazy worship of the mechanoids? It's worthy of being a prop produced by the live broadcast system. Its database doesn't contain a single negative word against the mechanoids. As for Suin, he didn't believe it. This system, which kidnaps all of humanity, is good, just, and a protector of civilization, giving it fair room to grow. Even if it does so from a certain perspective, it's definitely motivated by profit, not the completely selfless nature described in the database. For example, from the fact that players are live streaming and earning rewards, we can see that they're desperate for every last bit of profit. Who knows if this is a path to civilization advancement or a sophisticated means of exploitation? Let's just listen to Black Ball's words for now. It's fair to say that listening to Black Ball praising the system, even the rather cute Black Ball looked awful. Fortunately, Suin had reason. It wasn't Black Ball praising the system, but the database, the result of the mechanoids completely controlling the database of a first-level civilization. Little Pumpkin felt uncomfortable listening to this. It said angrily, "Master, can I delete all the praise for the mechanoids in its database?" "Yes, that's fine." Suin praised loudly. Quickly, Little Pumpkin did just that, when the system indicated that Su Nanling couldn't enter Platform XX. It understood the system's flaws. Using the skill mine, all mine, Little Pumpkin naturally stood in opposition to the system. It undermined the system's business philosophy of seemingly buying and selling, but actually renting. After dealing with the almost worshipful praise for the mechanoids in the database, Little Pumpkin returned the Black Ball to its original location and, using its power, created a small energy shield from the Ice Pumpkin's protective shield to envelop it. This would keep it in good working order, allowing it to work for the pumpkin carriage, saving at the expense of deleting the database again if it broke down. The Black Ball entered a low-energy state and fell silent. Suin spent most of Sunday playing it down. Chapter 232. She had limited ambition, and wasn't in a rush to advance to the next level, too lazy to drive forward without a treasure chest. At this moment, she was dressed coolly, curled up on the sofa or her bedroom bed, enjoying the long-awaited summer. Spending a leisurely weekend with everyone. Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan were playing on their phones, while Little Bear was bobbing his head to listen to music. Suin was browsing the internet with his mind, scrolling through the public screen. It must be said that with Blue Star's billions of lives, there are many talented people. The open server-wide public screen, or rather the world public screen, was incredibly lively and interesting, and you could watch it for hours without getting tired of it. Due to system restrictions, each person could only post one message per day in the server-wide channel. The number of messages was limited, but the word count was not. Intelligent players would post long threads. Some were writing about their experiences, some were looking for friends and family, some were sharing their troubles, and some were making up stories. It was truly entertaining to watch. If you felt bored, scrolling again would refresh the screen. There were always new and interesting topics on there. As for the regional public screen, she didn't want to look at it now. It used to be that the regional public screen was almost entirely dominated by her topics. Sometimes, looking at those topics, and seeing the praises from familiar and unfamiliar players made her feel embarrassed. They boasted about Sunshine Bear's strength, speculated about her amazingness, and imagined how amazing she was to be the first to clear the level. But Suin knew how her promotion was going. She wasn't as powerful as they imagined. In addition to the original area, she gained a new chat area at the second level of promotion, labeled Area 1. This seemed to be based on the speed of clearing the level. She was the first to enter the first area of the second level. As she dozed off, the place became increasingly crowded, and by the time she woke up, there were already over a dozen people. As time passed, the number of people grew, reaching nearly 100. Unlike players like her who had stumbled in by accident, these players were serious, hardened individuals who had come in for the express purpose. There were players from all over the world. The public screen displayed Chinese, English, Russian, a variety of languages, combined with the system's automatic translation, creating a very disjointed effect. It wasn't that no players hadn't chatted with her on the public screen, but she hadn't responded since she fell asleep, and the first players to reach the second level were somewhat proud. Seeing the player with the ID Sunshine Bear ignoring them, these players stopped actively at ING her on the public screen to chat or say hello. After waking up, Suin, who was assumed to be the aloof and mysterious first person, began to develop social anxiety and gave up on greeting people. She figured a little mystery was good. That was it. How she had gotten in, she sometimes felt a little lost. She wasn't a powerhouse, just an ordinary player with a comfortable living environment. On the server-wide public screen, the system explained that due to the limited brain capacity of Blue Star humans, they couldn't process tens of thousands of messages simultaneously, so the system would randomly retrieve and display the information. The chat messages before her were all random. Suan looked at the messages. Among the long messages, there was an unusually short one. Lucky 4 leaves, second level, here I come. The eldest sister of the Xiao family, Xiao Yuan, are you still alive? Can you see this message? I'm your mother. If you're still alive and lucky enough to see this message, you must take good care of yourself. Mom is always working hard. Suan yawned, feeling a little drowsy. Blinking, she saw a message pop up in the new zone. Lucky 4 leaf cleared the first level and entered the second level, zone 1. She just happened to see the message she posted on the server-wide chat. She's really here. Suan yawned again, closed her eyes, and prepared for a nap. Lucky 4 leaf at Sunshine Bear, I know you're watching me. How about adding me as a temporary friend and chatting privately? I want to tell you something. Suan shuddered, completely losing all sleep. It was a hot day, but she felt a cold sweat breaking out on her back. What the hell? Calling someone from a distance, locking them in place. Even she could sense it when she saw her on the chat screen. What kind of skill is this? Instantly, Suan's full mental senses radiated, and she was extremely alert. She checked her surroundings for any abnormalities. Lucky 4 leaf, whose name was Yi Yunqing, clutched her chest and activated the Lucky Clover, the product of her innate 4-leaf clover skill 5, using her stored luck. Generally speaking, it would succeed because 3 lucky 4-leaf clovers were used, creating a lucky cover. A small coincidence, but a sure thing. As a top-tier support, her support targets, teammates who could leave the platform together, had to be the strongest of the strongest. So, she immediately used Lucky to lock onto the player Sunshine Bear. This was particularly well known, because she was the first to enter the second level. Yi Yunqing looked at the message from the other side. Sunshine Bear, I don't want to add you as a friend. Just state your intentions directly. Lucky 4 leaf, image. Image. Image Lucky 4 leaf. I'm a top-tier support, worth a friend rank. We have the opportunity to cooperate. 73 points in the dungeon. No delay. Contract possible. If you don't trust my skills, you can use system items. Suan took the initiative to open the private chat interface, a move she hadn't made in a long time. She also took the initiative to send a message, a move she hadn't made in a long time. Then she received a surprising message. The person on the other end was actively seeking cooperation. 3 screenshots directly demonstrated their skills. Although clearly offering cooperation, they exuded initiative, their words concise and confident. Looking closely, Suan couldn't help but hold her breath. As expected of a strong player who had been among the first to reach the second level thanks to support, his skills were powerful, none of them useless. Skill 1, Control Monsters. Skill 2, Add Spirit to remove pollution. Skill 3, Fair Contract. Skill 4, Illusion. But unfortunately, he was a support, lacking much physical damage. He was a player with high survivability, but low attack power. Acting alone wouldn't allow him to maximize his skills. So, this guy was targeting her, hoping to become his teammate, increase his damage and gain more benefits. It was something she could consider, but Suan didn't need it at the moment. She didn't plan to have any long-term teammates. Suan neither refused nor agreed, merely suggesting they might collaborate again. Yi Yunqing looked at the message. Her smug expression froze, as she muttered to herself. Are there other helpers? As expected of the first player to clear the level, it seems I need to work harder. Her eyes blazed with ambition. Suan turned off the public screen, feeling the immense pressure and insecurity of the powerful players in the second level. She needed to become even stronger. She jumped out of bed. Chapter 233. Suan got out of bed and down the stairs. As she entered the ground floor, the noises downstairs grew louder. She looked over. The little bear was listening to music, and when it came to something happy, he clapped his hands and feet to the beat, a playful touch. Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan, the 2 little girls, were huddled together, their faces pressed together, jostling each other, as they stared at a palm-sized phone screen. The screen had tiny, mosquito-sized characters. Stir-fried peas with mincemeat. They were playing with their phones, while playing with each other. If I had known this would happen, I should have brought a double-folding phone, so each of them could use one. No, didn't I bring several phones? I completely ignored them playing with them. Couldn't they each have one? Perhaps it would be more fun this way. Playing with one phone saves battery and allows for longer playtime. Soo-in watched this warm and peaceful scene, and the sense of urgency she had felt earlier faded considerably. Everyone knows the principle of becoming stronger, and everyone strives for it, but haste makes waste. Time to rest. Sleeping can also help you gain experience. Soo-in slumped back onto the bed, tucked under the covers. Relaxed, he soon fell asleep. Soo-in woke up feeling refreshed. Seeing his spirit points had risen a bit thanks to his increased awareness, he stretched happily and went downstairs. Downstairs, the music had stopped. Little Bear slept on the sofa, his entire body exposed except for his belly button, which was covered by his clothes. Wan was fiddling with the bare hair she collected while cleaning the room. She seemed to be spinning some yarn. Little Pumpkin was in the kitchen, watering the pea seedlings and poking at the young plants growing from the potted magic peas, chattering away. When will you grow up? We want to eat your delicious peas. I figured out how to make them. We can stir-fry them with meat, make soup, and even cook them with rice. Soo-in couldn't help but wipe the illusory sweat from his forehead. When people are embarrassed, they often feel a little awkward. Is it really okay to say that to a pea? What if the super spiritual pea doesn't dare to grow? I fertilize you well, and replenish your spiritual energy. You must grow quickly. If you don't, I eat your pea tips. Okay, Little Pumpkin has a special thread trick up my sleeve. Leave everything to Little Pumpkin, the pumpkin steward of Soo-in's family. In the evening, taking advantage of the slight coolness, Soo-in took the dolls for a stroll and played around in the pumpkin carriage on the road. Soo-in picked up many childhood games and played with everyone. Games that had been almost lost to mobile phones and tablets, living only in memory, were revived. For example, hopscotch. Use chalk or charcoal to draw a grid on the ground. Drop a small stone, then hop across it on one or both legs, retrieving the stone on your way back. Soo-in drew large grids for herself and smaller grids for the dolls, tailored to their heights. With a piece of charcoal and a few stones, everyone had a blast. For example, play eagle catches chicken. Soo-in played the eagle, and Xiong played the protective hen. It was hot outside, but since we had just entered the second level, the temperature was clearly not too cold for humans to survive, making it the perfect time for outdoor activities. Soo-in boldly played with the dolls, enjoying life. With the experience from the first level, Soo-in speculated that the desert heat might reach 70 or 80 degrees Celsius, or even higher. The game levels increase in difficulty based on survival time. For example, in Area 20312 of the original game, Soo-in was inconvenienced in trading, facing significant cross-level transaction fees, but chat and screen peeping were unaffected. Through screen peeping, Soo-in learned that after a brief period of sunny weather on Saturday and Sunday, snow fell again in the afternoon. While not a blizzard, it did cause a sharp drop in temperature. A player with temperature sensing posted on the public chat that the temperature had dropped to over minus 80 degrees Celsius. We played until sunset, then everyone returned. We showered to shake off the sweat. Dinner was a little late. The little pumpkin didn't wait for the magic pea to produce peas. But he lamented its diligent growth and didn't pinch the tips of its peas, only pretending to threaten them. For dinner, everyone enjoyed a delicious carrot stew with rice. Aside from Wan's dislike for carrots and her grumpy expression, everything was fine. Little Pumpkin noticed Wan's expression and, while cursing her for not being able to handle good food, served her a generous helping of stew, which contained not a single carrot. You have to understand that Little Pumpkin had put a lot of thought into firing a bunch of small carrots from his carrot gun, just to add some food to the family's plate. The weekend passed happily. Soo-in didn't mention work at all, instead leading everyone out for fun. The next day, the workday arrived. A new week arrived, and the treasure chest revealed itself, everyone excited. The pumpkin cart drove along a somewhat unusual road, heading towards the treasure chest, which was 190 kilometers away. Everyone was eager to see how the treasure chests in the second level differed from those in the first. A treasure chest that could only be found after a journey of 190 kilometers must be quite high-end. The pumpkin carriage whizzed along. The weather was hot, but thanks to the barrier, the temperature remained bearable, keeping the indoor temperature at around 26 to 28 degrees Celsius. Soo-in didn't have the little pumpkin use its skills to cool down. She still have time to do so if the heat got too intense. She simply opened all the windows of the pumpkin carriage to allow for ventilation and cooling. The morning sun was warm and full of hope, and the breeze, though warm, was still pleasant. Soo-in, wearing a nightgown, gazed out the window at the scenery, letting the wind blow her hair in all directions. Wan imitated Suan, letting the wind play with her hair. Ahead lay a straight road, stretching as far as the eye could see. The land on either side was covered in withered vegetation. The further they went, the drier it became, until it was completely gone. Suan used a chopstick to pull her hair into a bun. The wind blew 2 loose strands of hair from her temples, caressing her rosy cheeks. Little Pumpkin, with his short bob, stood on the coffee table, shouting happily, "Go! Go!" With Little Pumpkin's energetic shouts, the pumpkin carriage began to accelerating faster and faster. Suan called Wan over. She sat on the floor and had her stand beside her. She divided Wan's ankle-length hair into 2 sections, braiding each into a pigtail, securing it with a red rag. She asked Wan to turn around and looked at her with 2 pigtails that almost dragged the floor, her eyes lowered shyly. Something was a little unsettling. Suan asked Wan to turn around. She then folded the pigtails in half, creating a double pigtail like a lop-eared rabbit. She patiently took out strips of fabric of different materials, cut them with scissors, and, after repeated attempts, tied a beautiful red bow. Let Wan turn back. Chapter 234. This hairstyle is amazing, refreshing and cute, and the 2 ribbon bows are tied just right, making it look very elegant. It's the bangs though. They're a bit long, covering half of the eyes, giving her a slightly damp, rather than sunny, look. Suan looked at it for a while, and came up with an idea. He called Xiaomo over and chatted for a while. Not long after, Xiaomo came over with a red-hot iron rod clamped between a piece of wood. Suan blew on the iron rod until it was less red, and no longer scorching. He let Wan use her telekinesis to control the bangs, and then he curled them again. In a short while, a beautiful, fluffy, airy bang was created. The curled bangs were fluffy and natural. Suan looked at Wan, dressed up again, wearing the same ghost-like white dress. But today, she had a bunny-like twin ponytail hairstyle with fluffy, curled bangs. It was incredibly beautiful, and most importantly, it looked incredibly cool in the scorching heat. "It's so pretty," Suan praised. The bear took the iron bar Suan handed her, and put it next to the stove. They rushed back to applaud. They praised Wan's new hairstyle. Little Pumpkin, who was concentrating on driving steadily, couldn't help but light up at the sight. Her chanting stopped, and instantly turned to praise. "Wow, so pretty." Wan didn't have a mirror, but seeing everyone's praise, she was overjoyed. Her body straightened up, and a confident smile spread across her face. "Thank you, Master. I love it." Wan shook her head, savoring this unique, refreshing feeling. Little Pumpkin squeezed in and acted coquettishly. "Master, I want one too, I want one too. I want a hairstyle just like Wan wants." Okay, one at a time." Suan looked at Little Pumpkin's bob, which barely reached her ears. After a moment's thought, he flexed his fingers and braided a thin, twisted braid on the right side of her hair. The braid was small, using only a small willow strand so it wouldn't interfere with the opening and closing of the mask on Little Pumpkin's head. The braid twisted at the end, blending with all the loose hair into a short, slender chiffon. Suan selected warm yellow fabric from the space and asked Xiaomo to help cut it into strips. Soon, Little Pumpkin, with a short, braided ponytail on one side, now had a flowing yellow satin bow on her head. After seeing Little Pumpkin off, she shouted a thank you to her master. Then she rushed to the bathroom, admiring her new hairstyle with Wan in front of the mirror. Suan looked at the teddy bear. The teddy bear adjusted the fabric strips in its hand. Suan waved, calling out, "Come here." The little bear looked up in surprise and pointed at herself. "Yes, Xiaomo, come here too," Suan called out. "But Sister Anin, I don't have hair." The little bear's voice was filled with disbelief. Though the words were incomprehensible, the bear's body was honest, and it had already walked towards Sister Anin. Yes, it wanted a new hairstyle too. Suan pulled the little bear to sit down and combed the hair on its head with a comb. She began to think. Such short hair would require her ingenuity. Suan sprayed some water on it, and created the standing hair hairstyle common to short hair. She turned the bear around. Suan couldn't help but burst out laughing at the look. The little bear was a bit confused about his hairstyle. It stood on tiptoe, eyes raised, and couldn't help but look up, but it couldn't see the top of its head. Suan quickly turned the little bear around, so the back of its head faced her. She restyled the hair, combing the standing hair straight, and creating a clean 3:7 split. When parting the hair, Suan preserved the essential hair and combed it all over the bear's body, trimming it with scissors where necessary, leaving the hair on the cheeks rounded and free of uneven hair. Then Suan adjusted the position of the velvet flower hairpin on the little bear's head. Then she turned the little bear 360 degrees to see. Wow! It looked like nothing had changed, but it was actually quite different. The effect was roughly like a sloppy puppy emerging from a beauty salon, transformed into a sleek, styled puppy. When Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan finished admiring the new hairstyle and emerged from the bathroom, they were greeted by a gleaming, smooth-haired little bear. Wow, Big Bear is so handsome. It can be styled all over. I'm so envious. After finishing everyone's style, he briefly cleaned the floor. The black ball began to announce. Dear Masters, your new styles are truly stunning. Based on your current speed, you reach the finish line in 2 minutes. 2 kilometers ahead, turn right at the curve. After turning, go straight for another 4 kilometers to reach the treasure chest spawn. Everyone looked ahead. A gentle curve appeared ahead. The pumpkin carriage slowed to 200 miles per hour and took the curve, drifting across the road in a beautiful stable drift. Gradually slowing, the pumpkin carriage soon came to a stop, resting steadily right next to the treasure chest. As the car came to a complete stop, Suen jumped out of the window and looked at the bronze treasure chest lying in a dry field 100 meters to the right of the road. The treasure chest sat far out in the fields. If anything, it was larger, and surrounded by numerous monsters. A quick count of the monsters revealed 12, 4 rabbits and 8 geese. The bear nimbly jumped in front of Suen. Master, I go get the treasure chest and the meat, Xiaomo said. Be careful, Suen said, looking at the 12 monsters in the distance. Okay. The bear instantly grew larger, its wrist weapons morphing into hand-shaped arms. It ran over. Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan sat on the window ledge, one on each side, watching the distant action unfold. Watching the battle together. Suen could hear the 2 little ones discussing. This treasure chest is a bit far, several hundred meters from the road, Huan Huan said. Yeah, it took almost 100 kilometers to get here, Little Pumpkin said. I guess Big Bear can handle it in 3 minutes, Huan Huan guessed. 1 minute, just 1 minute, no more. Little Pumpkin's words were filled with confidence. The sun was blazing, and through the protective shield, waves of hot air blew in. Suen took 2 steps forward, and as he stepped out of the shield, he instantly felt his whole body heat up and began to sweat. It was very uncomfortable. Xiaomo had really worked hard. Suen looked at the situation ahead. Although she didn't think she needed to help, she still had to be ready to help at any time. As the bear approached the monster within a 50-meter radius, the monsters moved and attacked the bear together. Suen saw the system monster pop-up window. 6 level 3, 5 level 4, and 1 level 5, all ordinary monsters. A few seconds later, the experience calculation window for monster kills appeared again. Xiaomo tried his hand at the power of the Wolf Fang meteor hammer, and with a single blow, he instantly killed a group of monsters. He looked at the monsters reduced to a bloody paste. He raised his hand and scratched his head, feeling a little puzzled. It seemed like the meat had been completely crushed. But Xiaomo soon had an idea and used his disintegrate skill. A short while later, Xiaomo returned with a large copper box and some disintegrated meat. Because the monsters had died so tragically and were so battered, there were no intact pieces left after disintegration. Xiaomo gave all the meat to Little Pumpkin. Rabbit, minced, 500 GX4. Goose, minced, 500 GX8. Seeing this, Little Pumpkin blurted out, Big Bear, you're amazing. We're having pie tonight. Swan climbed into the house through the window. Chapter 235. Unsuccessful. Huan Huan used telekinesis to pull her up, concealing her embarrassment. Suen made a shushing gesture, pretending nothing had happened. From the constant ins and outs, sweat had already soaked her hair, and the strands of hair on her forehead were wet at her temples. The heat began to take its toll. The pumpkin carriage continued on its way. Everyone gathered to watch Suen, observing his master open the treasure chest. This copper chest looked a size larger than the ones on the snowy plateau, and it had dark flame patterns on its sides. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Suen opened it carefully, finding that this chest was no different from the previous ones. The contents were similar. 500 g of rice, 550 g of soybeans, 1 L of mineral water, 3 mechanical parts, 1 1-hour platform ticket, 20 L of gasoline. It's all about the same. Yeah. I thought with the longer mileage and more monsters, there would be good stuff. At this rate, the income and resources will decrease. Everyone couldn't help but start discussing. Suen understood that the longer the mileage for treasure chests to spawn, the more monsters around them, and the same treasure chests meant the game's difficulty was increasing. Okay, everyone, don't be discouraged. Let's keep going. If the treasure chests don't supply us, we just get off the platform more. Sue comforted everyone. Time passed quickly. At night, when the treasure chest spawn time ended, Little Pumpkin's expression was grim. Having traveled so much more and collected so few treasure chests, it couldn't be happy. From its perspective, opening treasure chests was a fixed income. Getting off the platform was a side income. The current situation meant a decrease in fixed income, which made Pumpkin very unhappy. As everyone levels up and becomes stronger, their consumption increases. One alone is such a voracious eater. If there are more companions in the future, will they be able to support them? Although the master had previously earned so much in the warehouse, Little Pumpkin was still worried about the consumption. This worry led Little Pumpkin to a major discovery while making dinner. Master, some of the meat compressed in the cards is thawed. Little Pumpkin's voice was a little tearful. These cards had always been in Little Pumpkin's freezer. And Little Pumpkin's freezer relies on a low outside temperature. Now, with the temperature rising, the freezer becomes a warmer. What does this mean? It means that food that's easily stored is prone to spoilage. At that moment, Suen wished he could find a space where time could stand still. Alas, neither the system space nor the doll's space could stop the passage of time. Since that was the case, the only option was to preserve the food using traditional methods, bacon or dried meat. Suen comforted Little Pumpkin and offered his advice. Then everyone began the meat rescue plan. They didn't even bother making dinner. What kind of time would they have for baking pies for dinner? They just have to eat some pre-made pies. They spoil if they didn't. Suen spent the entire night wishing she had 8 arms to marinate all the meat. The whole family pitched in. The work was endless. It was simply too much. Outside the pumpkin cart, inside the protective enclosure, every empty space was lined with simple racks. Strips of marinated meat hung to dry. They made not only jerky, but also sausages. The seasoning was completely used up. In the end, Suen was selling meat for seasonings. The 100% transaction fee on the first level exchange in Area 20312 was painful, so Suen decided to simply barter. That way, she only had to pay the transaction fee once. She could just submit the meat directly to the system to sell it, and she wouldn't be short of game coins. As for why she didn't sell it in Area 1, the exchange in Area 1 wasn't open yet, because the area had less than 1,000 players. At that moment, she hoped everyone in Area 20312 would level up quickly. Once 60% of the players in that area reached level 2, there would be no more transaction fees charged by the system to maintain game fairness. It wasn't a quiet night. It was busy until midnight. By selling and giving away, she had managed to clear out all the meat in Little Pumpkin's warehouse. The next day, Suen woke up and recalled that she had been dreaming all night about marinating meat and hanging it up. Chopping, sprinkling seasonings, kneading, and then hanging it up. The next day, during breakfast, Wan suddenly stopped eating. Her eyes went a little vacant. What's wrong, Wan? What? Do I dislike the breakfast? Little Pumpkin said unhappily. Worried about the safety of its food, it had no mood to spend time preparing elaborate meals. Breakfast consisted of the meat Little Bear had hunted yesterday, rolled into meatballs with some seasoning. It was a bit perfunctory. As for the main course, except for Sister Anin, who had a bowl of plain porridge, no one else deserved it. Rice can be stored, but these gluttons need to eat meat first. Wan muttered, I just remembered that I have a lot of food in my ghost form. Don't say that. Little Pumpkin collapsed onto the carpet with a thud. Even Suen suddenly lost his appetite after hearing this news. After breakfast, everyone collected the dried meat, which had been air-dried overnight, and moved it to the third-floor sunroom to continue drying. The pumpkin cart moved forward. Inside, the small dried meat processing factory was bustling with activity. Su Qiming, in her ghostly state, felt as if the space were a murder scene. The monster flesh piled up like a mountain, half melted, oozing a bright red. Wan, in her ghostly state, used her telekinesis to help with the work, significantly increasing the progress. The next 2 days were incredibly busy. Finally, Suen, unable to process or sell the meat, packed it all up and sold it to the system mall, selling it cheap. Heartbroken. As for why they didn't sell it to Yiming City, the item indicated that they couldn't go there because the seasons weren't right. Yiming City could only enter when summer arrived, the second level. On Friday, exhausted Suen's arms still ached from the last few days of overwork. Ahead, a platform sign appeared on the main road. Ding dong, in the current hot desert zone 1, player Sunshine Bear has discovered the station dry farm. All players in this area are asked to spend their platform tickets to enter the station and travel on the route. Chapter 236. The new platform in the second level is a tyrannical force. It appears in just 0.01 seconds, occupying the road about 10 meters ahead of the main road. Swish. Little Pumpkin barely managed to brake and sprinted straight into the platform. Little Pumpkin was currently traveling at around 300 to 400 kilometers per hour. No joke. The pumpkin cart stopped in front of the platform, half its wheel running over the platform sign. Little Pumpkin's face turned a little grim as he said to Sue apologetically, "Master, I'm sorry." "It's okay. We have to go anyway. Didn't we say a few days ago that if there's a platform we go right?" Sue took out 3 one-hour platform tickets and let them vanish into thin air in a flash of light. Platform. Withered farm. Due to the madness of the crops, this farm has lost its owner. Perhaps you can become the owner here, but only if you don't get eaten by the plants. Resources. Special cherries, sticky rice, sweet strawberries. Danger level. Throughout their lives, crops seek their owners. They're quite gentle. This is a 5-star platform. Somewhat dangerous. Suen's first thought was the ranch cow and sheep monsters. The two platforms look similar, and if he'd been a bit worried before, but as his strength grew, Suen's mind was focused on killing monsters, earning resources, and gaining experience to level up. Fight. Suen and his group prepared for battle. The pumpkin carriage pulled into the platform. Ding dong, friendly reminder, this platform is running low on energy and cannot support multiple simultaneous activations. Multiple players may enter the same platform. The system prompts passed by in a flash. Suen was the first player to enter. This meant that other players might also enter the platform. Considering the simultaneous opening of the zone, many powerful players might arrive. So annoying. This isn't a solo dungeon. Suen glanced at Little Pumpkin, who instantly understood what his master meant. It whooshed and leaped into Suen's arms, its skills taking effect. Suen and Little Pumpkin merged, a pumpkin mask appearing on her face, allowing her to use Little Pumpkin's skills. The pumpkin cart continued along the road, narrowing from asphalt to gravel and dirt. Soon, it began to shake. Suen steered the pumpkin cart, trying to drive as smoothly as possible, but it couldn't stop the bumps. This broken road was riddled with potholes, revealing the twists and turns it had endured. Soon, Suen saw farmland in the distance. It must have been farmland. As he approached, the boundaries of the area became clearer and clearer. Dried orchards, barren farmland, a stream with only a riverbed left, and clusters of dilapidated, nearly collapsed houses. It looked like a deserted farm. Not a single greenery. No crops or monsters either. According to the station description, this was supposed to be a monster-killing dungeon. Suen was ready to go on a rampage with her doll, then face off against many other players, all fighting for monsters. Monsters? Not a single one. The pumpkin carriage drove back and forth along the road, but saw no monsters. Suen suddenly heard a clear, remarkably crisp bird call. She leaned out the window and saw a nightingale. It was small and delicate, with a melodious voice. Its gray-brown feathers covered half its body, and it had a long beak. It appeared on a small tree next to a large, dry tree, chirping as it flew toward the pumpkin carriage. Soon, through the protective shield, it continued to chirp. Its wings, like human hands, pointed at the pumpkin carriage, pointed in the direction it was coming from, and gestured for them to leave quickly. Though it was clearly a melodious bird call, Suen heard a hidden meaning in her psychic perception. Leave, girl, leave. It's dangerous here, dangerous. Don't stay. Is it a monster? Or a lost player? Suen looked at the seemingly human-like nightingale and tried to communicate with it through her psychic power. Suen found its mind to be filthy and confused, with only the warning of danger being clear. The voice belonged to a young girl. In other words, this crazy bird was a female. Suen shook her head, shaking off her associations. Interesting. A seemingly friendly crazy nightingale on the platform tirelessly persuading players to leave. Is that a monster? Its soul looks so beautiful, like pudding, so sweet. Huan excitedly pointed at the bird in the tree. Mom, can I kill it and eat it? Huan's face lit up with excitement, her expression eager to try. In her excitement, Huan even forgot what Little Pumpkin had taught her, to call her master. She opened her mouth and called Suen mommy, her words tinged with a sinister air. Huan couldn't help licking her tongue, as if she had received permission and was about to pounce on the bird. Suen didn't need to see, his mental perception alone could sense the perceptive little ghost, his evil thoughts brewing, and he couldn't wait to roast and eat the bird. Be careful, that creature is the same level as me. Xiao Mo didn't understand anything about the spirit world, so he simply warned his companions in a muffled voice. Xiao Imo could sense the bird. It was quite powerful, comparable to the king monster he encountered at the ranch station last time. Xiao Imo stood at the window of the pumpkin carriage, his eyes fixed on the nightingale hovering around the protective shield. It was a level 6 creature, a monster in this area. If the master gave the order, it would immediately jump down and begin the fight. Wait, Suan said. Suan said something that surprised everyone. Wan cast a healing skill on it. After Suan finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but glance at him. Wan looked puzzled. But at the master's command, it immediately took action. Resisting her temptation, she floated out and unleashed a healing skill on the nightingale. The nightingale dodged and flew away, receiving only half of the healing beam, but it quickly felt the comfort of the beam and flew back again. Chirp, 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 chirp. It chirped incessantly. The sound was filled with joy. Not long after using half a skill, it flew to the nightingale. Suan's mind sensed that the nightingale's chaotic mind had calmed down considerably. The clear chirping gradually shifted from bird calls to human language. Kind-hearted person, run. It's dangerous here. Don't stay here. You won't be able to see your mother. She'd be sad and heartbroken. It was confirmed that this was a lost player, and a rare player who hadn't been corrupted by the evil spirits after being lost. Huh? Wan couldn't help but utter a sound. She shuddered, disgusted. It can speak human language. How disgusting. Recalling how she had just felt its soul was delicious and wanted to eat it, Wan suddenly felt nauseous. She actually wanted to eat a human. How disgusting. The nightingale paused after hearing Wan's words and looked down at her body. It looked at its slender claws, and a tear trickled down its face, a human-like expression. Suan smacked Wan on the head. Calling someone disgusting in front of them was a bit heartbreaking. Try another trick on it, Suan said. Chapter 237. Wan covered her slightly aching head and threw another healing spell. Actually, Wan was referring to herself when she said this disgusting thing, but she didn't have time to explain. Then she saw what a magical transformation meant. A bird transformed into a human bird. No, it was a birdman. She had a bird's head and a human's body. Although the human body wasn't particularly attractive, being all fluffy feathers, but one could still tell that this was a female birdman, about 1.5 meters tall. Aye. The birdman looked at its wings and claws, its voice barely perceptible with excitement. It had been a long time since she had felt this lucid, hadn't possessed a human form like this. The birdman bowed deeply and respectfully in the direction of Suan and his group. Although the birdman couldn't remember her name or how she got there, she knew these people were good people who had helped her. The birdman looked at the group before him and said, "Please leave quickly. This place is dangerous. You be in trouble when the Cherry Rice King wakes up." What an interesting little girl. She still hasn't asked for help, and keeps warning people of danger and chasing them away. Even if it's just to get more information, she needs to be mentally healthy. Suan smiled and said, Wan, another treatment. Then, the birdman transformed into a naked human girl. Aside from her oddly colored eyes, gray hair, and feathers on certain parts of her body, she looked almost like an ordinary human. The birdman's eyes widened. At that moment, Suan realized he could no longer sense Nightingale's mental energy. Now a normal human, Nightingale's mental energy was no longer unprotected and could be sensed at will. Suan casually tossed a piece of clothing over to the young girl, offering it to cover her. Although the day was hot, she was a girl after all. It wouldn't be nice to be naked in a dungeon. The young girl took the clothing, thrilled. After thanking her, she immediately put it on. She looked at the clothes, feeling as if she were in another world. I remember now. My name is Nightingale. No, I think my name is Suyuan. I'm 19, a freshman at Shanghai University. My home is in Shancheng. I love my mom so much. I miss her so much. The young girl murmured incessantly. Suan listened patiently. He didn't interrupt. Watching this lost player, she reclaimed forgotten memories through her story. From her story, Suan understood that she was a college student, raised by her mother in a single-parent family, a mama's girl who would always check in with her mother whenever she went out to play. Yes, a while ago, I was dragged into a road survival game, and then I encountered some guild. They bullied me, exploited my natural abilities, and then abandoned me at the Lost Lake Station. Yes, I'm lost. At this point, the girl hugged herself and began to tremble, gradually crouching down. After I became lost, I became increasingly confused, my lucid moments becoming less and less frequent, and I gradually lost my human form. My memories became hazy and unclear. After a while, I was sold here and became a subordinate of Cherry Rice boss, Midoski. It asked me to stand guard here. If any players come, wake it up, and let it come out to drink blood and eat flesh. Hurry, leave. As long as the boss, no, as long as the Cherry Rice monster, stays awake, this place is safe. But with the noise getting louder, it wake up soon. It's incredibly dangerous when it wakes up. It's incredibly powerful. It can unleash attacks like the cherry bombs in the game, and also fire darts, like the bye-bye-bye sound. The girl stood up and demonstrated with a flourish. Hurry up and leave. The girl was anxious. Suen could see that her anxiety was genuine. If it weren't for her limited abilities, she'd have wanted to just go inside the protective shield and push the pumpkin cart away. Suen gently stood up and, using telekinesis, flew out of the pumpkin cart, but without leaving the shield, he asked directly, "Where is that cherry glutinous rice monster now?" The player named Su Yuan was stunned. Suen asked, and she immediately answered, "It's sleeping. There's a shortage of water and food here, so to conserve energy, the cherry glutinous rice boss, the cherry glutinous rice monster, is sleeping peacefully. Lack of water, lack of energy. Tell me about this platform." Suen stood inside the shield, smiling at the transformed girl. This was a 4-star farm station. Ever since Cherry Glutinous Rice Boss upgraded, it became a 5-star station. Then, when the weather got hot and the land dried up, it bought me. The girl's words were intermittent and fragmented. "Oh, kind-hearted person, please stop asking questions and just leave. It's really urgent. No, we need to kill monsters. Besides, leaving now would be troublesome, wouldn't it?" The bird-like girl looked puzzled. Just then, a roar came from behind her, the sound of a large truck rolling over potholes. The engine was particularly loud. The girl looked in the direction of the kindly player in the pumpkin mask. A huge truck was approaching on the road in the direction of the station. 100-ton truck, 4 in front and 8 in the back. Xiao Imo, sensing the instability, immediately leaped to his master's side, transforming into a 10-meter-long bear, his weapons unlocked into meteor hammer forms. The truck, neither fast nor slow, stopped 100 meters from Su En's pumpkin cart. A group of men and women jumped out. The leader was a middle-aged woman in tight clothes, neither beautiful nor ugly, with a face you wouldn't find in a crowd. But she stood at the front with a stern expression. Her eyes were sharp, and her aura was immensely powerful. This moment reminded Suen of many imposing individuals he had encountered in real life. Her aura completely overwhelmed even the school principal and the company boss. She looked very, very extraordinary. This reminded Suen of a sacred and solemn profession. A soldier. Behind her came a sturdy, 1.9-meter-tall man, with a burly figure but a gentle and kind expression. There was also a small, slightly tall girl in a robe, trailing behind with a slightly timid expression. Her youthful face clearly indicated she was underage. There was a certain nervousness in her movements, a strong sense of thievery, as if she had just stolen 2 gold coins from a teammate. This was a 3-person team. It was clearly 2 permanent teammates with a temporary one. Of course, there could be more. No one knew if there were others in the heavy truck. The group looked quite imposing, staring at the pumpkin carriage, the inhuman-looking, mutated girl, and the enormous, undeniable bear. Finally, their gaze locked on Suen, the group's core player. "Hello, you must be the first player in Level 2, Sunny Bear. I'm Yi Qing from the original area, Zone 17003, Captain of the China Strategy Group, Advanced Team 002. The woman stepped forward and introduced herself loudly. Chapter 238. While introducing herself, she also greeted Suen. As if to show her friendliness, she smiled, and with that smile, her otherwise ordinary face took on an extraordinary charm. She looked beautiful when she smiled. The smile dispelled her cold aura, transforming her into a very approachable beauty. Suen's pupils shrank. Area 17003, if memory serves, is currently the area with the highest survival rate, boasting a terrifying 92.7% survival rate. Many players in their area were discussing fantasy, and what the situation was like in that area. So it was the official Yin Nation. Really, only the Yin Nation officials would be so friendly, not giving up on any player. Out of a favorable impression of the area's high survival rate. Seeing that the visitor seemed harmless, Suen nodded in response and began to introduce himself. "Hello, I'm Yangwang and it's Bear. This is the platform, Birdman, a former player." Suen was concise and to the point. As for Huan, she had immediately followed her master's instructions and retreated into the pumpkin carriage as a hidden trump card upon the stranger's arrival. Although Huan didn't quite understand how she became a trump card, she obeyed her master's orders and hid accordingly. Suin treated the newcomer much the same way he had treated Mocha. However, due to his fondness for her, his voice softened considerably. Su Yuan, known as the platform Birdman, was stunned and wanted to retort, but looking at the lingering Birdman traits in herself, she couldn't muster much to refute. Yes, Su Yuan was indeed the platform Birdman now. She had lost her player identity, her memory, her mind, and was lost within the platform. This was her current state. Su Yuan had long understood that without a player identity, she couldn't leave this place. As for the system panel that appeared before her, Su Yuan didn't believe anything about players regaining their system player identity by staying. Su Yuan had been a player herself and knew how lost players would act as accomplices, dragging more players down with them. But how could these lost players, acting as accomplices, ever return to the platform? It was all a conspiracy. From the moment she lost herself, she resolved not to drag anyone else down with them. When Su had admitted to being Sunshine Bear and introduced herself and the bear, the little girl at the back of the group opened her eyes wide. Although, the girl's eyes were narrow to begin with, so even if they opened wide, they didn't widen much. So, that was the person who had first rejected her. So this is what the mysterious first player who successfully passed the level looked like. Sunshine Bear, just Sunshine and Bear. Such a beautiful Sunshine sister, even with the mask on. Such a strong and massive bear, the weapon in his hand gleamed coldly, looking ferocious. The girl wanted to cast a detection spell, but out of consideration for friendship, she held back. Provoking others wasn't her style. The little figure in the robe was Lucky Clover Yunqing. After being politely rejected by Sunshine Bear, she didn't give up. During the second level, she privately chatted with every Chinese-speaking player. She also accumulated quite a few temporary teammates. As for the foreign players, Yunqing felt there was a cultural barrier, and she was afraid of communication difficulties, so she never asked. Yunqing had carefully selected this temporary team from among these temporary teammates. At least before she joined, she had only felt that Qing was a rather gentle auntie, and that she shouldn't be difficult to get along with. Unexpectedly, upon arriving, I found myself confronted by members of the strategy team. Holy crap, Yunqing, who had already killed someone, suddenly became a bit sneaky. Because of her exceptionally harsh environment, Yunqing had never encountered any official members of the Yen nation. It seemed she wasn't very lucky initially. She had fought her way through that harsh environment relying on her brains, her strength, and her ruthlessness. Yunqing wasn't actually very old, but she wasn't very young either. A 17-year-old girl was at the age of being tall, slender, and beautiful, full of passionate fantasies of saving the world. But now, at just over 1.3 meters tall, and looking like a teenager, it was all due to Yunqing's innate skills. Some of her skills came at a price. She didn't know the side effects of other skills, but Yunqing's price was to become smaller. But there was no other way. Yunqing had to become stronger, she had to live well, she had to complete the game quickly so that her father, mother, sister, grandparents, and grandparents could all survive. She wasn't afraid of drinking poison to quench her thirst. At that age, Yunqing was still full of youthful energy, so her actions were somewhat childish. Hello Sunshine, I'm Haiyan. The burly man behind the woman greeted Suin. I'm Lucky Four Leaf, you can call me Xiuya. The little girl greeted from behind. Suin took in the tiny face, tiny eyes, tiny nose, tiny arms and legs. Could she be 15? Could it be that she wasn't eating well and her development was delayed? Can we invite you to join the temporary team? Qing asked. Her tone was gentle, and she smiled. Neither of them harbored much ill will, and they soon became temporary teammates. Player Qing uses the temporary item card to request a temporary team with player Sunshine Bear. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear agrees to player Qing temporary team request. You enter temporary team mode station. Leaving the station disbands the temporary team. Suin looked at the middle-aged woman in the makeshift team. She claimed to be 42 years old, and an officer in the Blue Star China XXXX military region. Suin didn't quite understand her many titles, but he knew she was a high-ranking official in the military region. Blue Planet has nearly 10 billion humans, and Yen country is one of the largest. Its population alone exceeds 3 billion, and its territory covers almost the entire Asian continent. At her age, holding so many titles is truly impressive. Suin watched her speak freely, discussing the current regional dynamics. He also learned that the official team has been working hard since the game's public beta. Not only do they control one region, maintaining order and stability for 100,000 players, They also indirectly control the situation in hundreds of regions, improving the living environment for tens of millions of players. But 10 million versus 3 billion is truly a slim prospect, but everyone firmly believes that a single spark can start a prairie fire. At the same time, He-Ching thanked Suin for advancing to the second level, opening the server-wide channel, and even sending her props. He-Ching explained that opening the server-wide channel has greatly increased the official team's efficiency, allowing the stability maintenance team to expand their reach, guiding players to help each other, establish order, and move forward together. Suin politely declined He-Ching's offer of props. She always believed in the principle of being grateful for what one has received, and she didn't consider her accidental entry into the second level and the opening of a server-wide channel to be a significant achievement. Suin admired such noble individuals, who had dreams and dedicated themselves to them. When necessary, she was willing to be friendly and offer some harmless attention. It was like what Goose said, if you're doing well, you might as well help your own kind. But she didn't want to get involved. She was just an ordinary person, without such courage. Suin listened to the man's story. Chapter 239. The stability team survives, the strategy team advances. The strategy team's goal is to clear the level as quickly as possible, and put an end to this. At the same time, they will also befriend the outstanding Yin Nation players in the second level to expand the strategy team. For example, Miss Sunshine and Miss Bear are very worthy companions. Suin neither accepted nor rejected the official's implicit invitation. He-Ching did not make any other moves. It was as if they were just chatting, sharing some information. After a while, she briefly inquired about Su Yuan's situation and promised to eliminate this platform monster, remove the slave mark engraved on her body, and take her away. The powerful charm of this mature woman suddenly gave Suin the illusion of an adult, such a reliable big sister. Wait, she's not little either. What's the difference between adult and child? It's this four-leaf crutch. This little thing has a delicate face, and looks very young, calling everyone sister when they see it. She doesn't look like a strong person who reached the second level on her own. After the makeshift team was successfully formed, this young woman came over. While treating the birdman Su Yuan, who had become more humane, she chatted with Suin, essentially promoting her own powerful support abilities. After meeting in person, Sai realized that Sunshine Bear was a big sister, and she promoted herself even more enthusiastically. But it was usually Suin who was talking, and Suin didn't respond. The bear didn't respond either. The conversation lasted for over 10 minutes, and with the noise of the heavy truck approaching, it was no small matter. But the cherry rice monster Su Yuan had been talking about still hadn't appeared. Everyone looked at Su Yuan. Why don't you wake it up? Sai spoke bluntly. She felt that entering the platform without killing monsters and giving up the time to search for treasure chests was pointless. Are you sure? Cherry glutinous rice boss, the big monster. It's really strong. Su Yuan said timidly. And after it wakes up, I will obey its commands. Su Yuan's voice was hesitant. She looked at her clean, human hands. What a rare moment of freedom. There are so many of us, Sai said. And don't you still trust the sisters? Sai gave a look. She glanced at Hitching and Swan. Su Yuan looked at the older sister, at the pumpkin-masked kind-hearted man, who was said to have reached the top of the second level, at the giant bear, and at the ghostly figure lurking somewhere. Su Yuan nodded. Let's get everyone ready. After Haiyan drove the truck over and pulled behind the pumpkin truck, both vehicles were ready, their shields aligned parallel to each other, creating a quiet, open space. Su Yuan used the skill with some trepidation. Summoning a nightingale. It was a nightingale with blood on its beak and head. It was in poor condition, half dead and listless. Skill 2, Blood-Crying Nightingale. Summon your own nightingale, whose chanting pierces the spiritual realm, breaking both physical and mental barriers. Side effect. Each time it is summoned, the nightingale loses a certain amount of health. Upon its death, the player loses soul energy, making it difficult to summon another nightingale for a period of time. The nightingale's clear cry pierced the heavens and earth. Crack. It was as if something had shattered. The two sides of the road looked completely different. Simply put, it was as if the land and the withered trees had come alive. The dry orchard, branches left only with trunks, suddenly trembled, and with them, the branches were laden with fruit, laden with cherries and ears of glutinous rice. This entire orchard was made up of branches and twigs. Across the barren farmland, numerous strawberry plants, bearing fruit, emerged from the ground. Ding dong. Congratulations to the temporary team Peaceful Rivers and Seas. Sunny Bear Sai for awakening the dormant cherry glutinous rice king. Players are under attack by a horde of monsters. Ha 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 ha, come and become their masters. Monster, Cherry Glutinous Rice King Metadowski. Level 9 King, 9th tier King Monster, promotion interrupted, habitat, dry farm. Note, who knows if the cherry tree cheated, or the glutinous rice, but this is a mutated cherry tree and glutinous rice monster, searching for its master to the end of the world. Monster, Strawberry Sweetheart. Level, LV4 to LV7. Habitat, dry farm. Note, because their master loves strawberries, only strawberry sweethearts can serve as Cherry Sticky Rice King Medoski's little sisters, surviving as a reserve fruit, awaiting their master's return. Monster, Nightingale. Level, LV6. Habitat, dry farm. Note, a former Lost Blue Star player, this guard bird was purchased from the Lost Lake Farmers Market. It's Cherry's beloved servant, and its call is 3 times similar to its master's. Cherry Sticky Rice King Medoski knows she's a bit naughty, but it doesn't matter. Clever players always make the bird sing. The battle begins. The moment the system information unfolds. The moment the Cherry Sticky Rice monster wakes up. Su Yuan instantly transforms from a human girl into a giant bird. The clothes she just put on shred, symbolizing the shattering of her remaining human consciousness. After transforming into a monster, she was immediately squeezed out of the protective shield. Then, under the control of the Cherry Rice King, the Nightingale's skill activated. Skill 5, Bewitching Song. The Nightingale's call causes life to slow down, rendering it unable to move. Chirp. A series of melodious nightingale calls followed, and everyone present shuddered, unable to move. The cherry tree swayed left and right. Like a lively little girl, it waved its arms, flinging a few cherries to the left, then a few to the right. The cherries, each as big as a human face, detached from the tree and soared high, heading towards Suen and his group, each receiving a cherry bomb. Suen's mental energy was incredibly high, and his mental resistance negated the Nightingale's skill, allowing him to react in just 0.05 seconds. He responded. Use the energy shield, which couldn't be broken by the Little Pumpkin's skill. Skill 6. Little Pumpkin possesses an unbreakable energy shield. Cost, performance. Instantly activate within a 10-meter radius of the pumpkin cart, summoning a triangular protective shield that absorbs attacks and converts them into psychic energy to recharge the cart. But she only had one shield. But 4 or 5 cherry bombs appeared from the sky simultaneously, attacking her. She had no time to care about anyone else and immediately placed her shield in front of Xiaomo, who was outside the protective shield. The triangular shield blocked the cherries attacking the bear. Bang, bang, bang. The cherry bomb in front of the little bear was the first to explode. Followed by the explosion, it struck the pumpkin cart and the heavy truck's protective shield. The first cherry bomb to explode, its immense blast energy impacting the energy shield. In that instant, Suen felt her entire body swell, her face flushing red. But that wasn't Suen's feeling. That was the feeling of the little pumpkin, who was one with her. The energy was so immense that it struggled to absorb it, nearly bursting. But the energy soon found its way. The severely damaged ice pumpkin shield was healed by the energy of the small pumpkins. To be more precise, the ice pumpkin shield was constantly shattering and constantly being regenerated. Minus 20,000. Plus 20,000. Minus 20,000. Plus 20,000. The pumpkin shield's health bar had only 2 states, full and empty. The sound of the explosion drowned out the Nightingale's cry and freed Xiao Mo from his paralysis. The bear sprang into action, reaching 100 meters tall. Its claws swung, and the meteor hammer soared high, directly towards the twisted cherry rice monster beneath its feet. On the other side. Chapter 240. The protective shield was long gone. The cherry bomb was incredibly powerful, instantly shattering the shield upon its explosion. Though a high-level protective shield, it felt like a candy shell within the cherry bomb, shattering at the slightest touch. Now, in the entire space, there was only the glow of fire. The glow came from the dissipated light and brightness of the explosion. Wait until the glow faded. The ground shook, creating a large pit. Heavy trucks stumbled. A 100-ton truck sank deep into the gravel road, half its front end dented, its steel-like undercarriage exposed to flames and scorch marks. Suen glanced over there. It seemed his temporary teammates had been directly attacked by the monster. I wondered if they were injured. They should be all right. The flames and smoke dissipated, and Suen saw the burly man in the background summon a broad, giant sword, blocking the figure. But at the same time, Suen had no time to worry about anything else. Her attention shifted to the bear toy. Xiao Mo and the dungeon's king monster, the Cherry Sticky Rice King, had already clashed. When Xiaomo attacked with his meteor hammer, the sticky rice cherry monster immediately unleashed several cherry bombs. One bomb after another appeared, blocking Xiaomo's meteor hammers from the sky. The cherry bombs countered the meteor hammer's power. One explosion, one immense force. For the time being, the two sides held a stalemate. But at the same time, the giant bear's terrifying strength was no joke. The meteor hammer's descent was halted by the bombs. The giant bear stomped its foot, crushing many of the cherry sticky rice monster's branches and twigs. The epic weapon in its hand, the meteor hammer, instantly transformed into a mace, swinging down from the sky. The 100-meter-tall giant bear faced the 30-meter-tall cherry sticky rice monster. One tall, one short. A tremendous force clashed with the explosion. "Nightingale, call!" "Cherry rice monster," Madosky shouted. The tiny bird perched on a branch of the cherry rice monster hesitated for a fraction of a second before being manipulated into singing. Its clear, high-pitched voice pierced every creature's head. Then, a bolt of light shot out from the gravel road, directly at the nightingale. The bird screamed and fell onto the cherry rice monster, unsure of its life or death. Suen held the flower illusion bow, and the bolt of light flew with incredible swiftness. From mentally materializing the flower illusion bow to drawing the bow and releasing the arrow, there was no hesitation. Although Su Yuan was a good person, innocently controlled and lost, it didn't delay Suen from taking action. The moment the cherry rice monster woke up, the nightingale became a monster. Little Bear couldn't be allowed to suffer mental control. If, unfortunately, she died, that would be her fate. Suen showed no mercy. In the distance, Yi Yunqing gasped. Having just regained her composure at the center of the explosion, Yi Yunqing took a moment to glance over at Sunshine Bear, only to see this very scene. That Sunshine's sister, who had just personally nursed Nightingale back to consciousness and given her her own underwear, now shot her through with an arrow, relentlessly and mercilessly. She truly deserved to be the top performer in the second level. This admiration was fleeting. Yi Yunqing had no time to think further. She immediately used her skill, boosting Uncle Haiyan's spirit and maintaining the greatsword's hold to block the remaining energy waves from the explosion. As she used the skill, 4-leaf clover leaves poured into the man in front of her, restoring his greatsword. Skill 2 Hope, the 4-leaf clover's leaves of hope. Skill effect, Endurance, continuously restores the player's mental strength. Healing, reduces the contamination of polluted biotin. Skill limitations, weak creatures cannot heal stronger ones, even at the cost of their lives. This skill weakens, or even fails against creatures of higher levels. In the center of battle. Bang, bang, bang. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The explosions blazed. The ground shook and trembled. Damn bear, greedy human player, I show you what I can do. After her beloved bird fainted, Cherry Rice Monster was a little angry. During the battle, she hadn't forgotten to protect her bird with her tree trunk. This bird had the same beautiful voice as her owner, and she had spent a lot of money on it. She couldn't let it go. As a good boss, Cherry Rice Monster would protect her new little sister. Although she was a bit of a scoundrel once she was awake, it didn't stop her from using her. Protecting his bird, Cherry Rice King Madosky, facing constant pressure and passive defense, felt frustrated. It wanted to use its strength to show these humans the power of King Madosky. Cherry Rice King Madosky exerted its strength, and an entire tree emerged from the ground. It revealed its trunk and roots. The entire platform began to vibrate. The forest that had initially appeared was only the tip of its canopy. This was a gigantic cherry rice tree. This cherry rice tree, nearly 100 meters tall, was almost as big as a giant bear when it fully stood up, even a full crown tip taller than the giant bear. It flung its branches, launching cherry bombs non-stop. Most of them were aimed at the giant bear and Suen, with the occasional one or two heading towards the clearing team. Despite its size, the giant bear was quite agile. Holding a mace, it seemed to be playing baseball, using it to preemptively shatter the cherry bombs. At any rate, the aftermath of the cherry bombs didn't reach its owner behind it. The few cherry bombs it didn't intercept were aimed at the temporary team's defense, but the bear didn't care. This cherry sticky rice monster was too formidable. It had so many cherries on its body. They were all flinging outwards. So many cherries would explode. The shockwave from the explosion was incredibly powerful. If the Wolfang Meteor Hammer wasn't an epic weapon, boosting the giant bear's attack power by 3 to 5 times, it would have been difficult to withstand the power of the cherry bombs. Suen, protected behind Suemo, wasn't idle either. She took advantage of the opportunity, took out her Guqin, and used it to attack the swarm of strawberry monsters that were rushing towards the giant bear's feet. The horde of strawberry monsters cried out in unison, "Strawberry, strawberry, strawberry." Their voices were loud, overlapping like a sonic attack, carrying a mental pollution that disrupted their thoughts. They swarmed in dense masses, swarming towards them. They leaped forward, attacking everything they could see: the giant bear's feet, the pumpkin carriage's protective shield, the 3 members of the raiding team. The 3 men next door were also engaged in battle, the sounds of giant swords blocking and gunfire raging incessantly. The ping-pong and strawberry-raspberry-raspberry sounds echoed endlessly. Those strawberry monsters were resilient. Moving as swiftly as rabbits, they were like springs, their roots leaping high, their stems and leaves unfurling, a mass of bright red strawberry fruits, each with its own facial features. They opened their mouths. They all made the sound of strawberry raspberries, disrupting the battlefield. Amidst this chorus of raps, the sound of the guqin was muffled. The light wave's attack area was significantly suppressed, its repulsive effect outweighing its killing effect. The battle froze, and all that could be seen was the countless strawberry monsters advancing layer by layer. They collided with the protective shield. Little Pumpkin began to repair the pumpkin cart's protective shield. Inside the pumpkin cart, Wan leaned halfway out, cautiously observing the battle outside. Taking notice of the horrific scene outside, she squatted on the ground and drew a circle. Draw a circle and cursed the tree. A circle of light appeared in her eyes, and her mental power merged into the circle and spread, reaching out through the air towards the cherry rice monster. Suen frowned, noticing that Xiao Mo's movements were becoming increasingly sluggish. Chapter 241. Fortunately, the cherry rice monster's cherry bombs were being thrown more and more slowly for some reason, and Xiao Mo was barely managing to cope. Cherry Rice King Midoski felt his cherry bomb reserves were running low, and due to some discomfort, he was having trouble producing cherries. However, seeing the bear's movements dwindling, it felt it had the upper hand and persisted in throwing its few cherry bombs. Suen gritted her teeth and telepathically linked with the bear doll. Professional Skill 3. Spirit Control. Reaching an intimacy of 80% or more with the doll allows you to expend a certain amount of mental energy to control its body and serve you. As this skill activates, her mental energy is superimposed, giving Xiao Mo a layer of mental resistance, shielding her from the strawberry sweet girl monster's sonic interference. At the same time, Suen's main body gained another perspective, the bear's. For a moment, she felt dizzy, the melody she was playing shattered, and only a stuttering melody, barely pieced together by muscle memory, remained, repelling the strawberry monster. It took Suen over 10 seconds to get used to controlling 2 puppets simultaneously. The combined spirits of the 3 greatly compensated for Su Mo's lack of energy. From the perspective of Cherry Rice King Midoski, the giant bear seemed to suddenly become alert, on the verge of breaking through the cherry bomb blockade and attacking its trunk. Danger! At this dire and perilous moment, it mustered all its strength and used its last cherry bomb to strike the giant bear, deflecting the attack of the giant bear's massive iron club. As a tree with a dense root system, it moved slowly, only able to duck sideways to avoid the massive iron club's attack on its trunk. Crack! 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 Metal struck the hard cherry wood with a resounding sound. Ah, it hurts! The cherry tree trembled. It hurts! 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 The last time it felt this much pain was when it lost its master, and was alone on the fertile farm. Cherry Rice King Midoski felt excruciating pain all over his body, realizing that half of his body had been crushed by the giant bear's mace. The pain caused the Cherry Rice King to momentarily freeze, the entire tree stiffening. The broken branches dripped pink petals, a faint emulsified color, like cherry juice mixed with rice paste. This paste flowed from the broken branches like a fountain. It was the water, spiritual power, and nutrients it had so hard to store. Ah, damn humans, ah, its energy. The cherry rice monster launched into a frenzied counterattack. Ah! Following a scream, the cherry rice monster trembled its branches, and the strawberry monster followed suit, screaming, nearly dizzying the creatures present. At the same time, a new wave of attacks from the cherry rice monster began. Bayu! Bayu! Just as Su Yuan had predicted, the cherry rice monster launched a terrifying attack of rice darts. The sound of Bayu was everywhere. Across the entire treetop, branches stripped of their cherries, leaving only rice ears. Those ears transformed into thousands of darts, showering them everywhere. This rice dart attack was completely different from the cherry bombs. Cherry bombs are large and explosive. But these sticky rice darts are small, fast, and have a wide range. For a moment, The sky was filled with sticky rice darts, densely packed. If anyone with trypophobia saw the scene, goosebumps would fall all over the floor. Cherry Sticky Rice King Madosky realized the formidable nature of this giant bear, so he fought tooth and nail, using this attack without reservation, consuming every ear of wheat in the treetops. Cherry Sticky Rice King Madosky was wise. He understood that these humans before him, this abominable bear, were no longer foolish humans that could be killed with a few cherry bombs. They were powerful. He had to kill them with all his might, and then replenish his lost water and energy. The first target of the glutinous rice darts in the sky was the giant bear. The dense, layered darts nearly shattered it into a sieve. Sumo's reaction was relatively quick. He tried to raise his mace as a shield to block the glutinous rice darts, but Strawberry's scream slowed him down, slowing his movements and making him lose control. The bear wasn't fast enough. His mind was dwindling. The bear couldn't block any more attacks, and was about to be stabbed. Seeing Xiao Imo about to be injured, Suin stopped playing the Guqin and used Little Pumpkin's skill, summoning Little Pumpkin's charged shield to block the attack. However, the shield could only reach a maximum height of 10 meters. It couldn't stop the bear's body at all, only protecting its heart and head. The fast-moving glutinous rice darts had already struck the bear's body, its legs, and its feet. He had already suffered the first wave of glutinous rice attacks. The pain was intense. These glutinous rice darts were sharp and fast, and when they entered a living organism, they released neurotoxins, producing an anesthetic effect. The bear began to unsteady. Suin immediately gave up on merging with Little Pumpkin. She let Little Pumpkin regain its original form and move independently. She was too distracted by anything else. Suin used all her mental energy to channel into the bear's body, controlling Xiaomo's original form to dodge the glutinous rice darts. But oh no, there wasn't enough time. The bear, already paralyzed, needed time to activate the skill, which reduced its range from 100 meters to 40 centimeters. At that moment, Suin's adrenaline surged with anxiety, so much so that everything seemed to be in slow motion. Her powerful mental strength gave her enough reaction time, but the bear, paralyzed by the glutinous rice darts, couldn't keep up. At that moment, thousands of light bullets fell like a meteor shower, each one aimed squarely at the glutinous rice darts. In Suin's mental perception, the light bullets were faster and more powerful, swerving midair, avoiding the giant bear's attacks while blocking every glutinous rice dart that fell where the bear's shield couldn't reach. It was Hai Qing from the strategy team who unleashed her ultimate. Hai Qing stood behind the giant sword, her soul drained from her, a vortex of mental energy in her eyes. Behind her, a shadow of guns and cannons nearly 100 meters high, continuously unleashing a barrage of light projectiles, each one imbued with her mental energy, unleashing the attack. S-rank talent skill 3, Bullet Rain. The guns resembled a forest, the bullets rained down. In the hail of bullets, there was no escape. A group attack, overwhelming heavy firepower, unleashing 1,000 bullets simultaneously. This consumes a lot of energy, so use with caution. Beside her, the tiny Yunqing simultaneously activated 2 skills, controlling the strawberry monster to press closer while boosting her companion's mental energy. Originally, she was handling the situation with ease. As soon as Sister Hai Qing used this move, she drained Yunqing's energy. She stumbled and nearly fell, forcing her to abandon her control skills and focus entirely on her mental power-boosting abilities. Everyone present was caught up in the battle, too busy to pay attention to each other's movements. Using this opportunity, Suin and Su Imo had a chance to catch their breath. Suin controlled the giant bear's movements simultaneously. They both simultaneously assumed a spread-out position and laid back. The giant bear transformed into a small bear. It was completely protected by the Little Pumpkin's triangular shield. Suin was caught by the Little Pumpkin and returned to the pumpkin cart. Then, Suin spun in circles within the pumpkin cart. Synchronously, the little bear doll levitated in midair, spinning in place. A shower of petals appeared. Suin synchronized with Xiaomo's body and used a skill. Skill 4, the bear's beautiful, integrated attack and defense, the Velvet Flower Dance. A group attack, consuming a certain amount of energy to perform the Velvet Flower Dance. The velvet flower hairpin disintegrated, transforming into a beautiful, fluttering velvet flower petals, transforming into 9,999,999 petal-throwing knives, both offensive and defensive. Each use consumes 20% of the energy bar, and is reusable with no cooldown. Upgrading to level 6, the bear can summon nearly 10 million petals to fly simultaneously. The wind rises, and the bear dances with the petal storm. Pink and purple petals flutter, following the light bullets towards the cherry rice monster. Each petal carries Su-En's mental power, allowing for extremely agile movements. The cherry rice king, sensing trouble, immediately summoned the strawberry monsters to protect him. Every strawberry monster that blocked the way was reduced to strawberry jam in its wake. Even the resilient strawberry monsters' bodies could not withstand the agile petals controlled by Su-En's mental power. Ah! Too much. I won't fight you anymore. Get out. A loud scream pierced the sky. Chapter 242. Then, Su-En felt a powerful force squeeze her out. The world spun. A flash of light passed before Su-En's eyes. She felt so nauseous, she almost vomited when she landed. As she landed, Little Pumpkin and Huan simultaneously used their telekinesis to catch her. Su-En watched as she, the dolls, and the pumpkin carriage were all thrown out of the platform. In midair, a shower of velvet flower petals transformed into velvet flower hairpins, returning to the bear's head. Su-En exited her telepathic connection with the bear. The bear lost consciousness and fell to the road. Little Pumpkin flew quickly out the window, using its telekinesis to catch the limp bear. Su-En felt a little dizzy. When her vision returned, Little Pumpkin had already dragged the bear back to the pumpkin carriage. Su-En sat on the floor, looking outside. Before her eyes, everything on the platform had vanished. It was a peaceful highway. The surroundings were no different from when she entered the platform. A system message popped up in front of her. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear, and He-Ching, Hai-Yin, and Lucky 4-Leaf have cleared the Withered Farm platform, achieving a 77% contribution rate and receiving a clearing reward, a purple gold treasure chest. Player Sunshine Bear was kicked out of the platform by the platform's core monster, Cherry Rice King Madosky. The Withered Farm platform is closed. The Withered Farm platform has closed prematurely, and players are teleporting away. What? I was almost there to kill the monster, gain experience, and obtain loot. Being kicked out of the platform? Giving them a treasure chest to get rid of. Looking at the purple treasure chest dumped on the road, a purple gold treasure chest I never seen before, Su-En had no desire to open it. After all, she didn't have any purple gold keys. Su-En was furious. That cherry rice monster was so unreasonable. She took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, finally catching her breath and avoiding choking in anger. Bear had slowly regained consciousness. It had fainted because its brain had been assaulted by the strawberry monster's rap sound waves. Now that the mental attack had ceased, the bear had recovered. It shook its head. Try not to think about the strawberry monsters, the annoying cries of the strawberries on both sides of the bear. As for the rice dart attack, it was fine. Its skin was tough and its defenses were decent, so it was only a minor injury. How did we get out? It asked in confusion. It remembered that its body was supposed to fight in sync with its master to take down that cherry rice monster. Shouldn't it normally collect the spoils? Su-En was speechless, furious. Because when she got to the public screen, the system had already displayed a shameless summary. Little Pumpkin and Huan, their venomous mouths, continued their verbal attacks. While verbally attacking the cherry rice monster, they explained the situation to the bear charging ahead. That cowardly cherry closed the platform and kicked everyone out because it couldn't defeat them. It controlled the platform core, shutting it down and throwing us all out. That dog Cherry is so shameless, a double-edged monster, and has no martial ethics. Su-En looked at the message in front of him. System, Area 1, Hot Desert, Platform Dry Farmland is temporarily closed. Total time, 1 hour and 31 minutes. Players participating in the platform, 16. Players leaving the platform, 13. Summary, the king monster of Dry Farmland, Cherry Rice King Madosky, stated that it didn't matter that only 3 players were left this time. He would have his revenge later. Especially that bear. You wait. The system expressed its regret that no more players remained on Cherry Rice King Madosky's wonderful platform, nor did he find his long-for master. Su-En gritted his teeth. So angry. That cherry rice monster is so shameless. And the system, so despicable. He-Ching's message, arriving before him, made Su-En feel a little better. Ching's message was formal, concise, and full of standard language. Su-En translated it according to his own understanding. The general meaning was that it was a pity not to kill the platform monster. It was stronger and more cunning than expected, but it was a pleasure to work with you. Thank you for trusting the strategy team. If there's a chance, the strategy team will definitely rescue Nightingale. Is there a chance? Su-En summoned Little Pumpkin to materialize the Platform Coordinate Binding Controller panel. Platform Coordinate Binding Tool. Still worried about missing your platform? Still suffering from wanting to go to the platform, but not having a ticket? Still pining for that handsome guy on the platform and feeling lovesick? Your wish will come true here. Purpose: you can find 3 platforms you visited, choosing one to enter once a week. Note: player Sunshine Bear is currently in the 2nd level, and the platform in the 1st level is currently inaccessible due to the winter season. Suen's eyes blazed. 10 minutes of rest, then we set off. Chapter 243. She put away the purple gold treasure chest, took out the restorative medicine, and stuffed it into her mouth. Then she told Little Pumpkin and Juan to quickly absorb the Spirit Source Stone to recover. After her mental strength had recovered slightly, she was busy healing the little bear doll. Using her skills, she pulled several sticky rice darts from the little bear's body, and the blood-stained sticky rice glowed with spiritual light. The little bear doll healed under Suen's skills, and there were no more wounds on its body. 10 minutes later, the pumpkin cart drove towards the dry farm platform. The pumpkin cart was fast and aggressive. It seemed as if it could be rushed into the battlefield in the next second. The platform was not as quiet as expected. Not long after the pumpkin cart turned onto the gravel road, Suen heard the sounds of fighting in the distance. Crackling. Like whipping someone. Aren't all the platforms closed? There are still players? Or is Su Yuan being subjected to inhumane torture? As they approached. From afar, Suen saw a woman bound by branches from a cherry rice monster, hanging from the ground and being whipped. The woman was unfamiliar. She looked like a player. She had algae green hair, yellow-brown skin, a slender figure, and a relatively youthful face. Around her lay the wreckage of vehicles, shattered and trapped in the branches of the forest. She was unconscious and could only passively take the beating. As she took the beating, a brief flash of light appeared in her emerald eyes, but it quickly faded. She was surrounded by a group of strawberry monsters. As they chanted strawberry, 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 their mind interference skills activated, invading her mind. Without its cherry bombs and sticky rice darts, the cherry rice monster could only fight with its branches, having lost a few in the previous battle. It controlled the player, but didn't seem to intend to kill her outright. Instead, it controlled a small branch with wheat ears and whipped the woman. With each slap, it uttered a harsh remark, seemingly venting its anger and intensifying the pollution. I told you not to take advantage of us. I told you not to use your skills to control me and my little sister. You greedy human. You annoying plant pet. Why do you remind me of my master? I turn you into a tree trunk puppet. Become a mutant, become my subordinate. The cherry rice monster spoke a lot, all of it emotionally. If I couldn't beat those perverts just now, can't I still beat you? Lord Metadowski is invincible. It shouted. The strawberry monsters knew how to give their boss emotional value. They shouted in unison, Great King, mighty, 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 mighty. The strawberry monsters seemed like natural rappers, their chants pulsing with rhythm, and everything they shouted carried a tinge of mental distraction. In the pumpkin car, 100 meters away, everyone felt dizzy even through the protective shield. Suen wasn't too affected. Juan and Little Pumpkin reacted quickly. The first to be hit was Little Bear. Little Bear's head was swirling, and he was about to collapse. Suen clasped his hands on the bear's ears, using his skill to increase its mental resistance. Little Bear recovered, and immediately clasped his ears. Left ear clasped, right ear clasped. He clasped them tightly, attempting to physically block any mental attacks. Then, the entire bear leaped out of the pumpkin carriage window, transforming into a giant bear. The battle began. By the time the cherry rice monster, preoccupied with disciplining its new slave, realized what was happening, the giant bear's mace was already striking its trunk, threatening to snap it in half. What? More? Ah! It screamed. Why are there still bears? The cherry rice monster yelled, and a circle of light appeared centered around it. The light reverberated, enveloping each strawberry monster, making them glow as if they had been injected with chicken blood. This was the cherry rice monster's mental ability, Invigorate, which significantly increased the power of its mental attacks. As the cherry rice monster's Invigorate aura appeared, the strawberry monsters around it shouted in unison. Strawberry, strawberry, strawberry. The sound was high-pitched, loud, and full of power. The accompanying sonic attack's contamination struck the giant bear directly. It resonated throughout the space. Nan Tonsi, awoke from the intense pain of being thrown onto the gravel road by a monster fight, had barely regained consciousness when she was once again knocked unconscious by the enhanced collective mental attack of the strawberry monsters. She collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The woman's increasingly polluted, woody form, in a darkly humorous way, mitigated her injuries, making her less vulnerable to flesh and blood. Suen was also struck by the strawberry monster's sonic attack, momentarily losing consciousness and seeing stars. Another new skill. The cherry rice monsters, worthy of being a king monster on the verge of reaching level 10, were not only powerful but also cunning, with numerous hidden tricks. Suin, relying on his significantly reduced mental energy, quickly reacted and broke free from the strawberry monster's annoying mental attacks. After regaining consciousness, she immediately went to support Xiaomo. She stood inside the pumpkin carriage, closed her eyes, and abandoned all awareness of her own body. At this moment, all her mental energy was focused on Suimo. She helped Xiaomo instantly recover from the paralysis caused by the mental shock. The little pumpkin floated in front of Suin's body, using its shield to block the flying debris from the sonic mental attack, continuously replenishing the shield's health. And the little pumpkin protected its master's body. When one saw this scene, jumping with anxiety, she squatted down again, drawing circles on the spot, cursing the cherry glutinous rice monster for failing at the crucial moment of the fight. At that moment, Suin and Sumo's minds merged. With the support of his master spirit, the bear remained mentally stable. After a brief moment of paralysis, he could continue fighting. The bear swung his mace, swinging downwards. Seeing that the sonic mental attacks launched by him and the strawberry girls were ineffective, several branches of the cherry rice monster merged together, spiraling upward and condensing. They coalesced into a single club, resembling the giant bear's mace. The massive force met the shockwave of battle, and began a head-on clash with the giant bear. Bang! A resounding sound echoed from the point where their weapons met. The terrifying bear force, amplified by the epic Wolf Fang meteor hammer, then struck the tangled wooden stick, shrouded in pink aura, channeling downward. The force reached the cherry rice monster's branches, then the trunk, finally entering the roots and dispersing onto the ground. The already dry, water-starved fields were loosened by the burrowing of plants. At that moment, under the powerful attack, the entire ground collapsed, continuously collapsing. With the cherry rice monster at its center, the impact spread across a radius of hundreds, thousands, and even tens of thousands of meters, creating a massive crater. The hole continued to expand, outward, until it reached the edge of the platform. Smoke and dust rose in the air. Chapter 244. Then, shockwave after shockwave reverberated around. The road had long since been destroyed, barely visible. The pumpkin carriage was like a seesaw, bobbing on the ground. Little Pumpkin was desperately trying to keep the carriage safe, protecting its owner, who was currently too busy to care for him. Wan's curse skill ceased, and she used her telekinesis to help Little Pumpkin care for its owner, keeping the pumpkin carriage stable and free of damage. The unconscious girl, whose life or death was unknown, was sent flying by the shockwave and fell to the ground. Her head struck a rock, and the pain jolted her awake, giving her a brief moment of consciousness. She was Nan Tongxi, player 20312 in the current zone. She had entered this platform with a special platform ticket Lilifile Yuan's farm. This special platform ticket was a chance she had gained at a certain platform due to her affinity with plants. But upon arriving at the platform, she discovered that the terrain she encountered didn't match the description on the platform ticket. The platform ticket indicated a 2-star trading platform, but upon entering, the system displayed something called the Withered Farm, where she was attacked by maddened plants. It seemed the platform had changed owners. Nan Tongxi, seeing the situation was dire, immediately fled, but she couldn't get away. In a trance, she saw a massive bear monster towering over the earth, as tall as a skyscraper, wielding a mace the size of several stories. The mace glowed with spiritual light. It swung down heavily, breaking through the tangled cherry branches. Then it nearly cleaved the powerful and nearly invincible cherry rice monster, nearly splitting it in half. Is that a monster too? Were these other monsters fighting for the platform core? Based on her experience as a beta tester, she tried to understand the situation, suspecting she had stumbled into the center of a battle for the platform core. She had only heard of this situation during the beta test, but had never experienced it herself. Then, her vision blurred, her eyes shielded by something red and green. She could smell the sweet, slightly sour aroma of strawberries. The shockwave blasted a swarm of strawberry monsters away, some reduced to strawberry mush in midair, others transformed into strawberry filling. The sky seemed to be raining strawberry jam and cherry juice. She had to act, or she would definitely die here. Nan Tongxi stiffly summoned all her strength to move her woody fingers, draining away her nearly depleted mental energy to activate the skill Dead Tree Resurrection. Skill 5. Dead Tree Resurrection. When in life-threatening danger, this skill can be used to overdraw energy, reducing one level, healing the dying body and mind, and transforming the body into a woody state, increasing defense by 500%, saving her life. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. As she used her skills, her body's level began to drop, while her physical strength increased exponentially, giving her a chance to survive. She was struck open by a rock, and the wound on her bleeding head healed and dried up. The wounds on her body from the monster's beating swelled like wheat and rice husks. Her paralyzed body began to recover. Her turbid and collapsed mind also gradually recovered. Energy transformed into a warm current, flowing through her body. Her aching thigh, arm, and left shoulder blade were all healing, the bones regrowing, and the flesh continued to heal. The price was that her dark green hair darkened, and her already emerald eyes became even more translucent, like emerald, the presence of inorganic matter intensifying. This skill could save her life. At the same time, the alienation intensified. Before her mind faded, she crushed the teleportation item in her hand. The teleportation item had a 30-second delay before it activated. During this time, she could only resign herself to fate, hoping that her strengthened body could withstand the aftermath of the war. Her body, having become woody, made it even more difficult to move. Faced with a face covered in strawberry paste, she could only resign herself to its fate. Even on the other side, the giant bear was slaughtering all around. The cherry rice monster was defeated and shattered. It began to beg for mercy. "Stop fighting. I count you out and give you a treasure chest." Seeing that bribes weren't working, it began to surrender and beg for mercy. "Sister Bear, Granny Bear, Boss Bear, I beg you for mercy. Please give up your magical powers. I be your younger sister. Please spare me." Suin and the bear swung their maces in unison, seemingly unconcerned about the energy consumed, fighting with ferocious force. "I give you the bird. I give you the platform core. Don't kill me. I haven't found my master yet, and I won't rest in peace. Please stop. I'm not lying to you. I give you the platform core, and you can run this farm." It was dying, and it became increasingly talkative, revealing a lot of information. Suin and the bear shouted together, "Knock, knock." Suin and the bear didn't stop until the cherry rice monster before them had transformed into a cherry rice tree stump, no longer possessing branches to attack. Mainly, Suin had exhausted his mental energy, and secondly, the platform core itself was quite tempting. Suin exited his skill-enhancing state. He stuffed a spirit-boosting candy into his mouth. Using up all his spirit in a short period of time, and then restoring it put a lot of strain on the body. As Suin's spirit energy was being restored, he couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. The strawberry monster's unison brainwashing rap suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a terrible mental attack, with a slight lag in the brainwashing effect. One noticed her master's expression was off, and one healing spell after another flowed towards Suin. The warm healing energy made Suin feel much better, and the strawberry rap in his mind dissipated. Suin had almost recovered and patted one's head, indicating that it was enough. Then she leaned against the window of the pumpkin cart, watching the cherry sticky rice monster. For a better view, Little Pumpkin drove the pumpkin cart forward, coming up behind Suimo. Now, the cherry sticky rice monster had been reduced to a stump, and there were only a few strawberry monsters left alive, and the few plants that did survive were barely surviving. As for the player who had just been strangled and beaten, she seemed to have escaped at some point, vanishing with her battered vehicle. She seemed to be a formidable player, possessing a means of self-preservation and not being foolish, having seized the opportunity to escape. Suin was unsure if the player knew Xiaomo was being controlled by a player, but then he remembered that he hadn't emerged from the pumpkin carriage, nor had he appeared. It seemed the fleeing player didn't care what they saw. Suin rested briefly, then telepathically directed his bear toy to the cherry rice monster, demanding it hand over its possessions. The bear shrank, raised its mace, and placed it atop the cherry rice monster's tree stump. He said, "Hurry up, hand over the platform core." Chapter 245. The cherry rice monster first threw out a gray bird. It was thrown from a tree root, wrapped around the bird, and attached to the root was a fist-sized barrier. The barrier shattered. The nightingale was revealed. The little nightingale was Su Yuan's lost body. It was still alive. The cherry rice monster didn't kill it, but protected it well during the fierce battle. The clean and tidy little nightingale was among the broken branches and twigs on the ground, and in the pink and red cherry and strawberry juice everywhere. The clean contrast with the mess. The contrast was very abrupt. The cherry rice monster's voice was humming, with a hint of melancholy. "You seem to like my bird very much. I am willing to cancel the master-servant contract and hand it over to you. Treat it well. It has a very nice voice." The cherry rice monster said so. This made Su-En's impression of this monster improve a little. Whatever its reason, the monster's soft side, displayed in protecting Nightingale, was always moving. It didn't seem entirely brutal. This was one of the reasons Su-En hadn't killed it yet. After his experience in Yiming City, Su-En understood that the platform monster wasn't entirely bad. While it had a madcap side, it also had a lawful and benevolent side. With a glance, Little Pumpkin moved Nightingale into the protective shield. Wan saw this and used 2 healing skills, transforming Nightingale into a comatose girl. She appeared to have no physical injuries, but her mind had been interrupted by Su-En's light arrow attack, causing her to faint. This player had a good mental talent, and her skills were also mentally oriented. Su-En's purely mental attack only caused her to stun, not be fatal. Su-En actually held back. She deliberately avoided using the epic weapon, the Guqin, for its dual physical and mental attacks. If the mental arrows had been transformed into Guqin light waves, the outcome would have been completely different. The comatose girl would likely have become a dead girl. Then, the entire earth shook, and some of the cherry glutinous rice monster's roots emerged. The giant bear's body tensed. The giant bear's mace dropped slightly, facing the tree stump. If it made any rash moves, the bear would be unforgiving. You better not try anything tricky, the bear threatened. Su-Emo was truly afraid this creature would surprise and harm his master, even though he had Su Nanling and Su Qiming to protect him. But this cherry glutinous rice monster was a level 9 king monster. Cherry bombs, glutinous rice darts, mental invigoration, mental control, and a powerful physical attack from solid branches. With its diverse abilities, coupled with its seemingly intelligent intelligence, Su-Emo could never be too cautious. No, aren't I just giving you my traitorous little sister and the treasures first? I'm only taking the treasures, not seeking death. Then, its roots stirred, and it flung out a succession of treasure chests, silver, gold, purple gold. Perhaps dozens of them. When the treasure chests appeared, its voice tinged with distress. This distress didn't sound fake. These are the accumulations I earned from victories against players on the platform. Please keep them, Mr. Bear, this human sister, the puppet girl, and the ghost girl. There are quite a few goodies inside. This cherry rice monster, despite its lack of facial features, and its ability to speak only through telepathic communication, somehow gave off a sense of flattery. It impressed every creature present. Considering its previous domineering, arrogant, and overbearing demeanor, and then its apparent retreat when it realized it couldn't defeat them, it was truly a clever creature among monsters, capable of bending and stretching, capable of being both overbearing and subservient. This creature was undoubtedly terrifying. Su-En didn't rush to collect the treasure chests, which instead made Su-Emo even more vigilant. Although the cherry rice monster had become more respectful after surrendering and admitting its mistakes, Su-En didn't trust it. The cherry rice monster felt sorry for the human players who didn't collect the treasure chests. If they took the treasure chests, it could use the platform core's function to grant players a cleared level, thus warding off misfortune and allowing them to leave the platform. While it would lose its treasure, it would also protect its own life and its owner's farm. As for the platform level drop, it didn't matter. It would save its life. There would always be opportunities in the future. Unfortunately, this player and her bear had already been sent away once. Their chances of sending them away voluntarily were exhausted, leaving only passive opportunities. If they didn't take the treasure chests, they wouldn't be able to do so themselves. Why was it so miserable? Looking at this human player, he wasn't blinded by the money, nor did he rush to accept the treasure chest. It seemed resigned to its fate, its voice a little low, knowing it had completely failed. It continued. There was a hint of sincerity in its words. I, Metadowski, will lose my status as a king monster after being stripped of the platform core. I can no longer recover from injury, nor can I activate so many platform clones and accept so many players. I won't have a chance to wait for my master. So I have a condition. After you obtain this platform core, please don't kill me. Let me wait here for the master's return. I can help you plant plants, produce crops, and protect the platform. It spoke sincerely. It seemed to have truly accepted its fate. It then recounted a series of details about the platform. Players who wanted to own the platform had to protect it during its subsequent operations. Beyond obtaining the platform core, players also had to protect the platform. Many platform monsters wanted to seize the player's platform, and it was clearly a good helper. The giant bear's mace still hung threateningly above the cherry rice monster. The cherry rice monster's words were nice, but the bear couldn't tell if they were serious. Do you think you still have a choice? I do. If it weren't for waiting for the master, I would self-destruct right now, taking the platform core with me. I'd rather destroy this place than give it to you. The cherry rice monster spoke fiercely. Its roots and branches trembled, eager to strike now. But it couldn't. It hadn't waited for its master yet. It wanted to see him again, and tell him what it had always wanted to say. Though so many years had passed that it couldn't quite remember those words, that was its obsession, its ever-growing strength. It believed that one day, it would finally find its master. So, for now, it could temporarily bow its head, acknowledge the enemy as its master, and wait for the right moment. Huan Huan. Suen called out to Huan Huan. Huan Huan had a skill that allowed her to read minds. She could divine the thoughts of living beings, making accurate judgments. Suen had called Huan Huan to test this skill. Skill 1. The imp can read expressions. Mind reading, fake. The sensitive little creature could discern the inner thoughts of intelligent creatures by observing their outward actions, with a 98% accuracy rate. Mind reading, case analysis, or perhaps even letting the imp take over. Huan Huan activated her skill and spoke. What it said is true. This monster called Ski really wants to give us the core and survive. But it's not being honest either. It's thinking of saving its life first, so it can take revenge later. It's unwilling to hand over its master's farm to outsiders, and it wants to be a traitor. Huan Huan's words flowed out word by word. The entire platform began to vibrate, the vibrations of the cherry rice monster having its secrets exposed. Its roots trembled uncontrollably. If it weren't for the giant bear mace hanging overhead, it would have already launched its roots from the ground, piercing directly through the arc of the imp's soul. Then it would have shattered the platform core, destroying the entire farm platform and killing the imp. But it couldn't. In its pre-intelligence days, it had seen how hard its master had worked to create this platform. It couldn't destroy it all. So it endured. Chapter 246. It accepted its fate. It surrendered. It's cowardly, it's patient, it's resigned to its fate, it's surrendered. But master, despite its strength, it also harbors rebellious tendencies. Let's just kill it. Maybe we can even get equipment or a platform core. Even if it doesn't, we can still gain experience. For players who choose to keep moving forward, a platform core isn't essential, and it's a hassle to guard. It's even thinking about waiting for other monsters to attack and show us what we can do. The cherry rice monster glared at this wicked little devil, who had appeared out of nowhere, dissecting its thoughts thoroughly. It had also devalued its worth to the point of being worthless. There was something about that little devil that made it feel uneasy, as if the frustration it had felt in previous battles was somehow connected to this creature. It's mad. It's angry at me. It's angry because I cursed it for bad luck at a critical moment and hit it in the gut. It's mad, bear. Let's kill it. Huan Huan was a master at stirring up hatred. After all this chatter, the cherry rice monster had transformed into the cherry frustrated monster. It seemed ready to self-destruct at any second. But Suen's actions calmed the cherry rice monster's fury. She patted Huan Huan on the head and said, all right, stop yelling and fighting. I accepted my fate and been so obedient. Then, Suen spoke in a clear, crisp voice. Medoski, I promise I spare your life and maybe even help you find your master, but... Suen's tone was drawn out, trying to lure the cherry rice monster into a fight. Suen's words struck a chord with the cherry rice monster. The cherry rice monster relaxed, as if its life had been saved. You have to give the platform core to another player and sign a contract with us. You work for us obediently. As for what happened next, the cherry rice monster found it acceptable. As long as it could see its master again and say those words, it didn't matter whether it lived or died. Suen returned to the pumpkin carriage and rolled down the windows. The giant bear stood guard outside to prevent the cherry rice monster from misbehaving. Huan Huan leaned over and whispered in Suen's ear, Master, it just breathed a sigh of relief. It thinks you're pretty good and I'm pretty mean. That guy shouldn't be pulling any more tricks now. Suen nodded, stroked Huan Huan's hair, and said, Thank you for your hard work, Huan Huan. In fact, Huan Huan's words were part of Suen's plan. Mainly, Suen naturally understood Huan Huan's personality. She was definitely not the most polite person, and this impoliteness would give the cherry rice monster a taste of dread. Then, his own words would make the cherry rice monster behave a little better. The effect was roughly equivalent to giving a stick and then a sweet date. Little Pumpkin looked unhappy. Master, why are you giving the platform core to other players? Are you selling this place? It's not great, but it would be great if it belonged to us. Little Pumpkin was at the age of possessiveness. Everything he saw he wanted, everything he wanted to own. His eyes were filled with 120% possessiveness, and he wished he could take it all for himself. If the system hadn't stopped it, It would have claimed the entire world as its own, Su-Niling. Suen was completely confused by the mention of giving it to others. It's not about giving it to others, it's about exchanging benefits, to maximize the effectiveness of this platform. Suen said, by developing this platform, the most we can achieve is a few fruits and vegetables. We also have to invest resources, time, and energy in its construction, and we have to divert our attention from sending out combat forces to protect the platform from monster invasions. But if we leave it to professional players, we can reap much more. There were some things Suen didn't say. She wanted to create a Blue Star city comparable to Yiming City, peaceful, habitable, and convenient for trade. She hoped this Blue Star city would have an orderly and stable environment suitable for human survival, where players with various life-related talents could have a stable place to demonstrate their expertise. For example, if survival were simpler and less stressful for the tailor, who didn't have to go to the battlefield, he could still create more value by simply using his special skills. This platform, belonging to Blue Star, could also serve as a stronghold for the Blue Star human race. A place for players who were constantly advancing to rest, similar to the safe zones in games. But she couldn't do it alone. She also didn't want to give up on her path, to be trapped here, to leave the hope of a future breakthrough on Blue Star to others. However, the strategy team showed her an opportunity to realize this idea. The Goose people could build Guming City. The Blue Star people could also build a city for humanity. Calculating the time. They were almost there. On the public message screen, amidst the string of kill reports, there was something else. 5 minutes ago. Hi Yin, dear Sunshine Lord, the strategy team has urgently mobilized the relevant props, and will return to the Withered Farm platform in half an hour to rescue Su Yuan. The Withered Farm platform is a rare lootable platform, and the platform's core monsters can communicate. We plan to acquire the platform and build a human sanctuary similar to the Scorpion Sanctuary platform, protecting weak players with a fixed city and surviving. The strategy team specially invites you to join the strategy team's temporary team and work together for a win-win situation. Then, there was He Qing's invitation. Compared to Hai Yan's lengthy speech, her speech was more touching. First, she sent an email gift, then expressed her concern for Suen. Her words struck a perfect tone, conveying warmth without being excessive. Suen hadn't responded to these messages. But just now, Suen sent a message to He Qing. Sunshine Bear, the monsters have already descended, so why not the platform core? Image broken branches scattered across the mountains. The terrifying bear's humiliating confrontation with the weak, pitiful, and helpless cherry rice monster was vivid and realistic. The system photo system, 1 copper coin per photo, was expensive, but the high-definition resolution captured the current scene, ensuring no falsehood. Soon, a long string of messages arrived from the other side. It contained a list of supplies they could trade with, along with a message of thanks. Suen felt a momentary dizziness at the sheer volume of text. She had treated them with sincerity, and the other side's response was 100 times more sincere. There was no ulterior motive. Behind the dazzling list of supplies was a desire to prevent her from suffering any loss. Suen suddenly heard Xiao Mo calling out to her. Sister Nen, come out quickly. The bear's voice was trembling and panicked. What had happened? For the first time, Suen heard panic and helplessness in Xiao Mo's tone. Chapter 247. Bears are always calm and reliable. Suen opened the door of the pumpkin carriage and ran outside to investigate. Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan followed closely behind him, like 2 floating pendants behind Suen, floating out behind him. Suen saw this scene. Not far away hung a diamond-shaped crystal, its pale green crystals interspersed with purple threads. Like a gem, it radiated a brilliant light. A thick energy aura could be felt from it. It hung nearby. Suemo, transformed into a 2-meter-tall bear, was madly trying to stop a sapling, just over a meter tall. The sapling, growing within the stump of the cherry rice monster, looked just like the cherry rice monster after it had separated from the platform core. It was now completely delirious. It tried to attack itself, to kill itself, but the bear stopped it, unable to do anything and could only talk non-stop. The cherry rice monster had always been lucid and rational, but for the first time, it revealed its frantic nature before everyone. Its mental state was abnormal. So abnormal that it was distressing. Because the cherry rice monster was deeply saddened. Through its mental power, it could also transmit the feelings of every living being, allowing everyone to sense its pain. The cherry rice monster's spirit trembled, and it uttered a mournful cry. No, this is wrong. I deserve to die. I really deserve to die. Woo. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Master, 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 I remember what I've been wanting to say to you, but... Woo! The cherry rice monster, transformed into a small tree, trembled with every inch of its branches. Its spirit reverberated throughout the platform, infecting everyone with its melancholy. Wan, get some healing. Suan noticed the cherry monster's impending mental collapse and immediately called out, using Wan's skills on the sapling. The cherry tree's spirit stabilized, and it calmed down, returning to its cleverest, kingly form. This ordeal. Its newly grown leaves fell rapidly, leaving only withered branches and a few scattered cherries. It looked rather forlorn. Xiao Mo steadied the shrunken cherry monster, picked up branches from the ground, selected the more flexible twigs, and quickly tied it up, preventing it from continuing its suicidal quest. Suan saw the cherry monster, now stripped of its core, look dejected and indescribably sad. The cherry monster had never concealed its feelings, whether during its platform introduction or during the conversation, always stating that it was waiting for its master, searching for one. It was not the owner of the farm, merely a crop. And now, together, they met the original owner of the platform. Suan couldn't tell. Was it sadness for the cherry rice monster, who had been striving to become stronger to survive, and to wait for his master's return, with hope and expectation? Or was it sadness at meeting his master, knowing that he was forever one with him, and that waiting was a fruitless process? Or perhaps it was despair. All the dolls present were speechless. Suan knew they all empathized. As a crop, the cherry rice monster had feelings for its master. As dolls, they too, had feelings for their masters. The bear, the most stable and calm, was shrouded in a low pressure, its ears drooping, a sign of sympathy and sadness. Wan, who loved to play tricks, was now unable to utter a single harsh word. The possessive little pumpkins had no desire for the platform core at all, simply thankful that their masters were still alive. The little pumpkins leaned against their master's arms and hugged them. Wan did the same. The farm's original owner was right before her eyes. In the center of the platform core, within the purple line, was a bird that bore a striking resemblance to Su Yuan's nightingale. It was small and delicate, with purple feathers, as if sealed within the platform core, sleeping peacefully, though in reality it had long since died. The platform core automatically played an illusion, a record of the platform's history from its inception to the present. This included the memories and emotions left behind by the original owner of the farm, its creator. Her body was part of the platform core, her soul the core within the core. The cherry rice monster was powerful, optimistic, proud, intelligent, and agile, all bearing the shadow of her upbringing. At the same time, her memories also explained why this platform was so clean and clear. A clear bird chirped. It was beautiful. It was hundreds of times clearer and more melodious than Su Yuan's voice. It was incredible that the cherry rice monster could be so devoted to Su Yuan, falling in love with her at the farmer's market and spending a large sum of game currency on her, even knowing she was a traitor, and still treating her with care. The birds' chirping echoed in everyone's ears, automatically manifesting into understandable speech within their bodies. This is the 122nd year since the fall of the Leola civilization. As a race eliminated by the game's failures, we, the Angel Nightingales, are among the survivors. My name is Lila Phil. Yu Huan. I was born in this world and wandered within it. When I was born, my people hadn't yet gone mad. After I was born, the demigod Callista Jinyu died, and we lost our last home. All of my people went mad, transformed, and died, becoming wandering evil spirits. I survived by chance. I don't know the meaning of life, I simply exist, helping the system, participating in a game called a game, but in reality, a doomsday harvest. In my days, I harvested the lives of players from new civilizations, or was harvested myself. One year, I luckily ascended to the super spirit stage and regained consciousness. My evolved talents and skills made me incompatible with this mad world, and I was in agony. I'm tired of endless wandering, I'm tired of this world. Here, there's no platform where my soul can find a home. The creator of the platform recounted his origins. The creator of this platform is Lilithil Yuehuan, a descendant of the Nightingales, a race lost within the platform, from a failed civilization in the game. After ascending to the super spiritual stage, she loved to sing at dawn, her song possessing a natural ability to dispel pollution. It dispelled pollution and purified her soul, but this mental stability also brought her pain. She could no longer coexist with the corrupted, acting like a monster on the platform, reaping the lives and souls of innocents to survive. After waking up, Lila Phil Yuhuan spent half her life savings on a dilapidated piece of the platform core, reclaiming the wasteland, building farmhouses, and cultivating plants. She planted vast fields of cherry trees, abundant glutinous rice, and strawberries. She treated the plants as living beings, devoting her affection and spiritual energy to them. She ran a farm for a while, driving away some players who had passed through. She also operated it as a trading platform for a while, trying to help players and escape these obstacles. Then, one civilization after another fell, and the platform returned to calm. Without players, the original spirit was gone. Her life became lonely, isolated, and meaningless. She would always sing at dawn, clearing away pollution and dispelling evil spirits. As a result, her platform was free of pollution and kept away from evil spirits. She was lonely, deeply alone, and at odds with the rest of the world. She cultivated the purest plants, offering her purified soul. It was a dull afternoon, no different from any other. She planted her soul, integrating it into the core of the platform. Just like planting a plant seed and waiting for hope to sprout. She hoped that after repairing the core of the platform, she would protect this small piece of pure land she had created. After the station lost its owner, the farm gradually lost its vitality. The remaining cherry trees and sticky rice plants merged with the core of the station, mutating and giving rise to the station's core king monster, the cherry sticky rice monster. King monsters possess supernatural or even god-level talents. Thus, they can rule a small world, the platform. Since its consciousness, the cherry sticky rice monster has always been concerned about its master. Chapter 248. It cultivated little by little, becoming a powerful monster. It vaguely remembered that its master loved to eat strawberries, so it replanted the delicate strawberries and led a group of strawberry monsters to live here. It didn't know where its master had gone. It didn't know when its master would return. It simply waited. It didn't remember its master's appearance or his race, but it vaguely remembered that his singing was beautiful. Clear and melodious, clear and soul clear. At this moment, the cherry rice monster, separated from the core of the platform, discovered the truth. The master the cherry rice monster had been thinking about had always been on this farm, a source of energy for the plants, and had never left. This realization caused it to suffer a mental breakdown. Its mind, which had never suffered from mental pollution, began to become unstable, and it had even considered suicide. It had relied on the power of its master's fusion core to give birth to its sanity. So if it didn't live, wouldn't its master live? Didn't you say you had something you wanted to say to your master? Say it. Suin spoke. The voice was gentle, like clear water flowing through the mountains. It was midday, the sun scorching the earth, yet the voice held a hint of coolness. The cherry rice monster, his voice hoarse, lowered from the treetops, looking in Su-An's direction. This was the owner of the powerful bear, the human player, Sunshine Bear. Su-An stepped forward and untied the branches from the cherry rice monster, allowing it to move. Xiaomo immediately disapproved, sensing danger, and tried to intervene, but Su-An's gaze stopped him. Xiaomo, sensing danger, could only keep a relentless watch on the cherry rice monster, ready to strike and kill it if it made a move. As for the bear, while it empathized with the cherry glutinous rice monster's hopeless weight, that was due to its own feelings for Sisternin. It wasn't genuine sympathy for the cherry glutinous rice monster. Although the cherry glutinous rice monster's level had dropped to level 8 after depriving it of the platform core, its talent had plummeted from king to elite, and its body had shrunk from 100 meters tall to a small tree a little over a meter tall, significantly weakening its strength. Xiaomo remained vigilant and on guard. After all, every ounce of Sister Anne's safety was worth guarding against. It won't attack me, Su-An said leisurely. Watching the small tree hop and run to the platform core, it said what it had always wanted to say, the words it had forgotten. Master, you are not alone. I am here to accompany you. Yes. It had always wanted to say these words. When it was still without consciousness, a vague light of soul, it had always wanted to tell its solitary bird master that it was not alone. No. Little Pumpkin was moved. Wan, who could read minds, was deeply moved, feeling that this sentiment rivaled her own dramatic artistry. Su-Imo was nervous, fearing the monster would refuse its core and then go berserk against them. It didn't quite understand why its master had decided to untie the monster, a risky decision. Big Bear, you're not worried it might fuse with the platform core, are you? Little Pumpkin asked. For monsters, only king-level monsters can fuse with the platform core. For players, only those with super spirit or god-level talents can fuse with the platform core. The key is, once you fuse with the platform core, you lose your player status and become a platform master, unable to advance any further. Little Pumpkin said. This was also the reason why it changed its mind and gave up on the platform core. Little Pumpkin knew its master longed to move forward, and it didn't want him to be trapped here forever for a broken core. After saying this, the cherry rice monster stared blankly at the figure in the platform core. The few remaining cherries on its branch grew larger and larger. Suemo was tense, and the weapons on his wrists transformed from bracelets into maces. He was waiting for the slightest sign of mischief from this creature, ready to attack immediately. The cherry on the cherry rice monster's head grew larger, producing a fist-sized cherry that turned bright red. It turned around and shook the cherries on its head. Suemo took a step forward, blocking his master. He was determined to stop the cherry rice monster if it threw a cherry bomb. Don't be nervous. This is a spiritual fruit, not a bomb. Medoski, twisting the cherries on its head, moved its branches to remove the cherry. After removing the cherry, its breath became even fainter. This has been prepared for the master over the years. Now give it to your master. May your master live a long time. Medoski handed the longevity-enhancing cherry to the bear. Originally, it had intended to extend its master's lifespan, but now it was no longer needed. Now, the cherry sticky rice monster was no longer afraid of the bear's mace. Having fulfilled its obsession, Medoski felt a sense of peace, both in life and death. It wriggled back to the platform core, curled up and took root there, watching the bird in the core, waiting for the fellow players Suen had mentioned to arrive and take over the platform core. While it lived, it would guard its master here. If it died, it would die on this farm. Boom! Suen heard the sound of trucks and turned his head. In the distance, where there was no road, a convoy of trucks were approaching. The members of the strategy team entered the platform. Suen put on her pumpkin mask, and Wanwan used her telekinesis to collect the treasure chests. In the distance, a tiny head popped out from the passenger seat of a truck, almost half its body leaning out, and a lively voice called out, "Hi, Sister Sunshine, we're here." The sun was shining brightly. Chapter 249. Suen's almost free offer of the platform core earned her many times the sincere response. The other party brought a truckload of supplies. They gathered everything Suen could use, and everything she couldn't. This was the most comprehensive supply package the stability maintenance team could mobilize and raise in half an hour, regardless of cost. But in truth, Suen had no intention of selling the platform core. Perhaps it was the encounters with so many civilizations along the way that had made her a little more naive. This world is often like this. There's a lot of darkness and filth, but there's always a group that goes against the tide, sacrifices themselves for the law, pleads for the people, and fights on behalf of the people. She couldn't be as noble as a saint, but she could occasionally cosplay for a few seconds in harmless situations. Rather than offering the highest bidder, she hoped to give the platform core to those who truly deserve it for free, providing herself and other players with a long-term, stable home. She hoped the country would properly develop this platform core. After all, to integrate this core platform, even super spirit or god-level players would have to voluntarily abandon their progress. This was to sever one's path to the future and find the present. This was an admirable choice. In fact, Suen could have kept it as a fallback for desperate times. But Suen had no intention of doing so. As long as she lived, she would not give up on moving forward. The platform was permeated with a polluting force. Even if it was considered pure, it was not what she sought. When the strategy team arrived, they hadn't brought anything with them. Following Suen's instructions, they accepted the platform core she offered them free of charge. He Ching brought a truckload of supplies. Suen initially didn't want it, so she could supervise them and keep an eye on their development of this small world. But He Ching's words dispelled the thought. In ancient times, Zigung redeemed a man, and Zilu accepted an ox. There was no reason to ask her to sacrifice in vain now. Benefiting others also benefits oneself. Morality is never a shackle for the virtuous. Heroes deserve honor and gratitude. As the first person to reach the final level, she was willing to hand over the core of the platform to the nation. Neither the economic value nor the spiritual value should be underestimated. As for Suen's proposed supervision, the corresponding system contract would be signed immediately, and she was welcome to supervise at any time. At the same time, she would always have a place on this platform, which would later be called Huacheng. In a secluded corner of the platform, a farmhouse belonged exclusively to her. It was here that Suen met the chief of the 3 leaders of the Stability Maintenance Team, who arrived later. Stability Maintenance Team Ji Qing Li Mingshu. She had also come to take over the core of the platform. A god-level player willing to stop moving forward, forever trapped on this platform, to develop a city for the humans of Blue Star. Suen was surprised when she saw this person. Wearing a pumpkin mask, she felt instantly seen through. She could sense the terrifying spiritual power of the human before her. As she saw through herself, Suan saw through her as well. In a physical sense. Just a human player with intermittent glassy texture. A person with almost no human form, his entire body intermittently translucent. If He Qing hadn't explained it to her in advance, Suan wouldn't have known this person's gender or age, or even whether he was human. He Qing briefly introduced him as a top-secret genius from Blue Star. Before the survival game began, he was one of the individuals responsible for investigating unusual human disappearances. As for his talent, that was also top secret. Since He Qing had said so, Suan had no intention of investigating further. If you doubt someone, don't employ him. If you employ someone, don't doubt him. Trust him, trust him. Knowing this person's ability was enough. Suan didn't worry about anything else. Only the tiny, curious Yi Yuqing kept asking, "Sister Mingshu, sister?" She tried to use her small face, coupled with her childish innocence, to gather some information, to facilitate her later. Alas, her little tricks were immediately seen through, and no one responded to her. That sister, Yi Yuqing, had a terrifying thought. Currently, in the area controlled by Yen Nation, the Doomsday China Alliance has been established, divided into the Stability Maintenance Group and the Strategy Group. Hai Qing is the captain of the Strategy Group's Pioneer 002 team, and is also the current leader of the Strategy Group's Pioneer team. Why do I say now? Because the 3 elite human members of the Strategy Group's Advanced 001, from the captain down, have been missing for over 2 weeks. No one knows whether they lost themselves or died along the way. The Strategy Group's advanced team has an exceptionally high mortality rate. The Stability Maintenance team has 3 leaders, all of whom possess divine-level talents. Suan only saw this mysterious figure nicknamed Ji Qing Li Mingshu. The pumpkin cart moved forward on the road, not very fast, but not too slow either, and the driving was steady. Suan sorted out all the supplies. By then, darkness had fallen. So many wonderful things. Wow, wow, wow! Having finished sorting and categorizing, the little pumpkin bounced non-stop. Wow! He said 3 times to express his surprise. Suan couldn't help but feel happy watching the excited little pumpkin. These supplies weren't particularly valuable or top tier. They were diverse and plentiful, but they suited Suan's taste perfectly. There were various spirit source stones inside. These spirit source stones were mostly mid-level, low-level, and common, non-attribute energy stones, with the occasional one containing various attributes, such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and space. For example, fire spirit stones, intermediate, water spirit stones, intermediate, wind spirit stones, low. There are various medicines, including those for treating mental injuries, such as spirit-boosting candy, spirit pills, spirit potions, and spirit capsules. For treating physical injuries, there are flesh-healing potions, healing candy, scorpion red potions, and mermaid dew. There are various miraculous remedies for minor ailments, such as menstrual health pills, hair growth pills, smooth skin pills, itch relief powder, dry body powder, cooling pills, and warming capsules. There are also a variety of food items, some player-made, some produced on the platform. There are also strange items, and gold and silver keys. There's a small public chat speaker, normal, a large public chat speaker, normal. These speakers allow you to privately chat and send red envelopes. Of the gold and silver keys, there are only 3 gold keys and 37 silver keys. They also opened 3 gold treasure chests and 37 silver treasure chests. They obtained a bunch of daily supplies. What was particularly special was that the gold treasure chest gave Little Pumpkin several super spiritual equipment hats, and gave one a super spiritual weapon, a crystal ball. Unfortunately, they weren't lucky enough to get an epic item, but everyone was happy. They still had 3 purple gold treasure chests, 6 gold treasure chests, and 23 silver treasure chests left to open. Because they didn't have the keys to open them, they put them all in Little Pumpkin's storage. It must be said that getting off the platform meant wealth. They didn't gain experience from killing the cherry rice monster, but they did get a lot of treasure chests, and even exchanged the platform core for current supplies and a future home. Everyone was very happy. Chapter 250. The little pumpkin jumped up and down, its newly acquired hat bobbing up and down. Pumpkin's oval hat quality: super spirit, ragged, simple, ordinary, fine, spiritual, super spirit, epic, divine. Note: originally the beautiful hat of the magic spirit Lisa, it is now the oval hat of the Su Nanling. It automatically follows, floats in midair, and grows and shrinks. This hat, equipped with a spatial array, has 3 energy storage compartments that can store and release energy, increasing spiritual power absorption by 5% when worn. The set includes Lisa's magic cape, Lisa's exquisite mask, clothing, and pants. I don't know where they are. If you collect the entire set, you might find something new. The hat automatically adjusts to fit. Once Sue-in put it on the little pumpkin, he couldn't take it off. Even in the hottest weather, the little pumpkin never took this hat off. Next to the little pumpkin, the little bear toy wiggled its hips happily eating a cookie. Although it didn't have any new equipment, it did receive a box of cookies. The wash basin-sized iron box contained a variety of cookies. This was the work of a player with the biscuit master talent. It was one of the supplies in the truck. Each cookie was incredibly sweet and filling. They were even more filling than compressed crackers, offering a high calorie count and a much better taste, making them a perfect snack for bears. Everyone tried them, and was chomping on them, except for the bear. After one piece, he immediately fell in love. So, we gave them all to the bear, who crunched down on the cookies, replenishing his energy. He spent the entire afternoon wiggling his hips, occasionally eating a cookie. Sue-in felt a slight toothache watching this scene, because the cookies were even sweeter than some candies. At this moment, Huan couldn't help but feel happy, her telekinesis sending the crystal ball flying up and down like a ball. Era's crystal ball. Quality: super spirit, ragged, simple, ordinary, fine, spiritual, super spirit, epic, godly. Note: from the collection of a certain super spirit mage, Era, it was accidentally added to the game's arsenal during a battle. It increases the user's mental attack power by 70% and enhances skills, like Curse and Blessing, by an additional 30%. It's a small, exquisite piece of equipment. It's perfect for Huan in her impish state. After the fun, Sue-in, having long missed a chance to cook, prepared dinner for everyone. Among the supplies were a number of vegetables and fruits, meaning tonight's dishes wouldn't be stewed or stir-fried dried meat or pre-made pumpkin pies. Because of the extremely hot weather, vegetables can't be kept for long, so Sue-in cooked as much as possible. A table full of fresh dishes amazed everyone. Many of these were simply home-cooked dishes from Blue Star. Crimson and orange scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded kelp and garlic and chili oil, green beans with potatoes, steamed fish, stir-fried pork slices with green peppers. A lively night. The pumpkin carriage was warm and filled with laughter. The bear cried, Juan laughed, and the little pumpkin screamed. The bear, who had eaten too many cookies and couldn't eat dinner, said, "I'm so greedy, but I can't eat." The other side of the world. The first stage, on the snowy plateau highway. Nan Tongsi lay on the cold, tattered seat of the carriage, eyes open, staring at the blurry road after dark. Snowflakes fell on her eyelashes, but she didn't blink, like an ice sculpture, frozen in the shabby carriage. Only the occasional faint breath from its nose proved it was alive. The snow kept falling. The wind kept blowing. No matter how Nan Tongsi prayed, neither stopped, only intensified. The snow grew heavier. The wind grew stronger. The snow fell on her, as if to bury her. The wind blew on her, as if to tear her apart. The vehicle had no protective shield, and due to the damage from that monstrous cherry bomb, most of it was exposed. The temperature inside the vehicle was the same as outside, and with the strong wind and heavy snow outside, the inside was no different. The wind and snow covered half of Nan Tongsi's body, burying her and the vehicle together, leaving only her head and upper body exposed. After escaping the unseasonably hot platform, she and her vehicle returned to the highway. And on the icy road, she was barely able to move, freezing for hours from noon to dusk. The bad news: she was in a state of alienation brought on by her skill, unable to move, and could only bear the brunt of the wind and snow here. She had to be here, a sculpture, feeling the wind and snow, and then frozen into a popsicle. The good news: even if she remained frozen for several hours in temperatures of -60 or -70 degrees Celsius, she wouldn't die. Because of her skill-induced alienation, her woody form was more resistant to cold than her fleshy form. Furthermore, her skill was still active, and the energy from her level degradation was still repairing her body. She would be frozen for a while, then recover. So, she wouldn't die anytime soon. Torment. That was the main feeling during this period. Thankfully, Nan Tongsi had endured a great deal of hardship since the internal beta test, and she was no stranger to this feeling. As long as she was alive, there was a future. She imagined herself as a pine or cypress in the freezing cold of winter, struggling to stand tall amidst the snow. The wind and snow couldn't crush her branches. Although this method was a bit foolish, it helped her maintain her mental stability and get through this difficult time. The sky was pitch black, almost pitch black, and there was nothing but the sound of wind and snow. After Nan Tongxi experienced various forms of cold and darkness, and after being repeatedly invaded by evil spirits, and then healed by her skills, her alienated state gradually faded. Nan Tongxi immediately moved her body, and crawled out of the snow shell. She knew that this was the most dangerous moment of her life. The period of weakness after the skills faded. Nan Tongxi shivered all over, and built a makeshift fire in the shabby vehicle frame. The fire brought warmth, allowing her body to return to flesh and blood, replenishing her energy and preventing her from freezing completely and turning into an ice stick. She was wearing a thick coat and cotton pants, and the heat of the fire made her feel uncomfortable. But she didn't dare undress. Human flesh and blood couldn't withstand the freezing cold of a night with temperatures of 70 or 80 degrees below zero, not even for a short period of time. Repairing the protective shield. Paying repairs to the holes and leaks in the vehicle. Rebuilding the bedroom and the stove. She had a blueprint for a small Kong fireplace bed, which truly saved her life. She did everything slowly but methodically. Although she was clearly swaying and weak, she completed each task meticulously. By the time the vehicle was no longer leaking, by the time she had shed her stained clothes, wrapped herself in a spare blanket, and curled up on the heated Kong, her forehead was already burning. Unfortunately, she was ill, with a fever, a stuffy nose, and a chill in her head. But fortunately, her hands and feet weren't frozen or rotten, just a little woody. She comforted herself with a cheerful, optimistic thought. She was ill and feverish. The cold she just experienced was partly to blame, but more so due to the weakened state she experienced after using her skills. Nan Tongxi opened the light screen, preparing to go to the exchange to look for paid treatment services. When he saw the message before him, his eyes widened. Oh my god, that's it. Chapter 251. That was a server-wide announcement. At that moment, Nan Tongxi couldn't help but get excited. This was the first time she'd seen official news. Many people believed the apocalypse was coming and the regime would collapse, but she had always disbelieved it. As a high school student who had gone through compulsory education, Nan Tongxi didn't believe such a tenacious race, such a nation that thrived, would give up on self-rescue. System announcement. Server-wide Blue Star player Ji Qing Li Ming Shu has integrated the platform core and created the platform Huacheng. The system sent a congratulatory message to the first god-level player to voluntarily abandon progress and choose to create a platform and become lost. This is cause for celebration. Now, please welcome the first platform owner of the Blue Star civilization to speak. Platform Huacheng. This is the Doomsday China Alliance, Area 00001 Manager, and head of the Stability Maintenance Team, Ji Qing Li Ming Shu. The Huacheng platform is a safe zone for all humanity. Although she didn't know whether it was true or not, Nan Tongxi couldn't help but get excited upon seeing this news. Really, the endless torment of the platform during the closed beta test. In countless difficult situations, she had hoped for a safe zone on Blue Star's platform, and now it had appeared. This information, even if it was fake, it was enough to move her. Hope is the most precious thing in the apocalypse. At that moment, Nan Tongxi felt that being deceived was no big deal. As a high school student working from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., as a closed beta tester who had suffered on the platform for years, the flame of hope that had been tortured and weakened was rekindled. Mom and Dad, the family she had always dared not think of, returned to her thoughts. Nan Tongxi had no idea this platform's predecessor existed, and she had been there before. In a moment of excitement, her mental state was so intense that she fainted, despite her already frail state. An unknown amount of time passed before she woke up, and the area's public screen was already abuzz with countless messages. She rubbed her head, feeling fortunate that she had finished her work before fainting, collapsing in a warm bed instead of the cold ground. After waking up, Nan Tongxi opened the forum and searched for treatment services. In her current condition, medication was no longer effective, only some players' healing skills could still be of use. Following the forum, she soon came across a familiar ID. Player Luo Luobua. It was the same Princess Luo has arrived. Everyone get out of the way. Nan Tongxi was referring to a player from the beta test period. She was a young girl, a few years younger than herself, at the age when she fantasized about the destruction of the earth and her role as savior. Because she hadn't experienced much, she had a bit of a middle school mentality during the beta test, and then she was quickly taught a lesson. Later on, this girl changed her name and became unusually low-key. As for why I knew her new nickname, it's because we previously worked together on a platform dungeon and had a good relationship. We were both girls of similar age. with similar talents, both related to plants, so we became friends. Her talents were quite compatible, and personally, Nan Tongsi really enjoyed being her teammate because he could completely suppress her. But she was always hot and cold towards him. Having Little Carrot in this zone was great. I hadn't seen it before. Now that I've seen it, I need to catch up. If I could seize the opportunity and grab some seeds, that would be even better. Nan Tongsi, is that Little Carrot? Luo Carrot, Wooden Man, I just used an item to switch zones today. You're in this zone too? What a coincidence. Song Luo smiled wryly as she said what a coincidence. What a painful encounter. She hadn't intended it to be this coincidental at all. Changing zones brings familiar faces. Changing zones brings familiar faces. Oh my god, could the system be doing something? Another one who can deal with her? She changed zones to find teammates, not to find the boss. Song Luo's life is bitter, bitterer than a bitter melon. The little girl huddled in her bed, staring at her chat dialogue box, helplessly replying. Ask her why she didn't pretend to see it. After all, this person was her former teammate, the wealthy sister who had supported her, and her longtime customer. Her half-savior, a woman who completely understood the secrets and real-life origins of her talent and could suppress it. Nan Tongsi, this place is great. You can stay. Yes, buy some healing seeds, thank you. Luo Luobwa, okay. Luo Luobwa, since we're acquaintances, I sell you one at a gold coin each. Nan Tongsi looked at the sign for her personal stall on the exchange. Healing items. Healing seeds cost 1288 copper per use. They can restore health when a player is seriously injured and also help remove pollution. Note, there are certain side effects. The seeds require the player to overdraw their potential to achieve the healing effect. They can only be used once within 3 months. Repeated use will damage the foundation of their talent. Reverse price increase. As expected of Little Luobwa's preferential treatment of her. But it's true. She sells seeds to others as a one-time service. After using the seeds, she can recycle the flowers and improve her own talents. Selling to myself is a one-way ticket. A price increase is normal. It's always a one-way ticket. Every gold coin is a friendly price. This is a privilege earned through both psychological and physical attacks, saving people and beating them up. A few minutes later, Nan Tongsi took a seed and placed it in her palm. Using her mental power, soon, the seed took root and sprouted in her palm. Her ailments were lifted, and the alienated parts of her body were gradually eliminated. Lily of the Valley buds wrapped around her body, then blossomed bit by bit. As they blossomed, the alienated parts of her body gradually diminished. The flowers reached their full bloom. Ordinarily, they would return to Little Radish, but with Nan Tongsi's innate skill, the plants directly claimed her as their master. Slowly, the flowers bore fruit, which she absorbed, replenishing her lost innate foundation. This was why she always dared to use her life-saving skills, not fearing a drop in her talent level. She was truly a lucky girl. She had just used up her last flower seed and reunited with her lucky friend, Little Radish. Nan Tongsi rummaged through his space backpack for a long time before finding a palm-sized mirror and looking at himself. The green in his long, dark green hair seemed to have faded considerably. How wonderful! He looked more like a real person. On the other side, feeling the complete loss of contact with the flower seeds, Song Luo's face paled, and she felt a bit unwell all over. This feeling, like a part of her body was missing, Song Luo quickly took a mirror to examine herself. A small tuft of white hair had appeared on her forehead. Song Luo rubbed her head, took out a life potion, poured a few drops onto her hair, and rubbed it. The white hair gradually returned. The lost soul energy would probably need to be properly nourished for a few days. The topic was hotly discussed on the public screen. Chapter 252. Explorer, Weizong, I'm so excited. I must go see it. Yi Linshan, are there really safe zones on the platforms? If so, wouldn't that mean we built a city in the game world? Black Cat Potato. That's true. Maple Leaf returns to its roots. So excited. Just thinking about it makes me excited. It turns out everyone's working hard in this unknown place. I need to work even harder. Xingyi Xiao Xiao, come on, Feng Yin Jishir, I got a platform ticket for Weizong. Ha, I feel like I might get to go there someday. Image Ken de Gua, so India's. How did you do that? Good night Xiao Qi. Ah, you're such a lucky fish indeed. How did you do that, Mr. Fish? Looking for a guide. Dao Shan de Tao. Is this something you can just dream of? Feng Yin Jishir. Oh my god, I just found it in a box, haha. Feng Yin Jishir. Don't be silly with your basics. Looking at the friendly and relaxed chat, Sunglu's mood suddenly brightened. Compared to the previous zone, where the chat logs were filled with sadness, despair, insults, and a simmering atmosphere, everyone here was gentle and friendly. It seemed to be just as Mutta had said, this zone was quite good. Sunglu's eyes blazed as she eyed a platform ticket. It seemed she could recruit teammates here to prepare for this platform threat, which was either an opportunity or a death warrant. Special platform ticket, Fantasy Fairy Tale Town. Okay, call Mutu. She can help shield me from damage if necessary. Snurl, snurl, snurl. Little Bear snored loudly. Suin woke in the middle of the night to the sound of Little Bear's incessant snoring, so loud it sounded like thunder. In the past, Little Bear would snore when he slept, but it was more like a cat purring, not loud, and quite soothing. Today, perhaps because Little Bear was exhausted from battling the cherry rice monster all day, he slept more soundly than usual, and his snoring was even louder. To be honest, it was a bit noisy. At this moment, the pumpkin carriage had stopped moving and was parked safely by the roadside. The whole family was asleep in the bedroom. Everyone was fast asleep. Little Pumpkin was sprawled out in his sleep, so hot that he had kicked the blanket off somewhere. One wasn't sleeping well either. She somehow managed to turn over and end up lying sideways, resting her head on Little Pumpkin's legs, her feet resting on Suin's belly. From time to time, she would kick her legs, and Suin could feel Wan's little feet warm. Ignoring the scorching desert setting, it was a summer night, very similar to summer nights on Blue Star. Just a little more unbearable than summer nights on Blue Star. It seemed the weather was getting warmer. The heat was so intense that Suin broke into a sweat. She got up carefully, went to the bathroom, and showered without disturbing the doll's peaceful slumber. When she returned, her body felt cool, but her sleepiness had suddenly vanished. Suin lay on the edge of the bed, unable to fall asleep. All she could hear were the bear's snores and gurgles. To avoid disturbing the bear's slumber, Suin climbed the stairs in the dark to the 3rd floor. A moment later, a floor lamp lit up, adding a touch of light to the darkened 3rd floor. The room was hot and stuffy. She opened the window, letting in a breeze, but it couldn't stop the surging heat. Outdoors, it seemed to be getting warmer again. She dragged the rocking chair, and it scraped against the floor, making a crackling sound. It was very noticeable in the quiet night. Although she knew the pumpkin carriage was well soundproof between floors, she still immediately softened her movements. She stopped the rocking chair from making too much noise. A few minutes later, Suin lay in the rocking chair, gazing at the translucent glass roof, the deep night sea of stars, feeling the warm breeze, and gradually calming down. With this calmness, her entire body seemed to cool down considerably. She was still sweating, but she felt much better. She took out her water cup and casually drank a few sips to replenish the fluid loss from the sweating. Suin stared at the night sky. The events of the day echoed in her mind. Cherry Sticky Rice Monster. Hey, I'm Cherry Sticky Rice King Midoski. Full of energy. Master, I always wanted to say something to you. The Lost Little Tree. The Sweet Strawberry Girls. The unintelligent strawberries only followed their boss's orders, and did what he told them to do. Strawberry, strawberry, strawberry. The somewhat annoying yet brainwashing cry, always recurring to my mind. Lilifal Yuehuan, a lonely and innocent soul. A new generation of survivors, born under the protection of their own kind, faced the shattering of their homeland at birth. They were clearly becoming stronger, but after becoming stronger, they faced the sober loneliness of a murky world. No companions, no race, no future. Guarding a piece of land, planting and harvesting, singing to the mindless plants day after day. Ending their lives in solitude. No, I don't want Blue Star civilization to end like this. All the players dead, the Blue Star survivors lost on the platform. Suin shook his head, silencing the thought. She thought again of the Doomsday Alliance she found, the handsome, powerful, and reliable He Qing, and the thoughtful, meticulous, and steady Hai Yin. And Li Mingshu. That enigmatic, god-level player with a talent. She had no human form, she spoke, and she made no movements. Though they only met once, Suin felt familiar, as if she sensed her presence somewhere before. And, was her rebirth truly a rebirth? Is it a precognitive dream, or perhaps the effect of some human-like talent, time, prophecy, dreams? It seemed they could all do this. Could it be that she wasn't the only one to be reborn, that there were countless others scattered across this world, yet she was unaware of them? Could it be that there were humans who had done many things in silence, unbeknownst to her? Perhaps the stillness of the night made it especially easy for humans to fall into deep thought. Suin couldn't help but ponder, and the more she thought, the more confused she became. Blue Star had numerous civilizations. The Yin Nation alone had a long and rich history, and was teeming with talent. Suin didn't consider herself the strongest, and it had always been that way. She had always believed that there were always people better than her, and she tried to be as low-key as possible. Her so-called status and reputation as the top player in the second level were merely coincidences. It was so coincidental that she felt like a shield, or a label chosen by the gods. Is there really a god controlling all this? According to the novels, TV shows, and anime she often read, it should be some mysterious force, like the blue planet consciousness or the earth god that's influencing things. Based on the patterns she could understand, perhaps it was some player with god-level talent. Could it be related to those official players who had never made a name for themselves? That player, whose information was top secret, looked like glass, devoid of any human form yet remained lucid. What was the price he paid for using his abilities? A familiar aura. Could they have crossed paths before, but she had forgotten? These thoughts left Suin feeling a bit confused late at night. He was in turmoil. She couldn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 253. When her mood returned to calm, Suin's eyes were filled with determination. Whether it was God or anyone else who resurrected her or predestined her past, she would live well, grasp the present, and strive for the present. For her at this moment, the past was only a memory, the future hadn't yet happened, and time was merely her current feeling. As for the other players, they didn't matter, she only needed the dolls. Suin extended her hand. The shadow of the moon emerged from the nebula, its light scattering like a veil over her. This simulated blue planet environment, this night sky, like a blue planet yet beyond, reminded her of the starry nights before her time travel. The same beauty, the same vastness. Whatever she felt was her life. A blessing came to her heart. A warm current enveloped her. Just now, her mental limit had increased by 2 points. Suddenly, some evil spirits attacked the protective shield, like ripples on the water. With a thought, a bow automatically appeared beside her. It resembled a flower illusion bow, but with a few differences. Auras shone around it. Illusory flower petals entwined the bow, and its owner, scattering and swirling in a dazzling, radiant beauty. She was completely embedded within the massive bow. Suin raised her eyebrows slightly, her mind moving as she thought. Several arrows of light automatically condensed on the bow. Shooting them all at once, they pierced the protective shield and blasted the evil spirits. Everything returned to silence. A silent curtain of light passed before her. The curtain's brightness was set to minimum. Ding dong, player skill Spirit Light Arrow upgraded. Spirit Light Arrow upgrades to Flowing Light Arrow, and Flower Illusion Bow upgrades to Flowing Flower Illusion Spirit Bow. Flowing Light Arrow. Consumes spirit points to summon the spirit weapon, the Flower Illusion Spirit Bow, creating several spirit arrows for ranged, group, and spiritual attacks. Personal Skill 1, Flowing Arrows. Consumes spirit points to summon the spiritual weapon, the Prosperous Illusionary Bow, creating several spiritual arrows for ranged, group, and spiritual attacks. Prosperous Illusionary Spirit Bow, Spiritual Grade, Player Sunshine Bear, whose soul mobilizes spiritual power, materializes a spiritual weapon with attributes such as intangible, exclusive, and unique. Upgraded. Suin lay back on the recliner, eyes closed. Her spirit points had reached 108. This far exceeded the 100 points maximum for the ordinary grade. She was only at level 5, while a level 5 player with a spirit points cap of 50 was considered high. Suin checked her personal attribute panel. Player, Suin. Nickname, ID Sunshine Bear, 971111, Area, 20312, 97323/100000, Snow Plateau, Area, 00001, 289/289, Hot Desert, Level 5, Ordinary, Experience 32106228/10000000, Attribute Status. Excellent. Attack, 30 out of 30, has some strength, defense, 15 out of 15, has some defense, spirit, 106 to 108, can grow, system doesn't want to rate. Overall system rating, system doesn't want to rate. Talent ability, hidden, visible only to me, live flat points, SSS spirit talent. Maintaining a 3D attribute bar above 70% increases the spirit limit talent points. God level talent, getting stronger just by resting. I'm so envious. Profession, puppet maker extraordinary, growable, mortal, extraordinary, spirit, super spirit, God level. Combining SSS talents with the extraordinary class allows you to create magical puppets. Professional skill 1. Puppet crafting. Craft magical puppets using a variety of materials. Class Skill 2. Empowerment. Consume a certain amount of spirit points to give life to your doll. If your doll doesn't want to live and serve you, this skill will fail. Class Skill 3. Spirit Control. When your intimacy with your doll reaches 80% or higher, you can spend a certain amount of spirit points to control its body and serve you. Class Skill 4. Doll Repair. Consume a certain amount of spirit points to heal your doll, provided it's still alive. Class Skill 5. Doll Perception. If you don't understand your doll, you're nothing of a puppeteer. You are fully aware of your doll's every emotion and ability. Prerequisites: full spirit points and intimacy over 99%. Class Skill 6. Invigorating Aura. Consume a certain amount of spirit points to emit an invigorating aura, temporarily increasing the 3 health attributes of allies within the aura by 20% and increasing the damage dealt by mental attacks by 40% for 10 minutes. Personal Skill 1. Flowing Arrows. Consume spirit points to summon the psychic weapon, the Flourishing Illusionary Bow, creating several spirit arrows for ranged, group, and psychic attacks. Personal Skill 2. Psychic Healing. Heals objects contaminated by the player's psychic link, applying it to other players, restoring their spirit points. This skill requires the healed player's spirit points to be lower than the player's Sunshine Bear. Personal Skill 3. Flesh Healing. Consumes a certain amount of spirit points to attach to flesh, accelerating energy absorption and healing of flesh wounds. Personal Skill 4. Music. Scarecrow's Watch. Consumes a certain amount of spirit points to launch a materialized sound wave attack, dealing a certain amount of physical and mental damage, with a random amount of knockback. Music. Puppet Man's Rage. Explosive Music. Consumes a certain amount of spirit points to launch a materialized sound wave attack, dealing heavy physical damage, with a random amount of knockback. Suen finished reviewing his skills. He then pulled up the light screen. Checked the chat screen. Her area had 2 sections. There wasn't much to see in the first area of the second level. Not many people were talking, and the previous message was quite interesting. Haiyan explained the system announcement. The original area was quite lively. Suen checked the time. It was past 11 at night, and everyone was still up, chatting animatedly on the public screen. Suen was initially curious, but as she read, she couldn't help but become more serious. Scrolling up, she came across this message. She couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. Her breathing quickened. Chapter 254. What should I do? I really want to join. This was the first time Suen had thought about joining a team to do a dungeon. Because this was a very interesting platform, and the items she found were very interesting. Special Platform, Fantasy Fairyland. Products from this platform: Gold Key, Purple Gold Key, Diamond Key, Eladri Gem Necklace, Epic Space Necklace, Kayla's Song, Epic Skill Book, Endless Water, Epic Lake. Life Potion, increases lifespan. Gold Red Potion, cures serious injuries. Gold Blue Potion, increases spirit. Gold White Potion, removes pollution. In the picture posted by the player who voted for this platform, it lists the items that look very interesting. Forget the various keys, the 3 epic items are enough to catch people's attention. In addition to epic equipment, there are also epic skill books, epic small water bodies, and many unique high-level potions. Suen watched a group of people discussing this platform on the public screen. The player who posted the information about this platform is nicknamed Luo Luobo. This was a beta tester who had just arrived in their area using props. Luo Luobo sent the message to recruit teammates. Because this was a large-scale multiplayer dungeon. At that moment, everyone on the public screen was analyzing the available information to determine the required teammate skills for this platform, and those who wanted to go began to recommend themselves. Those who felt they couldn't go were also enthusiastically joining in the fun. They were discussing how to get into this platform dungeon on paper. Among them were many familiar players: Explorer, Morning Mocha, Twan Twanner's Cub, and the Orange Cat, all discussing the platform behind this platform ticket. The platform behind this platform ticket has a very unique danger level. The system displays a range of 1 to 10 stars. That means the lowest danger is 1 star, and the highest is 10 stars. This is clearly a place where both risks and opportunities coexist. Suen gritted her teeth, wanting to join, but then hesitated. Because so many people were so annoying. This platform ticket can accommodate 100 players at once, allowing them to enter a large-scale dungeon together, with the team members sharing the same fate. It is very unfriendly to lone players. This dungeon is a timed dungeon, with 10 tickets issued in total. With only 20 days until the opening date, this means that 10 teams of 100 people will be participating together. Suen just wanted to go to the dungeon, but didn't want to face so many teammates. She was torn between two options. Sue began searching through the dungeons. After searching her own, she searched Little Pumpkin's. Soon, she found the key item and figured out a way to break the deadlock. Sue took out a blank dungeon ticket and an item, a one-time copy stone. When I was sorting it out, I thought this copy stone was useless, but I didn't expect to use it so soon. Using these two things together, as long as I have the original platform ticket, I can copy an identical one. Now the problem has become simpler. She can switch from joining a temporary team to renting a special platform ticket once. Then the question becomes, how can she convince the player named Luoluobo to trust her and rent her a copy? The night deepened. Sue had opened the private chat interface. He began to chatter. Early the next morning, the first thing Little Pumpkin did when he woke up from the heat was to pull Juan's numb legs free. It took 3 seconds, his body bobbing in midair, his legs kicking back and forth, for Little Pumpkin to regain his normal position. He glared at Juan, who was sleeping sideways, her head resting on his legs, her feet on the bear's belly. Then he glared at the bear, snoring like a song. What a noise! Little Pumpkin searched carefully for his owner. After searching for a while, Little Pumpkin spotted his owner sleeping in a rocking chair on the 3rd floor. Reassured, he gently covered him with a thin blanket. Little Pumpkin looked around and decided the sunroom was a bit too stuffy. He closed the windows and adjusted the glass color, quickly darkening the room. There was still light, but not much, and the light was gentle and not glaring. This skill was a copy of the curtains in the rooms of Yiming City, but the imitation wasn't quite up to par, and it couldn't quite achieve the same feeling as Yiming City. The whole room would become even darker. After adjusting the sunroom glass color, Little Pumpkin slowly used the Little Pumpkin Cannon, which was actually the pumpkin carriage's air conditioning skill. Soon, the entire pumpkin carriage began to emit cold air. However, Little Pumpkin didn't turn the air conditioning up too high, as his master was still asleep. Little Pumpkin wanted to make sure his master didn't catch a cold. As he adjusted the temperature, the room's temperature slowly dropped from nearly 40 degrees Celsius to 30 degrees Celsius. After completing all this, Little Pumpkin noticed something on the workbench. It was a platform ticket, lying there, standing out prominently on the neat and clean surface. Little Pumpkin curiously used telekinesis to pick it up and examine it. Special Platform Fantasy Fairy Tale Town Fake. A photocopied platform ticket might allow a player to enter the platform, but remember to exit before the platform closes, otherwise, exiting would be difficult. There's a lot more information on the back of the platform ticket. Little Pumpkin flipped it over to read. Platform, Fantasy Fairyland. Danger level, 1 to 10, difficulty random, information, exciting, fun, and a surprising adventure with money-making opportunities. Here, you find a variety of quests and rewards. The stories of dragons, warriors, and princesses will be filled with extraordinary excitement. Note, this is a multiplayer dungeon. Explore together, and unlock the secrets of Fantasy Fairyland. Looks like fun. The owner has obtained a platform ticket, and will take them on an adventure together. Little Pumpkin put the dungeon ticket back where it was and flew downstairs, trying not to disturb its owner. With a smile on his face, he quickly flew from the 3rd floor to the 1st. Ping pong. A beautiful symphony echoed from the kitchen. Creaky, creaky, creaky. That's the sound of the pumpkin carriage moving. Today is Wednesday, and the system won't refresh the chests. The pumpkin carriage just needs to keep moving, and keep moving. Wednesday was a day off, so Little Pumpkin didn't wake anyone else. Time slipped by. An alluring aroma, starting from the ground floor, slowly drifted upstairs. Sue woke to the sweet aroma of pastries. She stretched, realizing she had fallen asleep without realizing it. A thin blanket covered her, and the entire 3rd floor glass was gray. The sunlight shone through the glass like a pair of sunglasses, casting a gentle gray halo. It looked like Little Pumpkin had been there. Sue stood up, tucked away the blanket, and looked at the platform ticket on the workbench. A smile spread. Success. She picked up the platform ticket and shook it. Sue hadn't expected that reputation could be so useful, sometimes saving her from trouble. A pumpkin mask suddenly appeared on the wall. Master, you're awake. It's time to eat. Little Pumpkin called out enthusiastically. The glass in the 3rd floor sunroom gradually brightened from gray to clear. Sue watched the pumpkin carriage speed across the fields, the scenery on both sides quickly receding. Above the fields, the vegetation dwindled, and cracked and desertified soil appeared in all directions. Sue went downstairs. Upon reaching the 1st floor, he saw everyone busy at work. Little Bear was brushing his teeth in the bathroom. Wan Wan was braiding her hair, and Little Pumpkin appeared on the table with tray after tray of snacks. It's so hot, so I made some refreshing breakfast treats. Chapter 255. There's lemon ice cream, red bean cakes and rice cakes as main courses, and a side dish of coriander and beef. Little Pumpkin said. No need to bother so much this morning. Sue patted Little Pumpkin's head. It's not a big deal. I love making food. I feel happy when food is transformed into different flavors through different cooking methods. Little Pumpkin said. We have to enjoy every meal, and it's a day off today, so there's no rush. Little Pumpkin said. Sue nodded. Sue opened the public screen. Looking at the time, he felt embarrassed. It was already past 9, almost 10. He was a little late. Black Ball, tell me the temperature. Sue quickly washed up and sat down at the coffee table to ask Black Ball. Ding dong, this is the CC Smart Light computer speaker Black Ball. Hello, masters. The current time is 9:47. The weather is sunny and warm. The indoor temperature is 28 degrees Celsius, and the outdoor temperature is 52 degrees Celsius. The high is expected to reach 57 degrees Celsius at noon. Please avoid the heat. Sue blinked. Is it so hot outside? Sue opened the window and felt a wave of heat coming from outside, instantly burning her face. The scorching heat outside caused ripples of heat in the air. Sue closed the window. A cool breeze filled the room. Master, I turned on the thermostat this morning. The black ball shows that the temperature suddenly rose last night. By midnight, the indoor temperature had reached 32 or 33 degrees Celsius. The protective cover can adjust the temperature by about 15 degrees Celsius, which means that the outdoor temperature this morning was almost 50 degrees Celsius. The desert heat is terrifying. Is the water supply sufficient? Sue asked Little Pumpkin. Master, the water supply is fine. The current water vending machine can meet our daily water needs. Once the current water tank is halfway used, refill it immediately. Little Pumpkin pointed to the small water vending machine connected to the water tank. 100 L of clean water for 1 copper coin, completely eliminating the need to worry about the clean water supply. It was quite durable and expected to last for several years. Sue suddenly felt that the heat was not a big deal. As long as there was enough energy, there was generally no danger. Sue ate with the dolls at ease. The rice pancakes with cilantro beef were delicious. The rice pancakes were soft and sticky, and the cilantro beef was sour, spicy, and salty. The food was warm and didn't make you feel hot. Sue finished the whole wrap and then had a piece of lemon ice cream. Speaking of this lemon ice cream, Little Pumpkin made it really well. This sweet pudding-like dessert, made with milk, egg, and lemon as its main ingredients, was chilled by ice. It was a bit of a rip-off, appearing in the sweltering heat. Sue scooped a spoonful of the icy milk cake, savoring the delicate lemon aroma and the smooth, tender jelly. In that instant, she felt completely refreshed. But for some players, who weren't as well prepared, the heat was even more unbearable than the cold. The sudden rise in temperature was like a silent demon, lurking danger. The weather was scorching. The vehicle felt like a steamer. The little girl was the dessert inside. Yi Yunqing put on her newly purchased protective shield to control the cooling. Then she turned on the air conditioner and used the wireless card to charge the car, cooling the interior. After doing all this, she lay exhausted on the bed, her face pale and her lips purple. Nearing faint, she sipped a bitter red potion. Waiting for the temperature to drop, she trembled with fear. Just now, she had experienced a near-death experience. She had nearly sacrificed her life, making a fool of herself for the elite players who had passed the second level. Just this morning, Yi Yunqing began to experience dizziness, blurred vision, and general weakness. At first, she didn't take it seriously. She thought it was from chatting too long on the public screen yesterday and not getting enough sleep due to the heat. She laid down to rest for a while, sweating profusely. She drank plenty of warm water to rest, secretly thankful that she didn't have to look for the box today and that a little more sleep would be fine. But not long after, she began to vomit and feel dizzy. A medically savvy person present would have noticed that this woman had progressed from preheat stroke to mild heat stroke. We can't delay any longer. Any more delay could cost us our lives. Yi Yunqing, however, lacked this common sense. Before entering the game, she was an ordinary student. Afterward, she experienced a constant state of extreme cold. At first, she simply thought she was sick and that she needed to drink plenty of water and rest. After a bout of dizziness, she felt her heart pounding, as if it were about to burst out of her chest. As her face paled and she lost consciousness, she realized she was in danger. This was the feeling of near death. Having experienced many thrilling moments, Yunqing developed a unique sense of near-death. She didn't know she had heat stroke, but she knew she was dying. Only after downing a bottle of Scorpion Tribe's red potion did she feel her condition stabilize. Realizing the heat was causing the trouble, she pulled out a thermometer and placed it in the vehicle. Oh my god, this thermometer, bought at a convenience store at a certain station, had exploded. It was known that the upper temperature limit of this thermometer was 50 degrees Celsius. A human in a 50-degree RV would be like steaming meat at low temperatures. So, while Yunqing used the red potion to hang on to her life, she got busy. She bought the advanced protective shields she hadn't wanted to replace, and installed the air conditioning equipment she had obtained at a certain station as soon as possible. She used the unlimited power card she hadn't wanted to use. She used the RV material replacement card she hadn't wanted to use. She had been saving it up until she could upgrade her RV to a psychic RV, but now, that was no longer possible. She had to survive. After all this work, Yunqing slumped over the rear bed of the vehicle, sweating profusely. She felt like a drowned rat, so pitiful. She took a sip of the bitter medicine. She felt depressed, entering a dark and vulnerable moment. But she didn't show it, only silently reflecting on herself. She reflected on her lack of caution, her failure to pay close attention to environmental changes, which nearly led to her downfall. Level 2, the scorching desert. She learned her lesson. Yunqing opened the public chat screen, and the messages from Level 2 were the first to catch her eye. On the public screen, Uncle Haiyan had been sending messages every hour since 6 in the morning. Current temperature, 47 degrees Celsius. Beware of a heat wave. On the private chat screen, there was Sister Heqing's morning reminder. Temperatures are expected to rise rapidly today, so take precautions. At noon, Yunqing fiddled with her unlimited electricity cards one after another. She began to use math to calculate how to save energy and keep the air conditioning running. Or perhaps, she could escape the heat on the platform, find a trading platform, and stay in a hotel for a few days. She held a thick stack of platform tickets, her eyes sparkling. Her platform ticket reserves far outweigh her radio card reserves. Call for a bodyguard, no, a significant other. She began sending frantic private messages to Sunshine Bear's sister. Chapter 256. When Suan heard Black Ball talking about the temperature, he had the idea to remind the other players. But when he opened the public screen, he saw that the strategy team had been doing this all along. Suan naturally didn't need to stand out. Since then, Suan has also discovered that although players are generally experiencing rising temperatures, the intensity of the increase varies from person to person. The outdoor temperature here is 53 degrees, while the strategy teams has already reached 61 degrees. It seems that the scorching temperatures of the second level are not completely synchronized for every player. Suan scanned the public screen, closed it, and continued to eat his meal. I have to say, every time I open the public screen and see the road rankings in the upper right corner, I feel reassured. A row of names like Heqing, Haiyan, Shi, and Sui Feng firmly hold the top spot in terms of kilometers. The rows of players with Chinese nicknames, stacked beneath those in various languages, give one a sense of power. As for Suan's nickname, Sunshine Bear, it doesn't even make the list. She was never in a hurry to get ahead, never striving for first place. If it weren't for coincidence, she might still be in the first level. Suan didn't know what she'd been through, but she felt the overall quality of the first group of players in the second level was very high. Aside from the official players, like the strategy group, the other players were relatively low-key, rarely spamming the public chat. There weren't even a single one of those overbearing players like Dao Ba Tianxia. The number of players in the first area of the second level had already exceeded 300, but the public chat was completely dull. No treasure chests were being earned. It was a bit boring. After dinner, with nothing to do, Suan lay on the sofa and scrolled through the public chat, mainly observing the developments in her original area. The explorers were still discussing the multiplayer platform on the public screen. Special platform Fantasy Fairyland. The platform's produce was truly captivating, drawing much discussion from players. In between chats on the public screen, Suan would occasionally glance out the window, noticing the growing heat wave as the sun rose higher outside. The black ball would periodically report the temperature, indicating the steadily rising heat outside. Little Pumpkin's skills were constantly activated. Suan would occasionally spot Little Pumpkin sitting there, munching on Spirit Source Stone. Its tiny mouth opened and closed. Eating low-level Spirit Source Stone was like cracking sunflower seeds. Its little hand would reach into the Chinese knot space, and when it came out, It would be filled with a handful of spirits or stone, which it stuffed into its mouth. Time flew by. Little Bear, with nothing to do, loved to find a place to sleep. Now, Bear had fallen asleep at Sue-Ann's feet. Not particularly tired, it slept peacefully, without snoring. He looked like a perfectly good little bear. In the living room, Little Pumpkin stopped eating and huddled with Wan, lying on the floor, scrolling through their phones, discussing something. Occasionally, Sue-Ann would listen in. Their discussion would shift from food to hairstyles, then from hairstyles to housework, and finally back to food. Occasionally, Sue-Ann could hear their discussion while scrolling through the public screen. Right now, they were discussing which was the best way to cool down in the heat, chilled watermelon or ice cream. Little Pumpkin said watermelon was sweet and refreshing, and when chilled, it was the perfect fruit to cool down. Wan said ice cream was the best food to eat in the heat, cool, fragrant, and sweet. Wan struggled to understand the picture and description of the iced watermelon on her phone, because she had never eaten it. She didn't understand. If she hadn't tasted it, she couldn't judge the food based on words or images. Anyway, it's delicious. In the summer, it must be delicious. It'd make you happy. Little Pumpkin stuttered, his face flushed with anxiety. Sue-Ann's thoughts were wandering. It seemed Little Pumpkin had never eaten watermelon either. Sue-Ann's thoughts raced. The last time she had eaten watermelon was on Blue Star. Eating watermelon alone on a summer night. The teddy bear was just a doll, the little pumpkin was just a frame. She had taken a piece of watermelon and ate it all over her face. She happily savored that precious leisure time, full of anticipation for what the pumpkin cart would look like when it was successfully built. It turned out that the emotion she felt at that moment could be passed on to Little Pumpkin. Ding dong. A private message from a stranger popped up in Sue-Ann's private message. Because Sue-Ann had replied to this stranger, she was ranked first in the private chat interface. Lucky Clover, Sister Sunshine, the weather's too hot. Let's go to the platform to get away from the heat. I know it's a platform, with lots of fruits and vegetables for sale, and the climate is pleasant. Strangers can only send one message per day, and only chat after receiving a reply. Sue-Ann never adds friends. Many players who have a casual connection with her know this, and when they contact her, they send long messages. Sue-Ann looked at the message in front of her, which resembled a short essay, unsurprisingly. Get off the platform. Not interested. Asking is lazy. Researching is troublesome. The bear is sleeping, and I don't want to move either. It's so hot, I don't want to go out. It's comfortable at home. Fruits and vegetables. There were still a lot of uneaten vegetables in yesterday's truck, so going there specifically to buy them wasn't very interesting. Most importantly, Sue-Ann saw right away what she was up to. This platform wasn't just a simple trading platform, and she didn't dare go herself. Sue-Ann declined outright. But she didn't insist, saying that if the little girl was willing to buy fruits and vegetables on her behalf, she would be willing to support the business. Since she wanted to go, she would definitely seek out other teammates for cooperation. Buying things on her behalf was a good option. For example, watermelon was something Little Pumpkin hadn't tasted but could appreciate. The other party didn't seem disappointed, but instead responded with a full and energetic thank you. Sue-Ann's guess was correct. Yi Yunqing had asked with the intention of giving it a try. She probably knew that Sister Sunshine was a rather solitary player. So, she had a hunch that she wouldn't want to team up. There was no need to be disappointed. After all, asking offered a chance. After the trials of the internal beta, Yi Yunqing was no longer the sniveling little girl she had been at the beginning. She never missed an opportunity, always mindful of showcasing her strengths. She seized every opportunity she could, taking advantage of every opportunity. She was quick to act and unafraid of making mistakes. She would avoid them if she hit a wall, reflect on her mistakes, analyze the reasons, and do better next time. In fact, she could have sought out He Qing to collaborate with her. But she didn't want to have a permanent teammate because she harbored a crucial secret, her lucky skill, the fifth, invisible lucky leaf in the lucky clover. She feared her teammates would discover this skill, and use it to drain their luck. She never displayed it to others, only using it occasionally. Because the cost of using this skill was a more dire side effect than the reduction in size of ordinary skills, her soul. As everyone knows, if her soul is depleted to a certain point, she would die without leaving behind a soul. Even ordinary creatures, after death, could not become wandering spirits, unwilling to resign themselves to death. Yi Yunqing scratched her head, looking at her friends' list, trying to figure out who to call. Why did she have to find a teammate? Actually, getting to this platform is a bit of a hassle. She previously tricked an NPC there into investing 10 gold coins worth of supplies. Ma Claw. Chapter 257. She hadn't found what the NPC needed yet. If she went now, she might be in for a hard time. She needed a teammate with strong combat skills to help her intimidate the NPC and prevent him from getting hurt when he went crazy and demanded the money. Yi Yunqing looked at the rows of friends. Looking at them, they were all her comrades in arms. The first one who caught her eye was nicknamed Xiao Shizhou. She was in the same zone with her and had worked together many times, and it was a pleasant experience. They had also advanced to the second level together. They were both girls of the same age, but she was the opposite of herself, quiet and talkative. She was active, reserved, and quiet. She was an assassin-type warrior with a natural talent for metal manipulation, high attack and agility, and strong lethality. But she had no intimidating power. She had a chubby face, and was about the same height as herself, so she was also very small. While high attack and agility could quickly take out NPCs, that platform was considered a commercial area, where killing people and NPCs was prohibited. Killing them would be a real hassle. Yi Yunqing just wanted to take a vacation and buy some supplies. It would be best to find a teammate as imposing as Sunshine's bear. In fact, she did know a teammate like that, nicknamed Jinan. She had a skill that allowed her to transform into a giant mushroom, acting as a bodyguard. Her transformed form was quite intimidating and imposing. But alas, she'd been missing for ages. Since the public beta, there had been no contact with this guy, and it was unknown whether he was still alive. Or, how about finding the brothers Shilua and Fuxiu? They had impressive skills and quirky personalities. One was wholly light, the other dark. Their light-based skills, combined with their twin hearts, made them incredibly powerful. As soon as the thought occurred to her, she quickly shook her head and rejected it. No, they were both mentally disturbed, their level of alienation so high they were practically bird-like. They might be strong, and they looked formidable. But working with them was already a hassle enough. What if they went crazy and killed themselves mid-work? It would be inappropriate. Ever since the last time they worked together, when she was nearly killed by the brothers, she had vowed never to work with them again. It was too dangerous. With a contract, she had to protect her own life in front of her teammates. Suan was unaware of the distress the girl she had politely declined was in. She was immersed in her Wednesday leisure time. Time flew by. Just like when you lie down after get off work, the passage of time is always imperceptible. It was afternoon. The sofa and coffee table in the living room were put away, leaving a large open space. An inflatable swimming pool appeared indoors. There was water, a floating table, and an inflatable duck. The little bear was a bit confused. It lay on the edge of the inflatable pool, extended its paw, retracted its nail, and gently poked the inflatable duck with the pad of its paw. A touch. The duck purred. It asked curiously, "Where did you get this?" The little pumpkin replied, "This is yesterday's catch. I didn't expect it could be used like this. My owner is so smart." As the little pumpkin answered the bear, it worked on scooping ice cream balls from the ice cream and placing them on a plate. Ah! The little bear's eyes sparkled, a bit unresponsive, their gaze filled with confusion. Wan, looking at the bear's intelligent gaze, quickly said, "This is from the transformation capsule, the item we opened in the treasure chest yesterday. Prop, transformable furniture capsule, transforms into a new, ordinary-grade furniture item daily, maintaining its form for 6 hours. Oh. This counts as furniture, too." The bear clapped its hands, making a noise. Quack, quack. The constant clashing of its two paw pads indicated the bear was in a good mood. The bear entered cheering mode. Suan filled the inflatable swimming pool. The water wasn't deep, only reaching Suan's knees. The pool wasn't very big after all. She looked up and saw the bear, clapping blankly, and called it down to play. Quickly, she stripped the bear down to his shorts and short-sleeved shirt. Soaking in the lukewarm, slightly cool water. Just lying there wasn't much fun, so Suan dug this thing out of his space. He'd take everyone out for some water fun, and it would cool them down at the same time. When they got tired, the water wouldn't be wasted. It could be used to wash clothes and sheets, then mop the floor. Little Pumpkin's air conditioner wasn't on high, but the room temperature was already 30 degrees. Suan waved the floating table. On it were frozen watermelon, ice cream, and a large cherry. These were fruit snacks for the afternoon water play. The watermelon was bought by Suan from Yi Yunqing, the ice cream was made by Little Pumpkin earlier, and the large cherry was a spiritual fruit gifted by the cherry glutinous rice monster. Quickly, Wan and Little Pumpkin both entered the water. Suan distributed the fruit to everyone. "Master, you eat the cherry." "Mom, Master, you must eat the cherry well, and live a long life. Sister Nin, I don't eat cherries, you have to eat this. Suin, wanting to share the cherry with everyone, could only eat it himself, under the expectant gazes of the puppets. The cherry was large, crisp, juicy, and sweet. Other than that, Suin felt no change after eating it. He only saw a vague system message on the public screen. Player Sunshine Bear, you consumed a cherry spirit fruit. Your lifespan has increased. Little Pumpkin quickly tossed the remaining fruit core into the flower pot to plant. As a prize, the cilantro originally in the flower pot was pulled out and thrown into the pool. The flower pot didn't seem to be enough. I get a few more if I come across one. Suin secretly made a note of this. Whoosh, a splash of water hit Little Pumpkin on the back of his head. Whoa, sneak attack? Little Pumpkin turned and saw Huan-Huan's grimace. Lulu, come and catch me. I be a ghost, hee. Huan-Huan and Little Pumpkin started a water fight. The bear grew larger, protecting the fruit ice cream and its owner, Enin, on the floating table. Its broad back was like a wall, blocking all the splashes behind it. Suin leaned over the bear's shoulders and looked back. Huan-Huan and Little Pumpkin were having a water fight, a scene of pure joy and laughter. Elsewhere, Yi Yunqing was enjoying a shower in the hotel. The bathroom was small, barely wide enough for one person standing. Yi Yunqing was thin and petite, so she felt very comfortable. She sang as she showered. I love showers. My skin feels so good. Nobody else has a better life than me. She lathered herself in the foam, feeling incredibly comfortable. She continued to sing. I am the most beautiful girl on this street, in this city. From the bathroom, a voice, unpleasant but full of pride, emanated. She was a big cocky bitch. Chapter 258. Xiao Shizhou sat on the small single bed, drying her half-dried hair. Having showered before Sai, she listened to Yi Yunqing's loud boasting as she showered in the cramped bathroom. She smiled helplessly. She must have been a little too proud today. But it was truly comfortable. Xiao Shizhou lay on the single bed, a smile on her face, savoring the momentary comfort. The high windows were open, letting the sultry air flow through the magic circle into the room, making it much more comfortable. Although the platform was hot, it was far better than the sweltering heat of the highway. From the moment she entered the platform, Xiao Shizhou noticed a large, inverted barrier above it. It was a treasure that controlled the entire platform's climate. This platform was so comfortable. This was the Scorpion Tribe Holy Land Sand Sting Oasis. It was relatively safe and had certain rules. Xiaoye seemed to be a frequent visitor. Xiao Shizhou had never imagined that Little Leaf had hidden such a wonderful place, like the legendary Paradise of Paradise. I heard that Blue Star recently built its own station, Huacheng. Maybe it will be just as beautiful in the future. Xiao Shizhou was filled with anticipation. Xiao Shizhou was staying in a 10-square-meter single room, the cheapest in a small inn. Although it was cheap, it had a cooling array, a supply of magic water, a bathroom for showering, a bed, and was engraved with protective arrays for a safe and comfortable room. Occasionally, there was a heavy knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door, Little Leaf, open the door, I know you're here. Bang, bang, bang. If you're capable of taking the quest, just open the door. Why are you hiding from me? Outside, a voluptuous snake woman, with a human head and a snake tail, knocked frantically. The Scorpion Man owner of the hotel smiled, and scratched his head awkwardly. Come out quickly, let's talk about what you promised me. Tired of playing. Little Pumpkin and Huan-Huan lay by the inflatable pool, each taking a bite of watermelon. The watermelon, fresh from the freezer where the ice spirit source stone had been stored, was still cold, icy cold. So sweet. So cold. The two children huddled their heads together. Then, they said in unison, crispy and crunchy, so blissful. Yeah, this watermelon is so juicy. Suin commented from the side. She had already eaten several pieces of watermelon. I wondered which station Lucky 4-Leaf bought the watermelon from. It was big, round, sweet, and juicy. It looked similar to a Blue Star watermelon, but tasted even better. Scorpion Tribe Holy Land, Sand Sting Oasis. The snake woman, Kalesna, grabbed the little girl's ears, her pupils fixed on her. How proud the little girl had been a while ago, how wrong she felt now. Xiao Shizhou wanted to step forward to stop her, but there was a silver coin in front of him. It was a lot of money. 1 silver coin was worth 1,000 coppers. A naked temptation. She's my taskmaster. I just need something from her. I won't kill her, the snake woman said seriously. How about turning a blind eye? Xiao Shizhou blinked. After eating watermelon ice cream and playing in the water, Suin dumped all the dirty clothes and sheets into the swimming pool. Everyone washed the clothes, sheets, and quilt covers together. After washing the clothes and quilt covers, they hung them out the window to dry. Then, everyone cleaned up and restored the living room. Sue-Ann was sweating profusely. Little Pumpkin, observing this, silently lowered the temperature, turning the air conditioner to 16 degrees Celsius. Such forced cooling also increased energy consumption, and its energy bar plummeted instantly. Little Pumpkin's face suddenly flushed, and it quickly stuffed another handful of spirit source stones into its mouth. Sue-Ann, observing this, stopped Little Pumpkin from lowering the temperature too low, as it would be a burden. Just keep the house below 30 degrees Celsius. 28 or 29 degrees Celsius would be fine for her. Everything was done. Sue-Ann lay on the sofa, quietly waiting for the sweat to subside. It was so hot. There were always players who had it better than her. She imagined those players, who had truly made it to the second level, how comfortable they were surviving in the heat. A true mastermind would have no shortage of resources. Sue-Ann began to fantasize about constant temperature air conditioning, a large swimming pool, a castle-like RV, and vast expanses of ice. Night fell. The temperature didn't drop. Sue-Ann woke up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom and casually checked with Black Ball, learning that the outdoor temperature had reached over 70 degrees Celsius. She grew more concerned. The next day, the sun rose, and the outdoor temperature reached nearly 80 degrees Celsius. For humans, this was catastrophic weather. The pumpkin carriage maintained the temperature at around 30 degrees Celsius. As a price, Little Pumpkin began absorbing mid to high-level spirit source stones. Little Pumpkin's energy bar kept dropping. Then he became a little dazed. Noticing this, Huan stopped arguing with Little Pumpkin and took over the household chores, actively doing them. Sue-Ann was in charge of cooking. Bear was responsible for collecting treasure chests and fighting monsters. Although he lost a layer of fur every time he went out, he still had to go. On the public screen, everyone was also experiencing a simultaneous rush of activity. In the second level, players began to ask for help. The strategy team took the opportunity to recruit people and bring them to the platform for construction. For a while, they were jumping around in the public chat to promote the platform. Hi Yin, Watchung platform tickets, providing a place to escape the heat. Message me privately for a one-on-one chat. Seeing this message, Sue-Ann also had an idea. Why not get a few Watchung platform tickets herself to escape the rush? But Watchung was under construction right now. Going there and watching others work wouldn't be very appropriate. She wanted to keep a low profile. I wish she could get into Yiming City someday. Thankfully, by Saturday, the rush had passed. The temperature began to drop, slowly dropping from a high of over 80 degrees to around 40 or 50 degrees above zero. Once the temperature dropped, the air conditioning didn't need to be turned on so hard. Little Pumpkin regained its spirits and energy. She began to do somersaults in the cart. As Little Pumpkin perked up, Huan also became playful, her sharp tongue returning to its usual state, and she began to tease Little Pumpkin for no reason. The two bickered, and the whole place was filled with a lively atmosphere. The pumpkin cart had regained its former joyful atmosphere. On the sofa on the first floor, next to the noisy Little Pumpkin and Huan, the little bear smiled innocently, its eyes looking at Sister Ann tenderly. Sister Ann was busy at the dining table on the first floor. Sue-Ann was sewing clothes for the bear with alopecia. The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating half of Sue-Ann's profile. Her long hair was tied up, and the scattered hair was shimmering in the sunlight. She wore a simple white dress, the sunlight gilding the white dress with a golden edge. After a while, Sue-Ann finished altering the little bear's clothes. She paused and handed the clothes over. Xiaoma, give it a try. The teddy bear nimbly leaped off the sofa and scurried over. Now, its fur was patchy, and its previously well-groomed hairdo was in disarray. It looked a bit clownish, but in a cute way. Chapter 259. To describe it in one word, it's ugly cute. Hair does affect appearance. Alopecia areata on humans, baldness on cats, and baldness on bears. But as the most important bear in Sue-Ann's heart, Sue-Ann's gaze softened, full of admiration. The little bear dressed quickly. Sister Ann had specially made and altered clothes for it. Due to the extreme heat, the bear had lost a lot of hair, and its hair was falling out, but the owner's skillful alterations to the clothes had cleverly compensated for this. Sue-Ann had sewed eye-catching decorative patterns on the clothes, drawing attention. This way, when others saw the little bear, they would first notice the bright, eye-catching pattern on the clothes, naturally ignoring the baldness on its body. Beautiful. Bear, you're so beautiful. Beautiful bear, you're so beautiful. Little Pumpkin and Wan kept praising him. The bear was so embarrassed by the praise that he scratched his head and laughed, almost unable to lift his head. Suen glanced at Wan, who was full of sweet compliments. Her words were sincere. It seemed as if Wan had changed in some way. A few days ago, when Little Pumpkin wasn't feeling well, she never made a fuss, quietly taking on more chores so Little Pumpkin could rest. Bear had been experiencing severe hair loss these days, but even with her sharp tongue, she never mentioned it, pretending she hadn't noticed. The only comment she made was the compliment now. Suen smiled with relief, feeling that Wan was worthy of being the doll she had worked so hard to create. Look, how fast she's grown. After a short laugh, Wan and Little Pumpkin started arguing again. She stood on Little Pumpkin's head, mocking his height, saying he was short and stocky, not as majestic and strong as Bear. Questioning Little Pumpkin's weight, asking how he could be so light after eating so much. Look at how heavy a bear is. Little Pumpkin won't spoil Wan. Once Wan gets sharp, she only gets sharper. Once Wan jumps, Little Pumpkin will only jump higher. Soon, the room erupts in a commotion. Wan and Little Pumpkin start fighting. Today's fight isn't about tickling or a head smacking, but about headbutting. The two of them are in midair, ramming their heads into each other. It doesn't matter if they get a bump on their foreheads. One more word, and the two of them start fighting again. Okay. Wan is indeed quite despicable. And she's so naive. Growing up, what the hell? She doesn't need it. Under her master's care, she's just being childish. Day 2:37 p.m. on Sunday. Suen encountered a platform announcement. A platform announcement from the original area. Ding dong, in the current area, Snow Plateau, Area 20312, player Crazy Hot Pot has discovered the platform mole mystery. All players in this area are asked to use platform tickets to enter the route of this platform. Players have 3 minutes to make their choice. Yes or no. After lying down all day, her bones aching, Suen perked up. Wow, could she go to the platform in the first level too? But she quickly laughed at her own thought. She felt a little silly. Platforms are independent, small spaces. Didn't that dry farm platform also host many players in the first level? It's just that her item, the platform coordinate binding adapter, won't bind to platforms outside the current level. Platform tickets won't affect that. Suen clicked yes, and the system interface quickly changed. She called out, "Let's get off the platform together." Suen randomly pulled out 3 one-hour platform tickets from a thick stack of ordinary platform tickets and watched them transform into points of light and disappear into the crowd. At the same time, a small furry road appeared ahead of the highway. The pumpkin carriage drove onto the branch road that had appeared. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear has consumed 1 hour of platform tickets x3, gaining 3 hours of access to the platform. Please be careful. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear is detected to be in the second level, and the platform is in the first level. You will need to pay a clearance fee to enter the platform. 1 silver coin will be deducted. Thank you for your business. Tongzi's friendly reminder, be sure to return before the time is up. If you get lost on the platform, it will be difficult to return to the second level platform. A long string of messages. I wonder if the system is playing tricks. Suen glanced at the watch on his wrist and confirmed the time on the watch and the system time. They matched. The pumpkin carriage drove onto a narrow dirt road. The bumpy dirt road was worse than even a gravel road. As they entered the dirt road, the scenery changed dramatically, from a scorching desert to a blanket of ice and snow. The temperature plummeted. Suen felt a brief sense of coolness. Little Pumpkin's skills were activated. The shield's aura shifted. The entire space went from scorching to cooling. Suen retrieved a heat pad and some clothes from the space, led everyone from summer to winter clothing, and then used items. Suen speculated that this was a monster-killing dungeon, a good place to level up. Platform mole traces this is the mole's territory. Perhaps you can play mole hunting, or let the moles hunt you. Resources, mole meat, mole hide, and mole treasures. Danger level, plus. A 3.5-star platform. It must be said that Suen, previously beaten at the Lost Royal Ranch, was terrified of the 4-star platform and hesitant about the 3.5-star platform. Ever since he pushed the Royal Ranch and the dry countryside, he's no longer afraid of the 3.5-star platform. This is all due to his increased strength. Now, Suen and his puppets are on the 3.5-star platform, facing a weak enemy and a strong one, ready to gain experience. However, even if we strategically despise the enemy, we must also respect them tactically. Fight with vigor and caution. This is a principle taught in the books. A monster has appeared. Huan Huan was the most alert. She leaned against the window, pointing her finger in the distance. Looking in the direction Huan Huan pointed, they could see some foggy movement in the distant woods. Wow, those mole men are huge. They have hair on their faces. Pumpkin drove closer and exclaimed. Yes, those were standing, massive mole men, like the goblins described by humans. Long arms and horns, with rat-like heads and gray hair. They looked very much like the monsters from Strange Tales. At that moment, Suen suddenly felt that so many civilizations seemed connected to Blue Star. Otherwise, why could all the monsters be traced back to Blue Star? This couldn't be a novel set in a parallel universe. A bold guess is that this likely means that Blue Star and other civilizations are territories controlled by the interstellar system, and that these civilizations developed through systematic cultivation, with each distinct race being bred after humans. Humanity, Blue Star civilization, has always been a test subject for a more advanced civilization. The so-called test game is to test the success of these test subjects, and then use them for their own benefit. This wild thought left Suen stunned. She didn't know why she had suddenly come up with so many associations just to gain experience. There's nothing to worry about in this world, only the mediocre create trouble. The monster had already pounced on the protective shield. Chapter 260. Shah! The giant mole's ferocious face pressed against the shield, uttering a cacophony. It stretched out its claws, and clawed at the shield. The attack landed on the shield, and large damage numbers floated above it. Shortly afterwards, swarms of moles swarmed out from all directions, surrounding the entire pumpkin carriage. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear is under attack from a horde of monsters. He's being attacked by the Moleman's guard. Poor Moleman, woo woo woo, encountering a violent bear. Monster, Moleman. Level, LV2 to LV6. Habitat, mole traps. Note, this is Moleman's territory. Have you ever heard of the game Whack-A-Mole? The Molemen protested. They didn't want to be the ones being beaten. No orders needed. Everyone went into battle. Little Bear was the first to leap out of the pumpkin carriage. As soon as he landed, he transformed into a massive bear, swinging his mace to mow down the field. The guqin sounded, and waves of light swirled around. Suen, holding the guqin, circled the pumpkin cart, attacking the areas the bear hadn't been able to cover. Little Pumpkin was excited. She leaped directly onto the pumpkin cart. A virtual cannon materialized on the pumpkin cart, and Little Pumpkin sat atop it. Fire! She shouted loudly. Then, a massive fireball appeared and flew into the battlefield. Its speed was extremely slow, but it caused a certain panic among the moles. Many of the moles avoided it. The fireball didn't explode and dissipate, but simply cleared a gap, driving the moles into the attack range of its master and the bear. It didn't harm the moles at all. The fireball's effect caused many of the moles, who had just dodged, to become agitated, not to mention the panic they had just experienced. Many molemen perished tragically under the bears wielding iron rod. Their blood fueled their ferocity, and the molemen charged forward even more frantically. Little Pumpkin, observing her victory, couldn't help but rub her nose with a sense of guilt. She assumed the molemen weren't very strong, and that her offensive skills would be of some use. In the end, it wasted energy. Fine. If she hadn't tried, Little Pumpkin wouldn't have known how weak her hard-earned offensive skills were. Forget it. Let's just use it as an air conditioner. Ginger, you go fix the shield, and I handle the attacks. Huan Huan suddenly soared up from the ground and approached Little Pumpkin. Little Pumpkin floated down a bit in frustration. She looked around. Big Bear and his master were too strong. The shield had only just been scratched. And that was because some moles had emerged from holes out of nowhere and launched a surprise attack. If they had come from far away, they wouldn't have reached their destination. Let the Big Bear and the master be killed. Huan Huan didn't need healing either. She shouted, Gua, watch my attack. Then, with her telekinesis, the surrounding trees were uprooted. Huan Huan manipulated the trees with her telekinesis, like a bear wielding a mace. Then began Whack-A-Mole. Unconsciously, Huan Huan followed the beat of her master's guqin. Following the rhythm. Pa pa pa. She struck the distant molemen. The rhythm was perfect. Wow! Little Pumpkin held her face in her hands. She couldn't help but exclaim. A few minutes later, the monsters were gone. Huan Huan flew out in a circle and collected some loot. The pumpkin cart continued its journey. She had expected to encounter a new wave of monsters, pressing forward to attack her. At the end of the road, I encountered the platform boundary. Nothing. 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 Huan Huan looked at Little Pumpkin looked at Bear, and Bear looked at Master Anan. Suan's mind flickered back and forth several times as he scrolled through the public screen. The only notice on the screen was the recent settlement. At a glance, there were only 72 average level mole monsters. The strongest was only level 5, and died at the very front of the charge. Ding dong. Congratulations to player Sunshine Bear and his puppet for killing 1 LV5 mole guard captain, 34 LV4 mole guard members, and 37 LV3 ordinary mole. Experience gained. Kill drops. 2,098 copper coins, 2 free 30-minute electricity cards, 4 free 10-minute water cards. No notification of the platform disappearing appeared. Of course they are. They're hiding, Suin said. After so many platforms, she had accumulated a wealth of knowledge. This kind of platform, with its own tribe, must have a platform king monster. Perhaps one of the Moleman monsters was directing the situation within the platform. At an altar in an underground cave, an elderly mole man, hunched over, his skin sagging, his hair wrinkled, chanted a chaotic spell. He kept stumbling and making mistakes, so he had to repeat himself. His name was Grum, an elder of the Molemen, and the most powerful 6th level being among the remaining Molemen. Although a 6th level being, he was too old, nearing the end of his lifespan, leaving little fighting power. Unfortunately, since the passing of the Moleman's spiritual ancestors, the race has declined, lacking a successor. By now, there were no more members of the tribe with exceptional spiritual gifts. It was only this half-baked creature, barely managing the platform with the remnants of its ancestors' props. Alas, it was barely surviving, barely able to print tickets. Today, the platform welcomed a new group of civilizations and new players. If a few more players could stay, their flesh and blood and souls integrated into the platform core, the entire platform would flourish. It slowly circled the platform core. The scenes of each platform appeared before it. It distributed the platform's energy. It created platform monsters to attack players. Killing. Soon, leveraging the Moleman's mining advantages, it replicated its once powerful tribe. Several players were quickly ambushed and killed. The flesh and blood and souls became nourishment for the platform. Suddenly, it looked at a defeated platform and frowned. Its bean-sized eyes shifted closer to the screen. It dragged the replay, observing the bear monster that instantly killed its Molemen. Tough player. It muttered, "Little ones, retreat, retreat, use adult weapons." It activated its props. The formation on the platform shifted. A hammer descended from the sky. The snowy forest seemed so quiet, and Suin and his companions hadn't seen any new monsters. Suin thought it was too easy. After all, it was a 3.5-star platform, and the monsters were killed so quickly, and then there were no new monsters. Something's wrong, something's wrong, something's wrong. Suin muttered to herself, something's wrong. Suddenly, Suin felt a chill run down her spine, and her hair stood on end. A tingling sensation ran up her spine, and she felt her back tighten, then a chill. Immediately, Suin grasped the pumpkin carriage window, leaning halfway out, looking outside, searching for the source of her uneasy feeling. Nothing. Absolutely, a creature had just been spying on them. Is this the platform's core king monster? Her expression was solemn, her caution extreme. Little pumpkin, something's wrong. Turn around and find the exit. Let's go back first. Suin spoke immediately. If things weren't looking good, then let's go. Suin wasn't the type to stay and take risks. The pumpkin carriage turned around and immediately headed back the way they come. After driving for over 10 minutes, they still didn't see the platform exit. Master, I don't think something's right, Little Pumpkin said. Logically, we should be heading out, Little Pumpkin added. Not only Little Pumpkin felt something was amiss, Wan and Big Bear noticed it too. It was such a short distance, how could we still not be there? Suin's face turned cold. Black Ball, Navigation. Chapter 261. Ding dong, Black Ball Navigation is at your service. Go straight along the unnamed path, and you leave the platform 1.2 kilometers ahead. The pumpkin carriage followed the Black Ball Navigation. There was only one road. A few minutes later, Suin continued to ask. Ding dong, Black Ball Navigation is at your service. Go straight along the unnamed path, and you leave the platform 1.2 kilometers ahead. The same answer. Little Pumpkin also grew nervous. The pumpkin carriage thought it was driving on a dirt road, but it seemed to be circling around the platform. Even the navigation was confused. The pumpkin carriage stopped. Little Pumpkin, holding its face, floated gently in midair. It had never experienced anything like this before, and its entire face was wrinkled, like a wrinkled bun. Wan flew back and forth from the pumpkin carriage. Sometimes she would fly to the living room window, sometimes to the kitchen window. Front, back, left, right. They all looked the same. Suddenly, Wan's ears twitched. As a perceptive little ghost, Wan's hearing and eyesight were even sharper than the others. Wan shouted, "Something's coming up." Everyone popped out the window to check. Up above, they saw something huge, like the flat surface of a hammer, like a mountain. It kept falling, and it kept falling. It came crashing down. "What is that?" Little Pumpkin exclaimed. "It's a monster with a hammer, hitting us." Wan's eyes were sharpest, and she saw the whole scene first, sharing it with everyone. Suin, sensing Wan's vision simultaneously, saw the full view, a large mole puppet, hammering them. The mole was hitting people. Whack-a-mole, no, it's a game called Player. At that moment, Suin understood exactly what the platform introduction was referring to. Little Pumpkin exclaimed, immediately starting the pumpkin carriage and fleeing. He couldn't just leave the pumpkin carriage there and take the hammer's blow. Even if Little Pumpkin's protective shield was strong, he couldn't do such a foolish thing. The pumpkin carriage moved quickly, escaping by the shortest route, accelerating down the dirt road and directly into the woods. Just as it was about to hit a pile of trees, it slid flat and took off, and the entire pumpkin carriage soared away from the impact zone of the hammer. Avoiding the impact zone of the hammer. Clang! The massive hammer fell, shattering a section of the dirt road, destroying a large area of the forest, and kicking up a thick cloud of dust. From this angle, the giant Ratman puppet could be seen brandishing the hammer with one furry claw. It was very tall and massive. "Oh no, I missed." The old moleman's beard trembled, his hunched back trembling, and he bent down a few inches. He swung his tool again, aiming again. This one still had some time to strike. One strike was incomplete, and another was launched. The little pumpkin, steering its pumpkin cart, began to dodge again. Suin didn't just watch, she directed arrows of light to shoot out one after another, striking the giant moleman puppet. They were Suin's flowing light arrows. When the flowing light arrows passed through the moleman puppet, they passed straight through, without hindering its movement in the slightest. The light arrows circled in midair, then returned to Suin's side, dissipating and returning to her spirit. Skill failed. Unable to target. It has no soul, a living being is controlling it. Suin put away the flower-colored spirit bow and said, "We can only use force, or find the creature that controls it." Suin looked at the little bear, but before he could say anything, the little bear nodded. He said, "Let me meet this giant mole." "Go ahead," Xiao Mo jumped out the window. "It's dangerous to jump from a height," Little Pumpkin said quickly, controlling the pumpkin carriage as it flew, its eyes following the little bear's descent. Then Little Pumpkin watched the bear grow larger in midair, larger and larger, becoming the same size as the giant mole puppet. Little Pumpkin closed his mouth. 100-meter-tall giant bear versus a mole puppet, both of similar size and weaponry. The mole man's hammer struck down, and a massive mace struck back. A head-on clash. From a distance, Suin could see the giant mole puppet's arms exerting force. He could see the muscles of the giant bear vibrating. This clash of forces. A stalemate remained at this moment. At the edge of the platform core, the old mole man, completely oblivious to the rest of the platform, trembling on his wrinkled face. Stuck? The item before him was a game console, a broken epic item. It could trap players within the game blocks and kill them by tapping them. He trembled as he fed platform core energy into the item. As the intermediary connecting the platform core, this action was painful for him. He was too old and desperately needed to kill this powerful player quickly, waiting for the system reward to replenish the platform's energy. Duang. Giant pits formed one after another beneath the bear. The same thing happened with the giant mole puppet. It was impossible to tell who was winning after a single blow, and then, the two began to clash. Clang, clang, clang. There was no skill involved. It was simply a clash of brute force against brute force. The pounding and vibrations caused the pumpkin carriage to tremble in midair. The entire pumpkin carriage toppled over. The black ball's mechanical voice flattered. "The black ball is fragile, needs some care." The little pumpkin acknowledged that it had heard. With a thought, the protective shield covering the black ball thickened, and the sound of the black ball gradually weakened and became indistinct. It was safe now, and it probably wouldn't shatter and cause any damage. Suin was a little unsteady on her feet, holding onto the window to barely stay on her feet. Staggering, she stared at the center of the battlefield. The little pumpkin now controlled the pumpkin carriage to retreat, not wanting to be caught in the battle between the giant bear and the monster. But for some reason, as it retreated, it was getting closer and closer. They seemed trapped in a small, medium-sized grid, their flight limited to this tiny world. Shockwaves rippled one after another, destroying the entire platform, the trees, and even the small pumpkin in midair. Sumo fought without holding back, trusting the small pumpkin to protect its master. The small pumpkin controlled the pumpkin cart, weaving in and out of the battle between the two, trying to avoid being hit by the aftermath. The shield rippled like jelly, blocking the shockwaves from the repeated confrontations. It suffered some health loss during this period, but it was quickly replenished by the small pumpkin. Suddenly, Chapter 262. A hammer descended from the sky. A massive, faceless creature, wielding a hammer, smashed down on the midair pumpkin carriage. "What's that?" "It's a sneak attack," Little Pumpkin exclaimed. By the time he reacted, it was too late. Everything happened so quickly, leaving no time to dodge. At the crucial moment, Little Pumpkin could only urgently use its energy shield while simultaneously moving the pumpkin carriage. The energy shield caught the incoming hammer, but was quickly overwhelmed by the immense force of the blow, shattering. The energy shield gave the pumpkin carriage less than half a second to react. Wan's telekinesis stepped forward to block it. Su-En's fingertips flew, and waves of sound and light appeared, countering the hammer's downward force. But the hammer's force was too great. Everyone's combined efforts only bought a fleeting second. The pumpkin carriage only managed to escape partially before it was struck by the hammer. The hammer grazed the pumpkin carriage's protective shield, quickly sending it crashing to the ground. Clang! The pumpkin carriage landed, crushing trees, dirt, and rocks. The ground shook. The protective shield shattered. Little Pumpkin's skill, Desperate Spikes, automatically activated. Skill 5, Desperate Spikes. After the protective shield shattered, the pumpkin carriage sprouted sharp spikes, preventing monsters from climbing onto and ramming the vehicle, and increasing its defense. When used in conjunction with the acceleration, it created a spike impact effect, doubling its physical damage. The pumpkin carriage bounced back heavily against the hammer. The hammer, piercing the hole, deflated like an inflatable hammer. At the same time, a small crack appeared on the pumpkin carriage's body. The spikes were missing a small corner. Su-En felt her body spinning in the pumpkin carriage. Everything was spinning before her eyes. Little Pumpkin controlled the pumpkin carriage while protecting her, and Su-En finally felt steady. But at the same time, Su-En heard a cracking sound coming from Little Pumpkin. The pumpkin carriage was damaged. But Little Pumpkin didn't cry out in pain. It simply held her, gently and softly protecting her. It didn't speak. But Su-En could sense Little Pumpkin's gentleness. Telekinesis surrounded both her and Wan. Elsewhere, Sumo, engaged in a head-on battle with a giant mole puppet, noticed the pumpkin carriage being knocked down by a new hammer. "Sisterinen!" The bear roared. It grew even more powerful and powerful, attacking, swinging its mace with all its might, striking the giant mole puppet's hammer. 1 hit. 2 hits. 3 hits. 4 hits. 5 hits. The hammer struck, leaving an afterimage. Strength gathered from the bear's muscles, and he began to hammer furiously. Clang, 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 crack, crack, crack. The giant Ratman puppet had no time to react. It retreated further and further, losing its balance until it cracked, shattered, and collapsed. The bear's hammer smashed open the giant Ratman's chest, revealing its glowing mechanical core. The bear refused to give in. 1, 2, 3 4 times, he hammered at the giant Ratman puppet's mechanical core. As it fell, a grid-like maze appeared on the ground, revealing the puppets trapped within. Su-En, holding the little pumpkin, watched it begin to crack, his heart aching. He immediately used his puppet repair technique to repair the pumpkin's cracked body. In front of her, Wan dashed out. The accident she had just caused to hurt the little pumpkin had also made her anxious. A thick layer of negative emotion surged, and under the influence of this resentment, the little ghost's tied hair unfurled, its long black hair flying in the sea of snow. She soared and floated in the air outside the pumpkin carriage, pointing at the sky and shouting, "You hurt my master and the pumpkin. I want you dead." In her excitement, she underwent a transformation. The stage rose, translucent shadows swirled around, and the air resounded with the clanging of gongs and drums. The little ghost transformed into a theatrical ghost. Wan spun and turned in midair. She was extremely graceful. The white dress transformed into a stage costume, and the golden and red shawl fluttered in the dust and snow. The red brocade and gold patterns were beautiful. The crescent-shaped sleeves danced. A crown of operatic jewels, sparkling white pearls, indigo ornaments, and outlined with gold and silver thread, was atop her head. Su Qiming's posture was graceful, her demeanor elegant. Her palms flew, her fingers slender like jade, her sword-like fingers wielding gracefully. Her green fingertips pointed toward the sky. A high, clear opera melody rang out. I watched him. Building a red building, I watched. Him eyeing guests, I watched. From Peach Blossom Fan, the building collapsed. The sword pointed firmly into the distance. Crack, 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 the entire chessboard-like maze shattered. In front of the platform core. The hunched old ratman, seeing the attack succeed, his face still tinged with blood. The next second, his whole body stiffened. With a clang, he fell backward. He collapsed to the ground. And then he died. Until his death, the old ratman hadn't realized how he died. Confusion lingered in his lifeless eyes wide open, as he watched the platform core die. The broken epic item, the game console, shattered with a crackling sound. Then, the already cracked core of the platform shattered and fell, leaving only a faint glow. Skill 4, Curse of the Playing Ghost. A truly mysterious telekinetic killing skill. It possesses the ability to search the void and kill from a distance. This curse belongs to the playing ghost. No matter where you are or who you are, once you attack the master and unleash your malice, no one can escape. After casting this spell, intelligent creatures enter a state of doom, their mental strength continuously decreasing. When they rest, they trigger a cursed nightmare until their soul power is depleted and becomes sustenance for the playing ghost. Trigger condition. The cursed individual's mental strength is less than the combined mental strength of Suin and Su Qimeng. Suin felt a chill in his head, his mind connecting with Huan Wan, helping her complete the skill. Following Huan Wan's curse, Suin vaguely saw the wrinkled, aged, and unrecognizable face of a ratman. He was utterly old, seemingly at the end of his lifespan, yet somehow he managed to cling on. Cursed by the playing ghost, his life force was like a leaking balloon with a large hole. Then, in just 3 seconds, she felt the cursed creature's breath cease. At the same time, she received a system message. Chapter 263. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear and his puppet killed the level 6 Skaven Elder Grum, gaining 53100106 experience points. The kill yielded 1 broken platform core, a tattered epic item Skaven game console, and 53 sleeping Skaven. Player Sunshine Bear achieved a 100% kill contribution rate and earned the title Whack-A-Mole Master. Click to view title details, and the title's effects take effect after wearing it. Whack-A-Mole Master. You exude a terrifying aura that the Skaven find terrifying. The Skaven are terrified of you, their fighting spirit reduced by 200%, and their escape probability increased by 500%. Player Sunshine Bear killed the platform core operator Skaven Elder Grom. Skaven Mystery Platform is closed. Players are requested to leave within 10 minutes. Leave within 10 minutes. Leave within 10 minutes. Sue had only viewed key system information. She was intrigued by the shattered platform core and the sleeping molemen. With the death of the platform core's operator, the platform before her suddenly brightened. Suin saw the ground tremble. Not far away, an underground altar rose. On it lay an old moleman, dead, with a broken platform core lying beside it. Surrounding the altar were dozens of large rats, gray-haired and plump, each soundly asleep in a shielded cell. That was to kill the fallen, sleeping moleman. Sister Nan, are you okay? The shrunken Xiao Mo jumped in through the pumpkin carriage window. He was anxious. God knows how panicked he was when he saw the pumpkin carriage being attacked by the extra hammers and smashed to the ground. Even though he believed Little Pumpkin could protect its master, he couldn't help but feel anxious and worried. I'm fine. Suin stroked the dusty bear's head, soothing its anxiety. We're fine. We already breached this platform. Suin comforted the little bear. I'm fine. Seeing it was out of danger, Little Pumpkin pouts and says aggrievedly. It wants to cry, to make a scene, to wail and scream. It had just been attacked by that thing, and its body aches so much, it hurts so much. Even after its master's treatment, the pain persists. It longs for its master to kiss, hug, and lift it high. The more it thinks about it, the more aggrieved it feels. Little Pumpkin's mouth twitches, as if it's about to burst into tears, expressing its grievances and attracting everyone's attention and concern. To vent the sadness brought on by the pain. Just then, Huan Wan glances back. Huan Wan, in her ghostly state, is breathtakingly beautiful, her rosy makeup, her fair skin, and her natural beauty. Every movement is filled with graceful beauty. Little Pumpkin's face, ready to cry, was dazed and dazed. After a moment, the corners of her mouth curled up, unable to conceal the amazement in her eyes. Ah! Beauty. Ah! So beautiful. Big Huan Wan is so beautiful, much more pleasing to me than little Huan Wan. Can't cry, Little Pumpkin can't cry? Little Pumpkin must look beautiful in front of the beauty. My lord, it's this kind of filthy creature that's causing trouble. Wan Wan, in her ghostly form, saluted respectfully and pointed at the Ratman's body in front of the altar in the distance. She waved her hand. Telekinesis took effect. A gray-haired, wrinkled Ratman corpse, 53 plump ground rats, a broken prop, and the platform core all flew over. This was their spoils. Seeing the moles. Little Pumpkin clanged, the moles look so plump. Would they be delicious stewed? Suin shuddered. Bear scratched his head, puzzled, and said they should be. 10 minutes later. The pumpkin carriage carried the group away from the mole's mystery platform. Suin watched the platform disappear. For some reason, she felt a sense of sadness. She held the shattered platform core, which only had a faint glow left, and spiritually read the platform's information. She witnessed the rise and fall of a mole civilization. From a super-spiritual mole man building a platform to protect his own kind, to a lingering survival, each generation weaker than the last. The first generation of mole men still looked like humans, with smaller mole-like features. In the later stages, the old mole man was reduced to the form of a fighting mole. As for its fellow voles, they were a group of ground rats unable to even assume human form, relying solely on the power of the platform's core to sustain their lives and hone their intelligence. It was hoped that in their subsequent reproduction, they would produce a member of the tribe with spiritual talents, who could inherit the platform's core and, in some cases, inherit the platform's core. As for the broken epic item, it was the platform's only remaining defense. It could draw creatures into the maze and control puppets to hammer them. However, it had been shattered by the bear, and now only the shattered remains remained. It was in a state that would be a shame to throw it away, and perhaps even impossible to repair it. How poor! As for the old vole elder's body, Suin had no desire to eat the vole's flesh. He simply dissected it and obtained some fur, calling it a day. When Suin was researching the harvest, inside the pumpkin cart, a row of groundhogs stood out. They had no human form, and aside from the fat one resembling a giant cat, there was nothing special about them. Little Pumpkin glanced at this one, then that, mentally calculating the menu. Recipes had only ever seen bamboo rats, rarely field mice, so they should all be cooked similarly. Little Pumpkin muttered, heat the oil over high heat, saute the scallions, ginger, and garlic, then stir-fry the seasonings. The elegant lady sitting on the sofa looked at Little Pumpkin with grace. She said slowly, Sister Nailing, I don't want to eat them. Is that okay? Her face was still beautiful, and her slightly furrowed brows couldn't hide her charm. Oh sure. Wow, Dewan, you calling me sister, I'm so happy. With just one sentence, Dewan had coaxed Little Pumpkin into a placenta, her nose practically bubbling with snot. Sure, I stew beef for Dewan and the master, and the rat meat for Big Bear. Little Pumpkin began again, expounding on its blatant double standards. Huan felt the undivided love showered upon her by Nan Ling, and smiled happily. The bear had no objections. He had undressed, and was showering and washing clothes in the bathroom, when he heard Little Pumpkin's words. Through the bathroom door, he simply replied, I have no objections. I eat anything. The bear never interfered with the cook's meals. To him, all meats were the same. Gophers, rabbits, pigs, cows, sheep, and even strange, distinctively sweet biscuits or pure, spicy grass, all were edible. Little Pumpkin began sharpening his knife and attacking the gophers. He was trying to figure out which one was the fattest. Suin, distracted from the platform's core consciousness, spoke quickly. Wait, Little Pumpkin, we're not going to eat these gophers. We sell them alive later. Huh? Little Pumpkin was puzzled. Selling them alive? That's fine. It seemed the owner didn't want to eat the gophers either. He hoped to get a good price. Intelligent moles can be used for farming. Their labor is more valuable than flesh and blood. Suin mentioned this. Little Pumpkin understood immediately. Master, are you saying that the watching station will need them for building houses and farming? Suin nodded. These mole people's descendants, due to their lack of talent and intelligence, have been kept on altars. Pollution isn't serious, and any player with a talent for beast control can control them. They're a good labor force. Su Qiming breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. She truly didn't want to eat moles, nor did she want to eat beef stewed in the same pot with moles. If it were 3-year-old Xiaowan, she might jump up and try to eat rat meat. With Little Pumpkin's provocation, she might even do something as ungraceful as catching a rat and eating it raw. But she was in her ghostly state, an elegant and beautiful singing and dancing artist. She didn't want to eat rat meat. Looking at the stunningly beautiful Su Qiming, Suin suddenly remembered something she had overlooked. She looked at Su Chimeng. Her eyes widened. Etc. Chapter 264. She blurted out, Chimeng, your experience is full. Aren't you going to level up? Through the connection with the doll, Suin could sense that after the death of the rat elder monster, Su Chimeng had accumulated a wealth of experience. This energy was enough for a leveling up, but she had been suppressing it. As soon as Suin finished speaking, the doll's gazes shifted to Dewan. Even Bear, halfway through washing clothes, poked his head out to glance at Dewan. Is Dewan going to level up? Little Pumpkin was surprised. She hadn't shown any signs of wanting to level up yet. Ever since the battle, she had been so graceful and calm. Su Chimeng was taken aback. She said gracefully, no rush. Wait until I regain my imp form before leveling up. That way, I'd be more stable. Su Chimeng trailed off, saluted Suin, then took a sip of the lemon tea Little Pumpkin had just brewed for her. It was clearly just a cup of lemon tea, hardly a proper tea, but the graceful movements of Huan Huan in her ghostly form made it seem like a cup of premium tea. Huan Huan's every move in her ghostly form exuded an indescribable elegance and beauty. The scorching heat and blazing sunlight bathed the living room, casting a half-bright, half-dark glow upon the people present. Su-En's expression was stunned. She stared at Huan Huan, whose expression remained calm, and her thoughts diverged from her response. Stable? That couldn't be what she thought. Chimeng in her ghostly form was extremely unstable, a fact that seemed to escape everyone's notice because Huan Huan appeared less frequently. The attentive Little Pumpkin didn't miss a single detail from Dewan's mouth. Little Pumpkin was overthinking things, but she didn't dare ask. She had to carefully lean closer to Wanner, rubbing her cheek against her arm, and asked cautiously, Big Wanner, are you okay? Big Wanner, isn't it uncomfortable for you to be suppressed and promoted? Big Wanner reached out, wanting to touch Little Pumpkin's cheek. Her sleeves danced as she moved, a radiant elegance combined with a sinister aura. Her hands were like white jade, her fingers slender. The moment her fingertips touched Little Pumpkin's cheeks, she seemed afraid of hurting her and withdrew. It was only a brief contact. Little Pumpkin's purity contrasted with her turbidity. It was extremely obvious. Little Pumpkin felt the touch of the cold fingertips on her cheek, a chill running through her heart. She felt so much more in that moment. Big Wanner's fingers withdrew, but the chill had not yet faded. In that instant, Little Pumpkin seemed to sense the soul filled with a tangle of emotions beneath Dewan's gorgeous exterior. Joys and sorrows, love and hate, greed, anger, delusion, arrogance, and suspicion. Malice, greed, resentment, obsession, arrogance, and suspicion, the emotional undertones of various operas composed the brilliant and colorful Huan Huan. The entangled love and hate, joy, resentment, and sorrow of all beings composed the play Ghost. That turbid, unfathomable soul, seemingly clear-headed and brilliant, is actually a mixture of madness. If it weren't for its master, the ghost would be the most insane being. Little Pumpkin couldn't help but shudder. Big Wanner closed her eyes. Suddenly, the wind picked up, and she transformed into a little ghost. Little Huan Huan had returned. Suin, however, was less optimistic, for she had noticed the hidden dangers behind the powerful state of the plague ghost, Chimeng. But it seemed there was no solution at the moment. Yes, hot springs. Hot springs can reduce confusion and clear negative emotions. Perhaps I could soak in the hot springs more often in my ghost form. I need to make some money quickly. The little ghost's eyes were now dark and eerie, not as transparent as many other little ghosts. It looked more like a newborn. The increased energy brought by the curse would cause the doll to carry a certain amount of negative energy. Huan Huan squinted at the Little Pumpkin in front of her and said rudely, Ginger, why are you shaking? Are you trying to accuse me of bullying you? Master, look at the pumpkin, what's that expression on its face? Huan Huan's face was vivid, full of disgust for the Little Pumpkin. That explosive disgust was palpable to everyone present. Okay, Huan Huan in ghost form has to soak in the hot springs more too. The Little Pumpkin's mouth pursed, and it let out a cry. The Little Pumpkin was already in pain, but she had been holding it in until now. But now it couldn't be contained anymore. She was always a delicate little pumpkin, and now, misunderstood by the little ghost, she was deeply hurt, both physically and emotionally. Wow, 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 it hurts so much. Wow, Huan, you're so mean. I care so much about you, and yet you still blame me. I feel so wronged, wow. Huan Huan's face became etched with emotion as she watched the little pumpkin burst into tears. She started to cry too. Huan Huan was right. Wow, she just disliked me. She was afraid of me. Wow, wow, isn't it just that I'm a little resentful? I'm a ghost. Isn't it normal for me to have more emotions? I grew bigger to protect you. Wow, 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 I'm going crazy, and now I'm disliked. How painful it is. She howled frantically. For a moment, the entire pumpkin carriage was in chaos. Suen was about to intervene, but then she saw little Huan Huan and little Pumpkin crying together. They cried to each other, sharing their secrets and complaining about their grievances. Perhaps, though, Suen didn't quite understand why the two little ones were crying. They clearly cared about each other. They had talked it out, so why were they still so aggrieved? Suen sat aside, patiently treating them both. She waited for the two little ones to vent their emotions. She didn't lecture either one, nor did she protect either one. She looked at the two dolls. At first, they were a little sad, with tears in their eyes and howling in grievance. Later, their crying became just dry howling, no trace of sadness visible. It seemed as if they were just competing to see who could cry louder. The sound was incredible, so loud that it startled even Xiao Mo, who was in the bathroom. Bear, not bothering to wash clothes, ran out with his hands still covered in foam. He watched little Angua and Huan Huan crying while hugging the two dolls, and looked anxiously at Sister Anan. Bear was afraid Sister Anan would worry. But seeing the calm expression on Suen's face, Bear felt relieved. Suen thought the little bear was just annoyed by the noise. He stepped forward and manually helped the little bear close its ears. He closed the left ear and patted it. He closed the right ear and patted it. Suen made sure the ears were firmly against the head, effectively isolating the noise. Suen's attitude was clear. He told the little bear to close its ears, and not be disturbed by the two little ones venting their emotions. When I have some free time, I make ear covers for the bear, otherwise the bear at home will always be disturbed by the two little ones. Suen thought to herself. She watched Xiao Mo go back to the bathroom, and continued washing clothes. Then, while keeping an eye on the two dolls, she repaired the pumpkin carriage. She used spiritual grade wood to patch it up, then used her mental power to repair the dolls. The little pumpkin's injuries were not serious, but they were delicate. The pumpkin carriage had cracks and small holes in many places. He had just repaired some of it, and was now continuing to add materials for repairs. After the pumpkin carriage was repaired, Suen held Huan Huan, who seemed unharmed, and also repaired it. Chapter 265. The sky gradually darkened. The sun was setting. All the damaged parts of the pumpkin carriage had been repaired, and a bright light shone above the living room, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. Little Pumpkin and Huan Huan had long since stopped crying, and had reconciled for a while, each now working on their own tasks. Huan Huan had successfully reached level 6, catching up with the teen's average level, and she proudly showed off in front of Little Bear. To further showcase her prowess, she helped Little Bear dry his thick clothes, demonstrating her prowess. Little Pumpkin was in the kitchen preparing dinner. The master had acquired a lot of fresh ingredients, and it was time for Master Pumpkin to showcase his culinary skills to maximize the deliciousness of these ingredients. The weather was hot. Suen, wearing a thin skirt, sat on the carpet, leaning against the sofa, working. The public screen in front of her was moving rapidly. She was communicating with the members of the stability maintenance team, discussing the follow-up of the mole's trafficking. The person in charge of chatting with her was Lin Qingzhu, an assistant to Li Mingshu, the core of Huacheng. This young woman was concise and to the point, yet enthusiastic and talkative. Her conversation with Suen progressed from respectful to lively. Suen, a socially anxious person, didn't find this warmth hard to resist, and the conversation dragged on for quite a while. Even the players in Area 20313 were buzzing in the public chat. Ever since the system announcement, they haven't stopped. Area 20313, platform Mole Trail has been permanently closed. Total time, 1 hour and 53 minutes. Players participating in the platform, 2411. Players leaving the platform, 2327. Summary: I don't want to summarize, but I have to. Congratulations to Sunshine Bear, bullying the weak, using his strength to bully the weak, using bears to bully rats. He killed the platform core controller monster, looted the damaged platform core, and captured dozens of mentally retarded rat children. He punched the altar with impotence, and trampled on the mentally retarded rat children. Let us weep for the unfortunate rats. They are so dedicated, so adorable, and so sad. This bear disaster has been sent down from heaven, an unprovoked disaster. Many players commented directly below the system summary. Iceling, who loves Matsutake sashimi, ha 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 ha, seeing the system fail again. This system summary is really interesting. The last time I saw this message was last time. Does fate, ha 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 ha, awesome. These platforms that aided and abetted this evil should be directly eliminated. You Huaqian Gu, forget the unprovoked disaster. Those who kill will be killed. These rat monsters attack players, so why can't we take action against them? Mr. Krabs in the Sunset, this system is so crooked. So many players didn't go home. Why isn't there a moment of silence? It's so happy every time someone dies or gets lost, but now a few mole monsters die, a platform gets shut down, and the summary is like this. Only one, bad review. If I were the system leader, I reject this report as unacceptable. Conductor, yeah, dock its salary. What the hell is this system? It claims to be helping Blue Star Civilization evolve, but it's constantly writing malicious summaries in its announcements. It's so shameless. They even blamed us for criticizing it before, and we deserve it. As the conductor's heated attack continued, he, a somewhat well-known figure in the region, began to set the tone. For a moment, the entire public screen was filled with insults, all directed at the system. It only gradually subsided when the system detected the offensive language and started banning accounts. After discovering that criticizing the system can easily lead to a ban, many people began praising Sunshine Bear. Shung Man too. Sunshine Bear is so amazing, so fierce, so handsome. At first, it was just simple compliments. Later, everyone wrote a short essay. Little Star, Sunshine Bear, you are a great woman among women, a strong human among humans, a strong among the strong. You are the light of humanity, a graceful, majestic, and charismatic figure. I worship you, ah Sunshine Bear. Hu Shenshen, you're such a compliment. I join in the fun, Sunshine Bear. Your brilliant eyes, your strong heart, your boundless charm, deeply inspire me. You are my driving force, my idol. You bring warmth to this cold world. I'm so honored to be in the same district with you. Cambridge. Childish words. Sunshine Bear, Juajwazi, you are my god. I suggest you sign a shift agreement with the sun. When you shine, let it rest. I worship you. Morning Matt Shaw. Sunshine Bear, you are a great woman among women, a strong human among humans, a strong among the strong. You are handsome and majestic, with extraordinary temperament. Your presence always brings warmth, like carrying a small sun with you. Your level is not evolutionary, you are a guide to upgrading a cold civilization. Suan ended the chat, and deleted the friend nicknamed Ch Ching Ju. Looking at the empty friend list, she felt indescribably satisfied. She jumped to the chat area to check the system summary, but was almost startled by the rows of compliments in area 20213. Did she violate the heavenly law? Everyone was praising her. The words of praise were indescribably complex, a small essay per person, exaggerated and abstract. Suan even saw familiar players praising her, mentioning things like Jasmine T. Oh my god, spare her. The feeling of being surrounded by rainbow skins made Suan feel awkward and anxious, her toes wanting to smack a castle. If she were swiping at her phone now, it would definitely hit her face. This was a mind screen, so the phone wouldn't hit her face. Her chat input box, driven by her unconscious thoughts, was filled with a long string of garbled characters, a reflection of her inner turmoil. Suan's face grew redder as she watched the compliments continue to pop up. Oh my god! Are these players participating in some kind of compliment contest, using her as a subject for their essay? These abstract, exaggerated, and embarrassing little essays were so abstract, so exaggerated, and so embarrassing. They were fun, but she was the protagonist. Ugh. The screen in front of her was still popping up with messages. Suan had a keen eye and always caught the most abstract key phrases. A high-quality human expert applied to compete. Wherever the bear passes, no grass grows. Sunshine Bear competition. My sister's name should be directly nominated for World Heritage status. It's a treasure for all mankind. Master, what's wrong? Wan noticed something different about her master and leaned over, intrigued. Suan quickly turned off the screen. Her cheeks flushed, and she couldn't help but say nothing. Wan scratched her head in confusion, but seeing her master didn't want to talk, she didn't say anything and went back to harassing Little Pumpkin. Suan silently chanted, keep a low profile, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. After chanting this 3 times, her mood improved considerably. She took out the broken epic item, the Ratman arcade, and began to tinker with it. This arcade was a very useful item. You could drag enemy creatures into the game and smash them with a hammer. However, the accompanying puppet was shattered, and deep cracks appeared on the console's panel. This thing was practically useless. After fiddling with it for a while, she tossed it back into the space. Chapter 266. As for the broken platform core, it's far more practical than a tattered epic item. It has 3 potential uses. First, it can be used as raw material to create a portable space. Platform cores are typically made from top-grade space stone, so even if they're broken, they can still be used to create a small space. Second, it can be used to directly absorb energy for cultivation and leveling. According to the system, the platform core is equivalent to an experienced stone, converting energy into energy for creatures to absorb and upgrade. However, this method is also the most wasteful. The creation of each platform core requires rare materials, complex array engravings, and the souls of countless supremely powerful beings. Furthermore, using this energy to upgrade would result in a significant loss of energy, and no creature would do so unless under special circumstances. The third use for platform core fragments is to fuse with life, or to fuse with new platform core fragments to repair them until they become a complete platform core. This can then be used to build a platform and protect a space. This is also the most orthodox use. Sue had initially wanted to sell it and the moles directly to the clearing team, but they told her to keep the broken platform core first and wait until the clearing team obtained a spirit-level promotion stone before exchanging it. Sue was always touched by the sincerity of others. "Master, my dish is ready," Little Pumpkin shouted happily. She waved, enthusiastically calling over the master and Little Bear, and showed them her culinary creations. "Wait until everyone arrived." Little Pumpkin lifted the lid of the pot. Steam rose, carrying a commanding aroma. Wait until both the steam and the aroma dissipated. Everyone looked out at a large iron pot. A pot of fish and tofu stewed in sauce was bubbling. The brown broth enveloped the fish and tofu, stained the snow-white fish and tofu with a deep brown sauce. Little Pumpkin used telekinesis to sprinkle a handful of chopped green onions, cilantro, and red chilies. Suddenly, the entire pot was a vibrant amalgam of red and green, a beautiful sight to behold. These ingredients came from the trades of the moles. The moles had acquired a wealth of fresh ingredients and essential resources, like materials and medicines. Among these fresh ingredients, a large fish stood out. The fish had been headed, cut into pieces, and stewed in the pot. Then Little Pumpkin began to laugh heartily, recounting his cooking process. In a large pot, heat oil, sauté green onions, ginger, and garlic, then add a mixture of 5-spice powder, salt, and soy sauce. Add water, and then add the fish and tofu. Turn the heat down to low and simmer for a while. Little Pumpkin had been studying this formula since he saw the fat mole, but since the mole had been sold for big fish, Little Pumpkin decided to stew the fish this way. Little Pumpkin spoke passionately, eager to share her culinary inspiration. Little Bear clapped his hands. Sue gave a thumbs up and praised. After receiving everyone's praise, the fish and tofu were almost done, and Little Pumpkin used telekinesis to move the iron pot to the dining table. Next, Little Pumpkin began steaming the chopped pepper fish head that had been prepared long ago. Wipe the table, set the stools, get the dishes, and serve the rice. Wan was already being run around by Little Pumpkin. Tonight's dinner was a feast: a large pot of braised fish and tofu, a portion of steamed chopped pepper fish head, and a portion of cold cucumber salad. Cheers! Strawberry soda replaced the lemonade. Strawberries from the former dry farm, cut into large pieces, mixed with carbonated soda from the wooden box, created a new drink. After a tiring day, Little Bear had a healthy appetite. He shoveled rice soaked in fish soup into his mouth, gulping down bowl after bowl. Wan, as if competing with Little Bear, flew with her chopsticks, stuffing her food at a rapid pace. Throughout the meal, only Swan and Little Pumpkin ate slowly. Swan's appetite was voracious. Tender, delicious fish, soft tofu soaked up the broth, and refreshingly sweet and sour cucumber salad. It had been ages since she had cucumber and tofu, and a dish with such rich seasoning. Chili peppers, ginger, and garlic. These seasonings greatly enhanced the flavor of the food, making the dishes even more delicious. Delicious? Swan squinted, feeling truly blessed at this moment. Even on the other side, the Huacheng station platform was under frantic construction, changing almost daily. In the scorching desert, Yi Yunqing drove away from the platform in the night, returning to the main highway. Her face and nose were bruised and swollen, a truly miserable sight. Her arms and legs were covered in marks from the snake's tail. Yi Yunqing had never expected Xiao Shizhou to be so unreliable. He was clearly a teammate who could have stood by her through thick and thin, yet he stood by and watched her die. He allowed her to be tormented endlessly by the snake girl, Calicina. Late at night, she felt a little hungry, too hot to cook. She took out some dried meat, chewed a mouthful, and cried out in pain. 2 tears welled up in her eyes. She covered her mouth, her eyes filled with astonishment. She had been beaten so badly that she couldn't even chew the dried meat. Yi Yunqing had no choice but to get up, light a fire, and boil some water. She threw the dried meat in the water, boiling the meat, then tossed in a handful of rice, preparing some meat porridge. The heat was already intense, and the fire only made it even hotter. She sweated as she built the fire, feeling the heat as if she were about to get a heat stroke. The days were truly unbearable. Yi Yunqing held a platform ticket, Scorpion Shadow Mystery, and secretly resolved to take the risk. Otherwise, the next time she saw the snake woman, Kalasina, she would be in for more than just a beating. The thought made her shudder. Kalasina's threat seemed vivid in her mind. I'm telling you, little one, if you, an upright monkey, dare to lie to her, I skin her and weaken her. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have made such a boast and coaxed that shabby snake woman into giving her so much. Another option was to avoid going to the platform for now. However, it was so hot today, and her current reserves weren't enough to handle the sudden heat wave. A dilemma. While waiting for the broth to cook, she looked at the message, thought for a moment, and sent it. This time, she didn't hide a single word. Xiao Shizhou taught her a lesson. If she didn't tell him ahead of time, and encountered a hidden danger, people would really just stand by and watch her die. He even said his temporary teammates hadn't told him ahead of time, and since she couldn't die, he had no obligation to help. Beating his love, scolding his affection, the snake girl cuckoo swung her tail. Lucky Clover, Sister Sunshine, I have a quest. Are you interested? Platform, Scorpion Shadow. At nightfall, Suin, holding Little Bear on his left and Wan Wan on his right, with a little pumpkin on his head, curled up in bed together, watching cartoons. On his phone, a cartoon he saved before arriving on Blue Planet was playing. It was a light-hearted story about the infrastructure of a divine kingdom, filled with many endearing characters. Ding dong. A message popped up on Suin's screen. Chapter 267. Suin looked. It was a message from that player nicknamed Lucky Four Leaf, who called herself a gold medal support. It was incredible that even after being rejected time and time again, he was still willing to invite her to join him in the dungeon. Suin stared at the screen, carefully studying the content, lost in thought. This little girl named Four Leaf didn't seem to be hiding anything this time, and she explained the platform details very clearly. The platform was called Scorpion Shadow, a relatively special type of platform called a challenge platform. This was the first time Suin had heard of this type of platform. Simply put, this platform was a level-based mode, requiring players to participate and complete levels by defeating monsters, solving puzzles, and collaborating to earn corresponding rewards. This type of platform was usually created by a dying civilization leader, unwilling to pass on their life's treasures, so they could pass on their accumulated treasures to their fellow players. The Lucky Four Leaves, accepted from a snake woman named Kalasina at the Scorpion Tribe Holy Land Sand Sting Oasis Station, grants a challenge ticket to the station and certain resources. The prices are promised to reach level 17 or higher within a year to obtain the quest item the snake woman requires, the Scorpion Tribe Golden Claw. This quest item can extend the life of the snake woman's third young husband, the beautiful Scorpion Tribe Boyaslev. She also explains her experiences at the Scorpion Tribe Holy Land Sand Sting Oasis Station, stating that it is a relatively safe station where one can shop freely. If one completes the snake woman's quest, she can, through her recommendation, become a temporary ally, enjoy a 20% discount on Scorpion Tribe purchases, and stay for up to 7 days. Islev is a repairer. If he obtains the Scorpion Man's Golden Claw, regenerates his claws, and recovers his cultivation, he can repair one high-level item for free for each player who helps him clear the level. Yashai only has 3 attempts at the challenge. She has already failed twice, with her highest record remaining at level 13. Yashai admitted that she had no idea this level was so difficult. She first entered this platform 6 months ago. Back then, during the closed beta, she claimed to be fully prepared, bringing along strong teammates. Unfortunately, she and her teammates only made it to level 10. They were stuck at a guessing game. A month ago, she had just completed her second attempt. She is now stuck at level 13. Level 14 requires immense strength to complete. She and her teammates have ample intelligence and combat power, but not enough physical strength. The Snake Woman has given her only 2 weeks left. If she fails to complete the task, the Snake Woman's husband will die. Not only could she no longer visit the relatively safe supply station to claim the remaining mission rewards, but she would also be hunted by the Snake Woman at every station, skinned, chopped, and skewered. For Leaf, in her message, described her as pathetically miserable. Perhaps there was a certain amount of pity involved, but her description still struck Suin as deeply pitiful, though Sue knew the girl's descriptions of misery were somewhat exaggerated. For Leaf stated that, aside from the key mission item, the Scorpion Man's Golden Claw, all rewards she earned at the Scorpion Man's mysterious station would go to Sister Sunshine. Half of the subsequent rewards earned from completing the Snake Woman mission would also go to Sister Sunshine. This message promised to be included in the temporary teammate contract, and they would pay for system oversight, guaranteeing their commitment. Finally, if they failed to advance to the 17th level, she wouldn't have to bear the responsibility of Sister Sunshine. She would bear the risk of being hunted by the Snake Woman herself. After reading the little guy's lengthy speech, Sue had to admit, she was a little tempted. The so-called mission rewards were fine, but the platform model for earning rewards by completing these challenge levels was quite appealing. Yi Yunqing looked at the private message screen with a stranger, which had disappeared after she sent it. She was filled with anxiety. She repeatedly flipped through the message she had written, which looked like an essay. She waited anxiously. She swore that her invitation was absolutely sincere and serious, even providing some information that shouldn't have been provided. But there was no other way. She desperately wanted to team up with this mysterious and powerful leader to complete this mission. The Snake Woman's attitude made her realize that if she failed to complete the mission, she would be in serious trouble. When she was anxious, the little girl couldn't help but recall the battle scene at the dry farm platform, when Sister Sunshine and the giant bear had teamed up for battle. The huge bear, the handsome Sister Sunshine, capable of attack and defense, each with their own unique tactics, a supremely powerful presence. She had witnessed such power, and it had never left her mind. Ever since meeting Sister Sunshine, she had been her first choice. Sunshine Bear, sure. A message flashed across the screen. Yi Yunqing couldn't help but jump for joy, exclaiming, "Great." Then, she saw that her long-awaited friend request had been accepted. She was overjoyed. "Sunshine Bear, let's discuss the details here. I delete the friend after the team is over. It's just my personal habit, so don't dwell on it." Yi Yunqing's smile faltered, stagnating for a moment before perking up again. Why does Sister Sunshine feel both cold and warm? After replying to Lucky 4 Leaf's message, confirming the platform situation, and setting a time to form a team, Suan looked up. Only then did he notice that while she was replying, the animation on her phone paused. The dolls all stayed with her in her arms, waiting for her to finish without asking any questions. Little Pumpkin touched her with telekinesis. The phone resumed playing the animation. Every doll's gaze returned to the animation. The animation is called Glory of the Kingdom of Gods, also known as the daily life of gods and their families. The story is lighthearted, without any thrilling plot twists. The images are cute and warm, perfect for relaxing before bed. Healing and heartwarming. But some people might find it boring. In the animation, a little doll named Black and White Flower ran across the mountains, and a pink doll with white ears chased after her. They flew over the beautiful fluorescent forests of the night, over waterfalls and silver lakes, and across the desert. A bright moon hung high in the sky. If I were White Ear, I wouldn't chase him like this. I just go to Black and White Flower's workplace and stop him. Juan commented on the plot. Why chase him? Just demand compensation. Little Pumpkin had a different perspective. Actually, these two characters serve as a perspective switch, helping us understand the country's development. Bear's perspective was more objective. The night was long. One animation episode after another. No one went to bed until their phones ran out of battery. Before Suan drifted off to sleep, she heard Little Pumpkin mutter in her sleep, "I'm craving fried potatoes." Chapter 268. In the blink of an eye, the new week has almost come to an end. The Saturday dungeon run with Yotsuba is drawing near, and everyone is looking forward to it, waiting for the weekend to unwind. These past few days have been so boring. The pumpkin cart moved along the endless highway, sometimes turning, sometimes climbing, sometimes descending. The scenery on both sides of the road grew increasingly desolate, the vegetation dwindling, and the desertification of the land becoming increasingly severe, until it was completely covered in sand. It looked barren and not at all attractive. The temperature in the air was rising, but it generally remained between 50 and 65 degrees Celsius. The protective shield could adjust the temperature by up to 15 degrees Celsius. Little Pumpkin only needed to keep the air conditioning on during the hottest hours. It wasn't a big burden. The pumpkin cart stopped and started frequently, picking up many treasure chests, mostly wooden and copper. The family was constantly packing food and parts. It was Friday dinner time. Little Pumpkin prepared a table full of dishes. Fried potato chips, fried potato wedges, fried potato chips. More. Give me a break. Juan looked at the table full of potatoes, her face glum and listless. They'd been eating fried potatoes for days. The first time they ate them, they were so good, so delicious. The second time they ate them, they were amazing, so satisfying. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time. These past few days, they eaten fried potatoes in all sorts of flavors, hot and sour, spicy, fragrant, strawberry, lemon, candy-covered. The reason was that they'd been watching anime recently, and the potatoes in the fried food stall seemed delicious. The owner somehow managed to get a few sacks of potatoes. Little Pumpkin started cooking. Picky little brat, you don't get any potatoes. With a clang, a pot of braised pork in plain water was placed in front of Wan. Next to the braised pork were several bowls of condiments, hot and sour dipping sauce, spicy, sweet and sour, spiced. On the dining table, Suin picked up a piece of hot and sour potato and put it in his mouth. Oh my god, the potato was soft and glutinous, and the hot and sour sauce was so delicious. Potato brain, Suin praised loudly. Delicious. Very delicious. Bear was so full of food that he couldn't even lift his head. Whether it was potato strips, potato cubes, potato slices, or potato balls, Bear loved them all. Little Pumpkin took a piece of the fragrant and crispy potato slice and stuffed it into his mouth. Very delicious, Little Pumpkin said with satisfaction. Wan looked around. Everyone in the family loved potatoes and could never get tired of them. Saturday. Early in the morning, everyone was getting dressed and getting ready. When facing outsiders, the old rules remained. Little Bear transformed into a beast bear, Little Pumpkin into a mask, and Wan into a hidden ghost. Little Pumpkin put away his pumpkin cart and switched to the long-unused RV mode. The RV had looked quite nice before, but now it was a bit outdated. As soon as they were put in, the heat wave hit, making Suin and his group break out in a sweat. Suin clicked to agree to the team formation. Player Lucky 4-Leaf uses a temporary item card to request a temporary team formation from player Sunny Bear. Ding dong, player Sunny Bear agrees to player Lucky 4-Leaf temporary team formation. You enter temporary team formation mode, 3 days. The roads are temporarily merged, 3 days. During the merge period, treasure chest spawn rate increases by 50%, monster spawn rate increases by 200%, and road mileage increases simultaneously on both sides. Soon, Suin saw a fork in the road ahead, and a small person drove a medium-sized RV towards them. The mid-sized RV was short, thick, and white, resembling a beetle. It stood out against the yellow sand of the desert highway. From a distance, Yi Yunqing spotted Sister Sunshine's pumpkin carriage and waved happily. Sister Sunshine, here. The car drove over. It stopped. A young girl in a large straw hat jumped out of the car. With a wave of her hand, her vehicle transformed into a small beetle pendant, which tucked onto her bracelet and then onto her wrist. She came running over and greeted Suin warmly. Suin looked at the lively girl and nodded slightly in response. Then, the girl, who seemed to have endless energy, came up to her and chatted non-stop, chatting about family matters. This girl is so awesome. At that moment, Suin suddenly regretted teaming up with her. Suin avoided responding to these pleasantries, simply nodding slightly to acknowledge his understanding. When he began speaking, he immediately turned the conversation to business. Soon, the two met and drafted a contract face-to-face, each paying 100 copper coins to the system and submitting the agreement for notarization. Platform Scorpion Shadow Tracking. All rewards, except for the Scorpion Man Golden Claw, go to the player Sunshine Bear. Platform Scorpion Man Holy Land Sand Sting Oasis. Quest rewards are divided equally. Well, let's begin. Yi Yunqing glanced at Sister Sunshine and took out the special platform ticket Scorpion Shadow Tracking. Noticing Sister Sunshine nod after she had stowed her vehicle, she began using it. Ding dong, Sunshine Bear and Lucky Clover's temporary team uses the special platform ticket Scorpion Shadow Tracking. The team is about to enter this special platform. This platform is not a vehicle platform. Players are requested to stow their vehicles. The system is not responsible for them. In 3 minutes, the transmission will begin. Special platform, Scorpion Shadow. Danger level, info. This is a special platform offering special challenges, open only to Scorpion people. Only lucky players recognized by the Scorpion tribe can enter this special platform. A teleportation array appeared beneath their feet. Suin leaned slightly, looking at the bear, who was also encircled by it. She took the bear's hand. A gentle breeze rustled the bear's erect fur and bald head. The little girl puppet above Suin's head winked quietly. That was Xiao Huan in puppet form. 3 minutes later, the teleportation array took effect. Suin and Yi Yunqing appeared together in an ancient hall. As they entered, the fluoride lamps on the ceiling lit up, illuminating the entire area. Soo-in looked around. There was no sunlight, and all around them were walls made of neither gold, stone, nor jade. They couldn't tell where they were. This place was neither cold nor hot. Coming here directly from the scorching heat was incredibly comfortable as entering an air-conditioned room in midsummer. The walls surrounding the hall still bore traces of battle. "This is the 13th level," Yunqing said. "It's so cool. If I weren't in such a hurry, I'd stay here for a while," she sighed. Then, Yunqing pointed ahead. Following her finger, they saw a wall and a gate several dozen meters high. "That leads to the 14th level. Xiujiu and I have tried every trick, but haven't been able to open it. Xiujiu suspects it requires sheer strength. Xiujiu was my last teammate." After saying this, Yunqing looked eagerly at Soo-in. Soo-in nodded. Xiao Mo instantly grew larger, transforming into a 20-meter-tall giant bear, pushing the gate forward. The gate creaked. It began to vibrate. Then it slowly opened. What lay behind the door shocked everyone present. Even Huan, disguised as a puppet, nearly lost her disguise and fell off her master's head. That was it. Chapter 269. A splendid expanse of gold. Dazzlingly bright. A sea of golden treasure chests, neatly arranged on the ground, made anyone who saw it gasp and feel dizzy. Yunqing, who thought she had seen much, was also momentarily captivated by the treasure chests. All she could think of was getting rich, becoming wealthy, and treasure chests upon treasure chests. She couldn't help but take a few steps forward. She didn't know what was happening, but she staggered forward. But as she took the third step, about to cross the threshold of the gate, a cool breeze emanated from the cloth bag filled with four-leaf clover leaves hanging from her chest. She stopped in her tracks, shuddering. Yunqing clutched her chest as she felt the lucky clover leaf in the bag dissipate. Yunqing felt terrified. How could she have been so careless just now? This was the 14th level of the game, and there were a bunch of golden treasure chests. It was such an obvious trap. Such a lowly tactic, and yet I fell for it. Looking at all those treasure chests, I was blinded. Such an unpredictable tactic. Thinking of this, she quickly looked back and saw Sister Sunshine reach out and pat the bear's calf. The bear, about to take a step forward, retracted it. It expanded to 2 meters in size, and turned to look in Sister and Anne's direction, a hint of confusion still on its face. It's mental pollution. Yunqing wielded the scepter she had retrieved from space to activate a skill. Skill 2 Hope, the leaf of hope from the innate 4-leaf clover. Skill effect. Sustainability continuously restores the player's mental power. Healing using it on a polluted creature reduces its pollution. Skill limitation. Even if you, a weakling, risk your life, you can't heal a stronger one. This skill weakens, or even renders it ineffective against creatures of higher levels. Level 9. Yunqing's skills rarely missed. She was also proud of her status as a gold medal support. Although her damage was lacking, and she was short and frail, her powerful skill set and a bit of luck allowed her to quickly enter the top tier. A layer of buff skills fell on everyone present, continuing to sustain. At that moment, the golden treasure chest became less attractive. My skills last for 5 minutes, Yunqing said bluntly. Soo-in clearly felt that the little girl displayed a mental strength not much lower than his own when she activated her skills. Under her skills, the pollution on the little bear was instantly cleared, and the mental energy consumed by the invisible monsters was quickly replenished. And this state was continuous. These are all monsters. His spiritual eyes opened, and in another field of view, Soo-in could see several evil spirits floating above each treasure chest. Just now, the evil spirits were using the treasure chest's exterior to launch a mental attack similar to a charm. Stand behind the door, Xiong, and I will handle it, Soo-in said to Yunqing. Yunqing nodded, holding her staff in her hands, and immediately stepped back, observing the situation in level 14 from a distance. No risk at all. As a top-tier support, she held to a principle: never take control of the team, never show up during a fight, stay hidden from start to finish, taking time to replenish her health, and immediately claim credit after the battle. Sister Yangguang led Xiong inside, while she remained outside the relatively safe door, staff in hand, ready to provide support. As the person entered the gate, the treasure chest closest to the door, visible to the naked eye, leaped up and pounced on the intruder, its fangs and teeth exposed as it opened. Invisible to the naked eye, a row of evil spirits chanted incantations loudly. Bang, bang, bang. The bear grew to a suitable size, blocking Soo inside. The bracelet on his wrist quickly transformed into a mace, which flew and struck back the attacking treasure chest monsters. It was like playing baseball. Suin wasn't idle either. A bow appeared in his hand, and thousands of light arrows were unleashed. Ding dong, player Sunshine Bear is under attack by a group of monsters. Treasure Chest Monsters *23. As expected of a welfare platform, the treacherous treasure chest monsters appear in rows. Only a fool would be tricked. Monster, treasure chest monster. Level, LV6 to LV9. Habitat, Scorpion Shadow Mystery, level 14. Note, why are the treasure chest monsters grouped together? The system suspects the level designer is crazy. What? The level designer is long dead. It was the platform core that did it. That platform core is a fool. Half an hour later. In a daze, Bear wiped out an entire floor of chest monsters. Suin, in a daze, wiped out an entire floor of ghosts. Anyway, just kill them. Everyone present except our own people is a monster. After all the monsters are dead, the system settlement information floated out. Ding dong. Congratulations to Sunshine Bear and his puppet. You killed 1 LV9 chest monster, 3 LV8 chest monsters, 7 LV7 chest monsters, and 10 LV6 chest monsters. You gained experience. Kill drops, none. Chest monsters are the poorest monsters in history. Didn't you know that? Ding dong. Congratulations to Sunshine Bear and his puppet. You killed 13 broken ghosts, 4 whole ghosts, and 1 lost ghost. You gained free spirit energy. Spirit plus 3, spirit plus 3, spirit plus 9, spirit plus 64. The battle is over. Time for a break. Yi Yunqing, taking her own initiative, brought stools and set up a table, creating a resting space for Suin and Xiong. Then, she went to treat Xiong. The room was still ablaze with gold, but the gold wasn't a treasure chest, but rather the remains of a treasure chest. No valuables were there. The treasure chest monsters only dropped experience, not loot. The only loot they offered was the reward for clearing level 14. A book called the Treasure Chest Monster Creation Manual automatically dropped from the ceiling after the monsters on the first floor died. To avoid danger, Yi Yunqing didn't dare even look at it, waiting until Suin had collected the loot before entering. As agreed, all the rewards for clearing the level would belong to Suin, so she stuffed them directly into her backpack. Suin was a little dazed. The bear was also dazed, but his dazedness was due to his mental power being accidentally affected by an evil spirit, leaving him low on energy. Suin's dazedness was due to the death of the evil spirit, and the resulting dazed energy bonus had caused her to suddenly surge too much, causing a brief discomfort. After a while, everyone recovered. Ye's skills were excellent, allowing Xiaomao to maintain a certain level of combat effectiveness amidst the evil spirit-infested treasure chest monsters. After the battle ended, he arrived just in time, his skills quickly restoring the bear's spirit, making it feel refreshed. Suin rested in a chair for a while, adjusting to the surge in spirit power, feeling refreshed. These treasure chest monsters were purely physical, sturdy and tough. Their high level, combined with evil spirits, made them quite formidable, draining the bear's energy. The first thing the bear felt after recovering was hunger. Not rushing, Suin pulled food from the space and fed the bear jerky, biscuits, and water, allowing it to recover. After completing the 14th level, a portal to a new level appeared on the wall ahead. A door-shaped space filled with blue enchantments, the azure enchantment as moist as water, seemed to lead to a mysterious realm, a comforting sight. On the door, as if to prevent them from understanding, it was written in blue star script, entrance to the 15th level. 10 minutes later, the bear burped, its fur standing upright again. Sufficient rest. Clean up. The two and the bear continued on their way. Yi Yunqing was clearly quite experienced in this level, having passed the previous levels. She knew the core's nature. It always liked to dig holes where they shouldn't, and not dig holes where they should. The system complained more than once on the panel. She and her teammates, who had been here before, also complained a lot. As they approached the portal. Chapter 270. She stepped forward and said, "Wait, Sister Sunshine, let me try first. This might be a fake portal. The last time we encountered this kind of portal, it was covered with a curtain of water. We got soaked, and then we turned around and found a hidden door next door." With that, she transformed into her RV, got inside, and after a few minutes of searching, she retrieved a firewood stick. She put the RV away. Then, Yi Yunqing tentatively touched the portal with the stick. A crackling sound emanated. This wasn't a portal at all, it was a lightning strike electric net spell disguised as one. If she hadn't tested it with the stick first, she would have been struck by lightning. Yi Yunqing put away the firewood stick and continued to complain. "Sure enough, it's the same trick. Sister Sunshine, let's look for the entrance to the next level nearby. After she finished speaking, she heard Sister Sunshine speak. The next level is right here. Suen snapped his fingers, and a triangular shield appeared horizontally within the lightning gate. Little Pumpkin's charged shield. Soon, all the crackling lightning was absorbed by Little Pumpkin's charged shield, then transferred to Little Pumpkin's hat and stored as electrical energy. Alright. Suen pointed to the ordinary door ahead, devoid of lightning. The 2-meter-tall strong bear stepped forward and gently pushed. The door creaked open. The ground of the 15th level was blanketed in a layer of lustrous blue light. But with the previous door as a warning, everyone knew that this lustrous blue light was not to be trifled with. It appeared calm, like water, but any creature that stepped within would be met with a violent electric shock. It seemed this door was a mischievous reminder. Inflicting minor damage on the challenger gives them a general understanding of the level, making it easier to retreat when faced with difficulty. For example, the heavy gate in the previous level is somewhat related to the sturdy treasure chest monsters. Everyone stood in front of the door, no one daring to enter. It seems this level requires us to deal with these electrical currents, He Yunqing said. Let me think about it. I got a solution. Then she summoned the RV again and climbed inside. A moment later, she reappeared, holding a strange-looking battery. I have a rechargeable battery item. Let me try it, she said. Then, I should use the battery to absorb the electricity and be able to enter. A few minutes later, Su Enyan used telekinesis to drag the shock girl out. Her hair had blown off due to the electric shock. Her body was stiff and shaking constantly. High levels affect the player's physical condition, making them more resilient. She survived. After being freed from the shock, she quickly regained her movement. With a bitter face and pinched nose, she drank a bottle of red medicine. The little girl was lively again. I found a clue. She jumped up happily. From 3 meters away, Suen could sense her emotions. Sister Yangguang, this level is a lightning training room. When you encounter the lightning spiritual sea, you can comprehend the lightning mental method. Mastering it will increase your lightning resistance and control it. So you were originally charging the battery, but now you're charging yourself, Suen asked. Yi Yunqing scratched her head sheepishly. I was in a hurry. Thank you, Sister Yangguan, for saving me. I was a little greedy, she said awkwardly. Suen squatted outside the door, the back of his hand facing downward, and touched the azure ground of the 15th level with the knuckle of his middle finger. Thunderclaps and crackles. Electricity coursed through her fingertips, spreading throughout her body. Suen felt a tingling sensation throughout her body. At the same time, her mind grasped a mental technique, one that dealt with how to defend against and control lightning. But even after experiencing it for a moment, she knew it wasn't suitable for her. She had no talent for lightning, and the lightning energy she absorbed and tried to apply would dissipate within seconds. She didn't argue with herself. She relaxed her body, shifting her center of gravity backward, and her fingers automatically detached from the lightning. The tingling pain from the lightning still lingered. Suen was injured, not lightly. While not fatal, it was painful nonetheless. Yi Yunqing handed over a bottle of red potion. Suen waved her hand, expending her mental energy, and using the skill Flesh Healing, converting her mental energy into healing her minor injuries. Yi Yunqing noticed that Sister Sunshine had a built-in healing skill. She touched her nose awkwardly. She seemed to understand why Sister Sunshine had refused to team up with her. The support skill she was so proud of seemed useless and unattractive in front of Sister Sunshine. In fact, she didn't even have some of the healing skills that Sister Sunshine had. But she quickly gathered her thoughts, figuring that Sister Sunshine had chosen her after all, proving she still had some merit. She continued. It looks like this level is easy, Sister Sunshine. Let's practice thunder magic together until we gain resistance to lightning, so we can brave the thunder and advance to the next level. Yi Yunqing was still very excited. She felt she had the chance to learn some offensive skills, and she was truly excited. Thunder magic, just thinking about it was exciting. I have over 100 bottles of red potion in my backpack, and Sister Sunshine also has healing skills. She felt happy when she said that. That's too slow. Without a talent for lightning, I wonder how much time and energy I have to spend here. Suen disagreed. I think your original idea was a good one. With that, an oversized energy shield appeared on the bright blue electric floor. The crackling sound of lightning was absorbed by the energy shield. Soon, the energy shield could no longer withstand the amount of electricity. Suen threw out the pumpkin's oval hat, and controlled the energy shield to charge the oval hat. The energy storage space within it was accumulating electricity. The blue electric energy layer on the ground gradually lowered. Starting at a height the size of a palm, it descended. When the ground was only a layer as thick as a finger joint, the pumpkin's oval hat had filled one energy storage space. Sue turned around and saw the little girl, who didn't dare to speak but stared eagerly at the electric current on the ground. Her face was full of her thoughts. She really wanted to practice. She said to Yotsuba, "Bring your rechargeable battery here, and I charge it for you. When you want to study, just charge yourself." As soon as she finished speaking, a broad smile spread across the girl's face. She nodded rapidly and replied, "Okay." As she did so, she continued to pull out the large battery. The battery, the size of a wooden treasure chest, passed into Swan's hands. Swan looked over.